This guy transmigrated to a world of gods, where his family members became gods one after another. He thought he would become a one-of-a-kind genius. But the owner of this body, Han Yu, was a useless wretch who'd been unlucky since birth. While other kids awakened their god domains at birth, he only gained this ability at 18 years old. Even after awakening, all he got was the weakest core race, the locust swarm. Han Yu's god domain was a landscape of lush alluvial plains. On the verdant fields was a swarm of grasshoppers with the fancy name locusts. This was Han Yu's core race. He opened his status window to check, and his current divine talent was Child of Heaven, with the divine abilities Accelerated Growth and Life Sacrifice. As for his clan's population, it was countless 800,000 adults, not to mention 20 million unhatched eggs. Compared to the original owner's memories, Child of Heaven and Life Sacrifice were completely unfamiliar. This must be the dirty cheat he got from transmigrating. Han Yu clicked to read the details. Child of Heaven was just as its name suggested. As someone chosen by the heavens, he would receive a unique ability every time he leveled up. And Life Sacrifice allowed him to sacrifice the lives of creatures in exchange for an item of equal value. It could be used once a day, and the item received was random. It seemed Han Yu's life wasn't completely ruined, because he now had a golden finger in the form of these two unique abilities. As long as he tried hard, he could definitely fulfill his grandfather's dying wish. Han Yu read the detailed information on his insects. Not only did they reproduce like machines, but they also had a super short lifespan of 90 days. After piecing together the keywords of reproduction, growth, and sacrifice, plus the fact that one day in the real world equaled 1 year in his god domain, Han Yu's modern, intelligent brain finally understood the mechanics. He decided to bet it all on one gamble. If he won, he would trample over those who looked down on him. If he lost, he'd fall back into being the same old piece of trash. The next day, Qin Shuang walked up to Han Yu. "Have you thought it over? Will you become my, Qin Shuang's, slave?" She guaranteed that no one would dare bully him before he graduated from high school, and he might even get a chance to marry early. "I refuse." Han Yu's blunt 3 words left Qin Shuang utterly humiliated. "Do you have any idea what you're saying? Without my protection, you'll be drained dry by those people until you're nothing but a husk." Qin Shuang threatened Han Yu. Han Yu understood his situation perfectly, but he still chose to refuse. He might not have power, but he had his own dignity. He couldn't spend his whole life hiding behind a woman's skirt. Unable to persuade him, Qin Shuang turned and walked away, not forgetting to say that he would definitely regret this later. Han Yu sighed. He'd finally gotten rid of that woman. Next up, he had to deal with the arrogant Zhang Bin. "Han Yu, did you prepare the 100 divine PowerPoints I told you to?" Seeing his silence, Zhang Bin placed a hand on Han Yu's shoulder, making him uncomfortable. "Don't touch me." Zhang Bin's face darkened when he saw Han Yu dare to fight back today, and he threatened him. "If you don't hand over the divine power, I'll destroy your god domain's core. Then try it." Han Yu's bold reply surprised Zhang Bin, who wondered if he'd found a backer to be acting so tough all of a sudden. He then saw Qin Shuang turn a blind eye to the situation, so it seemed she wasn't Han Yu's protector. Zhang Bin's lackeys started cheering for him to fight Han Yu. They were also curious to see what a person looked like after their core was shattered. "If you have a death wish, don't blame me for granting it, Han Yu." Zhang Bin pulled out an invasion card worth 10 divine power points. After locking onto a target, it creates a spatial transportation gate inside the target's god domain to launch an invasion. Han Yu was also forcibly dragged into his god domain to face the invasion. Before him was a massive, colossal transportation gate. The gate opened to reveal rows upon rows of glowing red eyes. Zhang Bin's army of dwarves was lined up, waiting for their turn. Zhang Bin was currently in an ethereal form, floating in the air. "In the name of the god of dwarves, I command you, go and destroy that pathetic swarm of locusts, and shatter the core of this god domain." The dwarves raised their arms and roared in unison before charging into battle. Outside, everyone watched through a small screen. Zhang Bin's dwarf army had grown by at least another 1,000 soldiers. This level of strength could already squeeze him into the school's top 50. His dwarf army was even equipped with weapons, and leading the charge was an elite creature, distinct from the others. To counter this dwarf army, Han Yu sent out his army of self-destructing locusts. Everyone was stunned by his flying, red insects. A self-destructing locust is also an elite creature, but Han Yu's core race is just normal locusts. How could he produce so many elite locusts? But even with the title of an elite creature, no one had a high opinion of the self-destructing locusts, because compared to the dwarves, their combat power was far inferior. The two armies clashed. The self-destructing locusts caused explosions like grenades, much to Han Yu's satisfaction. One day before, Han Yu, deciding to bet it all on one gamble, he sacrificed 2.5 billion locusts, keeping only 10 million to preserve the species. After the life sacrifice, Han Vu could choose one of three things. First, 10,000 elite goblin warriors. Second, an inexhaustible spring of life. It's used to nurture life force and improve the environment. And third, a level 1 holy relic, the cracked heart. It has a certain probability of creating a core kindred that contains explosive power. The 10,000 goblin warriors could solve his immediate problem, but they were a one-time use item. What would he do the next time he was threatened? The spring of life, on the other hand, was a long-term investment. It couldn't solve the urgent problem at hand. And so, Han Vu decided to choose the third option, investing in the core kindred. After a 1-minute wait, Han Vu obtained a self-destructing locust, a mindless, fanatical believer that only obeyed the commands of its god, him. It had a lifespan of 180 days. Han Vu picked it up and threw it like a grenade, and the locust instantly exploded in midair. Of course, this much power wasn't enough to take down a single dwarf, but Han Vu had nothing, if not reproductive speed. He would use quantity to overwhelm quality. As for the result, he'd have to wait for the thick smoke to clear to find out. After one clash, the bodies of dwarfs were scattered across the ground. The only elite goblin left standing now had to face a swarm of self-destructing locusts. They clung to its body. Zhang Bin immediately ordered his dwarfs to retreat before Han Vu wiped them all out. But it was too late to run now. He ordered all of his kindred to charge through the portal and invade Zhang Bin's divine domain. The self-destructing locusts sacrificed themselves, blowing his entire army to bits within Zhang Bin's divine domain. He screamed at Han Vu, "Quick, order your followers to get the hell out of my divine domain." In an instant, even the elite goblins were falling. Zhang Bin desperately conceded defeat to Han Vu, begging him to withdraw his forces. Han Vu found it incredibly ironic. In the beginning, Zhang Bin was the one who wanted to destroy his time's divine domain core. So now, he had every right to destroy Zhang Bin's. Panicking, Zhang Bin threatened Han Vu once more. He said that if Han Vu dared to touch him, his parents would never forgive him. His father was already a demigod, and his mother was about to ascend as well. But no matter what, Han Vu had to destroy his core today, to ensure he could never cause trouble again. Zhang Bin cried and begged Han Vu to stop. "I surrender. I swear I'll never bully you again. Whatever you want, just name it, and I'll do it." Han Vu replied, "I don't want anything from you. I just want you dead." He showed absolutely no mercy to the thug who had bullied him. Just then, a voice rang out. "That's enough, Han Vu. Stop right there." A teacher appeared in Han Vu's divine domain, advising him not to take things too far. Seeing someone come to his rescue, Zhang Bin immediately pleaded, "Teacher Lu, quickly, stop this madman. My parents will definitely..." Before he could finish, Han Vu's locust army attacked Zhang Bin's core, making him scream in so much pain he couldn't even speak. Teacher Lu looked at Han Vu again, ordering him to stop. Han Vu smirked, curious why he would suddenly appear at this exact moment. As the homeroom teacher, I can naturally sense the situation of every student in my class. Teacher Lu said something that made him sound like an incredibly dedicated teacher. But the truth was far from it. When Han Vu was being bullied and extorted by Zhang Bin, where on earth was this teacher then? Why didn't he show up? In his mind, Teacher Liu thought Han Vu was truly naive. He didn't even have parents, let alone demigod parents like that punk Zhang Bin. Then he lowered his voice to persuade him. "Just put a stop to this. Let me ask you one last question, teacher. If I were the one being attacked today, and it was my divine domain core being destroyed, would you have appeared to stop it?" Han Vu's question left the teacher speechless. That was all he needed to know the answer, and though it stung his heart a little, this was the cruel reality of this world. The self-destructing locusts exploded like a fireworks display, shattering Zhang Bin's divine domain core into countless pieces. The domain began to collapse relentlessly. Han Vu didn't forget to kick Teacher Lu out of his domain before it could be tainted. After being ejected from Han Vu's domain, Zhang Bin lay collapsed on the ground, groaning. "It's over. It's really over. I'm a worthless piece of trash now." Teacher Lu burst through the door, yelling for Han Vu, "Get the hell out of my class." But Han Vu was already long gone, which only infuriated the teacher more. He swore he would find a way to get him expelled from the school. Inside his divine domain, Han Vu was assessing the aftermath of the battle. His numbers had taken a significant hit. It looked like he'd have to start cultivating more of those little self-destructing locusts. This time, Han Vu had also obtained the fragments of Zhang Bin's divine domain. he quickly integrated them into his own domain to see what would happen. After the fusion, Hanwu's divine domain expanded. It had grown by over 160 square kilometers, and his divine domain core was upgraded to level 2. The rewards were pretty damn good. It looked like he might actually be able to graduate high school after all. The only question was whether Hanwu could even stay at this school. After destroying Zhang Bin's core, his parents were both demigods, and what about that homeroom teacher, Liu? It was crystal clear whose side that guy Luo Tian was on. Hanyu had no choice but to fend for himself, so he decided to sell the dwarf's mace to see if he could get a good item in return. In just 5 minutes, Hanyu received a response. The other party wanted to trade for a lava crystal. This item could increase the durability of his fire element kin and boost their explosive power, which was incredibly beneficial for his self-destructing locusts. Hanyu immediately made the trade and used it to upgrade his self-destructing locusts for the second time. They evolved into plague explosion locusts, increasing their lifespan to 250 days. As usual, Hanyu grabbed one and tossed it like a grenade. The destructive power of a plague explosion, Locust was on par with a grenade, and upon exploding, it even shot out lava, creating area of effect damage. You could say Han Yu now possessed an arsenal of high-quality grenades. Meanwhile, Zhang Bin's parents had stormed into the school, demanding someone be held accountable. The teacher explained that it was Zhang Bin who had initiated the challenge, and that he often bullied other students, violating school regulations. His father arrogantly flared up. "So what? Are you trying to say my son brought this on himself? Doesn't the school bear any responsibility for this?" Zhang Bin's mother, who coddled her son endlessly, demanded that the school expel Han Yu. While Han Yu was chatting with his locust minions, he received a call from head teacher Shu. The inevitable had arrived. Han Yu chose to face it head-on. Head teacher Shu was calling to inform him of the situation. Zhang Bin's parents were at the school, demanding his expulsion, and both of them were acting extremely aggressively. They were arrogantly ordering head teacher Shu around, but she stood her ground firmly. She had investigated the entire incident from start to finish, and the one at fault was undoubtedly Zhang Bin for invading Han Yu's divine domain. In this confrontation, Han Yu had relied solely on his own strength, so the school had no grounds to expel him. As if she wasn't being loud enough, Zhang Bin's mother got right in head teacher Shu's face and shouted, "I can't believe you people are covering for a kid who destroyed a classmate's divine core. Is this what your school calls education? Mrs. Du, please do not distort the facts. Han Yu is a good student who diligently follows the rules. We have plenty of evidence that your son has bullied him on multiple occasions." Head teacher Shu staunchly defended Han Yu. Furious that the teacher refused to expel him, Zhang Bin's mother had her husband step in. He said he could accept the school, not punishing Han Yu severely. But as the aggrieved party, he needed to vent his frustration. If the school couldn't even grant this one small request, then he wouldn't hold back anymore. Finally, his parents proposed sending a squad of over 1,000 people into Han Yu's divine domain, promising to consider the matter settled regardless of the outcome. Head teacher Shu needed to know if Han Yu could actually fight against a demigod's 1,000-man squad. Han Yu was grateful for head teacher Shu's help, and as for the match, he confirmed he would be at school tomorrow to accept the terms. It looked like Han Yu now had even more reason to level up as fast as possible. It was time to perform the second life sacrifice. Once again, there were 3 options. The first was a level 1 sacred item, the blood-colored demon pupil. It increased the birth rate of blood pupil kin and enhanced their observational abilities. The second choice was a level 1 skill stone, Fireball. It would allow his kin to learn the basic Fireball spell, with the potential to eventually master the ultimate level version. The third option was Zhan Ti Jianfeng, a hero-class lifeform from the Sword Peak clan. A whopping 48 billion locusts in exchange for one powerful being. Han Yu chose the third option. A majestic, 4-armed old man with white hair and a long beard appeared before him. This was the hero-class being, Zhan Ti Jianfeng, currently 150 years old. The first words out of his mouth were, "O great God, grant me a sword." Han Yu, having just spent a staggering 48 billion locusts to summon him, was prepared to be generous. He didn't hesitate to go for a top-tier sword. After all his expenses over the past 2 days, he had exactly 54 divine power points remaining. He went to the trading shop to find some gear. Equipment was divided into 4 tiers. Normal equipment was simply crafted from mundane materials and contained no special energy. Faith equipment was infused with the power of belief, granting it special effects. Divine power equipment was forged with a great deal of spiritual energy, possessing its own soul and the ability to evolve. Finally, divinity equipment could only be wielded by true gods, as it represented their divine authority and power. Han Yu generously bestowed upon Zhan Ti Jianfeng a storm greatsword, which cost 50 divine power points. The swordsman took the greatsword, swinging it with 2 hands. But Zhan Ti Jianfeng had 4 arms, and to unleash his true power, he needed 4 swords of the same type. Han Yu froze. 1 storm greatsword already cost 50 divine power points. 3 more would cost another 150. Did this old man think he was some kind of rich CEO with unlimited cash? Still, the upcoming battle against the demigod's 1,000-man army was not to be taken lightly. He had no choice but to find a way to buy the gear for him. Meanwhile, in Qin Shuang's divine domain, she was practicing her connection with her thunder sparrows. As she was training, a memory from long ago suddenly resurfaced. She remembered Han Yu pulling her from a river just as she was about to drown, and then giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, stealing her first kiss in the process. On Qin Shuang's head, it was Han Yu's own fault for being too foolish to seize the opportunity. Her grandfather is a true god, and with 23 demigods in her clan, couldn't they have protected him from that Zhang Bin's parents? Just as she was bad-mouthing him, Han Yu called, making Qin Shuang jump. As soon as she picked up, she brought up that matter again. Have you changed your mind? Are you ready to become my servant? Of course, not a chance. Han Yu only wanted to borrow her divine power. You want to borrow my divine power with that trashy bloodline of yours? Don't think you're all that just because you defeated Zhang Bin. Your self-destructing locusts are nothing but food for my thunder sparrow. Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Han Yu hung up. He just wanted to borrow a bit of divine power. Was it really necessary to insult him so harshly? Qin Shuang stared blankly, clutching her head. What am I doing? Why did I just blurt that out? I didn't mean it that way. He must have misunderstood. Afterwards, Qin Shuang immediately called Han Yu back to ask for his account number. However much he wanted to borrow, she would give it to him. And just like that, the blade-shattering sword edge now held 4 great swords. Han Yu hoped Old Man's sword edge would put in some effort, so the fortune he bankrupted himself for wouldn't go to waste. The next day, Han Yu arrived at class amidst the whispers of his classmates. He actually dares to come here? Is he not afraid that the Celestial Legion's demigods will level his divine domain? Let's see if he's still so calm when the core of his divine domain is shattered. Han Yu had already anticipated this. It seemed they were all just waiting here to watch him become a laughingstock. Qin Shuang arrived and advised him to retreat and not to compete with a demigod, because a single squad of a demigod's celestials could easily handle his entire army of locusts. But Han Yu had no other choice. Speaking of which, Qin Shuang took the opportunity to persuade him to become her slave again. She would have her clan pressure the Zhang family and see if they still dared to oppose him. Han Yu knew Qin Shuang had good intentions, but he couldn't accept them. He told her to go back so he could prepare to face the demigod. This way, you two. Liu Luotian fawningly opened the door, leading Zhang Bin's parents with a bootlicking attitude. He then pointed directly at Han Yu, identifying him for the couple. Zhang Bin's mother angrily slammed the table and cursed at Han Yu, making her husband beside her hold her back. With the Zhang family backing him now, Liu Luotian made his stance clear. Han Yu, get over here now. Don't waste Mr. Zhang's time. But Han Yu didn't move, as he wanted to wait for head teacher Xu Mei to arrive as a witness. He couldn't trust Liu Luotian, the Zhang family's lapdog. Does a trivial matter like yours really warrant head teacher Xu's presence as a witness? Having me here is more than enough of an honor for a punk like you. Now, let's get started, or don't blame me for being forceful. Liu Luotian acted all high and mighty in front of them. Right at that moment, head teacher Xu walked in. Teacher Luo, who were you planning on being forceful with? Liu Luotian immediately switched to a two-faced demeanor and tried to make excuses. Head teacher Xu, there's no need to trouble you with such a small matter. I was just teaching my student a few things. Seeing that head teacher Xu had arrived, Zhang Bin's father gave the signal to begin. Han Yu was also prepared. Head teacher Xu declared the start of the match. Zhang Bin's father swiped a card, unleashing a legion of werewolves into Han Yu's divine domain. The wolf cavalry are elite creatures, and the leader of the cavalry is an extraordinary being that has mastered terrifying power. Combined with their green-brained orcs and wolf mounts, all wearing complete sets of sophisticated equipment, everyone could see that Han Yu was truly doomed this time. He appeared in spirit form, his voice still threatening Han Yu. You little punk, yesterday you shattered my son's divine domain core. Today, I will make you pay that debt in blood. The wolf cavalry could clearly be split into 2 combat units. I heard 1,000 soldiers were dispatched here. That means we're looking at 2,000 combat units. The Zhang family is truly second to none when it comes to being cunning. The wolf cavalry charged forward to confront Han Yu's plague explosion locusts. Han Yu's army of elite locusts had grown to nearly 7 million, up from just 20,000 the day before. Such terrifying reproductive power. Even if they are the lowest tier elites, producing them in these numbers is not a normal ability. Unfortunately, Han Yu didn't have time to develop. His future was likely about to be destroyed at the hands of Zhang Gang today. Millions of self-destructing locusts sacrificed themselves for nothing, in exchange for a few scratches on the wolf cavalry's bodies. The power gap was simply enormous. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, as if a thunderstorm was approaching. It was indeed a storm, but a storm of magma locusts. They swarmed down from the sky, attacking the wolf cavalry. The exploding magma locusts even left behind freshly made molten lava. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events. The force of the explosion was even greater than the self-destructing locusts. What on earth is that creature? Head teacher Shu spoke up, asking if any student had scouting abilities, to provide information about that locust species for everyone else. After a quick investigation, a young man announced the results. It's the magma locust, an elite species. Head teacher Shu and Qin Shuang had to look at him in a completely different light. Saw Han Yu's abilities in a new light. He'd acquired another elite species in a single day. Zhang Gang wasn't fazed in the slightest. How could a swarm of insects compare to his wolf cavalry? He immediately channeled his transcendent power into the 7 wolves. They opened their mouths and spat out some kind of smoke, which converged into a frosty barrier of light, blocking the fiery barrage from the locusts. A demigod is truly on another level. Zhang Gang's body must possess immense transcendent power to unleash a skill with such a wide range. With just one move, Han Yu's locust swarm was reduced to only 500,000. There's no way you can turn the tables this time. You little brat, I'll show you what true despair feels like. Once your core shatters and your divine domain collapses, you'll be kicked out of the academy. Then, your fate will be in the palm of my hand. Zhang Gang ordered his 1,000-strong squadron to charge forward and shatter Han Yu's core. Dean Shu sighed, unable to watch the scene unfold. It seemed this was the end. Hey, look, what's that in front of Han Yu's divine core? Everyone pointed at the figure of the Slash-Thorn Blade Master. Pops has been waiting for you kids all afternoon. All they knew was that each of the great storm swords in the old man's hands cost 50 divine power, meaning 4 of them cost 200 divine power. Where on earth did the dirt-poor Han Yu get so much money? Dean Shu realized that the Sword Peak clan was a species born with transcendent bodies. But a demigod like Zhang Gang also had a wolf cavalry captain with a transcendent body. All he needed was for the wolf cavalry captain to hold back the Slash-Thorn Blade Master, while the other cavalrymen destroyed Han Yu's core. Even so, Dean Shu had a gut feeling that the Slash-Thorn Blade Master was not just a simple transcendent body, but a true, bona fide hero unit. Zhang Gang had struggled for decades to nurture a single hero, yet Han Yu, a mere high schooler, already possessed such an elite race. He had to steal the Slash-Thorn Blade Master's body for himself. As long as he destroyed Han Yu's divine core, the old Blade Master's body would belong to him. The Slash-Thorn Blade Master remained silent and cold. With this old man here, let's see who dares to touch Han Yu's core. He used the beginner tier 3 skill, Storm Slash, along with the beginner tier 1 skill, Corpse Wind Slash, to serve the wolf cavalry a world of hurt. A blue wolf exhaled a breath as fresh as minty toothpaste. The move had no effect. It was just a signal to summon its brothers to charge. Hearing the command, the wolves charged forward like rabid dogs. The Slash-Thorn Blade Master raised all 4 of his hands, not to surrender, but to use his ultimate technique, the Iron Slaying style. The Slash-Thorn Blade Master flew into the air and hurled a sphere of power downwards, creating a massive shockwave that tore up the ground 3 inches deep. Oh my god, that's terrifying. It's horrifying. The onlookers' jaws dropped. The Slash-Thorn Blade Master had defeated the entire wolf cavalry army and their captain. Zhang Gang gritted his teeth in fury. One of his prized assets was gone. He was about to summon a higher-level wolf cavalry to flatten Han Yu's divine domain. Demigod, are you planning to go back on your promise? The familiar yet strange voice startled Zhang Gang. He turned his head and saw that the principal had appeared out of nowhere. He quickly ordered his wolf cavalry to retreat before the principal lost his temper. The principal glanced down at Han Yu, offering him a single sentence that could be taken as either praise or a threat. Not bad. After the match, Dean Shu gave Han Yu a lecture on civic education, warning him not to become arrogant just because he possessed a hero's power, especially since he wasn't even in the top. And so, Han Yu decided to switch classes immediately. He couldn't stand this toxic environment any longer. Liu Luotian, feeling guilty, did a 180-degree turn in his attitude towards him. Han Yu, I admit I didn't pay much attention to you before, but from now on, I promise I'll guide you properly. Please give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. Only the readers knew that, deep down, he was just trying to leech off Han Yu's talent so he could get a bonus when the kid got into a top university. But Han Yu was a man of his word. He was determined to change classes. Dean Shu couldn't agree right away, as changing classes was subject to school regulations. You couldn't just switch whenever you wanted. If Han Yu really wanted to change classes, he had to pass a test arranged by the school. As long as he met the standard, he could transfer immediately. Needless to say, Han Yu wanted to take the test right then and there. Unexpectedly, Qin Shuang, who had nothing to do with it, also wanted to take the test to switch classes. Wherever Han Yu went, she would follow. Seeing the talent slip away, Liu Luoqian's face turned ugly. Qin Shuang, if you're unhappy with me about something, you can just tell me. I will definitely change. There's no need to cause a scene by switching classes. I'm not unhappy about anything. I just don't want to be in this class anymore. Qin Shuang's answer left him speechless. Not only that, but another young man also raised his hand, asking to take the test. Liu Luotian could no longer keep his composure and yelled, Zhang Xiaolong, you're the class president. Why are you following their lead? Mr. Liu, thank you for your care and guidance during this time, but I can no longer stay in this class, Zhang Xiaolong said. He answered politely to save the man some face, but there was no way he was letting Qin Shuang fall into anyone else's hands. Director Shu tried to hold back his laughter at the situation and decided to schedule their test for the next day. As for that guy Liu Luotian, he went back to her office for a heart-to-heart over tea. After school that afternoon, Qin Shuang ran after Han Yu to ask about his heroic spirit, Zhan Ti Jianfeng. This has nothing to do with you, Han Yu replied coldly. Qin Shuang made the excuse that Han Yu owed her. He owed her 150 points of divine power, so he had to pay off his debt by being her servant, which meant she had the right to know where that heroic spirit came from. Han Yu gave her a judgmental look. If she wanted to collect the debt, he'd give her 5 points of divine power up front as interest. But if she wanted to know about his heroic spirit, she could dream on. After saying that, Han Yu returned to his divine domain. This left Qin Shuang unable to follow him any further. Inside the divine domain, Han Yu carefully calculated his troop numbers after the recent battle. With such a small force, there was no way he could pass tomorrow's test. Just then, Zhan Ti Jianfeng appeared. He reported that after patrolling the divine domain, he found runaway wolf cavalry hiding in the mountains. He asked if he should eliminate them. There were still several dozen wolf cavalry that had escaped. Zhang Gang must have left them here with malicious intent. The safest option was to get rid of them quickly, but for a poor guy like Han Yu, this approach was a bit of a waste of resources. So, he ordered Zhan Tie Jianfeng to capture the wolf cavalry and bring them back, but they had to be captured alive for future use. 2 hours later, the wolf cavalry were tied up by their feet in front of Han Yu. He decided to sacrifice all 1 billion normal grasshoppers and the 24 wolf cavalry. Why throw away something you got for free? After the sacrifice, Han Yu was given 3 choices: an alpha mech or a blueprint for a large smelter that could build a massive forge, increasing his ability to create faith equipment, or 3 watchtowers to provide long-range vision and predict enemy invasions. The mech was cool and all, but his brainless grasshoppers wouldn't know how to pilot it. As for the smelter, they would have no idea how to use it to forge any equipment, and the watchtowers were useless on Han Yu's flat, open terrain. None of the items were suitable, which disappointed Han Yu. Just then, he suddenly remembered the several hundred dwarves he'd gotten from Zhang Bin. He wondered how they were doing now. Han Yu used his eagle eye to observe them. They were diligently plowing and tilling the land. Despite the hard labor, they thanked their god every day for granting them such a good life. Han Yu found this strange. After taking them as prisoners, he had only ordered them to mine ore to kill time. It seemed the dwarves were very passionate about mining and crafting equipment, and yet, Zhang Bin had forced them onto the battlefield to fight. When it came to crafting, the dwarves were highly skilled. He could put them in charge of logistics. It seemed the smelter had a use after all. Han Yu immediately bestowed the large smelter upon them, so they could produce better equipment. The dwarves immediately knelt down to thank him, their god, for this gift. That day, Liu Luotian held a meeting with the homeroom teachers. Everyone, my dear colleagues, I think you're all aware of the matter concerning the 3 students, Han Yu, Qin Shuang, and Zhang Xiaolong, who want to take the test to transfer classes. The school has given us the authority to prepare the test. I wonder what your thoughts are. One teacher spoke up. What other way is there? Of course, we must thank Teacher Liu for this gift. These 3 excellent students want to transfer. Are you trying to give us brothers a chance? Although Liu Luotian was bitter, he still wanted to find a way to make things difficult. He couldn't care less about Qin Shuang's and Zhang Xiaolong's tests. The one he had his eyes on was Han Yu. He was determined to raise the difficulty of his test to the highest level. As punishment for his lack of respect, I've never asked any of you for anything before, but this time, I'm asking you, as colleagues, to do me a favor and help me save face. Liu Luotian's manipulative act touched the hearts of his colleagues. The teachers all raised their hands in agreement, thinking Han Yu was being ungrateful to him. Little did they know, Liu Luotian just wanted to find a way to get back at the boy. All because he had been lectured by Director Shu for half the day yesterday. The next day, Liu Luotian brought the test requirements for the 3 students. Zhang Xiaolong's and Qin Shuang's were both level 1. Stop 1,000 foreign invaders from entering their divine domain. It was a piece of cake. When it was Han Yu's turn, a look of annoyance was clear on his face. Because his test was level 10. Stop 10,000 foreign invaders. Wasn't Liu Luotian's intention a bit too obvious? Director Shu also felt that Han Yu's test needed to be reviewed, but Liu Luotian said that it was the decision of all the homeroom teachers. Han Yu accepted the challenge, not forgetting to throw a sarcastic jab at Liu Luotian. This has nothing to do with Director Shu. Teacher Liu is just hoping I can show off my abilities to my new homeroom teacher, right? Needless to say, Liu Luotian was fuming, but there was nothing he could do to Han Yu. Qin Shuang muttered her offer to be her servant in Han Yu's ear every single day. Today was no exception. She talked so much that Han Yu had her whole script memorized. Just like any other day, Han Yu. Vu refused again. The test was his top priority, and everything else could wait. So ungrateful. Tan Song sighed in exasperation. Behind her, Trong Hyo Long secretly hoped Han Vu would get humiliated in front of Tan Song, giving him a chance to shine. The test began. 10,000 ferocious, red-skinned goblins stormed into Han Vu's divine domain. Everyone watching from the outside had heard his test was set to the highest difficulty. I mean, who told him to go and provoke Teacher Liu? Just wait for the show to start. Inside, Han Vu couldn't help but curse. That bastard Liu Luotian was as petty as they come, sending in a horde of fire-resistant goblins. Liu Luotian was incredibly smug, confident that an army of 10,000 goblins was more than enough to shatter the boy's divine domain. A student standing nearby congratulated him on his successful revenge. But Liu Luotian stayed deep in his role as a dedicated teacher. What kind of grudge could there possibly be between us? After this test, I'm sure student Han Vu will finally understand the hardships we teachers go through. Han Vu sent out his Locust Legion first. The Red Goblins unleashed a rain of fireballs, launching them at the locusts and causing them to explode. It was clear that normal insects couldn't deal any damage. Han Vu had no choice but to use his self-destructing locusts. But even that massive swarm of self-destructing locusts only managed to eliminate 400 Red Goblins. Meanwhile, Trong Hyo Long and Tan Song had both already completed their It seemed Han Vu was in real trouble this time. After all, locusts were just low-level creatures. Han Vu then deployed his army of tyrant locusts, but they only managed to wipe out another 3,000 red goblins. The rest had already swarmed the core of his divine domain. Everyone started to worry for Han Vu. Even with his ace, the Thorn/Swordwind, he could at best take out only half of the remaining goblins. From the outside, Headmaster Hua sent a message to Han Vu, telling him that it was okay to surrender. Failing once is not a big deal. You'll surely make a quick comeback in the future. But Han Vu was a man of his word. He was dead set on changing classes, so he was going to see this through to the very end. Even if he was down to his last man, he wouldn't back down. Besides, he hadn't lost yet. The Thorn/Swordwind entered the fray, using Storm Slash to wipe out several dozen more goblins in a single strike. The goblins combined their power, unleashing a massive volley of fire that created a huge explosion right on top of the Thorn/Swordwind. It looked like the old man couldn't hold out any longer. I mean, who could blame him? Being forced onto a battlefield to brawl at 150 years old is tough on anyone. Liu Luotian couldn't stop himself from smirking. Han Vu, this is the last lesson I'll ever teach you. Make sure you learn it well. But his smile didn't even last 5 seconds before people in the crowd started shouting, "Look! What is that?" A legion of goblins had just appeared inside Hanvu's divine domain. And not just any goblins, this was the very legion that Trongbon had abandoned. The green goblins raised their new weapons, freshly forged from the smithy Hanvu had granted them, ready to protect their god. The red goblins were stunned to see their own kind standing before them as enemies. The crowd was in for yet another shock. The fact that these were once Trongbon's core followers only further proved what a rare talent Hanvu truly was. In just a few minutes, the red goblins were utterly defeated by the green ones. Hanvu praised them happily. "Nicely done. You guys almost let me get wiped out there." Everyone cheered for Hanvu's victory. The only one fuming was Liu Luotian, whose dirty tricks had all failed to bring the boy down. What followed was a scramble among the teachers to recruit the new talents. Every single one of them wanted one of these three prodigies in their class. Trongheu Long was determined to follow Tan Sung, but Tan Sung was simply waiting for Hanvu to make his decision so she could follow him. Hanvu asked Headmaster Hua why his test's difficulty level was so high, a full 10 times harder than a normal test. The truth was, it had been a collective decision by all the teachers in the department, so Headmaster Hua couldn't give him a clear reason. Hanvu asked to see the results of that day's vote. Hearing this, the other teachers started throwing shade at Liu Luotian. They all regretted listening to him and voting in favor of the proposal. Out of everyone, only 2 teachers had voted against it. Hanvu was incredibly grateful, but he still had to choose between the 2. After watching the test, one teacher felt that Hanvu had a great talent for nurturing dwarves. He promised that if Hanvu joined his class, he would provide him with a dwarf army of at least 10,000 to compete for a top 10 spot in the department. The other teacher, however, believed that nurturing one's core race was far more important. He had several resources that were perfect for insectoid races, and offered to help Hanvu complete the evolution of his locusts. "Teacher Dien Van, I'd like to join your class," Hanvu declared. As soon as he made his choice, Tan Sang and Trongheu Long immediately followed. Suddenly, having all 3 top talents join his class made Teacher Dien Van happier than if he'd won the lottery. This year, he might finally have a shot at the Outstanding Teacher Award. To welcome his new students, Teacher Dien Van had prepared a small gift. This is a level 2 insect nest architecture card. It covers 1 square kilometer and hatches tens of millions of insects every year. You can embed it onto a holy relic in the nest. This gift was clearly intended specifically for Hanvu. By building the insect nest behind his divine domain, he could support it using 2 level 1 holy relics, the Heart of Eruption and the Essence of Magma. Support. That way, the insect nest can make full use of those 2 items while the eggs are incubating. This means he'll get 10 million lava locusts every year. After finishing his calculations, Hanvu was extremely grateful and gave Teacher Dian Wen a deep, 90-degree bow. Dian Wen didn't need his long-winded thanks. He just needed Hanvu to improve his results so the teacher could get a bonus. Dean Shu clapped his hands and announced that today's test was just a small practice session. The more important exam is the school-wide joint test in 7 days, which will determine the future allocation of resources for each class. He probably didn't need Dean Shu to elaborate on the prize money, either. Back in his divine domain, Hanvu conducted a post-battle headcount as usual. His numbers were dwindling, with just over 2 million locusts of all types remaining. Hanvu felt pathetic. With his current strength, if he competed in the exam in 7 days, he'd definitely end up dead last in the entire department. Teacher Dian Wen would be incredibly disappointed. Just then, Hanvu noticed that the dwarves had been renamed to rickshaw dwarves. He quickly flew over to see for himself. Sure enough, after surviving that desperate battle, they had evolved into elite rickshaw dwarves. If they were his core followers, that would be absolutely insane. For now, all he could do was speed up his development. He had to restore his locust swarm to its former size. 4 days later, Hanvu's hard work paid off. His locusts had reached a population of over 7 billion. He prayed to all the gods that this sacrifice would yield some decent equipment. Finally, the options appeared. First, a Tier 2 artifact, the Law of Gluttony, which grants the core race the gluttony ability. They could eat any damn thing to evolve, but it only worked on normal life forms. Second was a hero template, giving Hanvu a transcendent being that could evolve into a heroic one. And lastly, 1 point of divinity. Hanvu's eyes sparkled at these 3 incredible choices. They were all amazing. He wished he could pick all 3 at once. The Law of Gluttony could turn normal locusts into elite beings, but he wasn't sure he could find enough food to feed them. The hero template, on the other hand, would take time to nurture the As for the point of divinity, it was equivalent to 100 million divine power points, basically hitting the jackpot. In the end, Hanvu still chose the first option, the Law of Gluttony. If he couldn't raise 100 million elite locusts, he would use it on the broodmother first and raise 1 million per year for now. 3 days later, upon entering his divine domain, Hanvu couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, are these locusts or dinosaurs? Since when did his locusts turn into helicopters?" Hanvu named them the Premium Blast Lava Locusts. The next day, the assessment exam began. As usual, Qin Shuang muttered her daily mantra, "Have you thought it over yet? About becoming my servant? Without backing, without resources, your current strength can't possibly stand out among the other demigods." She went on, "Even if your locusts are well fed, they're still just tiny insects. And even if you can command dwarves, they aren't your core followers, blah blah blah." Like every time before, Hanvu refused Qin Shuang's kind offer, infuriating her so much she just wanted to tie him up and drag him home. Seeing Hanvu ignore Qin Shuang when she wouldn't even give him the time of day made Zhang Xiaolong incredibly bitter. Teacher Dian Wen entered the class and gave a briefing on the comprehensive exam. Students with outstanding performance would get their hands on valuable rewards like divine domain land deeds, core fragments, and follower legions. Next up were the rules. The assessment exam was divided into 2 stages. The first stage is elimination. All students will face a test of the same difficulty. Those who pass get 1 point. Anyone who fails, often, packs their bags and gets kicked out. The second stage is ranking. The remaining students can choose to withdraw and won't be ranked. Those who continue will face an endless combat test. Those who are defeated will be teleported outside. With each wave cleared, your individual ranking increases. Failing the elimination round means instant expulsion. It sounded cruel, but Hanvu was really looking forward to the rewards. And his anticipation wasn't in vain. Ranked students would randomly receive a basic resource card. Not to mention, the top 100 all get special rewards, and the number 1 spot receives a point of divinity. Hanvu was ready to dive headfirst for that prize. The first round's countdown began. Hanvu readied his army of locusts and goblins for battle. A horde of flesh golems was slowly advancing into his divine domain. Hanvu was shocked the school would go all out like this, right from the qualifiers. Although flesh golems are normal life forms, they have the combat power of elite creatures, with tough, 3-inch thick hides that are incredibly hard to damage. The good thing was, they moved sluggishly. Hanvu ordered 50,000 of his blast lava locust brothers to attack and initiate their lava explosions. The flesh golems had barely taken 3 steps before being blown to bits. From a distance, Hanvu could even smell barbecue. So fragrant. Could it be that this is the effect of the principle of gluttony, turning them into food for his locusts? Hanyu immediately sent his rickshaw dwarves to charge forward and drag back all the corpses of the flesh golems. 15 minutes later, all their bodies were picked clean by his locusts, without a single scrap of meat left. This was clearly just a free meal for his brethren. What kind of contest? In the observation room, the teachers were lamenting the difficulty this time around. Teacher Dian Wen's class had already lost 1/3 of its students. This time, the principal had led 3 vice principals to the front lines to battle the Demon Abyss civilization for control of the front. They found the flesh golems interesting, so they just threw them into this assessment test. Demigods like them shouldn't overthink things. Dian Wen was thrilled to see Hanyu using the flesh golems as food for his locusts. What was a nightmare in the eyes of others was nothing more than walking pieces of meat to Hanyu. Moreover, it was truly rare that his kinfolk could even resist the toxins within the flesh golems' bodies. The other teachers also began to see Hanyu's locusts in a new light. This could very well be a new discovery worthy of future research. Just a lucky break. When it comes to actual strength, locusts are just a swarm of flying insects. Lu Luotian muttered from the side, green with envy. But teacher Dian Wen retorted that luck is also a form of talent, and the locusts' strength was not to be underestimated. They had now reached the transcendent life form level, and although they were the lowest tier of that existence, transcendent life forms had already surpassed transcendent beings. Aren't transcendent life form locusts still just locusts? Their overall combat strategy isn't even a fraction of a goblin's. Dian Wen thought this teacher Lu was being such a biased scoundrel, comparing the locust's weakness to another species' strength. If we're talking about reproductive speed, what species could possibly— Lu Luotian didn't want to argue much. His class had a student named Liu Mo, whose kinfolk were goblins. Liu Luotian bet that Liu Mo's score would be higher than Hanyu's. Dian Wen didn't back down and accepted the bet on Hanyu. The two of them wagered 5 divinity points. Everyone present was a witness. Liu Mo shared the same surname as Liu Luotian. It turned out he was his own nephew. Liu Luotian had spared no expense on his nephew, all to surpass Han Yu. He just dreamed of the day he could finally put him in his place. The qualifying round ended with 430 contestants passing, among whom 300 chose to participate in the ranking assessment. To think that 130 people gave up on the competition, what a bunch of spineless cowards. Hearing Liu Luotian say this, the other teachers immediately objected. The difficulty of this test is extremely high. The students who manage to pass are already worthy of being nurtured. The ranking assessment has now begun. A troop of skeleton soldiers marches onto the teachers were surprised. Isn't this just giving away free points? Han Yu sighed. His locusts could only eat meat. He didn't know if they could gnaw on these bones. Seeing is believing. So he sent 1 billion locusts swarming forward to chew on the skeletons. 2 hours later, Han Yu was waiting to the point of drowsiness. They were truly just a bunch of mindless bones charging in to become food for his locusts. The second wave of skeleton soldiers was also blown to pieces the moment they stepped through the gate. Han Yu noticed that they couldn't swim. They couldn't cross the lava to enter his divine domain. So, he immediately ordered the rickshaw dwarves to take the molten lava from the forge and pour it all over the ground. There was so much lava that it formed a massive river in front of his divine domain's gate. Now, if these skeleton soldiers took a single step inside, it was a one-way ticket. The observing professors had to admire Han Yu's strategy. His top-tier thinking made Dian Wen proud of him. Liu Luotian leaned back and bragged, "What's the big deal? Isn't it just the 7th wave? My student, Liu Mo, has also reached the 7th wave." At that moment in Liu Mo's divine domain, besides the goblins, there were 13 level 1 arrow towers, 9 level 1 lightning towers, 1 level 1 fireball tower, and many other things. Liu Luotian was smug. He had poured so many resources into Liu Mo to secure the top spot this time. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed, "Quick, look at Qin Shuang's divine domain." She had 100 lightning towers alone, and her other life forms numbered in the tens of thousands. That Liu Mo was just new money, while Qin Shuang was the young lady of the wealthy, multi-generational Qin family. Even demigods like the teachers would find it hard to have as many trump cards as she did. Feeling utterly humiliated, Liu Luotian couldn't do anything about Qin Shuang, so he directed his frustration back towards Han Yu. The 10th wave had ended, with 18 contestants still standing. The difficulty of the next invasion wave increased significantly. Before the gate of their divine domains stood a bone controller, a hero-class creature with the talent to manipulate and gather bone. The bones of the previous skeleton soldiers on the ground suddenly began to stir. Following the bone controller's command, they gathered together, forming a supersized, gigantic skeleton. The bone controller gathered the bones into a massive skeleton soldier with terrifying power. A single stomp caused an entire tower to collapse. In less than 3 minutes, 8 students had withdrawn. The difficulty was just too high. Liu Luotian's eyes were glued to Han Yu, wondering why the bone giant. The giant in your divine domain is all one color. Its fragile bones tremble as they cling to the cliffside, because below them flows a river of molten lava. All the bones have been melted away. There are none left for the bone controller to summon the colossal giant skeleton. The elder, Kiem Fong, unleashes his steel-slicing slash, sending the bone controller flying. In the 11th round, Han Wu passes with a mere yawn. This is just cheating. Han Wu must have stolen the test questions. Liu Luotian is furious and refuses to accept this reality. When teacher Tian Wen asks him for proof, Liu Luotian threatens to report him to the higher-ups. Everyone saw Han Yu's strange behavior with the bone soldiers. I mean, who in their right mind cleans up the battlefield after defeating them? That act of cleaning up the battlefield is enough to enhance the power of a bone controller. Teacher Tian Wen was left speechless by this guy's twisted logic. Liu Luotian backed him into a corner, insisting Han Yu knew the test beforehand, and that's why he knew how to deal with it. Finally, Director Shu had to step in. The content of this test was personally created by the principal. Even she had no idea what it contained. If Han Yu knew the test in advance, it could only mean the principal himself told him. If Liu Luotian wanted to question it, he was free to go see the principal. Hearing that, Liu Luotian immediately tucked his tail between his legs, not daring to utter another word. I was overthinking it. Student Han Yu only managed to defeat the bone controller through sheer luck. But even if he didn't cheat, this result is unfair to the other students. Director Shu was at her wit's end with Liu Luotian's stubbornness. Their academy's purpose was to cultivate talent. The word fair had no place here. the stronger one wins. It doesn't matter what Han Yu did to achieve his amazing score, as long as he didn't cheat. And speaking of fairness, Liu Luotian was the last person who should be talking. He used his authority to funnel extra resources to his own nephew, Liu Mo. Qin Shuang is a young lady from a powerful family, backed by millions of divine power points from her relatives. Is that fair? Tianwen was shocked to learn Liu Mo was Liu Luotian's nephew. No wonder that guy was so confident when he proposed the bet. As the old saying goes, you only reap what you sow. If Liu Mo expects to win without putting in the work, he's got nothing coming to him. And sure enough, by round 11, Liu Mo couldn't take it anymore and voluntarily withdrew. The bet was settled. Han Yu passed round 11, while Liu Mo failed. Tianwen patted Liu Luotian on the shoulder, reminding him about the wager. Liu Luotian reluctantly handed the 5 divinity point card to Tianwen, not forgetting to tell him to take good care of it. He swore he would win those 5 points back one day. After an hour, only 3 people had passed round 13, Han Yu, Qin Shuang, and Huang Fei. In the 14th round, Huang Fei withdrew. In the 16th, Qin Shuang also bowed out. Only Han Yu remained, holding on all the way to the 20th round. His locust statue just got stronger the more it fought. Countless bone soldiers cried out in agony as they were sacrificed as food. After 50 minutes, the divine domain returned to a moment of peace, waiting for the 21st stage and its increased difficulty. A gate slowly creaked open. Han Yu looked up and gasped. Why is it so huge? The appearance of the ancient scale spirit lord shocked even the teachers, stunned by the principal's decision to he'd reached the final stage of the challenge, but facing a spirit lord level boss. Han Yu was already bored. He casually raised his hand to withdraw. The ancient scale spirit lord, having just made its grand entrance, immediately protested being sent back. Its body was sucked out of Han Yu's divine domain as it desperately tried to cling to the doorway. Suddenly, something flew from the spirit lord, whizzing past Han Yu's face and causing a massive explosion behind him. Before Han Yu could even figure out what happened, he was forcibly ejected from the divine domain. The moment he stepped out, he was stunned to see his name displayed proudly in the #1 spot on the school leaderboard. Teacher Tianwen's class now ranked first, while Liu Luotian's had plummeted to 8th, causing him to curse in frustration. Damn it, my class should have been #1. Han Yu stood tall, proudly accepting everyone's congratulations. The boy who was once bullied was now the top student in the entire school. An hour later, his rewards arrived. A whole slew of rare grade exchange cards that made the other students green with envy. Every single exchange card was useful. Now Han Yu had to pick the most suitable ones. What a headache. Fortunately, teacher Tianwen, ever the reliable professor, offered Han Yu a suggestion. First, use the divine domain territory card to add another 20 square kilometers to his dense forest land. Then, exchange the level 1 holy artifact card for a poison fog pearl, which also granted him an additional divine core and a completed level 1 divine temple. As for weapons, he could only exchange for 1, which wasn't enough for his 4 sword-style godfathers to go on a rampage. So, he decided to find a weapon for his cyclo-dwarf instead. Han Yu scrolled through the list and found a purgatory war dagger. However, it required a fire element hero life form to wield. In that case, Han Yu's current cyclo-dwarf couldn't use it right away. He would have to wait for Cyclo Ein to find a fire element hero for it to be of any use. An hour later, teacher Tianwen summarized the results for the class. This final exam had drawn a clear line between them and the senior high classes. Those with enough strength would soon become elites. Teacher Tianwen then invited the top 3 students of the class to come forward and receive their rewards. For his outstanding and unparalleled performance, Han Yu earned first place and was rewarded with 100 points to spend at the Resource Treasure Vault. He could choose any single item he wanted. Han Yu couldn't help but wonder what kind of awesome loot was waiting for him inside. The selection panel showed the giant's arm, the spring of life, a profound iron core ore, and a few tier 2 support skills. Han Yu immediately chose the spring of life, which would make his life force as strong as a flowing river, using life to nourish life and change the surrounding environment. During a break, a young man struck up a conversation with Han Yu, wanting to trade 100 million divine power for one of his divinity points. Of course, Han Yu refused. Why on earth would someone just show up out of nowhere wanting to trade for his divinity point? Who needs a reason? Just agree, and you'll have 100 million divine power to change your destiny and live a life of comfort. That young man had money, but not a single shred of divinity, so he just assumed Han Yu would take the divine power. But Han Yu shot him down flat. His family might be poor, but they weren't that desperate. The young man then started rubbing his hands together, begging him. His grandfather was about to ascend to a true god, but lacked divinity. Besides the divine power, he would also owe Han Yu a favor. Over 100 million divine power was certainly no small sum. If he had that, he could increase his number of locusts tenfold. At that point, earning divinity points would be a piece of cake. Just as Han Yu was about to agree to the trade, his phone buzzed. Qin Shuang had just transferred him 150 million divine power in exchange for his divinity point. A rich young lady is truly on another level. With just a single call, she could transfer 150 million like it was 150,000. Not only that, but Qin Shuang also sent Han Yu a message. Is one divinity point really worth only 100 million divine power? This was just common knowledge here, but since Han Yu wasn't from this world, how could he possibly know? 100 million divine power can condense one divinity point, but it has to be condensed from the faith power generated by one's own believers, then used to condense one's own. If it's mixed with the faith power of other gods, the success rate of condensing divinity drops significantly. The current market price for a godhead is 145 million divine power, but no one is selling them. After reading this, Han Yu realized he'd almost been scammed and immediately told the young man to get lost. And now, he was about to be swimming in cash. A windfall of 150 million divine power was an absolutely incredible feeling. In Han Yu's divine domain, he observed his mountains and rivers. The Tier 1 divine temple was built near the forge of the Cyclops dwarves. As for the spring of life, he would place it near the desert. In a short while, this place would transform into fertile land. Just you wait. Next was to bestow the Purgatory Warhammer upon the Cyclops dwarves and bask in their praises. Oh great God, thank you for all you have bestowed upon us. Not only that, Han Yu also gave them a transcendent seed, which they would later call the God Hammer. He hoped they would soon become heroic life forms worthy of the Purgatory Warhammer in their hands. After finishing his work here, Han Yu flew off like a true god. Next up was the poison pearl that teacher Dian Wen had told him to choose. He had no idea what it was for. Speak of the devil, and the devil calls. Han Yu immediately answered the call from teacher Dian Wen. Teacher Dian Wen had just won a bet against Liu Luotian, getting 5 divinity points. Part of it was thanks to Han Yu's efforts, so he wanted to give him a share. One option was a divinity card containing 150 million divine power, and the other was a pitch-black, demonic egg in his left hand. This was a prize teacher Dian Wen had obtained in an outer realm. It was an egg laid by a heavenly demon bug king, refined into a stillborn fetus using a poison pearl secret technique. Although it was dead, it still produced 10 liters of demon fetus essence every day. Even the lowest tier bug race could consume this essence to become lower grade heavenly demon bugs. When Han Yu first enrolled, teacher Dian Wen had promised to help him complete the life potion for his core race. That's why teacher Dian Wen would find ways to help him. Everyone at school often looked down on teacher Dian Wen, thinking the imperial bug race was trash. They're at the bottom of the food chain, but if given a way to change their very being, the imperial bugs could become heavenly demon bugs. The race's potential wouldn't be comparable to a naturally elite life form like Qin Shuang's thunder sparrows, but they could still reach the level of normal life forms like elves and dwarves. Han Yu decided to take the demon fetus egg because he wasn't short on money. The compatibility between heavenly demon bugs and poison was extremely high. Teacher Dian Wen advised him to get a Tier 1 poison pearl and put it inside for a surprising result. Besides thanking teacher Dian Wen, Han Yu had one more question, hoping the teacher could provide him with a large quantity of meat. It didn't even need to be high quality, because the meat in the merchant city was too expensive for him to afford. Teacher Dian Wen guessed that Han Yu planned to use the meat to feed his imperial bugs and advised him not to buy from the merchant city, as the prices were insane and the headmaster had recently conquered a demon abyss area, which would surely have a large number of demon and ghost corpses. He could go there and ask the headmaster for a favor. Han Yu expressed his thanks and hung up, then walked around his divine domain in thought. The Tier 2 holy artifact ate like a monster. The imperial bugs in his domain were no longer a sufficient food source. The production within his domain wasn't enough to satisfy their voracious appetite. It was best for him to find a new food supply as soon as possible. Han Yu walked to an ancient tree and placed the demon fetus egg there, letting it begin to produce. It would produce demonic embryo elixir. Then, when the locusts ate it, they would quickly evolve. 2 days later, there was enough demonic embryo elixir for the locusts to eat. Han Yu eagerly awaited the results. The egg began to crack, and a mutated black butterfly flew out. It was a common grade heavenly demon bug. Its lifespan was 200 days. Although it was just a common species, its strength was 100 times greater than the original locusts. The only problem was that information on how to raise them was extremely rare. Heavenly demon bugs required demonic embryo elixir to evolve. 1 drop of the elixir could assimilate 1 locust. There were 20 drops in 1 milliliter, which meant 10 liters contained 200,000 drops. If everything went smoothly, Han Yu could produce 200,000 heavenly demon bugs every day. In just a few minutes, the heavenly demon bug had already doubled in size. This was all thanks to absorbing the demonic embryo elixir. If his gluttony rule also worked on it, it would soon evolve into an elite creature. Next, he placed the level 1 sacred artifact, the poison fog pearl, into the core of his divine domain to see what would happen. The heavenly demon bug instantly evolved. It became an elite life form, the poison fog heavenly demon bug. Its terrifying appearance was a nightmare for anyone with a fear of insects. Meanwhile, the headmaster was having a massive headache over the pile of reeking skeletal corpses in front of him. How was he supposed to dispose of all this? Besides the skeletons, there were also the corpses of blood-flesh demons. Sealing them all into cards would be mentally exhausting. The corpses would just explode again, continuing to pollute the air. Just then, Teacher Dian Wen called the headmaster. It was even a video call, which surprised him. Teacher Dian Wen awkwardly scratched his head for bothering the headmaster so suddenly. But for Han Yu's sake, he shamelessly asked the headmaster for the blood-flesh demon corpses to use as food for the boy's core familiars. And Han Yu's core familiars, the locusts, had already devoured all the blood-flesh demon corpses during the assessment exam. And they didn't have any adverse reactions either. The headmaster remembered that Han Yu was the student who had fought the demigod Zhang Gong a few days ago. He never expected that tiny locusts could be so useful, but unfortunately, the conditions of the demon abyss were not suitable for the locusts' survival. Otherwise, he could have brought a massive swarm of them to clean up the corpses of these blood-flesh demons. So, the headmaster had no choice but to seal the bodies of the blood-flesh demons into a card and give it to Teacher Dian Wen to pass on to Han Yu. One day later, Teacher Dian Wen called the headmaster again. He said that the 1 million blood-flesh demon corpses weren't even enough to get stuck in his students' locusts' teeth. He hoped the headmaster could provide a long-term supply. What? They ate everything in a single day? And now he wants a long-term supply deal? The headmaster shouted in utter shock, but then remembered he had to maintain the cold expression of a school leader and quickly composed himself. Asterisk, ahem, asterisk. We have enough blood-flesh demon corpses, but a long-term supply can't be given away for free. The headmaster wanted to make a trade with Han Yu, 1 point of divine power for 100 blood-flesh demon corpses. The minimum transaction was 10,000 divine power. A few minutes later, Han Yu had already confirmed the deal, swiped his card, and spent a whopping 1 million divine power. This left the headmaster completely speechless. A few days later, the time was ripe. Countless poison fog, heavenly demon bugs had been born in Han Yu's divine domain. He had fattened them up nicely, and now it was time for them to repay the favor by sacrificing their lives. In return, Han Yu got 3 choices. The first was 5 giant warriors of the superhuman lifeform class. The second was a level 3 poison burst skill crystal, which would allow his familiars to grasp the basic poison burst technique. It could be given to a heroic lifeform to comprehend the highest level of poison burst. Finally, there was a decomposer, used to break down matter and increase pure energy. It wasn't in vain. Han Yu had expended so much effort to produce 12 billion elite locusts for this exchange. 5 giant warriors, and all of them were superhuman class, renowned for their terrifying destructive power. Even if he just sold them, he could get at least 10 million divine power for each warrior. Han Yu told himself to calm down. He couldn't let money cloud his judgment. The second option was also incredibly tempting. A level 3 poison burst, combined with his heavenly demon bugs, and the level 1 poison fog pearl, would be an absolutely killer combo. But his core divine domain was currently only level 3. After acquiring the gluttony rule and the poison fog pearl, there was no more room for the poison burst technique. Han Yu decided to choose the third option, the decomposer. It could break down matter, extract energy crystals, and provide food for his magic rule familiars. It was extremely high quality and expensive. With this machine, Han Yu could make money even while lying down. A massive machine dropped down in front of Han Yu. He threw a few iron ores in to test it out. 5 hours later, he had obtained 3 precious iron crystals. This stuff could be used as food for certain special races. It could also be used as forging material. Each crystal was worth 5 points of divine power. This was Han Yu's path to a long-term business. Great God, while we were mining ore, we were attacked by undead. and 3 of our brethren were injured. Chief Shenchui is fighting the undead now. We pray for your divine grace to save the rickshaw dwarf tribe." The heartfelt prayers of the rickshaw dwarves reached Han Yu's ears from the temple. He didn't know why there were undead in his divine domain, but if they dared to touch his followers, they could forget about ever being. After arriving, Han Vu saw the dwarf chieftain, Shichlo, fighting a skeleton soldier. It seemed that skeleton soldier was a lord, not foolish like the common boneheads. Han Vu didn't rush in to rescue his believer just yet. Instead, he found the skeleton soldier more interesting and decided to inspect it, but the inspection failed because the little skeleton wasn't one of Han Vu's believers. And since he didn't have the investigation ability himself, he couldn't do anything. Pissed off, Han Vu summoned Old Man Kiem Fong to join the fight. If you can't get information by asking, you can just beat it out of them. Old Man Kiem Fong struck it with a single slash, sending its bones scattering to the ground. But they immediately flew back up and reassembled into its original body. Han Vu ordered it to submit to him, promising to grant it a new life with flesh and blood. The little skeleton swung its arms and attacked him. Han Vu was completely unharmed. His body was like a spirit, not of flesh and blood. Unless it could destroy his divine domain, it had no hope of defeating his divine projection. Han Vu ordered the dwarf chieftain Shichlo and Old Man Kiem Fong to beat the tar out of the little skeleton until it agreed to submit to him. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, the skeletons finally gathered and knelt before Han Vu. Han Vu patted their skulls and praised them. "If you'd just listened earlier, you wouldn't have had to get beaten up, would you?" This skeleton turned out to be an undead Lord Qin, though it had been weakened and sealed. But its faith power was incredibly high, so it wasn't useless. At school, every day that wasn't a holiday was spent cramming for exams. The next exam was the real key to creating a gap between students, and could even affect their entire futures. This important exam was linked to university admissions, making Han Vu take it even more seriously. His grandfather's dying wish was for him to go to the Imperial Capital Academy in the chaotic Star Sea to find his parents, and that happened to be one of the top universities in this divine civilization. His grandpa sure knew how to make things difficult for his grandson. Next, the students would be teleported to the demonic realm at coordinates C793826. The specific details would be sent via email upon arrival, and everyone would have 1 hour to prepare. The students whispered amongst themselves about the demonic realm, a place rumored to be constantly shrouded in a dense demonic aura. When other creatures entered, they were likely to be corrupted by the demonic aura and transform into mindless, demonized beings. Only demonic creatures and the undead could exist normally here. Trong Hyo Long was extremely pleased with himself. Wasn't this test practically made for his demonic kin? His time to shine had finally come. Just then, an unknown number called Hyo Long. Unexpectedly, it was Lu Lak Thien. He wanted to ask him to take care of someone, and Hyo Long knew it was Han Vu without even needing to hear the name. If Hyo Long just helped Lu Lak Thien out this one time, the man would definitely not treat him unfairly. Before the exam, he would even sponsor him with a demonic drake. The demonic drake was a transcendent life form, a powerful race on par with heroic beings. That Lu Lak Thien guy was really going all out this time. The exam began, requiring students to incarnate as one of their kin. They only had one chance to summon their kin each day, with a maximum of 100 at a time. The evaluation system was based on points accumulated from missions. The mission list was as long as a prayer scroll, so I'll just skip it. First up was choosing which kin to incarnate into. If the incarnation died, the student would return to their original form, but if their real body died, that student would kick the bucket for good. Han Vu had 4 choices for his incarnation: a swarm locust, the dwarf Shichlo, Old Man Kiem Fong, and the skeleton lord, who was weakened, crippled, and still sealed. Since this was the demon abyss, dense with demonic aura, Han Vu chose to incarnate as the skeleton lord of the undead race to avoid being disturbed. This was the first time Han Vu had ever experienced incarnation. It felt like a flash, a roller coaster ride. He had lost all the flesh on his body, leaving only a dry skeleton and his clothes. It was true. The demon abyss was a paradise for the undead and demonic creatures. After incarnating, Han Vu felt even better than he did as a human. He ordered 100 of his gluttonous swarm locusts to deploy and sweep the area. But before they could even fly a single kilometer, Han Vu's swarm of locusts was corrupted by the demonic aura, and all 100 of them dropped dead. Just like the rumors Han Vu had overheard, the demonic aura was the bane of his kin. With no other choice, he could only rely on his 3 newly nurtured heavenly demon bugs. The first mission was to fill his empty stomach. Han Vu sent the 3 heavenly demon bugs to pick some fruit, curious to see how fruit from the demonic realm differed from normal fruit. The moment he stepped into the area, a horde of zombies rose from the stinking mud and advanced towards Han Vu, any demon bone fruits. But since exam points could only be exchanged once, he came up with a brilliant idea. Han Vu sent a message to the class group chat, asking if anyone wanted to trade for 100 demon bone fruits for mission number 49. A few people objected, but a few also agreed. In the end, Teacher Dien Van had to clarify that only resources collected during the exam were the first violation would result in a warning. 3 violations would lead to disqualification. Han Vu stroked his chin, pleased with his own business talent. Now he had all the resources he needed to play the game. Meanwhile, a certain someone, after reading Han Vu's message in the group chat, pinpointed his location and assembled a troop of wolf cavalry to ambush him. A few hours later, Han Vu's rank was dropping continuously. His race was just too weak to compete. If I don't take on the highest level mission, I'm going to end up at the bottom. What should I do? Suddenly, a group of skeletons strolled towards Han Vu, appearing and disappearing as he plotted his next move. He wondered if his new lord transformation could suppress these skeletons. Do you recognize me? Han Vu slowly approached them, and the skeleton soldiers immediately knelt and kowtowed before him. Han Vu's jaw dropped in shock. This was freaking unbelievable. With just 1 sentence, he had gained 10 loyal underlings. Han Vu ordered the skeletons to stand and had them lead him to the skeleton soldiers' lair to see how many of them were left. An hour later, the skeleton soldiers had gathered their entire clan before Han Vu, including a badass supernatural undead skeleton knight riding a wolf mount. Han Vu had really hit the jackpot this time. Turns out, luck is a talent too. The skeleton knight introduced himself, explaining that he was once a member of the 1st Legion in the war against the flesh golems. The unit he led was separated from the main army, so they had no choice but to make camp here. Because they had to fend off daily invasions from rotting zombies and flesh golems, their numbers were dwindling. So, soldiers were sent out to find bone demon fruits to increase their strength. But now that they were Han Vu's soldiers, he would make them even stronger. A new idea sparked in his mind. The next day, Han Vu's rank had plummeted to nearly 180. This was the perfect opportunity for him to make his move. Han Vu bestowed the Marrow Bone Spirit Stone upon the skeleton knight. The troops knew how to distribute the other equipment among themselves. 10 minutes later, his skeleton soldiers had become more battle-hungry than ever. Bring the flesh golem's nest here. We're fighting right now. The flesh golem's lair had between 8,000 to 10,000 of them. Han Vu would take on 1,000 of them himself. Since a direct confrontation would be tough, he came up with a plan. First, he sent 1 skeleton soldier to the cave entrance to shake its bony hips provocatively and cause a commotion. Just as expected, the male golems inside rushed out in a frenzy. But when they got there, the seductress was nowhere to be seen, only a horde of skeleton soldiers lying in ambush. The first step went off without a hitch, much to Han Vu's satisfaction. Even after being destroyed, the flesh golems could be turned into part of his army. The skeleton race's method of recruiting new members was truly unique. An hour later, the number of skeletons had increased to 7,000. The flesh golem's lair only had 3,000 left. Now this times was a fight worth having. Han Vu gave the order to his skeleton soldiers, "Brothers, charge." After 3 hours, the skeleton knight presented the boss's heart to him. Mission complete, adding 60 cumulative points for Han Vu. Meanwhile, Truong Hio Long was still tirelessly searching for Han Vu, just wanting to see his face once, but failing. On the leaderboard, Han Vu had jumped from 180 to 108 with 60 points. He guessed that Han Vu must have leveled the flesh golem's nest. Although it was unexpected, he was sure the guy just got lucky. Truong Hio Long went to the flesh golem's nest to find Han Vu, learning that he was in the Dark Land. Nurturing a horde of skeleton soldiers to boost his score, he immediately unleashed his hellhounds to tear Han Vu's skeletons to shreds. The skeleton soldiers charged forward to protect Han Vu, their bones so tough that even Hio Long's hellhounds had trouble biting through them. It was only the 2nd day of the Demon Abyss's descent, yet Han Vu had already gathered such a large force. If he waited a few more days, who knew if anyone could stop him? Hio Long was determined to deal with this problem for good today. Hio Long summoned a drake demon, which charged forward and bit the skeleton knight's body in 2. Han Vu had no idea when he'd made an enemy of this guy, for him to suddenly lead an army to attack. Hio Long replied in an incredibly punchable way, "Because you're an eyesore. Now, go to hell." The drake demon landed a direct hit on Han Vu, sending him flying. The skeleton soldiers immediately swarmed the drake demon to get revenge. Seeing them as nothing more than mindless bones not worth his time, Hyo Long withdrew his troops. In a nearby bush, Han Vu clutched his chest and sat up. Thank goodness the Skeleton Lord Incarnation could resurrect. Seeing the skeleton soldiers standing there stunned, Han Vu ordered them to take all their forces and leave this place. A wise man knows when to advance and when to retreat. Today, Han Vu was defeated by Hyo Long, but the next time they met, he would definitely send him to meet his ancestors. Hyo Long, however, just assumed Han Vu would withdraw from the competition, but his name wasn't on the withdrawal list. Not only that, his name was still showing up on the leaderboard. Xiao Long was furious that Han Yu tricked him by playing dead. He immediately flew off to hunt him down. This time, he didn't care how much time it took. He would hunt him to the ends of the earth. He would not let Han Yu survive. But when he arrived, the place was completely empty. Han Yu had already moved his troops somewhere else. Xiao Long ordered his pack of hellhounds to sniff out any trace of him, telling them not to miss a single nook or cranny within a 100-mile radius. After being ambushed by Zhang Xiaolong, Han Yu was left with just over 5,000 skeleton soldiers. He immediately gave them bone spirit stones to speed up their spawning rate. But their strength, after absorbing the stones, still wasn't enough. To get noticed by the Imperial Capital Academy, he needed a more groundbreaking achievement. Han Yu scrolled through the mission board. Mission 64 was to eliminate the Fallen Demon Tribe. The reward was 80 exam points and a level 2 Chain Fireball skill stone. Fallen demons were a native species, cunning and vicious, but their individual strength was average. For trash like this to be worth 80 points, it must mean their numbers were well over 1 million. Turning them into his skeleton soldiers wouldn't be a bad idea. And so, Han Yu set out for the Fallen Demon Tribe's territory, planning to raze it to the ground. 2 months later, in the meeting room, the teachers were once again competing, bragging about their students. One of them, whether on purpose or not, asked teacher Tianwen a pointed question. "Isn't your class the one with student Han Yu, who ranked first in the assessment exam? So why is he nowhere to be seen this time?" Lu Luotian seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, claiming Han Yu was just a lucky fluke. He only got to the top through trickery. He's fundamentally weak, yet teacher Tianwen treats him like some kind of treasure, letting him get more and more arrogant. Teacher Tianwen warned Liu Luoxian to watch his words and act in a manner befitting an educator. But Liu Luoxian just kept running his mouth. Am I wrong? That brat Han Yu is completely useless. No matter how many resources you give him, it's like trying to polish a turd. Unable to contain his anger, teacher Tianwen decided to make a bet with Liu Luoxian that Han Yu would take first place this time, wagering 10 divinity points. Liu Luoxian didn't have 10 divinity points, but he did have a divine class, so he eagerly jumped on the bet. This time, he had already set an inescapable trap. He doubted Han Yu would even make it back alive, so there was no way he'd pass up 10 divinity points that were practically a freebie. "I'll bet my level 3 healing divine class against you." And just like that, the bet was on. As long as Han Yu could score more than 80 points on a single mission from the start, he would be considered a success. Because scoring 80 points is extremely difficult for a high school student, but succeeding would guarantee attention from the top-tier universities. Even if he didn't get first place, he'd still secure a solid position at the ruined camp of the fallen demons, a place once home to millions of them. Now, fewer than 100,000 remained. The rest had all joined Han Yu's army, swelling the ranks of his skeleton soldiers to 900,000. The next 100,000 were also about to surrender to his skeleton army. 20 minutes later, the skeleton soldiers claimed a total victory under Han Yu's command. 3 of the skeletons started casting some kind of crazy voodoo magic. They transformed the living fallen demons into resurrected skeletons, a transcendent grade undead. Han Yu was shocked to find a skeleton type that was even stronger than his skeleton knights. What's more, these resurrected skeletons could cast spells on other skeleton soldiers, making them even stronger. At this rate, Han Yu's grand army would be practically invincible. The skeleton knights swept the battlefield and presented Han Yu with his loot, a level 1 holy item, the fireball staff. Adding it to his divine domain core could increase the power of level 1 fireballs released by his familiars, turning it into a divine weapon. There was also the Abyss Source, which could stimulate life force, a true treasure for Han Yu's locust swarm. With a 1,000,000-strong army in his hands, why the hell would Han Yu be afraid of that Zhang Xiaolong guy anymore? First things first, he turned in the quest, and his score increased by 80 points. Han Yu immediately accepted another 70-point mission to go stir up trouble with the native races of the Demon Abyss. 3 days after Han Yu unleashed his skeleton army, he had climbed from the bottom of the rankings all the way to 4th place. With results like this, no wonder teacher Tianwen considered him a treasure. Fourth place? So what? It's not first place. Liu Luotian still maintained his disdainful attitude towards Han Yu, but just then, an announcement came in. Other universities were sending interview invitations for Han Yu after a second-tier university even offered him direct admission. Losing his cool, Liu Luotian yelled, "Dean Shu, why are you only announcing the invitations for Han Yu? What about the invitations for the other students? There are still 3 students ranked ahead of Han Yu." But according to the regulations, a student's total exam score must exceed 3,000, and they must have completed at least one 80-point mission to qualify. And right now, Han Yu was the only one who had met those requirements. Shortly after, Qin Shuang also completed an 80-point mission. Her total score also surpassed 3,000, and she immediately received invitations from other universities as well. Liu Luotian calmed himself down. As long as Han Yu didn't finish in first place, he would still win the bet. Liu Luotian contacted Zhang Xiaolong, telling him he didn't have to hunt Han Yu down anymore, he just had to keep him from getting first place. All he had to do was not take any of the 3 remaining missions. Zhang Xiaolong nodded, targeting the 90-point mission. Han Yu looked over the final 3 missions. The 80-point mission was to wipe out the evil spirits of the Man Tree Forest. The 90-point mission was to annihilate the Bull Demon tribe. And the 100-point mission was to slay the Dark Frogman. His total score was over 3,000, placing him 3rd on the leaderboard. If he could complete 2 more missions, he could surpass the person in first place, but it wouldn't be easy. However, he had over 20 million skeleton soldiers, 2 heroic units, and many other extraordinary beings. So, for now, Han Yu decided to go wipe out the Bull Demon tribe. Meanwhile, at the Bull Demon camp, Zhang Xiaolong, just trying to make a living, had to team up with another guy to attack them. The Bull Demon took its club and whacked each of them on the head. After an hour, the situation hadn't improved. Zhang Xiaolong knew this wasn't working. If he kept this up, he'd lose his entire clan. It was time to retreat. If the 2 of us together can't even handle a test of this level, what chance does that Han Yu guy have all by himself? Just then, the ground began to shake. The 2 turned around to see Han Yu's skeleton army swarming toward them, a single bull fighting against a countless legion of bones. Seeing the Bull Demon getting mobbed, Zhang Xiaolong and the other guy charged in to join the fight. This skeleton army might be huge, but their combat power is pathetic. Let's attack together. Han Yu wasn't about to let them steal his kill, so he sent his 2 bone controllers into the fray. A massive skeleton knight bonked them on the head one by one, while a lich worked its dark magic, turning nearby monsters into new skeleton soldiers. All the corpses in the area rose as his soldiers, their numbers swelling the more they fought. Zhang Xiaolong and the other guy retreated in a panic, trying to save their own skins. Who cared about their clan at a time like this? The skeleton knight blocked their path. And where do you think you're going? Han Yu, standing on his massive subordinate's shoulder, called out to them, "Zhang Xiaolong, Si Jun, long time no see." "Hey, Han Yu, isn't your clan supposed to be the Yellow Locusts?" Hearing Zhang Xiaolong run his mouth, Han Yu gifted him with a lightning-fast kick to the face. "No, don't." It was too late for Zhang Xiaolong to kneel and beg for peace. In an instant, his entire body was sent to the afterlife. Seeing this, Si Jun immediately started begging, "Classmate Han Yu, we don't have any major conflicts, right? Everything before was just a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize. There's no benefit for you in killing me." "Well, there's no benefit in letting you go, either." Han Yu casually dropped a devastating comeback. Scared out of his wits, Si Jun immediately offered half of his treasures to Han Yu in exchange for his life. If only he'd offered that from the beginning, maybe Han Yu wouldn't have even bothered to attack. The deal was made, and Si Jun tucked his tail and ran, terrified Han Yu would change his mind. 5 hours later, the corpses of the bull demons were piled high, and the survivors knelt in surrender, pledging to become Han Yu's followers. With the successful mission adding another 90 points to his score, Han Yu climbed to the number 2 spot, now only 40 points away from first place. There were 2 missions left, but before Han Yu could even decide which one to take, only one remained. It could only have been the work of Qin Shuang. Han Yu wasn't too surprised. After all, as the precious young miss of a powerful clan, she was buffed with insane resources. Now, if he wanted to claim the top spot, his only option was the mission to slay the Dark Frogman demigod. This was one of the toughest missions available. He didn't like dealing with troublesome matters, but if he wanted to catch the attention of the Imperial Capital Academy, he had no choice. And so, he commanded his bone brethren to form up and march towards the lair of the Dark Frogman demigod. By now, 11 classes had completed the assessment. Only 3 students from teacher Tian Wen's class remained: Qin Shuang, Han Yu, and Si Jun. Qin Shuang was in second place, 10 points ahead of Han Yu in third, while Si Jun was in seventh place. Teacher Tian Wen had no idea what those three kids were planning to do next. What's the mystery? There's only the demigod mission left. They dare to challenge it? If they fail, they'll lose everything. Liu Luotian watched from the side, seething with jealousy because his plan to eliminate Han Yu had failed miserably. No one from Class 11 had ever attempted this mission before. In the Academy's entire history, no one had ever succeeded. But Teacher Tian Wen had immense faith in his students. Both Han Yu and Qin Shuang were now challenging this final mission. Qin Shuang arrived first and sent her flock of young birds to attack. Her thunder sparrows, though small, unleashed lightning bolts more powerful than a high-voltage current, instantly serving up some freshly grilled dark frog meat. The dark frogman demigod was a talking, red-eyed frog. It cast a spell, activating a protective barrier against Qin Shuang's thunder sparrows. "You dare invade my tribe? I will curse you to be torn limb from limb." Qin Shuang sensed it was about to unleash a powerful attack, but before she could even flap her wings to escape, she was hit. Qin Shuang was sent tumbling through the air. For a moment, she thought she was a goner, but she wasn't. Just in time, Qin Shuang used her divine purification art to restore her strength, then unleashed a lightning blast, a sphere of pure electrical energy that shot towards the dark frogman's bear. The remaining thunder sparrows attacked in unison with their own lightning blasts. One sphere wasn't enough, but the numerous orbs managed to shatter the dark frogman's protective barrier. All that was left was to roast the frogs inside. But if things were that easy, it wouldn't be called the final mission. The dark frogmen then summoned the mountain-swallowing demon frog to the battle. A massive, colossal frog, with horrifying, foul-smelling blood drooling from its mouth, appeared right behind Qin Shuang. In the eyes of the mountain-swallowing demon frog, Qin Shuang was nothing more than a buzzing fly, so it snatched her up with its tongue. Qin Shuang couldn't even flap her wings, and just like that, she was swallowed whole by the giant frog. Inside the slimy mouth of the mountain-swallowing demon frog, her lightning was completely useless. If she stayed any longer, Qin Shuang would be digested. Just at this critical moment, Han Yu decided to call. Annoyed as she was, Qin Shuang still picked up. "Where are you? That scene looks pretty wild." Han Yu's teasing as soon as she picked up made Qin Shuang want to crawl out of there, just to smack him a few times. Han Yu stopped teasing and got straight to the point, proposing a partnership with Qin Shuang. Otherwise, in about 10 minutes, her flock of thunderbirds would be nothing but frog food. Qin Shuang was about to curse him out, but considering her hopeless predicament, she agreed. Her condition, the godly physique of this dark frogman, was hers. Han Yu could have everything else. Han Yu sealed the deal, waiting for Qin Shuang to send her coordinates so he could dispatch his army of skeletons to assist. Qin Shuang told him she was in some cracked place. With a clue that vague, not even the gods could save her. Of course, Qin Shuang was just messing with him. She had already sent her Thunderbird Legion to Han Yu's location. Just a few minutes later, Han Yu saw the army of Thunderbirds in the sky. Talk about fast. They got there quicker than a mood swing. "Over here, my birdies." Han Yu waved his skeletal hand, then hopped onto the lead bird and gave the order to move out. The other skeletons mounted the Thunderbirds, following close behind. As soon as they arrived, the Thunderbirds unleashed a barrage of lightning on the horde of red-eyed frogs. With a single menacing croak, the dark frogman shattered Han Yu's bone soldiers, reducing them to a pile of useless fragments. That's when he ordered the bone controller into battle. With a little abracadabra, it repurposed the shattered remains, forming a badass skeleton knight wearing a cool red scarf. The dark frogmen gathered in a circle to perform a ritual, summoning the swamp of hell. The skeleton knight sent 5 of these frogs flying with a kick. "Oh, so you want to play with dark magic against a master of bones, huh?" Han Yu then deployed the revived skeleton and the ox demon mage. One was all bones, the other all muscle, and they charged in together. The ox demon smashed their heads one by one with its hammer, making them hop around in agony. Meanwhile, the revived skeleton turned the corpses of the fallen dark frogmen into new bones. The living dark frogmen were now forced to fight their own reanimated dead. It was hard to say who would win. But with the bone army getting air support from the Thunderbirds, the outcome was pretty obvious. "It seems I have underestimated you worms. I suppose it's time to get serious." The demigod Dark Frogman used a dark divine art to summon the eternal night. The sky, already dim, plunged into absolute darkness, and the sun turned the color of blood. This spell was truly terrifying. All of Han Yu's skeletons had their life force drained, and they began to crumble into dust. He had brought every single one of his clan warriors with him. Was this it? Was he going to have to admit defeat? "My lord, I volunteer to fight," a determined voice echoed in Han Yu's mind. It was Godfather Jian Feng and Shi Lo the dwarf. It seems all his effort in raising these two hadn't been for nothing. If these two entered the battle, he was sure he could recruit even more clans to enrich his divine domain. The gate to his divine domain swung open, and out charged Godfather Jian Feng, looking magnificent, wielding 4 great swords. Alongside an army of red-skinned Shi Lo dwarfs, even a swarm of locusts flew out, ready to sacrifice their lives for Han Yu. Though he was a skeleton and couldn't cry, he was deeply touched. Not wanting to let his loyal subjects down, he immediately sacrificed all of them in one go. This time, the options presented to him were exceptionally good. Could it be that even the heavens were on his side? Among the choices was a special item, the Holy Flame of Hope. It could drive away darkness, purify all negative effects, and grant positive energy to his clan members. Without hesitation, Han Yu chose the Holy Torch of Light to purge the darkness. The Dark Frogman stared blankly, shocked to see the purifying flame in his hand. Han Yu couldn't hide his excitement. After taking such a beating for so long, it was finally time to strike back. The Dark Frogman simply couldn't accept that a divine being like Han Yu could dispel its dark divine art. The reason is simple, of course. He's the author's favorite. Wielding the holy torch, Han Yu soared through the sky on his Thunderbird. Wherever its light passed, the darkness was cleansed. Even the hideous red-eyed frogs were no longer red-eyed. After flying over to the demon frog's location, Han Yu suddenly remembered he was supposed to be rescuing Qin Shuang. And here he was, busy cosplaying as the Statue of Liberty with his torch. Hurry up and take down that demon frog. At Han Yu's command, Godfather Jian Feng and the chieftain of the Shi Lo dwarves charged forward together, teaming up to make short work of the giant frog. From the inside, Qin Shuang also burst out, tearing her way out of its stomach. While waiting for Han Yu, she had slipped from its mouth down into its stomach and was just moments away from becoming frog poop. Qin Shuang reveled in the paralyzing, ecstatic sensation. Afterward, a flock of thunderhawks and a group of dwarves charged forward to clean up the remaining frog minions. The skeleton knight also pitched in, trampling several tadpoles just by walking a few kilometers. The dark frogman demigod tucked its tail and ran, not forgetting to drop a classic villain line. "You all just wait. I am not a patient person." Han Yu appeared above it, out of nowhere, using Holy Cast to enlighten the dark frogman demigod. Then it was Qin Shuang's turn to zap the demigod frog from all sides. With their perfect teamwork, even a demigod frog was turned into dark roasted barbecue. After completing the mission, Qin Shuang took the demigod's body as per their agreement. The dark frogman, still gasping for air, pleaded with Han Yu, "Spare me. I will offer you everything I own in exchange for my life. If you're dead, everything you own will be mine anyway." Han Yu bid the dark frogman farewell and sent it off to meet its maker. Half an hour later, the dark frogman's assets were tallied up. It was incredible how much treasure a single frog could be hiding. As agreed, all the treasure belonged to Han Yu. Qin Shuang only needed its corpse for her research. Han Yu placed a crown on Qin Shuang's head, calling it an interest payment on his debt to her. She was ecstatic, but put on a cold front, saying, "Fine, I'll reluctantly accept it." The assessment test was officially over. Teacher Tian Wen told Han Yu and Qin Shuang to return and meet with the school's leadership, and also the admissions officers from several universities. All the skeleton soldiers now belonged to Han Yu. On the way, Teacher Tian Wen warned his 2 students not to speak recklessly. All of the teachers in that room were true gods. Teacher Tian Wen led them inside and then left. Han Yu was curious whether the 3 true god teachers before him could see his heaven's chosen talent, or his life sacrifice ability. One of the admissions officers started with Qin Shuang first. The Qin family was a true god clan with abundant resources, and in this competition, she had even obtained the corpse of a god. He guessed she would use it to create a lord-level life form. The important thing now was her current divinity value. The teacher sitting next to the vice principal felt ashamed upon hearing this. Qin Shuang hadn't even reached demigod status yet, and was already starting to nurture a lord-level life form. Meanwhile, he, a school leader who had been a god for a long time, had never once succeeded in nurturing one. Qin Shuang honestly stated that she had 4 divinity points. Hearing this, Han Yu was once again blown away by how rich Qin Shuang was. She was rich, yet still frugal, truly inhumanly rich. So rich, she was hogging all the wealth in the world. The admissions officer announced that Qin Shuang met the recruitment criteria for all 3 of their universities. As soon as she finished nurturing her Lord-level life form, she could apply to any of the schools as a probationary student to experience university life ahead of time. Qin Shuang beamed and thanked them. This was an outcome she had long anticipated. When it was Han Yu's turn, the admissions officer's expression suddenly darkened. It gave him a bad feeling. "Student, Han Yu, we've reviewed your file. Your core race is the Swarm, correct?" After Han Yu confirmed it, the teacher checked a box next to core race on the paper with his name. Then, he asked about Han Yu's divinity value. He currently had 1 point, which was just enough to meet their criteria. Next came the admissions officer's final question. Everyone was curious how Han Yu's godfather Swordwind had managed to detect the incarnated skeletal lord in the demonic realm. This question proved that none of them knew about Han Yu's true abilities. And if that was the case, he saw no reason to tell them. However, Han Yu's refusal to answer this question meant there was one aspect he failed to satisfy. If Han Yu wanted to enroll in one of their 3 universities, he would have to maintain his outstanding performance in the next college entrance exam. Director Shu felt it was a shame that the admissions officers failed to recognize Han Yu's talent. But Han Yu didn't feel much regret. He would work hard in the upcoming exam, but it was to catch the eye of the Imperial Capital Academy, not these schools. Teacher Tianwen patted Han Yu's shoulder comfortingly. Menghan High is a top-tier academy. Everyone knows that, so it's perfectly normal not to get in. If you're willing, there are still several other top schools that want you as a probationary student. But of course, the teacher had no idea Han Yu's sights were set only on the Imperial Capital Academy. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, he saw Qin Shuang, who had been waiting for him. "After I nurture my Lord-level life form, I'm going to a high-ranking university as a probationary student. The resources there are very suitable for my development. You plan on going to the Imperial Capital Academy later?" Han Yu nodded. He had only one goal: to go to the Imperial Capital's chaotic star sea to search for clues about the original body's parents. Qin Shuang then declared that if Han Yu was going to the Imperial Capital, then she would go too. It's just that, with her status as a probationary student, she was guaranteed to receive tons of resources upon enrollment and would level up quickly. By the time they met again, they might even be rivals. Therefore, Qin Shuang advised Han Yu that it wasn't too late to become her slave now. Han Yu couldn't understand why Qin Shuang was so obsessed with the idea of him serving her. Han Yu alone earned enough money to live comfortably for 3 lifetimes, so why would he ever need to bend over backward to be her servant? Seeing Han Yu's cold expression, the dwarf left, which Han Yu liked even more, thinking to himself that the guy was as stubborn as his skeletons, but also kinda cute. Inside his divine realm, Han Yu used his divinity card. He now had 2 divinity points and a ton of divine power. His core level had reached level 3, and besides his core followers, the Imperial Swarm, he had many other subordinate races. There were a few new faces, like the Skeleton Tribe and the Ox Demon Tribe. Han Yu considered upgrading the combat equipment for these followers, but more importantly, he needed to build an advancement path for his beloved Imperial Swarm first. The first path was to use the essence of corruption, a resource of ruin, to build them a path of corruption. After entering the path of corruption, the little locusts had their resistance increased and their lifespans extended. Other stats and resistance to magic attacks would also be boosted. In short, they evolved towards a defensive, counter-attacking style, and would be called corruption bugs. The second path was to use the heart of a dark frogman to build the path of shadows. After walking this path, his little locusts would gain the ability to phase in and out of sight while flying. Combined with inflicting various side effects on the enemy, this was considered the path of assassination, so this group would be called shadow bugs. Suddenly, the prayers of the dwarves reached his ears. "Oh, great God, please forgive our tribe. This idiot, while breaking down ore, also broke down the sacred scepter that you blessed us with. Please, pass your judgment upon him." Han Yu cursed under his breath. He feeds them and clothes them, and this is how they repay him? They were going to bankrupt him at this rate. After arriving to inspect the scene, Chieftain Tui was on his knees, crying and accusing his own younger brother. "Oh, great God, please forgive him. He is the fool who dismantled the sacred relic." Han Yu didn't know what to say. He just told them to learn from this experience and be more careful in the future, to not let their eyes play tricks on them. Then he turned to see what the sacred relic had been broken down into. Han Yu received 2 fire essence stones and 1 golden crystal block. The sacred relic material was the original form of the relic and could be used to upgrade and repair sacred items. Han Yu was surprised. His scepter of gluttony had been damaged recently. He wondered if this sacred relic material could fix it. Seeing is believing. Since it was already broken, Han Yu had nothing to lose and decided to try it right away. After combining them, the Scepter of Gluttony was indeed restored, but only partially. Before, an ordinary life form could evolve into an elite after eating over 1,000 times the required amount. Now, that number was reduced to 999. If Han Yu had enough sacred relic essence, he could fully repair the Scepter of Gluttony. But where was he supposed to get that many sacred relics to break down? Just then, Han Yu decided to check the online community to see if anything interesting was happening. On there, someone was sending out a distress signal. The young man had a sacred weapon, but it was unfortunately damaged and no longer had its sacred aura, greatly reducing its combat power. So, he was looking for someone to help him repair this weapon. No one took the job because they had tried before and failed, but Han Yu was different. He had sacred relic material that could repair sacred items, so it should probably be able to fix a sacred weapon too. Han Yu immediately messaged the person. If he still needed help, he should contact him. The moment he sent the message, a call came in. Talk about microwave fast. Han Yu couldn't promise that he could fully repair the weapon, but he could give it a try. Since the guy had posted for a long time, without any good solutions, trying one more time probably wouldn't hurt. First, he just needed to send Han Yu some sacred relics. The guy was afraid of being scammed, so he had already downloaded the Divine Realm Anti-Scam Center app. If Han Yu dared to scam him, he'd better be prepared. What level of sacred relic do you need? If it's below level 4, I can give it to you right now. But if it's above level 4, it'll take some time. Han Yu didn't expect to run into a rich whale who even had sacred relics above level 4, but he only needed level 1 items. The moment he finished speaking, a massive crate fell from the sky, nearly crushing him. Holy crap, did it have to be that fast? After a quick count, Han Yu saw that the package contained 100 sacred relics. Should he just grab the goods and run? But then he remembered the guy had downloaded that Divine Realm Anti-Scam Center app. It sounded pretty official, so he quickly dismissed the thought. Han Yu dumped all 100 sacred relics into the dismantler. 2 hours later, he received 109 units of sacred relic material. He sneakily pocketed 9 units, sending only 100 to the other guy, hoping he wouldn't notice. After the successful delivery, the young man was so grateful he started cheering. "Big bro, you are my savior, the one who gave me a second life. My name is Vian Chung. I beg you, big bro, you absolutely must help me." Han Yu covered his ear, which was ringing from Vian Chung's loud voice. "You're being way too polite. My greatest joy is helping others, you know." Meanwhile, at Teacher Dian Van's house, he was trying out the level 3 healing divine function he had won in a bet against Lu Lac Thien. Lu Lac Thien's eyes were red with rage. "Teacher Dian, the road ahead is long. We should watch our step." Just then, Han Yu called to ask about a tiny little thing. He wanted to know how to obtain a high-level core resource to upgrade his god domain. He had just searched for a while, but came up with nothing. According to Teacher Tian Wen's understanding, rare resources like godly functions, divinity, or core fragments couldn't be sold online at all. The moment they were listed, they were already claimed by major corporations. There was basically no chance for dirt-poor commoners like them. But as long as Han Yu helped him win his bet against Liu Luotian, the teacher would give him an item he had collected. Besides that, there was another way, but it wasn't common. Teacher Tian Wen had also encountered god domain cores that were too low level. Although they were holy artifacts with good attributes, there was no way to absorb them. In the past, Teacher Tian Wen had participated in a competition called Blood Crystal. The winner would receive a god domain core fragment as a reward. If Han Yu were to duel with citizens of other god domains, or even with races from other civilizations, his kinfolk would suffer immense casualties. But if he won, he would get a core fragment to patch up his god domain. Han Yu had just spent a fortune raising his kinfolk, and this was also the perfect opportunity to test their true strength. He might be lacking everything else, but he wasn't lacking locusts, so he decided to give it a try. The next day, at the Blood Crystal Arena, an excited Han Yu arrived with Teacher Tian Wen. Before entering, they had to wear masks to conceal their identities and prevent other demigods from investigating them. After all, this was a foreign domain full of danger. After that, they filled out their information on a form. The matches here were divided into 3 categories based on the opponent's levels. They were, in order, duels of divine creatures, demigod creatures, and true god creatures. Unless a participant specifically requested it, matches between different tiers would normally not occur. Additionally, there was no limit to the number of kinfolk in a duel. However, to surrender during a match, the number of kinfolk casualties had to be greater than 50%. In the God Domain civilization, the work efficiency was off the charts. Just as Han Yu filled in his name, he was already assigned an opponent. Suddenly, he was dropped into a multi-dimensional teleportation space. Kid, although you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, I bet you're new here. Han Yu's opponent was a young man who called himself Rich Rat. Though the name Rich Rat sounded a bit idiotic, according to the people in the stands, he was a ruthless guy. They just felt sorry for Han Yu for running into him on his very first match. Han Yu also overheard their words, not expecting to meet such a tough opponent right off the bat. The two were notified to release their kinfolk. The match would begin in 3 minutes. Rich Rat summoned a swarm of mutated long-tailed hamsters, whose squeaking was a pain to listen to. Hey kid, I bet you've never seen so many kinfolk before. You must be scared, right? If you're scared, just give up. If this was a war of numbers, Han Yu wasn't the least bit intimidated, summoning tens of thousands of his locust babies to compete. Seeing that Han Yu's kinfolk were even lower class than his own rats, Rich Rat couldn't stop laughing mockingly. Let's see if the rats eat the locusts, or if they become food for them. My rat brothers, get into position. Who knows how many rats were now in a bow-drawing stance. On Rich Rat's command, they unleashed a rain of arrows towards Han Yu. Han Yu ordered his abyssal worms to defend. The arrows all snapped in half upon hitting the abyssal worm's sturdy wings. Rich Rat ordered his swarm of rats to flex their arm muscles and fire continuously without stopping. While defending, Han Yu sent his Dark Curse worms to ambush them. One of the Dark Curse locusts circled around behind them and used 3 types of curses, causing the rats to shriek. Seizing this opportunity, Han Yu sent his swarm of heavenly demon worms to attack. The rats that had just been hit by the curse were so dizzy they couldn't tell which was a rat and which was a locust. The heavenly demon worms shot venom from their rears, and the rats, unable to dodge, were crushed in an instant. In the end, Han Yu's kinfolk had a survival rate of 99.99%, while Rich Rat was left with just over 20%. Rich Rat immediately raised his hands in surrender. If he kept fighting, his rats would go extinct. After his victory, Han Yu received a God Domain core fragment. The moment he touched it, he felt a power similar to that of life sacrifice. After receiving his reward, Han Yu was teleported back to the backstage area. Teacher Tianwen patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. You did great. To win your first match so easily, you helped me win so much godly power. It turned out that the gambling addict Tianwen had placed a bet on Han Yu beforehand. Your kinfolk barely suffered any casualties. I don't know if you'll continue with a second match. If Han Yu won again, he'd get another core fragment, and Teacher Tianwen would win a second bet. Hearing that, Han Yu decided to fight again. It was a good time anyway, as his kinfolk needed more combat experience. On the 32nd day, Han Yu summarized that he had lost 100 million heavenly demon worms, but had won 89 The core fragment had already reached level 7. Model. Leveling up gets harder and harder, requiring more fragments than all the previous times combined. Just thinking about it is exhausting. Seeing this, Instructor Tianwen suggested a match against a demigod. If a divine creature challenges a demigod, the reward can be multiplied by 10. If Han Yu wins one match against a demigod, the spoils from the 90 consecutive matches he's already won will be multiplied by 10. That meant 90 Common Gods Domain Core fragments. Han Yu thought for a moment before submitting his application to challenge a higher rank. The crowd in the stands buzzed with excitement when they heard about the rank-skipping match. Some had already heard about Han Yu's swarm of locusts. He'd only been in the blood arena for a little over 30 days, yet he was already dominating the divine creature rank, completely undefeated. Demigods use a very high-level God's Domain core, can wield higher-level sacred relics, and even possess a divine post. They know how to use divine arts. Everyone placed their bets on the demigod instead of Han Yu, thinking he was getting arrogant about his locusts to dare challenge a demigod. Instructor Tianwen was sweating bullets watching him. This time, he was the only one who bet on Han Yu, and the odds were 1 to 100. Han Yu told Instructor Tianwen to just bet 10 million divine power on him. Instructor Tianwen saw that he was going all in, but the instructor himself only bet 5 million divine power. He had bet his entire fortune on the kid. Han Yu absolutely could not lose. If he won, the instructor would buy a divine artifact to treat himself. Han Yu couldn't even process that. He thought the instructor was going to give him times a gift, but it turned out he was just treating himself. Why should he get all excited and thank him for that? Han Yu entered his god's domain. After upgrading it, he still hadn't added any new sacred relics. The Gluttony Law and the Poison Mist orb seemed a little different than usual. Yuan Chong was just waiting for Han Yu to enter his god's domain to ask if he was going to forge sacred materials today. Han Yu suddenly remembered him saying that any sacred relic below level 4 could be found. It turned out that in Yuan Chong's domain, sacred relics below level 4 were as common as grass. Han Yu grinned slyly, asking Yuan Chong to send him powerful level 2 sacred relics with poison, earth, and fire attributes. The moment he finished speaking, a package even larger than the last one dropped in. Han Yu had to exclaim, "Damn, rich people really are on another level." Inside the package were 2 level 2 sacred relics. The first was the Raging Fire Lava Ball, with earth and fire attributes to enhance his clan's defense, and it also improved the clan's recovery ability. The second was the Shadow Spike, and Dark Attribute Relic that allowed his contracted clan to learn a level 2 skill. The Shadow Spike worked by shooting a nail into the opponent's shadow, restricting their movement. Han Yu was extremely satisfied. These 2 sacred relics were perfect for the Abyss Bugs and the Dark Curse Bugs. Without waiting another second, he fused the 2 relics, creating a massive explosion. Han Yu's bugs evolved once again. They looked even more ferocious than before. Just as they finished evolving, the arena was ready. Han Yu was more experienced with the teleportation this time. In the arena, the stands were roaring. "Elephant Master, crush him. Show him the power of a demigod." The Elephant Master, a bearded man with bulging muscles, crossed his arms, oozing confidence. "Looks like it's my lucky day. To think I'd run into a rookie who doesn't know his place. Have you prepared a funeral for your little pets yet? You talk too much," Han Yu replied coldly. Despite that, the Elephant Master had to mumble a few more lines to feel satisfied. "Go, my legion of giant mammoths." The Elephant Master summoned his massive mammoths. The crowd went wild. The Mammoth Lord is so epic, so damn cool. The Elephant Master rode on the back of the leading giant thunder mammoth, showing off his might. "Newbie, huh? Your turn." As usual, Han Yu sent out his little locusts. The poison burst sky demon bugs were nurtured by the nest, the gluttony law, and the poison mist orb. The dark curse bugs were nurtured by the nest, the gluttony law, and the shadow spike. And then there were the earth burst abyss bugs, nurtured by the nest, the gluttony law, and the earth fire lava ball. The Elephant Master looked on with anticipation at Han Yu's power, because his locusts had evolved yet again. The 2 sides began to clash violently. Han Yu sent his dark curse bug army first. They fired shadow spikes at the mammoth shadows, immobilizing them. They couldn't budge an inch. Once the mammoths were pinned, it was the poison burst sky demon bugs' turn to attack. This time, there was no escape. Faced with this threat, the Elephant Master remained utterly confident. "So what if you can raise locusts into transcendent beings? Even if my giant mammoths stand perfectly still, you won't be able to hurt them. Are you sure about that?" Han Yu asked with a smirk. The next second, a massive explosion erupted, making the mammoths recoil. The Elephant Master guessed Han Yu was trying to overwhelm him with numbers and refused to let him succeed, ordering his giant mammoth legion to charge. They had to protect the giant thunder mammoth that was being ganged up on. Han Yu sent out a team of bursting lava emperor bugs to fight the mammoths. The mammoths were hit by explosions and splattered with molten rock that was hotter than your ex. The Elephant Master gritted his teeth and used 3 types of savage divine arts on the mammoths, buffing both their armor and their healing. For them, the newly buffed mammoths finally had the strength to fight back against the tyrant elephant locusts. The Elephant Master crossed his arms and smirked smugly. "Forcing me to use magic already proves your strength. Once 50% of your clan members are killed, I'll permit you to surrender." But Han Yu knew no fear. That swarm of locusts was merely 1/1000th of his subjects. The word surrender isn't in my vocabulary. Attack. The Ox Demon tribe. Han Yu summoned a herd of minotaurs that charged at the mammoths. This was the first time in the match Han Yu had used a subordinate race other than locusts, catching the Elephant Master completely off guard. The Ox Demons grabbed their hammers and smashed the mammoths' heads one by one, pounding them into a pulp. But that wasn't all. Han Yu also summoned his skeletons, followed by the Skeleton Lord, the Bone Controller, and the Bone Reviver. Han Yu leaped up, sat beside the Skeleton Lord, and ordered the Bone Reviver into battle. The Bone Reviver held its scepter and chanted a spell, turning the mammoth corpses into new skeleton soldiers. The Elephant Master cursed helplessly. He hated how skeletons could recruit new soldiers this way, but he wasn't a demigod for nothing. The War Mammoth Titan activated its War Trample ability. The Elephant Master ordered his majestic Elephant Lord to crush the skeletons before him. When faced with a pile of shattered bones like this, Han Yu had the Ox Demons retreat, letting the Bone Controller take the field. the bone controller gathered all the bone fragments on the ground, forming a colossal skull knight several times larger than a mammoth. And it was the strongest hero-class life form at that. The Elephant Master was completely dumbfounded, seeing a subordinate of this caliber, and immediately transformed his own Thunder Mammoth Titan to fight on equal terms with the Skull Knight. The Skull Knight grabbed the Thunder Mammoth Titan's 2 long tusks, stopping it in its tracks. Then, with a roar, it pivoted on its right foot, spun 180 degrees, and slammed the Thunder Mammoth Titan to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while it was flattened on the floor, the Skull Knight leaped up and used a level 1 skill, Son Goku's Punch. It was about to turn the Thunder Mammoth Titan into boiled elephant meat. The mammoth used its 300-centimeter-long trunk to wrap tightly around the Skull Knight's arm. The punch was blocked. It slammed the Skull Knight to the ground, getting revenge for being thrown. The mammoth raised its 2 front legs. It wanted to crush the pile of bones on the ground. The Skull Knight nimbly leaped aside, successfully dodging the terrifying power of the 2 elephant legs. To retaliate, the Skull Knight gifted the mammoth a level 1 heavy punch skill, specifically, a massive backhand that sent the beast's head flying to one side. Han Yu eagerly shouted, "Finish it now!" The Skull Knight leaped onto the mammoth's head and gave it a painful knock on the forehead. Then, the Skull Knight helped the mammoth get rid of one of its long, cumbersome tusks. Such touching camaraderie. The Elephant Master was at a loss, only able to order his mammoth to get up and fight back. The Skull Knight snapped off the remaining tusk, earning enough money to keep his next 3 generations living in luxury. However, the Skull Knight's actions were truly vicious and cruel. Han Yu would definitely have to take it home and discipline it properly behind closed doors. After losing its 2 most precious assets, the mammoth had no will to fight anymore. So, the Skull Knight kicked it, sending it flying right in front of the Elephant Master. Out of strong champions, he resorted to using quantity to overwhelm quality. The Elephant Master sent a herd of giant fierce mammoths to surround the Skull Knight. The giant fierce mammoths were like a swarm of ants at the Skull Knight's feet. Any that came within a 3-meter radius were kicked back to where they started by the giant skeleton's long legs. This brutal battle began to shift when a few of the giants managed to get close to the Skull Knight. The Skull Knight was swarmed like a sugar cube being torn apart by ants. Han Yu immediately sent in the Ox Demons as reinforcements. A herd of Ox Demons rammed into the giants one by one, loosening the encirclement around the giant skeleton. And the giants that had just been taken down were immediately turned into skeletons by the Bone Reviver, fighting under its command. By relying on sheer numbers, the Elephant Master's own plan had backfired on him. In the end, only a few of his giants were left standing. They didn't dare to charge forward again. He accepted his defeat before Han Yu and the entire arena. Streams of light flew out from the Elephant Master's giants, converging into a single crystal. It was the divine domain core fragment of a demigod. As expected, it was much heavier than the common variety. Because of his unbelievable performance, Han Yu was teleported by the management for a meeting. Just as he thought, they had taken notice of him during the last match. Even though Han Yu had used a few tricks, but he was also capable, and even had the qualifications to become the heir of this bloody arena. This place was originally a testing ground to select an heir for the position of Arena Master. Any contestant who won an uphill challenge was qualified. That's why Han Yu was in complete shock right now. A fortune had suddenly fallen into his lap, a bloody arena with a massive flow of traffic. Every day, countless races came here. The amount of divine power earned from them alone would have made Han Yu a newly rich tycoon. And now he was qualified to inherit and run this entire place, which proved. Something about this felt shady. Han Vu took a deep breath. Before making a decision, he wanted to know just how many people in this arena were qualified to become its next master. And after becoming the master, what kind of benefits would he receive? And what responsibilities would he have to shoulder? Han Vu considered everything carefully, not letting himself be blinded by short-term gains, which made the management look upon him even more favorably. Currently, there were a total of 349 heirs in this bloody arena. Among them were 221 divine creatures, 118 demigods, 9 true gods, and only a single main god. After becoming the master of the bloody arena, Han Vu would obtain its permanent coordinates. Teleportation could be done at fixed points without needing any equipment to fly into the arena. Each teleport would cost 1 million divine power points. The bloody arena would also allow Han Vu to build special arenas within his own divine domain to train and nurture his kin. As for the responsibilities, once the number of heirs reached 500, the arena would begin the succession ritual. Specifically, it would select the best among those 500 people by having them eliminate each other. Based on what he'd seen in the bloody arena, Hanvu guessed that succession ritual would be no walk in the park. 500 people, fighting each other just to claim the master's throne. And he was only the 350th heir, still a long way from 500. By the time that happened, Hanvu might have already become a god king. There was still plenty of time to train. Hanvu agreed to take on the challenge. It was all or nothing. Suddenly, a beam of light shot through Hanvu's body. Teacher Dian Wen popped out of nowhere, beaming with joy. "Hanvu, you're my lucky charm. We've hit the jackpot this time." While Hanvu was still looking completely bewildered, Teacher Dian Wen shoved a phone into his hand. The account balance on it had a ridiculous number of zeros. Now he had the headache of figuring out how to spend 1 billion divine power points. So Teacher Dian Wen suggested he should start by getting himself a top-notch divine artifact. Hanvu didn't know what he should choose, because right now he was only a divine creature, not even a demigod yet. So, how could he possibly control a divine artifact? Teacher Dian Wen puffed out his chest and said, "Don't you worry about a thing." He just so happened to know a shop that wholesaled, retailed, and bulk sold divine artifacts. They would definitely have something suitable for Hanvu. Hanvu felt his teacher would be perfect for an MLM scheme. "You grasshopper, I've finally found you." Xiangchu charged at him like a hungry tiger. Hanvu immediately hid behind Teacher Dian Wen, sending out an SOS signal. Teacher Dian Wen spread his arms wide, flexing his rock-hard chest to shield him, as if to say, "Who dares touch my student who just earned 1 billion divine power points?" Xiangchu immediately raised his hands in surrender. He wasn't there to get revenge on Hanvu or anything. He just saw that Hanvu's strength was off the charts and wanted to befriend him. "I'm a first-year student at Xijing University. My real name is Xiang Meng." Hanvu shook Xiang Meng's hand. He was a student at Xijing. No wonder he was so powerful. Xiang Meng saw that he looked like a young teenager and guessed he hadn't enrolled in any university yet, probably just a prospective student. He never expected Hanvu to still be a high school student who hadn't even graduated. Xiang Meng couldn't believe it, convinced Hanvu was pulling his leg. Hanvu immediately introduced Teacher Dian Wen as a witness. Getting his moment in the spotlight, Teacher Dian Wen cleared his throat a few times. "This grasshopper student here is indeed not a university student. Although many universities have sent him invitations, he wants to aim higher. He only wants to join Didu. However, Didu isn't interested in him." Xiang Meng understood the situation. He could see that Hanvu had his sights set high, as Didu Academy was one of the big 3 in the country, and he had really taken a liking to Hanvu. So, Xiang Meng promised to report his case to Xijing University to get him a trial examination. After returning, he would need to try his best to improve his core kin as much as possible. If this worked, it could be Hanvu's chance to finally catch the eye of Didu. Hanvu still couldn't believe that someone he had just defeated was now offering him a helping hand. Xiang Meng laughed heartily. "Haha, you have great potential. The path to godhood is a long one. Having many comrades you can rely on is naturally easier than fighting alone. Besides, if I recommend you to the university and you pass the test, the school will give me a resource bonus as an incentive." No wonder Xiang Meng was so enthusiastic. Hanvu was extremely grateful for his help. Xiang Meng advised him to invest more in resources, suggesting it would be best to cultivate some heroic life forms to be fully prepared for the university's entrance exam. A short while later, Teacher Dian Wen indeed led Hanvu to the Treasure Pavilion, a place specializing in wholesale second-hand divine artifacts. He didn't know if the goods were high quality, but the staff were definitely a perfect 10. No wonder wives didn't want their husbands shopping here. Teacher Dian Wen and Hanvu followed her inside, asking to see some Grandmaster Tony. All the professional barbers were named Tony. He wondered if a shopkeeper Tony would be any good. "You two, please come in." They arrived before a teleportation gate. Stepping through, Hanvu came face to face with a burly, pot-bellied man working at a forge. "Weapons. Old Dian, is the lamb you brought this time fat enough?" Hanvu froze stiff, just wanting to run home to his mommy. Teacher Dian reminded old Tony to be serious, because Hanvu was a student, not his little sugar baby. Old Tony slicked back his hair and first explained the mission statement of his shop. First, of course, was the commitment to never sell knockoffs, only genuine, top-quality goods at an insanely high price. In his heart, Hanvu cursed. What student would have the money to come to this old man's? He had to struggle just to earn that 1 billion. Teacher Dian Van, afraid that he would get a bad impression of old Tony, explained that the man just had a sharp tongue but a kind heart, and when it came to his craft, He was the best in the world. However, Teacher Dian didn't know that his heart was as venomous as his tongue. If Teacher Dian hadn't introduced customers to him, he would have cut ties with the teacher long ago. Tony led Han Vu to see his creations. Behind a red curtain was a spacious, extravagant room filled with divine artifacts. Each product was personally stamped and crafted by Tony himself. Teacher Dian followed behind, asking Han Vu which of these divine artifacts he liked. If he liked it, he had to buy it himself, because the teacher didn't have enough money to gift it to him. Han Vu fell into deep thought, considering he might be looked down upon by the Imperial Capital Academy for being dirt poor, an ancient goo worm cauldron priced at 600 million divine power. So, Han Vu settled on a second-grade goo refinement divine artifact. Inside, it contained a space that could gather up to 100,000 members of the insect race to conduct the goo refinement ritual. After entering, the insects would engage in a bloody battle royale. The sole survivor would get the chance to level up. The highest level it could create was a heroic level lifeform. In addition, the cauldron came with a divine art, attracting insects. However, its range depended on the amount of divine power poured into it. Although the second-grade goo cauldron wasn't immensely powerful, it was the most suitable divine artifact for Han Vu. Teacher Dian Van was extremely proud to have found a student with such a good eye. 4 divinity points, or 580 million divine power. Are you paying with cash or card? Tony eagerly tried to close the deal, startling Han Vu. Teacher Dian had to pull him back to haggle. After all, they were acquaintances. Couldn't he give a little discount for Teacher Dian's sake? Tony didn't want to, but since he was a big spender, he didn't object. The old man gave Han Vu a price of 600 mil and threw in a bonus item, a scouting eye. After finishing his shopping, Han Vu immediately left. Staying another second would mean getting ripped off by Old Tony again. Old Tony quickly chased after him to advertise a special divine artifact he had just crafted from a fragmented scroll of a lost civilization. Teacher Dian Van narrowed his eyes to take a look. After appraising it, Teacher Dian Van flew into a rage. Well done, Tony. I considered you a friend, and you treat me like an enemy? Old Tony quickly waved his hands to calm him down and give himself time to explain. This ancient artifact was called Greed Wolf. It came from a long-lost civilization and grew solely by devouring divine artifacts. The civilization of the Greed Wolf loved to plunder other people's belongings, especially divine artifacts. And once a divine artifact had bonded with a master, no one else could possess it until its god was 6 feet under. This golden ball looked useless, but the ruler of that civilization had summoned the most skilled craftsmen from the entire nation. After many eras, they finally created this Greed Wolf. It grows stronger by devouring other divine artifacts, simultaneously inheriting the skills of the artifacts it swallows. This blatant theft caused the Greed Wolf to be boycotted, and its civilization was ganged up on and wiped out. Such a fantastic item was naturally put up for sale by Old Tony for the price of just 1 billion divine power. Han Vu was also hesitant because of how overpowered Greed Wolf was. It even caused a civilization to be destroyed, but its surprisingly cheap price made him doubt its authenticity. But Old Tony had only obtained a fragmented scroll, so recreating Greed Wolf could have resulted in errors. However, it could still devour other divine artifacts to grow. The only catch was that its growth speed was 10 times slower than the original, and it could only inherit some passive effects, not the accompanying divine arts. Then isn't it just a piece of junk? Teacher Dian Van's words made Old Tony feel insulted. Han Vu, on the other hand, wanted to get his hands on it, but he only wanted to pay 400 million points, because he had no more divine power left. He really wanted to try out a powerful divine artifact that others couldn't easily destroy. If he fed his divine artifact to Greed Wolf now, it would also have the added effect of weakening his enemy's power. Seeing Teacher Dian trying hard to stop him, Han Vu launched into a well-rehearsed speech. First, he praised Tony as a master craftsman for being able to partially restore Greed Wolf from just a small fragment of a scroll. Then, he expressed his pitiful situation with his entire As expected, Old Tony loved nothing more than flattery. Seeing Han Vu praise the divine artifact he made, he swelled with pride and immediately offered it for 400 million divine power points. Money can't buy a kindred spirit. The Greed Wolf divine artifact is yours. Han Vu returned home to test the 3 divine artifacts he had just received. He dripped a drop of his fresh blood on each one to make them bond with him as their master. The goo cauldron was the first to react. Han Vu immediately put one of his grasshoppers inside to begin the restoration. A green frog leaped out, snatched the grasshopper, and pulled it in. But Greedy Wolf still hadn't made a move, making Han Vu a little impatient. Don't tell me that old man Tony was actually running a pyramid scheme. The moment he bad-mouthed Tony, Greedy Wolf began to glow, and a small, adorable husky jumped out. Han Vu saw that its appearance was a world apart from its described greedy and battle-hungry nature. Unexpectedly, the goofy husky started barking, which meant hurry up and stick the divine artifact in my mouth. It had just been summoned and was already affected by the law of gluttony, but he was so poor he was eating dirt, so where would he get a divine artifact? Han Vu took out a fragment of a divine domain. With something to chew on, the goofy husky sat down obediently. He wondered, what were his other kin up to right now? The grasshoppers were sensing the weather forecast, while the red dwarves were mining for gold with their pickaxes and shovels. These minotaurs were lifting half-ton weights. Every single creature was striving to better itself. Relying on the holy relics he scammed from the resentful race, Han Vu was finally able to restore the law of gluttony all the way to level 3. And the effects of level 3 were even more potent. Just filling its stomach could allow it to evolve into an elite life form. If he restored and upgraded it step by step, a common life form could evolve into a transcendent being. And Han Vu's locusts had a surplus of food, meaning all of his creatures could be upgraded to the transcendent level. Hearing this, Han Vu's eyes lit up. His family of billions of transcendent beings was about to be born. A week later, it was finally time for the new round of sacrifices. Han Vu offered 13 billion grasshoppers to the heavens. The list of rewards for 13 billion locusts was as long as a royal decree. The first choice was 10,000 transcendent night demon hunter life forms. The second was the 3-star divine artifact, the Hegemon's steel blade. It was both a divine artifact and a holy relic, which also increased damage and came with a divine skill. Finally, there was the level 2 holy relic, the Enlightenment Stone, which only worked on non-humanoid and non-demi-human races, allowing the core kin to potentially be enlightened. Han Vu took the Enlightenment Stone in his hand and crushed it. The swarm of grasshoppers merged with the pillar of light that burst forth from the stone. A moment later, a swarm of humanoid grasshoppers appeared. Han Vu's eyes lit up. This was truly a sky-high evolutionary leap. His grasshoppers had evolved into locust men. All of them were transcendent life forms with low-level intelligence and a 10-year lifespan. Han Vu's excitement grew as he scanned the locust men's faith points and reproductive capabilities. Now, let's see who dares to look down on grasshoppers anymore. Just then, teacher Dian Van called to inform him about the Shijing Academy's examination. An admissions officer would come to the school to meet him tomorrow. The next day, a young man in his class proactively approached Han Vu, wanting to sponsor him with resources. He even flexed that his family raises many demigods and has rare resources that aren't even available online. An opportunity had fallen right into Han Vu's lap, and he couldn't let it slip away. Right now, he needed divine domain core fragments from level 7 to level 10. The young man nodded instantly. However, the price was a bit high. Based on their relationship, it would still cost up to 400 million divine power points. Han Vu nodded. His poverty was once again limiting his growth. The young man was also a schemer, saying that if Han Vu sold him 1,000 transcendent skeleton knights, it could offset 4 million of those divine power points. Han Vu immediately agreed. He had an entire farm of transcendent skeleton knights. Seeing him close the deal so fast, the young man was filled with regret for not asking for hero-level bone controllers earlier. At that moment, teacher Dian Van arrived to take Han Vu to meet the examiner. The balding teacher from before was surprised to see Han Vu again. As expected, the teacher didn't have a good impression of Han Vu, because last time, he couldn't even pass the reserve student test, and the Shijing exam was much harder than the high school one. Moreover, to prevent cheating, only the core kin could participate, and Han Vu's core kin were the lowest level locusts. For this test, Han Vu would have to invade the border of a giant's town called Duolong City. That giant civilization had a rigid hierarchy and a stable profession system that could affect both Han Vu and his kin. Once he was identified as a harmful demonic entity, the professionals in Duolong City would actively hunt him down to the ends of the earth. His mission was singular. He even had to hunt down one of Duolong City's hero protectors. Han Vu wanted to ask about the total military strength of Duolong City and the number of heroes within it. According to the teacher, although it was a small border town, Duolong City had a population of tens of thousands, with over 10% being professionals, and a total of 5 heroes. He would have to find out any other information himself. He had 1 hour left to prepare before the test began. Han Vu immediately asked teacher Dian Van to exchange his accumulated points for 3 level 1 holy relics. Inside his core divine domain, Han Vu used the fragments obtained from his fight with Hangman to upgrade his domain. The core divine domain reached level 3, and the space expanded once more. Next, he just needed to take the 3 holy relics teacher Dian Wen gave him and load them in. The first was a poison gland, capable of developing his core familiars, a poison attribute. Next was the earth core, which would give his core familiars an earth attribute and increase their defense. Finally, there was the elf's bowstring, which was both a holy relic and a divine tier weapon. It would allow his core familiars to summon the bowstring as an energy weapon, while Han Yu himself could summon the physical elf's bowstring. After successfully loading them, most of the heavenly demonic bugs now had poison glands, and half of the fallen bugs received a defense upgrade. And most of the locust men could now use the bowstring for combat. Han Yu felt confident he could handle this test. With his preparations complete, the admissions teacher began teleporting Han Yu to the outskirts of Duolong City. It was Han Yu's first time teleporting, so he was a little caught off guard, falling right out of a portal that opened in the sky. Luckily, he managed to stick the landing with style, but the moment he did, his information panel sent out an urgent alert. If Han Yu didn't leave the area soon, he would be classified as a monster to be hunted. His alias was the Demon Emperor King, level 80. Since all his personal information was being broadcasted anyway, he used the opportunity to check the level of his 2 newly acquired heroic locust men. The panel showed they were level 60, but Han Yu had no idea how strong that actually was. He'd never taken them into a real battle before. Suddenly, one of the locust men warned Han Yu that creatures were approaching to attack them. Han Yu immediately jumped on its back to go investigate. That's when the sky suddenly filled with monsters. There were so many that even Thon, a second advancement adventurer, started to worry. This first advancement, Rage Fist Master, on the other hand, was thrilled. After all, more monsters meant more money. The first advancement, Water Sage, was also having a good time. Killing the locusts yielded core fragments, and there was also a fire mage who was busy grilling up some fragrant locust skewers. A 4-person party, working in perfect coordination to deal with Han Yu's locusts. Meanwhile, he was flying high above them, using his humanoid firefly bugs for reconnaissance. Thon even was a level 30, second advancement Dragon Blood Warrior. All 4 of them wore the same style of metal on their bodies, but only Thon's was made of silver. The high-quality bling was just for him. It looked like Thon was the leader of this group. Thon decided to order a retreat when he saw the sky turn completely black with locusts, but it was already too late. Han Yu sent a single locust man down from the heavens to play with them. The danger was rapidly closing in. They thought they were just ordinary-looking locust men, nothing dangerous, but it turned out to be a 3rd advancement level monster. Thon yelled for everyone to split up, saying he would hold the monster off to buy them some time. Thon swung his blade in a powerful slash, but the damage was 0. It only left a tiny scratch on the monster's body. It's too strong. We don't stand a chance. While Thon was completely stunned, the locust man suddenly lunged forward. It used every ounce of its strength to kick the guy, sending Thon flying 100 meters away. After dealing with Thon, it began to hunt down the remaining members. The rest of the group was running for their lives, trying to find a hiding spot, but before they could do anything, it was already on them. The locust man seemed to be having the time of its life chasing them. Where do you think you're going? In just a few moments, all 4 of them were effortlessly caught by the locust man and tied up in a corner. Han Yu appeared before them, a deeply annoyed look on his face. The only thing he could hear from the Rage Fist Master was a stream of curses. "Stay away from me, you ugly monster." Han Yu's buttons had been pushed. He had always considered himself devastatingly handsome, and now some random adventurer had the nerve to call him ugly. He told them that if they wanted to get out of this godforsaken place alive, all they had to do was answer a few of his questions. Thon and the Rage Fist Master glared at him, grinding their teeth, looking like they wanted to tear Han Yu to shreds. Han Yu asked them, "What do I look like in your eyes?" The Rage Fist Master nonchalantly replied that he would never answer a monster's question. Before anyone could react, the locust man standing beside Han Yu suddenly attacked the Rage Fist Master. It impaled the man with its claw, an act so sudden it even startled Han Yu. He yelled at the locust, screaming that he had told it from the start to only scare them, not to actually hurt them. The scolded locust's jaw dropped, its face breaking out in a cold sweat. After witnessing that, the faces of the water sage and the fire mage turned deathly pale. They started screaming at the top of their lungs. Annoyed by their fearful cries, Han Yu ordered his locusts to cast a curse. "Go and poison the rest of them." Losing his patience, Thon asked what Han Yu actually wanted. He repeated his earlier question one more time. The question sounded so ridiculous it made it hard for Thon to answer. He very honestly began to describe what he saw. But he wasn't describing Han Yu, he was describing the giant locust. The eyes are big. The antennae are long. Han Yu began to overthink it, concluding that Thrawn was describing the ugly with Thrawn's answers and demanded he keep talking. For 3 straight hours, Han Wu just sat there, questioning and forcing Thrawn to answer. Once he got what he needed, Han Wu stepped forward and, as promised, untied Thrawn. The moment he was free, Thrawn bolted as if he'd seen a ghost. He had to report the news about the massive demon beast army to the Adventurers Guild immediately. But even though he'd let Thrawn go, Han Wu was secretly watching, following him from high above. Once Thrawn reached his destination, Han Wu ordered his locust to knock him out, given the current circumstances. He couldn't risk his presence being exposed yet. Han Wu then continued with his work. According to the intel he'd just gathered, there were hundreds of thousands of adventurers here. Launching a direct attack with just the 3 of them was not going to be enough. As he was pondering how to increase his combat power, a horde of outcast goblins appeared before him, eagerly awaiting his command. A flash of disappointment crossed Han Wu's face, but hey, it was better than nothing, right? While most of the goblins were low level, their leader was level 62 and had even reached its 3rd job advancement. But the question was, how could they even have job classes? It turned out the leader had devoured quite a few adventurers who were carrying job class fragments, and that's how it had acquired its class. The moment he understood this, an idea struck Han Wu. He could give job classes to his locust swarm. No sooner said than done. Han Wu ordered his entire swarm of locusts to track down adventurers and collect their job class fragments. 3 days later, the job class fragments had been gathered in one place. It was time to implement the class fusion for the locusts. Han Wu tossed all the fragments into the air, and a system window appeared with the class options. There were 4 choices in total: lawyer, martial artist, warrior, and archer. Han Wu selected archer. He was in desperate need of a long-range attack option, and it was a perfect fit for his heroic-grade lifeform locusts. He dreamed of a future where he could continue leveling up, a time when capturing any hero would be as easy as flipping his hand. Another locust flew in to report that they were unable to get near a certain mountain cave. Han Wu had it lead him there. Upon arriving, he detected a powerful aura in the area, mixed with a trace of divine power. Looking down, he saw a black dragon, sleeping soundly while bound in chains. Han Wu recalled his teacher saying that some civilizations from other worlds would often seal enemies they couldn't easily kill. Perhaps the sleeping black dragon before him was one such unfortunate soul, sealed away by a powerful entity. The black dragon's name was Elphys, its level currently at 103, drastically reduced from its original 1. Elphys held the rebel class, a class belonging to a special race, so the rest of its information, like its equipment, divinity, and talents, were all hidden. Suddenly, the black dragon's eyes snapped open, causing the panicked locust men to try and flee. They hadn't taken 2 steps before. Han Wu called them back, making them go limp with fear. Elphys, the rebel black dragon, rose to its feet, ready to annihilate Han Wu. He immediately bolted, telling his locust men to scatter and hide. Elphys attacked relentlessly as thick, black smoke billowed everywhere. 5 minutes later, Han Wu peeked his head out and asked if the black dragon was done throwing its tantrum yet, which only enraged it more, prompting it to attack again. Elphys opened its massive jaw, and a ball of energy began to form, growing larger and larger. Han Wu ducked for cover again. From the start, the black dragon's assault was all for show. Despite its constant attacks, it hadn't managed to hit a single thing. After 10 minutes of wasting its energy, the black dragon began to tire. Han Wu appeared once more, saying that he wasn't there to fight, but to help. But of course, the dragon didn't believe him. It was certain it could see right through Han Wu's tricks. "Get out of here while I'm not yet truly angered, or I will crush you." Seeing that talk was getting him nowhere, Han Wu took out his bow and launched his first attack at the black dragon. "Eat this." The arrow simply bounced off Elphys's scales. The black dragon looked at Han Wu with contempt, calling him a pathetic insect. Its defense was invincible. There was no way Han Wu could ever harm it. Realizing the bow was useless, he switched to his sword. Han Wu charged forward and delivered a powerful slash against the black dragon, but it was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a scratch. So he changed tactics, channeling 10,000 points of divine power into a strike aimed near the black dragon's head. He knew he couldn't reason with it if he couldn't hurt it. Han Wu used defense break slash and successfully wounded the black dragon. The black dragon was furious that Han Wu dared to harm a great rebel like itself. It began to threaten Han Wu, but was cut off by a counter threat. "I have plenty more weapons, you know. I might even make you log out permanently." Only then did the black dragon finally agree to compromise and talk with Han Wu. It asked him what on earth he wanted. Han Wu got straight to the point. He wanted to eliminate a hero in Dragon City, but he wasn't yet strong enough to handle it alone, so he needed the Black Dragon's help. But Elphys had been sealed here for hundreds of years and couldn't leave. The chains that imprisoned it were a special artifact, created just for it. Even its dark power couldn't corrode a single one, let alone Han Yu's weapons. Han Yu stared at the shackle on the Black Dragon's neck. Could this lock be a divine artifact? Indeed, the great and rebellious Black Dragon, Elfie, wouldn't bother to lie. Han Yu summoned a fireball into his hand. He had a way to break the lock on the Black Dragon's neck, but he wasn't sure if his method would actually work. Han Yu's plan was to sever the chain in the middle. He pressed the fireball against a link and sliced it in two, right before the Black Dragon's astonished eyes. Seeing that the chain had been successfully cut, the Black Dragon raised its voice, demanding that Han Yu cut the remaining ones for it. It even became so arrogant as to declare, "The great rebellious dragon, Elfie, commands you." Han Yu was not pleased with the dragon's words and asked what it had just said. The clueless dragon repeated its command. Just now, Han Yu had helped the Black Dragon cut a link to show his sincerity, as he needed its help. He never expected this creature to be so brazen as to dare give him orders. The Black Dragon was ready to meet Han Yu's demands. After all, it was just a matter of physically attacking some hero and making him log out for good. For the dragon, that was as easy as flipping its hand. It repeatedly urged Han Yu to help it remove the chains. But Han Yu had changed his mind. He wanted the Black Dragon to serve him for about 100 years, as payment for rescuing it. The Black Dragon roared, cursing Han Yu as despicable trash and calling him delusional. It was a great and rebellious Black Dragon. Why should it become a servant to a mere kid like Han Yu? Han Yu's face turned grim as he said, "If I can save you, I can also make you disappear forever. If you're not willing to meet my demand, then you'll just become a stepping stone for me to increase my own power. Besides, a great dragon's body is full of treasures. If you were to disappear, your bones would be perfect for crafting some fine weapons." Hearing this, a chill ran down the Black Dragon's spine. It hurriedly bowed its head, agreeing to serve Han Yu for 100 years, just hoping he would free it as soon as possible. It couldn't stand being in chains any longer. Having gotten his way, Han Yu's face brightened. He presented the Black Dragon with a contract and demanded it sign. After reading the contract, the Black Dragon lost its cool again. According to what was written, this was no different from making it a slave. "Don't even think about it. My dragon clan will never be slaves." While it was still roaring, Han Yu presented a profession fragment before it. The Black Dragon immediately fell silent. He knew that this dragon was currently very weak and needed to recharge, which is why he used this fragment to lure it in. Just as he predicted, the Black Dragon was completely captivated. A second ago, it was loudly proclaiming it would never do such a thing. Now, it immediately extended its claw and signed. Han Yu was also a man of his word. Once the Black Dragon signed, he released his little wolf to eat through the rest of the chains, granting the dragon its freedom. Finally, after so many years of imprisonment, the rebellious Black Dragon Elfie was free, no longer having to befriend its chains day after day. Elsewhere, at the guild hall in Many Dragon City, 5 heroes were gathering the moment they heard that the rebellious Black Dragon had escaped its seal. They also guessed that the Black Dragon's power was currently very weak. The Infinite Saint hero declared that now was the golden opportunity for them to join forces and eliminate it. The Saintess hero reasoned that the Black Dragon would surely find a secret hiding place to recover its strength, and the area outside the city was vast. Finding it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. They would need help from the adventurers in Many Dragon City. Another hero, the Icefire Sword hero, dressed in an elegant white outfit, said they must strike first and seize the upper hand, before the monsters began to riot, as the dark power emanating from the Black Dragon would strengthen a large number of them. Across from him, the Windwalker hero spoke with extreme calm. "You're all worrying too much. After all, it's just one Black Dragon that just broke free from its seal. There's no need to pay it so much attention." Then he turned to the most reputable-looking one among them. "Wouldn't you agree, Lord Dragonslayer?" The Dragonslayer hero had a stern face, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "It's just one giant dragon. What's there to discuss? I once killed a wind system green dragon all by myself, and it didn't even disrupt the entire formation of adventurers in Many Dragon City." The Infinite Saint hero quickly reminded him, "This Black Dragon is not like the others out there. According to ancient records, it is a rebel of the Dragon Clan. We must not, under any circumstances, underestimate it." The Dragonslayer hero growled, his expression unhappy. "Are you doubting my power? I am a 4th-rank dragon slayer, blessed by heaven's mandate. My very existence is for the sake of killing dragons." His words alone were enough to silence the infinite saint hero, who couldn't say another word. The Dragon Slayer hero decided to go handle the Black Dragon himself, only asking the others to stay behind and protect Many Dragon City. It was clear the others here respected him greatly. His words carried immense weight. The Windwalker hero smiled brightly and asked to go along to support the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer remained silent. Without another word, he walked away, with the Windwalker trailing behind him like a small tail. Hanvu and the Black Dragon had gathered all the monsters in Multi-Dragon City to their location. They all knelt at the feet of Hanvu and the Black Dragon. Hanvu began to call on them to rebel, urging them to unite and form a monster alliance to fight against the Adventurers Guild, with the goal of hunting adventurers. The monsters below were completely stunned, their jaws hanging open in disbelief at what they were hearing. They had never even considered hunting adventurers because their own strength was limited. The monster's words gave Hanvu pause for a moment. In truth, the tribe's power wasn't strong enough yet. To guarantee victory, he would have to rely on this army of cannon fodder to gain control. He promised the monsters he would help them improve their strength. Once they joined the Monster Alliance, they would be rewarded with energy crystals to boost their power. A few days later, they began to execute the first steps of their plan. The Black Dragon was currently dripping its own blood for Hanvu to bathe in, as its dragon blood would help him break through to his third job advancement. It also cleverly reminded Hanvu that he needed to give it 500 black crystals, because it would get dizzy from the blood loss. Hanvu knew perfectly well this Black Dragon was just pretending to be weak, but it did have to give up a lot of its blood for him. So, even though 500 black crystals was a steep price, he still, after bathing sufficiently in the dragon blood, the system notified Hanvu that he had been promoted to a Tier 3 class, the Black Dragon Warrior. His physique and resistance to various elements increased by 50%. His power had increased dramatically, especially the skill, Black Dragon Transformation Control. Unable to wait any longer, Hanvu immediately ordered the Black Dragon Billowing purple smoke began to appear around him. In the blink of an eye, 2 dragon horns sprouted from Hanvu's head, and a pair of wings grew from his back. This was his new skill. His new codename was the Demon Emperor King. His level had reached 125, with talents like Chosen One, Dark Element Affinity, Black Dragon Equipment, Ancient Soul, and many others. Hanvu was on a whole new level now. Hanvu was confident that he now had enough power to go toe-to-toe with the heroes of Multi-Dragon City. But suddenly, the Black Dragon let out a loud cry. What was happening? 2 streams of blue and red light appeared in the sky. 2 men landed on the ground. It was the Dragon Slayer hero and the Windwalker hero. They had found the Black Dragon's hiding place. The Dragon Slayer hero targeted the Black Dragon. Once he dealt with the beast, his Dragon Slayer class would surely reach a new height. He then ordered the Windwalker hero to guard the perimeter and not let any other monsters interfere with his grand undertaking. The Windwalker hero raised his hand to the sky, creating a green ball of power called the Storm Barrier. A brilliant green sky covered Multi-Dragon City. Hanvu and the Black Dragon were trapped inside the Windwalker hero's barrier. When they saw Hanvu, the level 125 Demon Emperor King, they couldn't believe a monster this powerful existed outside of Multi-Dragon City. Hanvu had originally planned to master his skills before heading to Multi-Dragon City to hunt down a hero, but as fate would have it, the heroes had come to him first. The Windwalker hero's real name was Seemit, level 131, with the talents Mace Mastery, Wind God's Fire, Agile Spirit Body, and Storm Incarnation. In terms of levels, it seemed Hanvu and the Black Dragon would be at a great disadvantage in today's battle. The fight began. Hanvu attacked first, flying up and throwing 2 daggers towards Seemit. Seemit dodged the attack with ease, leaping high into the air and suddenly appearing behind Hanvu to strike. It turned out Seemit could create clones. Hanvu was hit by 2 attacks at once, from the front and back, leaving his head ringing. On the other side, the Black Dragon was also launching a continuous stream of attacks. The Imperial Locust Swarm was breaking the barrier. It seemed to be trying to destroy the barrier Seemit had created earlier. The Dragon Slayer hero was using his ultimate art, Dragon Slaying Domain, to fight the Black Dragon. He seemed to be at a disadvantage, but somehow he had already appeared behind the Black Dragon, raising his sword high for a killing blow. The Black Dragon was hit, letting out a piercing shriek before crashing to the ground. The Black Dragon was completely defeated and restrained by the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer ordered his dragon souls to take the Black Dragon back to Multi-Dragon City, then turned to ask Seemit if he needed. Seemit was confident he could handle Hanvu himself, so he told the Dragon Slayer to go on ahead. He would follow shortly. The Dragon Slayer didn't say anything more, simply taking his sword and leading the 2 dragon souls escorting the Black Dragon back to Multi-Dragon City. Han Vu stubbornly continued to try and break the storm barrier. He had to succeed, no matter the cost. The Imperial Locust Swarm charged in like a flood, shattering the storm barrier piece by piece. In just a short time, the barrier wall had been brought down by a swarm of locusts, leaving Seemit utterly shocked. But Seemit scoffed that Han Vu didn't know his place, and unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. Before he could even get his bearings, however, he was completely... Only then did Seemit realize the danger he was in. If this kept up, his energy would be completely drained. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, a level 100-31 hero was annihilated by a swarm of locusts. They swarmed his entire body, corroding him until only a skeleton remained. He had logged out, which meant Han Yu's mission was complete. A message from his teacher appeared on the screen. The teleportation channel back home was now open, and he could return. But the situation was ironic. Right now, Han Yu didn't want to go back. It wasn't hard for his teacher to figure out why he wanted to stay. Han Yu wanted to charge into the enemy camp to save the Black Dragon. He had to save it because it had signed a 100-year contract with him, so he couldn't just abandon it to die. The teacher's expression became incredibly tense. He warned Han Yu about how dangerous this course of action was. To save the Black Dragon, he wouldn't just be facing 1 hero, but 4 heroes stronger than the last guy, plus millions of adventurers, and tens of millions of ordinary citizens armed with weapons. The rescue mission was too dangerous. Even a demigod would have a high chance of failure. And right now, Han Yu was just a minor divine being. Of course, Han Yu knew this all too well. He proposed releasing all the tribes in the Sacred Realm to fight alongside him. He was willing to proactively increase the mission's difficulty, changing it to conquering the entire city of Duolong. The teacher was stunned by his proposal. Challenging the entire city of Duolong sounded like a joke, but he still agreed to this dangerous and dramatic request. Before disappearing, he sincerely reminded him that he must not, under any circumstances, die here. Because his true body had descended, he had to win and complete the mission at all costs. When the teacher vanished, a group of figures appeared. The highest level among them was Zhanqi Jianfeng of the Swordwind tribe, a hero-level lifeform at level 100. Besides him were the Divine Hammer of the Dwarf clan, a hero-level lifeform at level 113, the Minotaur tribe at level 135, the Drybone tribe at level 132, the Bone Restorer at level 86, and the lowest, the Bone Controller at level 75. Han Yu was very satisfied with this lineup, but the number of adventurers in Duolong City was immense. Although the combat power of his kinsmen was strong, it was insignificant compared to the sheer number of humans. They were forced to find helpers to handle the low-level adventurers. Now was the time for the Monster Alliance to shine. Han Yu ordered the Locust kinsmen to immediately relay the news to the Alliance. The longer they delayed, the more danger the Black Dragon would be in. Han Yu summoned Zhanqi Jianfeng and the Minotaur shaman to go with him to a secret forest. In a corner of the woods, a group of monsters was plotting. They figured that since the Black Dragon was defeated, the Monster Alliance no longer had a reason to exist. One of the wolves hatched a plan to convince the other monsters to gang up and take out Han Yu, then steal the energy crystals from him and split them evenly. But before it could finish its sentence, it was attacked from behind, collapsing to the ground, motionless. The monsters beside it were horrified. That was Han Yu's warning. A bunch of gutless insects dared to plot against him. If he didn't put them in their place, they would surely betray him. Han Yu glared menacingly. "Are you tired of living?" But it seemed a certain green, pig-faced goblin still wasn't scared. He pointed straight at Han Yu's face and said, "We only wanted to submit to that traitor, the Black Dragon. We don't give a damn about you. You're nothing." He was immediately taught a lesson by Han Yu. How dare these goblins, who don't know their place, act so arrogant? The goblin who was just running his mouth was now writhing on the ground. "I'm not inviting you to attack the city. I'm ordering you." The remaining goblins saw the scene and immediately knelt, bowing their heads to the ground. "My lord, we are willing to obey your command." Han Yu was now brimming with fighting spirit, ready for a life-or-death battle. He would definitely save the Black Dragon. Han Yu and his army of monsters marched toward Duolong City to rescue the Black Dragon from the heroes. Inside Duolong City, the Black Dragon was chained by its hands and feet, lying motionless, surrounded by a large crowd of onlookers. The Dragon Slayer hero sat comfortably on his throne, enjoying a glass of wine and admiring his achievement. someone came to report that the execution ceremony for the Black Dragon had been arranged in the public square. The saintess, Chiang Wei, asked this person to pass a message to him, asking why the hero Feng Xingze hadn't returned with the Dragon Slayer. 12 hours had passed, and even the Dragon Slayer himself didn't know if Feng Xingze had returned yet. He just told the commoner that Feng Xingze was probably running late. After the dragon slaying ceremony was complete, he would personally go find him. Suddenly, the ground trembled, causing the wine in the Dragon Slayer's glass to spill, and even he was knocked off balance. On the other side, Han Yu and his monster army had arrived. The horns had been blown, signaling everyone in Duolong City to prepare for battle. With a massive number of monsters attacking, the city descended into chaos. They rushed the women and children to retreat into shelters. Meanwhile, all the adventurers and men took up arms to fight against Han Yu's side, ordering their soldiers to swarm all the monsters. Monsters from myths and legends were suddenly appearing all at once. What's more, there was a massive swarm of flying creatures, Han Yu's very own locusts. They poured into the city like a tidal wave. The soldiers could only scream for the mages beside them to use magic and take down the army, but before they could even cast a spell, they were taken down by a volley of arrows that came from nowhere. They were the arrows of the Locust Men. Down below, other mages desperately tried to fire off bolts of power to attack the Locust Men, but the creatures easily dodged them without a scratch. Gaining momentum, the monsters pressed their assault even more fiercely. The power of unity was truly a force to be reckoned with. Han Yu, standing behind the lines, issued his commands. Little Skeleton, Bone Devourer, prepare to move out. The two monsters charged forward with overwhelming power. In just a moment, the soldiers were wiped out, with no path for retreat. The troll hero fought with increasing ferocity, relentlessly swinging his ridiculously oversized hammer. But no matter how he attacked, he couldn't land a single. Hero Ao Yi, Forest Rose, began to launch her own attack. Countless branches resembling octopus tentacles shot out, swarming and latching onto the troll, completely blinding him. Elsewhere, Hero Tu Jiafeng unleashed slashes of fire, blocking the monster's advance and bringing their assault to a dead stop. Seizing the opportunity, Hero Infinite Saint commanded the soldiers to form a battle line, using the moment to annihilate the monsters. The other mages were also rallied to launch a magical offensive. They created a combined magic spell. The goblins, unable to withstand its power, were sent flying 2 billion meters away. The combined magic of the people in Duolong City grew stronger and stronger. The monsters had no way to fight back. The Dragon Slayer hero arrogantly incited the other adventurers to push back the invaders, boasting that he would be the one to kill the Black Dragon. Faced with the turning tide of battle, Han Yu finally deployed his bone controller. Like a god casting a summoning spell, the bone controller fired out hundreds of bones at once, which assembled themselves into a complete skeleton, a giant skeleton. The giant skeleton, crackling with high-voltage electricity, began to advance toward the wall of fire. It grabbed the very vines from before and effortlessly shattered the combined magic spell. The monster's strength and morale were instantly restored. They charged forward like rabid beasts. At this moment, Han Yu's power seemed to have reached its absolute peak. "Elphys, I'm here to save you," shouting at the top of his lungs as he ran. Han Yu's voice finally roused Elphys, who opened his eyes. In a flash, Han Yu appeared right in front of him. After being captured and immobilized for days, the Black Dragon's spirit was finally reignited. He asked why Han Yu had come above them. The heroes looked down with contemptuous eyes, mocking them for daring to charge into a place like Duolong City without knowing their own limits. With that, Hero Infinite Saint dove down from above, intending to strike Han Yu. But just as he was about to attack, he was immediately sent flying by a single blow from a minotaur, knocked unconscious before he even knew what hit him. "To insult my god. You deserve death." Seeing this, the pink-haired hero lunged forward, sending out thorny vines. But before they could even touch Han Yu, they were stopped dead by the Divine Hammer's 1 billion-volt electrical current. The vines writhed in a sea of flames, leaving the girl utterly shocked. At this point, the Dragon Slayer hero could no longer stand by. There were only a few minutes left, but his original plan was now completely in ruins. He couldn't just let his chance to level up slip away like this. He began his attack, unleashing his dragon souls, but the result was absolutely nothing. The dragon souls were obliterated the moment they were summoned. The advantage was now shifting decisively to Han Yu and his monsters. As the dragon souls and the skeletons were locked in a fierce battle, neither side giving an inch, the Bone Devourer suddenly cried out, "I'm starving!" And with that, it leaped onto the back of a dragon soul and took a massive bite, causing the dragon to roar in agony and lose control. That dragon probably never imagined, in its entire life, that it would one day get its neck bitten by a skeleton. Down below, the Dragon Slayer hero saw his child being eaten and flew into a rage, soaring into the air to demand justice for his beloved creation. "How dare you eat my dragons? You must have a death wish." But of course, the skeleton was already a pile of bones. It wasn't alive to begin with. The Dragon Slayer hero swung his sword, and with a single slash, the skeleton was shattered and fell to the ground with a series of loud, crisp cracking sounds. But just a moment later, the skeleton's limbs reattached themselves, and it leaped back into the air. The Dragon Slayer hero's jaw dropped in disbelief. He thought he'd finished the creature, but who would have thought it would be so ridiculously resilient? The pitiful dragon soul was once again bitten mercilessly by the bone devourer, able to do nothing but scream for help. The Dragon Slayer stared, wide-eyed at the scene before him. Just what kind of monster are you? In all his years, the Dragon Slayer had probably never encountered a monster that could bounce back so quickly just for a bite to eat. Even after taking a direct hit from his powerful attack, it was as if the skeleton had never been touched. But the main mission upon entering Duolong City was to rescue Elphys. Han Yu gave his next order: Greedwolf, go, model. He unlocks Elphys's cage. The dragon, who was nearly a goner, praises Han Yu as a truly reliable partner. It doesn't hold back its praise, repeatedly calling Han Yu a great rebel. The black dragon even promises to remember him for all eternity. Han Yu is more than happy to hear it. He tells the black dragon that to repay this kindness, it can just serve him for another 100 years. He then tosses the black dragon 2 dark essence stones to help it recover from the wounds it sustained over the past few days. It's as if a special bond exists between them. Even though their contract designates the black dragon as Han Yu's servant, he truly sees it as a friend. Suddenly, Han Yu senses something is wrong. The divine hammer is losing ground and is in grave danger. The vines are about to overwhelm him. Han Yu immediately commands his locust swarm to aid the divine hammer, but at this rate, things are looking dire. They have to break out of this situation, and fast. Otherwise, the only thing awaiting them is defeat. If this keeps up, it's only a matter of time before Han Yu's entire army is wiped out. Sensing Han Yu's genuine concern, the black dragon decides to show its gratitude by giving him a huge gift. This shows just how much it trusts him. Elphys wants to bestow a title upon Han Yu. From this day forward, he too shall be known as a great rebel. With that, Elphys rises, shooting purple rays from its eyes into Han Yu's body, while chanting incantations to transfer its power to him. In an instant, Han Yu's power skyrockets. He now possesses 3 distinct types of power: Black Dragon Transformation, Dark Shadow, and Violent Dragon Slash. Han Yu charges straight for the Dragon Slayer hero and unleashes a devastating blow. The hero can't even react in time to block it. The power is so immense that his body can't handle the impact, and he coughs up blood. While the Dragon Slayer hero is still reeling from Han Yu's attack, the Skeleton Clan rushes in from behind. They run him straight through the heart, ending his life on the spot. The Skeleton Clan then casts a spell, claiming the Dragon Slayer hero's soul, upgrading it into a mutated heroic blood skeleton. Meanwhile, Han Yu isn't just standing around. On the other side of the battlefield, he's already attacking the Holy Maiden hero. Refusing to yield, she shouts, "How dare you pull such a trick?" Han Yu just smirks, telling her she's next, and orders the Divine Hammer to finish the Holy Maiden off. It's payback for everything she did to him. Once that's settled, Han Yu rushes to help take down the Icefire Sword hero. He launches a surprise attack from behind, throwing the hero off balance. Then, the heroic life form, Shui Jianfeng, unleashes its final move, finishing off the Icefire Sword hero with a powerful cross slash. Seeing the other heroes fall one by one, the Infinite Saint hero begins to panic and tries to flee. But all of Dragon City is now completely surrounded by monsters. The mutated heroic blood skeleton suddenly appears before the Infinite Saint, ready for a fight. The Bull Demon clan leaps down from above, staff in hand, and delivers the final, decisive blow. All the heroes have been annihilated. Standing from a high vantage point, Han Yu announces to his monsters that they have completely swept through the city. He also makes good on his promise to exchange essence stones for their spoils of war. Han Yu brings a bag full of the stones to the Black Dragon. "My friend, I hope you'll soon return to your peak strength." The Black Dragon looks at Han Yu, so moved it's brought to tears. It thanks him profusely, vowing to follow Han Yu for the rest of its life. Just then, a screen from his teacher appears, congratulating him on completing the mission. His recent accomplishments have set an unprecedented record at the academy. The teleportation portal is ready. Han Yu has 3 hours to sort through all the spoils from the battle. Han Yu tells his teacher that he wants to establish a stable teleportation gate connecting to his divine domain. He's willing to trade all the spoils of war he's gathered in exchange. The teacher falls into a thoughtful silence. He understands that Han Yu wants to establish a foothold in a new civilization, but that comes with many potential dangers. Setting up a stable portal is simple enough, but what would happen if that external civilization launched a counterattack into his divine domain? If he's not careful, the very core of his divine domain could be breached, but Han Yu's mind is made up. Han Yu expresses his resolve to his teacher. "Sir, I've thought this through carefully." The teacher agrees to Han Yu's request and offers his help. He promises to help Han Yu stabilize the teleportation gate within 10 days. He will also provide him with an early warning system. If any powerful beings from the external civilization use the portal, Han Yu will be alerted immediately. 10 days later, the teleportation gate has been stabilized. Han Yu entrusts the management of Dragon City to the Skeleton Clan. He also leaves the Bull Demon Clan behind as guards, just in case any professional adventurer guilds try to counterattack. Han Yu then has a heart-to-heart with the Skeleton Clan. Speaking to them as a friend, he tells them that Dragon City is a lost cause. He wants the Skeleton Clan to retreat back to his divine domain. He urges them to do it as soon as possible, advising them not to lose too much for a city that can't be saved. The Skeleton Clan quietly affirms that it understands. With everything settled, Han Yu gives the order to open the portal. It's time for him to return to his everyday life at the academy. Back at school, after all the battles on the other side, Han Yu's body had undergone massive changes, especially his eyes, which were no longer normal. They had now turned completely black. As he walked through the school, Han Yu's eyes caught the attention of his teacher. "Han Yu, what's wrong with your eyes?" Hearing that, he finally became aware of the change in his own body. He figured it was probably because of his special profession, the Defiant One. He opened his status window to check, and his current level had already reached Divine Creature. Notably, his innate talent was rebellion. Han Yu wanted to see more details about it, but the system notified him that his level wasn't high enough to view it yet. He needed to reach the demigod level to be qualified to check the details of this talent. The teacher announced that Han Yu had brilliantly completed and passed the Jingxi Academy's entrance examination. He had won a spot in the Academy's preparatory program, but if he wanted to officially enroll in Jingxi Academy, he still had to meet certain conditions. The condition to become an official preparatory student was to have special skills and meet at least 2 of the following 4 conditions. The first condition is that his core retainer must become a naturally born elite life form. The second is that Han Yu must nurture a heroic being. The third is that his own divinity must reach over 4 points, and the last is to have a saint in his possession. In his current situation, Han Yu had already met the second of those conditions. He needed to meet just one more condition to pass, but this notification had come too late. It seemed this would make things difficult for Han Yu. After speaking, the teacher went on his way, simply encouraging him to do his best. As the academy's doors were opening right before him, Han Yu turned to the teacher beside him, wanting to ask for help in getting one more divinity point as soon as possible. But the teacher shook his head wearily, saying it was too late. If Han Yu had asked just one day earlier, he might have been able to leave a divinity point for him. But now, he was completely out. The teacher suggested that Han Yu could participate in the school's assessment in 28 days. The reward was 1 point. Hearing this, he whipped his head around, his face full of suspicion. "Han Yu, you can drop that suspicious look. I swear on my honor that everything I've said is the truth." With no other choice, he could only try to rely on himself. Han Yu returned to his own divine domain. Was he about to bet it all in a single, all-or-nothing gamble? Han Yu placed his hand on the ground and cast the life sacrifice spell to gain a divinity point, but the system showed that no points were added. He could only set it aside and try again tomorrow. The next day, Han Yu returned to continue training for divinity points. But today's result wasn't any better. For 7 consecutive days, Han Yu diligently tried to earn a divinity point, but failing every single day without a single bit of luck left him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Previously, Han Yu had a divinity card in his hands, but he didn't appreciate it and exchanged it for 150 million divine power points. Now, it was too late for regrets. If the heavens gave me another chance, I would hold on to that sacred card and never, ever sell it. The system announced a new message. It was from Yuan Zhong. "Boss, where do today's holy relics come from?" Han Yu didn't reply immediately. Instead, he sent a message asking to borrow a divinity point from Yuan Zhong. Even though he thought that as a true god, Yuanzhong probably wouldn't have one. On the other end, Yuanzhong received the message with a mix of doubt and disbelief. Yuanzhong thought to himself, if this Han Yu isn't a true god, then he must be a high-level demigod, right? Asking to borrow a divinity point right off the bat. But still, he was a great god in his eyes, someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. With that, Yuanzhong immediately sent something over to Han Yu. He was overjoyed when he saw the gift arrive, but when he opened it, it was the Divine River Ruins, not at all what he had been hoping for. What the hell is this? Han Yu immediately looked it up online, and a massive amount of information appeared before him. The Divine River Ruins is an abandoned divine civilization that was once a developing plane. However, due to excessive research on this project, the plane's mineral structure was altered, and it now carries a certain amount of radiation. Many different life forms exist there. Living in this area, they were affected by the radiation, and over 90% of them have mutated. They've become gene-mutated monsters. To survive here, these monsters can only eat more radioactive ore to enhance their mutations, fighting fire with fire. But if they consume too much radioactive ore, crystallized stones will form inside the bodies of these mutated monsters. These stones can absorb the mutated genes. They are called gene stones, and they have special, almost miraculous effects in nurturing one's retainers. Even the lowest grade gene stone is comparable to a tier 3 holy relic and is worth hundreds of thousands of divine power. It's highly sought after by demigods and even true gods. This gift is truly valuable. Whoever sent this must be a divine being who didn't know what they had. I wonder how many divine power points I can get for this. Breaking news. Some god king went bankrupt after his farm for artificial mutant beasts, an investment worth hundreds of billions in divine power, was ruined by shoddy radioactive ore. Hearing this, Han Yu remembered he had a decomposition machine that could refine even low-grade radiation ore into radiation crystals. After feeding them to mutant beasts, they can transform and condense even stronger gene stones. In any case, he had to go check it out in person. Han Yu got right to it and left immediately. He arrived at a small town outside the Shenhe ruins, completely covered up and wearing a black mask. After all, when you're stepping into unfamiliar territory, your own safety has to come first. A man appeared behind Han Yu, offering to show him around the area, which put Han Yu on high alert. Give me one reason why I should hire you. The man immediately showed off his knowledge of Shenhe, even claiming to know who was trustworthy and who wasn't. He rambled on for a while, spouting information Han Yu didn't need. The boy cut him off, asking only one thing. Do you know anyone here who sells radioactive ore? The man asked Han Yu with a completely baffled expression. Lord God, you mean you came all the way here for radioactive ore? The blonde man recounted the recent story about the low-quality radiation. He even smugly said it was because the other guy didn't buy through him, which made Han Yu pay a little more attention. A bald man appeared from behind, walking towards Han Yu and raising his hand in greeting. This gentleman. Seeing this, the blonde man rushed to keep his client, then introduced the bald man to Han Yu. He's called Mr. He, the biggest mine boss in the Shenhe ruins. The bald man was also very proud, adding to his own introduction. Heizi is the largest dealer of radioactive ore in all of Shenhe. More than 70% of the radioactive ore in the entire region comes from him, and he also guaranteed he never sells any of that low-quality stuff. Han Yu then stated his request for the radioactive ore. He needed some pure samples that could give him 10,000 divine power points to take back to his divine domain for testing. Heizi happily accepted the deal. No problem at all. The transaction was complete. 40,000 divine power points worth of ore in exchange for 21 radiation crystals. It was a pretty cost-effective deal. Unable to wait any longer, Han Yu took one out to test it right away. His first test subject was a common wild wolf, a level 1 mutant beast with genetic disorders and mutations. He tossed the crystal for the wolf to eat. The wolf devoured it eagerly. And just like that, the ordinary wolf grew a horn and a majestic mane, looking incredibly powerful. Han Yu was shocked by the ore's effect. The wolf had only licked it once, and it had already reached the second level of mutation. The wolf continued to eat, and another level-up transformation began. Now it was a level 3 mutant. Han Yu was just thinking how amazing it would be to use this good stuff for his own familiars in the divine domain. But suddenly, the wolf in front of him exploded, turning into a red crystal. As expected, radiation is extremely dangerous. If you can't control its power, you'll just explode. The red stone was called a gene stone, which could induce genetic mutations in canine-type familiars, but its side effect would reduce the mutated familiar's lifespan to just 3. Suddenly, a voice from behind threatened Han Yu to hand over the stone. It was the demigod, Zhang Gang. Han Yu stood his ground and asked back, "And what if I don't?" Zhang Gang replied. "Then death is what awaits you." He raised one hand and summoned a whole pack of wolves to attack Han Yu, but they were no match for him. In an instant, Han Yu activated his black dragon transformation. Two massive wings sprouted out, radiating an absolutely terrifying power that made the wolves' jaws drop. Before they could even react, Han Yu attacked. Zhang Gang ordered the other wolves to charge in. A pack of wolves lunged at Han Yu, but he wasn't scared at all and simply flew straight up. "You idiots. I can fly." The demigod Zhang Gang was annoyed by Han Yu's childish antics. He used an anti-air spell, yanking Han Yu from the sky and slamming him to the ground. Han Yu had no time to react, crashing down right in the middle of the wolf pack. He ordered the wolves to tear Han Yu apart. Pinned by Zhang Gang's spell, Han Yu could only run for his life. Seeing a restricted area sign up ahead, Han Yu rushed inside, thinking the wolves wouldn't follow him in there. But unexpectedly, they stayed right on his tail. Zhang Gang was still yelling for his wolf cavalry to chase after Han Yu. The situation was getting more desperate, so his only choice was to hide. Zhang Gang followed him in, furious that he couldn't catch Han Yu. But then he noticed the aura here was a bit strange, so he ordered his beasts to retreat first. Han Yu was still hiding underwater, only daring to surface after the group had left. As soon as he got ashore, he was startled by the sight of genetically mutated fish. The river he had just been hiding in must have nuclear waste for the fish to end up like this. The safest thing to do was to go back. But when he checked his map, Han Yu realized the river wasn't on it. That meant he was lost. Just then, a group of genetically mutated monsters appeared before Han Yu, ready to attack. He calmly faced them. To face them, Han Yu tossed the gene stones towards the beasts. In an instant, all of those massive creatures exploded. He had managed to escape, but night had fallen, and Han Yu was still wandering in this dangerous, desolate forest. So, he started looking for a place to take shelter. After scanning the area for a moment, Han Yu spotted a building on the other side. The Divine River ruins were the abandoned home of the Divine River civilization, so there was a high chance that building was a relic of that very civilization. In any case, resting in that building was safer than staying in this wild forest. Han Yu then activated his black dragon form to fly towards the building over there. As he got closer, he saw that it looked like a long-abandoned castle. Although there seemed to be no one around, Han Yu remained extremely vigilant of his surroundings. There was no way of knowing if wild beasts gathered here. Venturing a little deeper, he discovered pieces of paper scattered on the ground. A light was emanating from somewhere, and that glow caught his attention. It seemed there was an energy fluctuation over there. Before him, a group of people in black, hooded cloaks were gathered in front of a strange source of light. Han Yu was curious about what they were doing. He hid behind a wall, eavesdropping and observing the actions of the mysterious black-robed group. They were discussing a failed investment and how a god king had given them hundreds of millions to organize today's ceremony. The black-robed figures placed blue stones into a circle, and they projected a powerful beam of light into the sky. It turned out the purpose of today's ceremony was to break the seal left behind by the Divine River civilization. The black-robed group succeeded in touching the seal. Han Yu also remembered reading information related to a research project on the ruins left by the Divine River. The Divine River was sealed because its risk factor was too high. It seemed the God King they just mentioned had been secretly researching the ritual to unlock the seal here. But luckily, the Divine River ruins had certain restrictions. Only life forms with no more than 10 life points could enter. A notification arrived. The origin of mutation of the Divine River civilization is being unsealed. The real danger was just beginning. The system notification started turning red. Warning. Seal breaker detected is not a super warrior of the Divine River civilization. Intruder detected. Seal removal has been temporarily halted. The system is activating anti-theft mode and releasing mutant beasts. Activation pattern obstructed. The origin of mutation has been forcibly separated from the seal and is now being suppressed. The black-robed figures were struck by the sounds and could only clutch their heads, screaming in pain. Standing to the side, Han Yu still couldn't figure out what was happening. A voice sent the group into a frenzy. The voice introduced itself as the origin of mutation. It wanted to find one person among the black-robed figures who had just weakened its seal to become its bridge. The origin of mutation invited them to play a game. The winner would be fortunate enough to become its bridge. One of the black-robed men showed his displeasure, saying he didn't want to participate in the origin of mutation's ridiculous game. He even threatened it. If it didn't let him go, his kindred from the divine realm would flatten this place. But he had underestimated the origin of mutation's power. From the very beginning, they had been unable to contact their divine realm. The first to appear was a level 6 mutant beast. As soon as it emerged, it sent the people around it flying, striking terror into everyone. Han Yu raised his hand to speak. He explained that he couldn't contact the divine realm either, so he was unable to summon his kindred. The black-robed figures were dumbfounded, having no idea where Han Yu had come from. The origin of mutation said it wouldn't disappoint him. Then it opened a gate, allowing him to contact the divine realm. 3 hours later, the black-robed figures sat in a daze, as their kindred were either tattered or completely destroyed. Only Han Yu was sitting there, smiling smugly. That's because he had a treasure, the decomposer machine. It could break down about 6,000 radiation crystals. Right now, Grasshopper was a level 3 mutant beast. Han Yu continuously encouraged Grasshopper to eat as many of the blue stones as possible. After 3 months of non-stop feasting on the blue stones, Grasshopper's mutation from level 3 to level 6 made everyone's eyes widen in shock. The origin of mutation ordered its beast, Gamora, to test them. The monster began to hunt, devouring everything it caught. The origin of mutation laughed heartily, its voice gloating, "The losers don't deserve to live." The monster Gamora continued to target the black-robed figures over there. All of them ended up right in Gamora's mouth. They let out pitiful cries for help. "Save me. I don't want to die." Finally, it was Han Yu's turn. The origin of mutation was incredibly defiant. "It's your turn now." Grasshopper's evolution was complete. Han Yu named it A-Kyung. To gain its current power, it had eaten all the gene stones, so its mutation was a bit overloaded now. However, Han Yu felt a tinge of regret because A-Kyung's lifespan had also been reduced to just 1 day. But now was the time for it to show the most important value of its life. Han Yu had successfully piqued the origin of mutation's interest. The origin. He commanded Gamora to attack. The dragon shot forward like an arrow toward A-Kyung, but was immediately smacked down. This sent it into a frenzy. Refusing to yield to A-Kyung's blows, Gamora charged forward once more. It snapped A-Kyung's claw clean off and let out a triumphant roar, but the claw regenerated in an instant, driving Gamora into an even deeper rage. A-Kyung had angered the dinosaur so much it mutated, an evolution that even the source of mutation had to praise. They fought for hours on end with no clear winner. Even after 18 hours, there was still no progress. Gamora relentlessly charged at A-Kyung, but never once managed to land a hit or deal any damage. Instead, it was only driving itself closer to its doom. The source of mutation was thoroughly enjoying the show. What a magnificent battle, wouldn't you agree? My beloved agent, Han Yu played along perfectly, pretending to act coy with the creature made of green ooze. His words sent shivers down its spine. "What do you want to do with my pure body?" the source of mutation replied. "From now on, your body will be our shared vessel." And with that, it cast its spell and merged with Han Yu. When it was done, the personal information panel appeared. The identity section no longer displayed just Han Yu's name. The name source of mutation now stood alongside it. Han Yu himself couldn't tell if he was Han Yu or the source of mutation. Suddenly, a green flame appeared before him, calling his name. It was the source of mutation, the origin of the super gene mutation in his body. Although the source of mutation was now a parasite living in Han Yu's body, its presence also helped him. He now had the power to surpass the civilizations of the godly dominions. They were now in a symbiotic relationship and had to help each other. The green creature talked and talked, but all Han Yu wanted to know was how to get out of this place. In their current situation, leaving was easy. The sealing layer had been sealed by the source of mutation, and the only mutant beast guarding it, Gamora, was already dead. So now, they were free. But there was one problem. Lifting the seal would attract countless demigods and true gods. They would be waiting right outside the ruins. The moment the seal completely vanished, they would rush in. Hearing this, Han Yu's heart sank. If that horde rushed in, he'd be hard-pressed to survive this ordeal. He was all alone, with no treasures to protect him. The only option now was to flee. Han Yu cast a spell and teleported to the bloody arena. A short while later, the seal vanished. Just as predicted, the swarm of true gods and demigods rushed inside, searching for treasure. But the place had long been empty. The only thing left behind was A-Kyung's corpse, which sparked the suspicion in Zhang Gang's mind that Han Yu had been there. Inside Zhang Gang's head, a man wearing a crown-like hat raged over his stolen treasure. He ordered all his kin to release a signal day and night. They had to find the signal seed for him. At any cost, Han Yu was now taking refuge in the bloody arena. That last teleport had cost him a whopping 1 million divine power points. At this rate, returning to the academy was not a viable option. A notification screen popped up in front of Han Yu. He had been challenged to a duel by the heir of the evil dragon god. He could either decline or accept, but if he declined 3 challenges, his status as an heir to the bloody arena would be revoked. He had just arrived, and someone was already looking to use him as a stepping stone. Han Yu immediately pressed accept. The battle was about to begin. Han Yu and his opponent faced off, exchanging taunts. For this match, Han Yu summoned the Dry Bone tribe, which seemed to surprise the heir of the evil dragon god. This guy was incredibly arrogant. "You've really met your match this time. You picked the wrong opponent to mess with." Han Yu unleashed his swarm of imperial locusts, telling the guy to talk less. He wanted to end this quickly so he could go home. The half-dragons on the other side were ordered to charge into battle. Currently, it was the locust swarm fighting the half-dragons, not the dry bones. Han Yu had provoked the red-haired man, who thought he was being looked down upon. He was furious. Han Yu sat down to enjoy the show, telling him to beat the locusts first, then they'd talk. The half-dragons spewed fire at the Locust Legion. Han Yu couldn't sit still anymore, continuously giving them orders like, "Sinking bugs, heavenly demon bugs." But the half-dragons just kept spitting more and more fire, incinerating countless locusts. The heir of the evil dragon god warned him that if Han Yu didn't play his ace soon, his locust army would be completely wiped out sooner or later, which made Han Yu extremely anxious. If this continued, his locusts would die a meaningless death. He considered summoning the bull demon god. But as he was about to contact the godly dominion, the source of mutation stopped him. It advised him to use the locust kin to teach those half-dragon folk some manners. Han Yu argued that the locusts were no match for them right now. The source of mutation immediately dismissed this idea, saying the locusts weren't that weak at all. It was the locusts that had devoured the rank 6 Gamora. The source of mutation also assured him that with it here, there are no weak races, only those who accept defeat. The source of mutation demanded that Han Yu immediately use the directed mutation ability it had granted him to annihilate those arrogant dragonoids. Han Yu complied, but not because he was obeying the source of mutation. He simply wanted to see for himself what this directed mutation skill could do. And so, Han Yu began to cast directed mutation on the swarm of locusts. Would it even succeed? What would be the outcome? The source of mutation asked Han Yu how he wanted his kinsfolk to evolve. Han Yu thought for a moment and decided he wanted to make the fallen insects more resistant to damage so they could withstand more attacks than the other members. The system presented 3 options, increasing in power from 1 to 3, but the cost also grew steeper. At level 1, a fallen insect's lifespan would only be reduced by 50 days. At level 2, it would be cut by 90 days. And at the highest level, level 3, the fallen insect would only have 20. Han Yu had no other choice. The dragonoid's attacks were relentless, and the massive locust swarm was being whittled down every second. If he wanted to fight back, he had to take a risk. Han Yu chose level 3. The fallen insect mutated into a gigantic super locust and charged forward, ramming the dragonoid. His spirits soared after mutating the fallen insects, and they didn't disappoint him, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that left the dragonoid complete. The red-haired guy, who had been confidently mocking Han Yu just moments ago, now stood with his jaw dropped at the shocking turn of events on Han Yu's side. Could it be? Did they use stimulants from the Piaoliang nation? Stunned, he started screaming for the referee. Meanwhile, Han Yu continued to command his locust swarm to press the attack. "You little dragons better watch out." With those words, he raised his bow and fired into the dragonoid horde, sending them scattering across the arena. With victory within his grasp, Han Yu ordered the mutated locusts to continue their assault, swarming the dragons. The red-haired guy was so terrified, he burst into tears, begging Han Yu to stop the attack. He pleaded to surrender the match. A spectator in the stands who had bet 500,000 divine power on the dragonoids couldn't accept this result and roared in protest. Han Yu thought to himself, "I should probably take this chance to film a PSA about the dangers of gambling." The rewards for the last trial were 1 God's Domain fragment and 1 blood-soaked arena seal. The special building, the blood-soaked arena, now belonged to Han Yu's God's Domain. Here, his kinsfolk could hone their skills. The victor has a chance to level up, and there's also an extremely low probability of undergoing a hero simulation, which allows a transcendent life form to directly ascend into a... This was a truly unexpected development. Defeating an heir seemed like a long shot, yet he had actually succeeded. This was more than just a surprise. It was downright astonishing. The source of mutation suddenly appeared from behind, chiding him. You've already been bought off by such a trivial, short-term gain. Compared to their true worth, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. Since the power Han Yu currently wielded came from the source of mutation, he had no intention of defying it. Yes, whatever the boss says is right. Han Yu asked the source of mutation if he should upgrade now that there was nothing else to do, but the entity ordered him to kneel. Han Yu was incredibly resentful. Just you wait, he thought. Sooner or later, when I get stronger, I'm gonna destroy that green bastard. They initiated the life sacrifice. A green vortex appeared, and items emerged from within, one by one. A level 4 holy artifact, the Tempest Battle Armor set, which would grant his kin the ability to summon the Tempest Battle Armor. There was also a level 3 building that allowed clear observation of situations 10,000 kilometers away, and a crafting book for flesh puppets, used to create flesh and blood zombies. The book caught Han Yu's attention. He chose the book. Perhaps it was finally his time to rise up. More than half a year later, in the God's domain, Han Yu successfully created a flesh puppet. It wasn't much to look at, but its power was equivalent to that of a heroic life form. This little guy's name was Xiao Qiang. Han Yu named it in memory of the little Ah Qiang, who had sacrificed itself in the battle against Gamora. Everything was prepared. It was time to face the next set of challenges. Han Yu remembered his grandfather's words as he stepped through the gates of Jingxi Academy, keeping his promise to go to the Star Sea to find his parents and bring them back. 3 days later, he arrived at the legendary, top-tier Imperial Capital Academy. He was stunned by the sight before him. This place was home to the best of the best. Even more than half of the passers-by on the street exuded the power of a demigod. A man from behind called out to Han Yu, asking if he was a prospective student from Jingxi Academy. I am. This seemingly courteous man had been specially sent by Jingxi Academy to pick him up. Please follow me to the aircraft, and I will take you to complete your residency procedures. The aircraft flew Han Yu to a new location. There, the man led him to the dormitory where he would be staying. When he walked inside, he found there wasn't a single soul in sight. After that, Han Yu asked the man about the teacher and the other students. The man said that this place was exclusively for him. Han Yu was completely shocked. This was way too grand. It's just a place to live. Was there any need to be so flashy? Having finished his task, the man left immediately, reminding Han Yu to be in class tomorrow. Han Yu wandered around for a bit. Knowing there were many talented people here, he took the opportunity to absorb the divinity in the area. The next day, when he arrived at class, whispers immediately broke out about Han Yu's appearance. The things they said were harsh. They called him trash, who got in through backdoor connections to advance himself. Han Yu paid no mind to their words, figuring the people inside were probably plotting to take him down a notch. As he was lost in thought, the teacher suddenly appeared from behind and called his name, making him stumble. Oh my god. It was Colina, the beautiful teacher for the preparatory class Han Yu would be attending. She led Han Yu into the classroom to start the day's lesson. The moment he stepped through the classroom door, he unexpectedly ran into a familiar face. The second Qin Shuang saw Han Yu, she shot up from her seat in excitement. Han Yu, Qin Shuang's action drew all the surrounding gazes. They gossiped among themselves, wondering why a goddess like Qin Shuang would know Han Yu, and it seemed they were quite close too. As Colina was introducing Han Yu to the class, and mentioning that he and Qin Shuang had attended the same school, a student suddenly slammed his desk and cut her off with a disrespectful attitude. Colina, I want to know why he times gets to be placed in the preparatory class. This student's name was Shu Tie. His recent action clearly displeased teacher Colina. With an icy expression, Colina reminded him, Student Shu Tie, I don't know what your previous school taught you, but in my class, you raise your hand before asking a question. The teacher's sharp gaze made student Shu Tie tremble as he sat back down. Teacher Colina, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked that question so rashly. Please forgive me. It was clear that these students deeply feared and respected teacher Colina. After Shu Tie apologized, Colina's cheerful smile returned. She told the students that if they wanted to know why Han Yu was here, they could ask him directly. The teacher's complete 180 made even Han Yu, who was standing beside her, break out in a cold sweat. After saying that, the teacher left the students to themselves. That guy Shu Tie absolutely refused to let Han Yu off the hook. He challenged him to a duel, but Han Yu flatly rejected it. Feeling slighted and incredibly annoyed, Shu Tie charged forward to attack. Sitting nearby, Qin Shuang was fed up with the behavior of the students in the class. The girl slammed her desk and shot up, demanding that the group stop their meaningless actions. Han Yu looked at Qin Shuang. As expected, wherever she went, a pack of simps was sure to follow, but it was only quiet for a moment before that group came to bother Han Yu again. 3 of them crowded around Han Yu's desk, but before they could even ask anything, Qin Shuang rushed over to block them. She confronted the group. "What do you think you're doing? If you want to bully him, you'll have to get through me first." The other guy didn't back down either, yelling at Qin Shuang to get out of the way. He even said Han Yu was the type to only hide behind a woman, causing Han Yu to frown in annoyance. Han Yu slammed both hands on his desk and stood up, ready to teach these punks who don't know their place a lesson. Han Yu stepped forward to face the unruly group. He had originally just wanted to study peacefully in this school and couldn't be bothered to argue with them, but he never expected them to be so persistent. "What do you want? Just spit it out." Shu Tie declared that since Han Yu was a transfer student who got in through backdoor connections, he had no right to sit in the same classroom as him, and he wanted him to voluntarily request a transfer out of this preparatory class. This guy was even more delusional, pointing a finger at Han Yu's face and bursting into threatening laughter. He was confident that if Han Yu didn't leave on his own, they would make his life hell until he finally quit the class. Han Yu looked at these blockheads with utter contempt. Of all the people to threaten, they chose him. Han Yu turned his face back to ask Qin Shuang, also as a way to mock the group. "Having to share a class with these idiots must be pretty shameful, huh?" Caught in the middle, Qin Shuang was in a very awkward position. She said that normally, this group never does anything too outrageous, but she didn't know why they were treating Han Yu so differently from everyone else. This meant there was no real friendship between Shu Tie's group and Qin Shuang. Han Yu used this to confirm the situation. If there was nothing between Qin Shuang and them, then he could go all out against these guys. Hearing that Han Yu was going to fight them, Qin Shuang became worried and advised him not to underestimate Shu Tie. His core family is the Iron Skin Man, a naturally powerful elite-grade creature. Even Qin Shuang's lightning attacks might not be enough to be his opponent. Hearing this, Han Yu teased Qin Shuang. "If you're afraid I'll hurt them, just say so. I won't touch those troublemakers." Qin Shuang immediately denied it. "Do whatever you want, all right? Whatever you want." On the side, Shu Tie's group overheard Han Yu saying he would hurt them. They immediately retorted, and he arrogantly claimed that his family would make Han Yu question his entire existence. With that, they all headed to the martial arts arena to see who was superior. Han Yu let out a smile, confident that he would defeat that little brat. Watching Han Vu's back as he walked away, she wondered when he had become so stubborn. No matter what, she was going to help Han Vu, so that he wouldn't lose his pride as a man. The system displayed various combat methods, requiring Han Vu to choose one. There were 6 methods in total, but what immediately caught Han Vu's eye was the 10 versus 10 battle. He instantly selected this method. He wanted to test out his 10 big bro, Xiao Qiangs, who had just been upgraded to the VIP Pro Max version. Tu Thiet looked down on Han Vu, telling him he was a complete idiot for choosing the 10 versus 10 method instead of a legion battle. He was about to mockingly say that Han Vu must think his kin are powerful, but before he could finish his sentence, the sight before him wiped the smile right off his face. Surrounding Han Vu were 10 VIP Pro Max Xiao Qiangs, each with a massive, ripped 8-pack physique. Now, it was Tu Thiet who was having an existential crisis. He never expected a mere life-form hero to exude such a monstrous aura. It seemed he couldn't underestimate his opponent, and had to fight seriously, otherwise, he would lose a lot of face in front of Tansang. The age-old affliction of showing off for a girl is truly timeless. Tu Thiet also began to summon his Iron Power kin. He was confident that with his lineup, even a Lord-level expert would have to surrender and admit defeat. Their match was being watched by everyone on a screen. When Tansang saw Han Vu's lineup, she was also completely shocked. Since when did he have this kind of kin that looked so impressive? The friend, standing next to Tansang, immediately launched into an analysis of both teams. The beings Han Vu summoned were actually puppets, but they were on par with hero-level lifeform puppets. However, fighting against Tu Thiet's Iron Skin people was a bit of a gamble. If they got destroyed, it would be a heartbreaking loss. This classmate was certain that Tu Thiet would easily claim victory. "I can't wait to see how that classmate of ours cries later." The people around them also started gossiping about these life-form puppets. It would cost a fortune to obtain even one, yet Han Vu had brought out 10 in an instant. Tansang couldn't understand how Han Vu, who was all alone with no one to rely on, had managed to acquire such wealth. But that wasn't important right now. She had to wait for the result first. She could always ask Han Vu after the match ended. In the arena, the battle began. Tu Thiet made the first move, ordering his squad of iron-skinned people to charge forward and suppress their opponents. The iron-skinned people rushed towards the Xiaoqiangs, raining down blow after blow, each punch echoing with a deafening, earth-shattering sound. Toothiet smiled gleefully, looking as if he was savoring a sweet victory, but his dream was shattered in the next moment. Despite being beaten, the Xiaoqiangs were completely unfazed. They stood their ground, showing no signs of falling or taking any damage whatsoever. Toothiet screamed, "What is this? What have you done to their bodies?" Now, it was Han Vu's turn. He ordered his Xiaoqiang brothers to counterattack and teach those things some manners. The Xiaoqiang's attacks were so powerful that the iron-skinned people had no chance to fight back. This left the spectators outside, completely astonished by their strength. Even Tansang herself was surprised, wondering when Han Vu had become so powerful. Not long ago, he was just an ordinary person, but now, seeing him again, everything had changed. Han Vu challenged and taunted Toothiet, provoking him. "Han Vu, don't you get cocky, I still haven't used my ultimate move. Iron-skinned people, combine." Hearing this, Han Vu smirked, thinking Toothiet had spent more than 180 minutes on TikTok. But when he saw the iron-skinned people actually merging together, the smile vanished from his face. After combining, the iron-skinned giant was 10 times taller. The fight grew increasingly intense. Toothiet started bragging again about the power of his kin. He was certain that today, he would show Han Vu the true power of real reserve students. Han Vu feigned fear, bringing his hands to his chin and exclaiming, "Wow, so strong." Toothiet thought Han Vu was genuinely starting to get scared. In his moment of glee, he began to ramble. If Han Vu surrendered right now, bowed before him, and begged for mercy, he would spare his little cockroaches. This offer was valid for 10 seconds. The guy started counting from 10, but when he had only reached 8, Han Vu cut in and jumped straight to 0. He told him he'd be better off shutting his mouth instead of wasting his breath counting. Hearing this, Toothiet froze on the spot, petrified. Toothiet continued to threaten Han Vu, saying, "Don't blame me for what comes next." But as he spoke, he saw the little cockroaches that were on their last legs just a moment ago. Now they stood before him completely healed, grinning so wide you couldn't see the sun. They healed on their own? Han Vu ordered his Xiaoqiangs to smash that iron shell, and the 10 of them rushed in. One of them started yanking out the wiring from inside. Another one gifted the iron-skinned giant some sticky goo from its mouth, causing the giant to flatten out like a stingray before collapsing into a pile of scrap metal. Toothiet's buddies, who had witnessed the entire battle, couldn't help but exclaim that the little Xiaoqiang's fighting style was just too brutal. With everything settled, Han Vu returned to the academy grounds, walking with immense confidence and drawing the gazes of his fellow students. Suddenly, a voice from behind called him by the nickname Grasshopper. The owner of that voice rushed forward and wrapped him in a tight hug the moment they saw each other again. That was Manga, the man Han Vu had once defeated in the bloody arena. Seeing him again, he looked a bit different. Before, his face was covered in a scruffy beard, which was rather unpleasant to look at. But now, he looked decades younger. His previous appearance was an act. He had built up that old man persona in the arena because he was afraid of being bullied. But this was school, and with so many female students around, he couldn't keep up the same look he had in the arena. The other students gathered around to apologize for their previous misunderstanding, and he happily blended in with everyone. Manga threw an arm around Han Vu's shoulder, introducing himself as Xiang Meng, a first-year student at this Imperial Capital Academy. From now on, he would have Han Vu's back. Anyone who bullied Han Vu would have to answer to him. After that, Xiang Meng took Han Vu to meet his friends, Xia Tian and Ye Ling. They also gave Han Vu a warm welcome. After Xiang Meng's 2 friends introduced themselves, Han Vu did the same. He politely said that his previous victory against Xiang Meng was just a stroke of luck at the time. Yi Ling replied diplomatically that luck is a kind of skill in itself, and then got straight to the point. In the school's upcoming exam, reserve students would enter a low-level secret realm called Zhengkang Town, which the Imperial Capital Academy had acquired to simulate survival in the outside world. They wanted Han Vu to help them retrieve something from inside. Han Vu wasn't exactly pleased and questioned them. The 3 of them were all demigod-level experts, so why would they need help from a rookie like him? Ye Ling told him not to be so modest, teasing, "If you're a rookie, then what does that make Manga?" This made the big guy blush with embarrassment, and he started coughing, pretending to clear his throat so Ye Ling would stop talking about him. Yi Ling explained to Han Vu that Zombie Town was a low-level secret realm collected by the school, and according to the rules, it could only be used for major simulation projects for reserved demigods. Like the three of them were forbidden from entering. Mengka agreed with Yahello, flexing his biceps narcissistically. If he were allowed in, it would only take him 2 or 3 hits to completely wreck the place. This made Yahello and Hanvu, who were listening beside him, chuckle foolishly. Yahello wanted Hanvu to retrieve the wisdom fruit. This fruit could help non-human type beings increase their intelligence. They were willing to buy each one for the price of 1 divinity point. At the mention of divinity points, Hanvu felt like he'd hit the jackpot. Fireworks went off in his mind, and he was endlessly thrilled about this amazing, but on the outside, he put on a look of reluctant acceptance. All right, fine, I'll do it. Yahello then took out a seed and gave it to Hanvu. She said it would be useful for his next project, a little something in return. That night, Hanvu couldn't sleep. He was still thinking about the divinity points. He had originally planned to prepare for the demigod ascension ritual once he had accumulated 6 divinity points. But today, Colina had enlightened him with new knowledge. It was true that once you had 6 points, you could prepare for the demigod ritual. But a 6-point demigod could only fuse with the lowest, Tier 1 divine function in the future. Students of the Imperial Capital Academy wouldn't waste their potential like that. They would usually continue to accumulate divinity points and upgrade gradually. The highest they could go was 10 points. In the future, they could fuse with the highest divine function, Tier 5. Hanvu was thrilled about his current prospects. Colina had clearly placed her hopes in him, so he was determined to do a good job with the upperclassman's commission and earn those divinity points. A few days later, while in class, a fellow student came over to tell Hanvu about the academy's upcoming exam. It was just as Mengka's group had told him. Just then, Shu Tie came up to them and challenged Hanvu to a bet. It seemed that after their last match, this guy still couldn't let go of his competitive streak with Hanvu. He wanted to bet their exam scores against each other. If his score was better, then from that day forward, Hanvu was forbidden from getting close to Qin Shuang ever again. On the other hand, if Hanvu's score was better than his, he would give up on pursuing Qin Shuang. Hanvu sneered at him. With an IQ this low, how did you even get into the Imperial Capital Academy? No matter what happened, Qin Shuang hadn't paid this Shu Ti guy the slightest bit of attention from the very beginning. His bet was utterly meaningless. But the guy was stubbornly persistent. He ignored Hanvu's words. As long as Hanvu stayed away from Qin Shuang, he was willing to pay any price. Just then, Qin Shuang appeared from behind, wanting to confirm what Shu Tie had just said. Student Shu Tie, did you say that if Hanvu's score is better than yours, you'll stop pestering me? Is that right? Shu Tie, aggrieved and scowling, asked Qin Shuang why she wouldn't agree to date him when he sincerely liked her so much. With an attitude like that, who could possibly date him? Qin Shuang brushed that aside, just wanting him to answer her previous question. He promised on his honor that he would do it. Qin Shuang then turned to Hanvu, pleading for his help. Make this bet with him, please, just help me this one time. Hanvu agreed to help Qin Shuang, but he also reminded her that all the students here were geniuses. If by some chance he didn't win, she shouldn't beat him up for it. Tan Song stood firm in her belief. She genuinely trusted that Han Yu would completely wipe the floor with that clueless guy, Shu Ti. Colina announced that it was time for class to begin. The students entered Zombie Town. This place was a bit special. The hospitable zombies would affectionately scoop out their guests' brains to express their warm welcome. Every night, they would come out to party. The moment they arrived, the 2 students beside Han Yu started complaining about being hungry, but upon entering this place, divine artifacts like spatial rings couldn't be opened because everything was sealed off. Han Yu pondered this. They were gods. They shouldn't feel hungry, even if they went 10 days or half a month without eating. But here, their divine items were useless. Could this be a survival test? He opened his system to check its functions. Seeing that his key skills were unaffected, he knew the problem wouldn't be too hard to solve. Han Yu invited Tansang to take a walk around the town with him. The girl didn't hesitate and agreed to go with him. Tansang brought out her little peacock, since the bird was supposed to wait for her to fly across the town. The girl offered to help Han Yu get to the other side, but he refused. No need, I can do it myself. Han Yu transformed into a black dragon. He spread his wings and soared into the sky, heading towards the other side. Tan Song followed right behind him. The 2 of them, one leading and one following, set off to investigate Zombie Town and uncover the mysteries hidden within. After flying around for a while, Han Yu and Tan Song managed to venture deeper into Zombie Town. Just as Han Yu was marveling at how well-equipped the town was, Tan Sang's stomach suddenly let out a loud rumble. Her stomach was making it very clear that it was starving. Han Yu couldn't help but laugh and invited her to try some of the nearby restaurants. This made Tansang so embarrassed that her face turned beet red. "You are not allowed to laugh." They arrived at a rather old-looking shop. The moment they opened the door, the owner greeted them with overwhelming enthusiasm. Han Yu awkwardly explained their current situation to the owner, telling him they were travelers from another town and had lost every last bit of their money. "We don't have a single coin on us." Hearing this, the owner's attitude did a complete 180. He viciously pulled a gun out from under the counter and aimed it right at them. And then he spat out some very nasty words, along with a few threats. "Get your poor asses out of my shop, now." Tansang was furious at the old man's actions and was about to charge forward to teach him a lesson, but Han Yu stopped her. He advised her to calm down and handle things logically. At the moment, their physical bodies were no different from an ordinary person's. If their secret got out, they would be sent back to their own time immediately. Han Yu suddenly remembered the seed that his senior sister, Yahello, had given him. She had said it would be extremely useful here. He took the seed from his pocket, held it out to the restaurant owner, and asked if he was interested in this. The moment the shop owner saw that golden seed, his eyes lit up like car headlights, as if he'd just seen a precious gem. His expression changed in an instant. His demeanor flipped back and forth faster than a pancake. A moment ago, he was calling Han Yu a poor devil, and now he was addressing him as a revered guest. The shop owner was desperate to buy the seed. He was willing to pay 10 gold coins for it. It seemed this seed was incredibly valuable here. Han Yu suggested that he prepare a meal for him and Tansang first. The owner happily agreed to his request. Before long, delicious and beautiful dishes were spread out on the table. Han Yu and Tansang were ecstatic. Han Yu took the opportunity to ask the owner about the situation in this town. Thanks to that seed, the owner was more than happy to answer all his questions. This was an incredibly bizarre place. In this town, humans and zombies coexisted. Humans hunted zombies for money and other resources. On the flip side, zombies ate human brains to gain more power. Every night, those zombies would parade through the streets. They hunted down any living creature they saw, even invading people's homes. Besides swords and handguns, the weapons humans relied on for survival were a type of magical plant. The owner insisted that the seed in Han Yu's hand was definitely a rare, level 3 plant seed, which was why he wanted to buy it at any cost. A thought occurred to Han Yu. This setting felt strangely familiar. He had played a game just like this when he was a pro gamer in his previous world. It seemed that level 1 plants here were equivalent to common tier lifeform familiars. In that case, a level 3 plant must have the strength of at least a transcendent tier lifeform familiar. If they wanted more of these precious seeds, they could either buy them at the town shop for a much higher price, or they could get them by taking down the zombies outside. Han Yu turned his head to look at Tansang. A single glance was all it took for them to understand each other's thoughts. The nights here were far too dangerous. They absolutely had to find a place to settle down first. The owner also suggested that if they wanted to live in the town, they could visit the town's mayor to buy a house and officially become residents. Or they could find a hotel to stay in. But they should absolutely, under no circumstances, go out at night. Having gathered enough important information, Han Yu and Tansang left. Their first priority was to buy a house. Just as they stepped out of the restaurant, another student opened the door, begging the owner for some food, only to be cursed at and thrown out for a fight. And he even got shot at by the man, causing him to scream his head off. Witnessing that scene, Qin Shuang couldn't help but get goosebumps. That shop owner really meant business. Luckily, Han Yu had managed to stop her just in time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been any better off than that student. The two of them went to the mayor's house to look at properties. The lowest real estate price in this town was 1,200 coins per house. Hearing the price of each house, Qin Shuang was a bit flustered. The amount of money she had on her wasn't even enough to buy the cheapest house here. Han Yu cheerfully offered to help her pay for the house. "I have money, let me pay for it." The mayor suggested they could also buy a house together, which would save a lot of money. He currently had a house with a very nice environment. This one was priced at a steep 2,350 gold coins. The moment Han Yu and Qin Shuang saw the house, they gasped, looking incredibly impressed with the property the mayor had just shown them. "It's so beautiful, and it even has a huge swimming pool." Both of their eyes lit up. Qin Shuang told the mayor they wanted to buy this house. "We want this one." The mayor was happy to agree, but there was a catch, a town regulation about joint property ownership. Two people buying a house together absolutely had to be in a husband and wife relationship to be eligible to own the property. He asked a question that stunned both Han Yu and Qin Shuang. "So, how about you two get married while you're at it?" Mayor Jeniger tilted his chin up, staring them down as he asked, "What's the matter? You don't want to become husband and wife?" Then you can't buy a house together. He then explained further, we are a small, traditional town. We don't allow promiscuous relationships between men and women here. Hearing this, Qin Shuang started twiddling her fingers, putting on an expression that was both pitiful and cute. We don't have. We. Yeah. Seeing her expression, Han Yu understood what she meant and leaned in close to her face to whisper, how about we? Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Shuang immediately agreed in a small voice. Okay. With the discussion settled, she leaned closely against him. He also wrapped his arm around her waist. Han Yu said, we agree. Seeing them agree so readily, Mayor Jeniger gave them a thumbs up and pulled out a form, his voice filled with excitement. Yes, that's the spirit. You two are truly a perfect match. After you fill out this form, you will be a legally married couple. With that, he brought out a tray. On it were keys and a bag of seeds. Here are your keys. And your gift. 130 pea shooter seeds and 50 coinflower seeds. I wish you both a happy marriage. After filling out the form and receiving their things, the two left. On the way, Qin Shuang spoke with a forced expression. I had no choice but to acknowledge that you and I have this kind of relationship. You can't treat it as if it's real. He paid her no mind, cheerfully resting his head on his hand as he said, got it. I absolutely will not treat it as real. Seeing his provocative expression, Qin Shuang got so angry, her cheeks flushed as she thought to herself, I tell you not to take it seriously. And you just don't take it seriously? Since when were you such an obedient little worm, huh? Along the way, a notification panel appeared, announcing they had acquired property and become official residents of Integral plus 1,000. Leaderboard, rank 1, Han Yu, Qin Shuang, plus 1,000. As soon as they arrived, Han Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the house. It was so huge and luxurious, he exclaimed. This house is way too big. Qin Shuang crossed her arms, turning her head to give him a disdainful, you really are a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Stepping inside, Qin Shuang grumbled as she walked upstairs. I'm dead tired. I'm going to take a shower and then a nap. In contrast, Han Yu held the bag of seeds, saying expectantly, it's time to get down to business. 130 pea shooter seeds and 50 coin flowers. Let's see what kind of special skills these can create, shall we? Time passed until early evening, and the entire house was gradually enveloped in darkness. Han Yu walked down the hallway with his hands in his pockets, muttering to himself. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour has passed. With that thought, he rushed towards Qin Shuang's room to let her know. Hey, the pea shooters are. Before he could finish his sentence, the scene in front of him made his eyes pop and his face turn beet red. It turned out, Qin Shuang was in the middle of changing her clothes. Snapping back to her senses, Qin Shuang screamed, get out now. He hastily explained, I didn't do it on purpose. The embarrassing moment passed. Han Yu looked up at the system panel that had appeared, displaying a notification. Plant name, coinflower. Plant level, level 1. Plant ability, generates coins. For every unit of necro energy absorbed, it will generate 1 additional coin. 10 copper coins equal 1 silver coin. 10 silver coins are equivalent to 1 gold coin, and 1,000 gold coins are equivalent to 1 diamond. The plant's lifespan is 1 year. Watching the pea shooters grow at an incredible speed, he marveled, they're growing so fast. I wonder how strong they are. Next to them was their detailed information. Plant name, pea shooter. Plant level, level 1. Plant ability, shoots peas. It can fire peas at a rate of 1 pea per second, dealing damage to undead creatures. Plant lifespan, 1 year. Qin Shuang came up from behind him and asked, what are you muttering to yourself about? Han Yu shook his head. It's nothing. He answered absent-mindedly, but when he realized Qin Shuang was beside him, he jumped, his face flushing as he yelped. Ah, it's you! She shot him a confused glance, asked, why are you blushing? Don't tell me you're thinking about. With a look that was asking to be punched, he recalled the moment he walked in on Tan Sang, changing and stammered awkwardly. No, it's not like that at all. Tan Sang furiously pointed at Han Yu and yelled, I'm warning you, you are not to think about it. You didn't see a single thing. As they were bickering, they heard a sound and turned around together. Tan Sang asked suspiciously, what was that noise? With that, she raised her hand high, and a golden light appeared. At that moment, she shouted, activating her light art technique. Out of nowhere, a horde of over 20 zombies charged forward, roaring with murderous faces and sharp fangs. He then crossed his arms, smiling with smug confidence. All right, let's see what you guys can do. The pea shooters opened their mouths and fired countless peas at the zombies. The peas hit them, but they were completely unharmed. Han Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that it? Such a touching display of combat power. With that, he created a blue energy orb in his hand and said, "Pea shooters, add the dark attribute." He then transferred his power into them, allowing them to evolve. A red light flashed continuously, and the pea shooters evolved into dark pea shooters. The peas they fired now could actually destroy the zombies. The system announced, killed a level 1 regular zombie and received +1 point. Killed a level 1 flag zombie, dropped a small flag, +1 point. Killed a level 1 socialite zombie, received +1 point. He looked at the scene before him, stroking his chin in assessment. Using dark skills consumes way too much stamina. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be surrounded soon. What should we do? Suddenly, Tansang seemed to remember something and cried out, "This is bad. Shu Ta must have also bought property. His accumulated points have already reached 1,300. If we keep this up, we're going." Hearing her words, Han Yu looked at his pea shooters and muttered, "This won't do. I have to think of a way to kill these zombies faster." He thought to himself, special plants are still living organisms. They should have genes, which means they should be able to mutate. With that in mind, Han Yu immediately gathered energy in his hand, and a beam of red light shot straight towards them. He activated his skill and shouted, "Directed mutation, activate." A system notification appeared. Mutation options. 1. Range mutation, extends attack range. The cost is, for each doubling of the range, lifespan is reduced by 1 month. Range can be extended up to 13 times. The pea shooter's remaining lifespan is 12 hours. 2. Firing speed mutation. Increasing the pea shooter's firing speed comes at the cost of reducing its lifespan by 2 months. The pea shooter's firing speed can be doubled, a maximum of 7 times. The pea shooter's remaining lifespan is 12 hours. 3. Multi-head mutation. Increases the number of heads for the pea shooter's attacks. The cost is, for each additional head, lifespan is reduced by 3 months. Can be increased to a maximum of 5 heads. The pea shooter's remaining lifespan is 12 hours. 4. Root mutation. Increases the size of the pea shooter's roots. The cost is, for each doubling of the root size, lifespan is reduced by 6 months, and can be increased up to 3 times. The pea shooter's remaining lifespan is only 12 hours. Han Yu looked at them and smirked. Seems like it's not too bad. Then let's do all of them. After mutating, the pea shooters grew 2 more pairs of eyes that were overflowing with killing intent. A yellow aura surrounded them. They combined their power, firing peas that were 10 times larger than before, launching them like missiles toward the zombies. The zombies that were hit by the attack were continuously knocked backward. The system announced, killed a level 1 intellectual zombie, accumulated points +1, killed a level 1 punk zombie, dropped a bottle of hair dye, accumulated points +1, killed a level 2 regular zombie, accumulated points +2. Suddenly, a massive, gray-black zombie foot, as thick as a pillar, slammed onto the ground. Wherever it stepped, the earth caved in, kicking up clouds of dust. Another group of evolved zombies with bulging muscles advanced. The leader was carrying a flag. Han Yu assessed that these zombies seemed to be of a much higher level. The leader zombie charged forward, preparing to throw the flag at the 2 of them. It took a step forward to brace itself, leaned its body, and threw the flag with all its might. As the flag flew towards the pea shooters, it created a shockwave, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. The leader zombie had no idea what was happening. Why was no one hurt? A bunch of question marks appeared over its head. Immediately after, before it could react, the pea shooters fired red peas, attacking it. At the same time, the flag it had thrown flew right over their heads. Han Yu caught the flag. There were small sparks of lightning on the pole. He smiled faintly. So, it was made from hundreds of types of refined steel. What a waste. Confiscated. Speaking of which, he turned to the coin flowers and ordered, "I almost forgot about the coin flowers. You guys mutate too." The system panel appeared. Coin flower mutation options. 1. Yield mutation. Increases the coin flower's production output. The cost of doubling the coin flower's output is a 1-month reduction in lifespan. Can be increased a maximum of 13 times. The coin flower's remaining lifespan is 12 hours. 2. Absorption mutation. Increase the power of the coin flower. The price for doubling the coin flower's death energy absorption range is a loss of 2 months of his lifespan. He can boost it a maximum of 7 times, which would leave him with only 12 hours to live. Without a moment of hesitation, he yells, "I'll take it all." Countless coins. Then an infinite number of coins are unleashed. Qin Shuang, standing beside him, sees the leaderboard and clenches her fists in excitement, exclaiming, "You passed him. Your total points have surpassed Shu Tie's." Elsewhere, Shu Tie stares at the rankings in shock. What? Han Wu is in first place with 1,436 points, while I, Shu Tie, am second with 1,313. He clutches a level 4 plant seed, the fire dragon grass, and mutters, "Han Wu, don't you even think about surpassing me. Never." 2 hours later, the fire dragon grass seed transforms into a green dragon, surrounded by a golden aura. It lets out a deafening roar. The fire dragon grass opens its mouth and unleashes a torrent of flames at the zombies in front of it. The zombies are instantly incinerated, with no time to react. Shu Ti watches his points skyrocket on the system leaderboard. First place, Shu Ti with 1,610 points. Han Wu is now in second with 1,586. He smirks smugly. "Han Wu, I've already investigated you. You're just a worthless orphan with no parents. What right do you have to compete with a descendant of a true god like me? I will make sure you suffer a humiliating defeat." Behind the mountains, a massive, bizarre fireball suddenly appears, emitting a blinding light. The zombies try to shield themselves with their hands, but they're still burned to a crisp. Cutting back to Han Wu's side, countless golden coins cover the ground as Qin Shuang looks at him. She asks, "The first night is finally over. Thank goodness for that explosive power from your plants. How did you do it?" He's surrounded by dozens of shimmering golden coins. Han Wu crosses his arms and replies, "The truth is, I possess a type of directional mutation ability that can influence life forms." Hearing this, Qin Shuang stands up and excitedly looks at the system leaderboard. That ability is insane, but our current score is still way behind. She opens the system panel. Shu Tie is in first place with 2,011,000 points. Han Wu is second with 128,000. While Qin Shuang is in fifth with 23,000. Han Wu reassures her, "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Let's deal with these and trade them for better seeds." Time passes, and the sun sets as the moon rises high in the sky. Beside Han Wu stand two massive, ferocious-looking plants, with an army of pea shooters in front of them. He thinks confidently, "With level 2 and level 3 plants, we should be fine this time." On the rooftop, Qin Shuang uses binoculars to scout the area and reports back, "We might be in trouble. These zombies look different this time." It turns out that in the distance, a horde of zombies on horseback is slowly approaching. She realizes with a shock that they are level 3 night zombies and a level 4 violent dance king zombie. One zombie in a red suit with a bizarre hairstyle makes Han Wu exclaim in disbelief. "A level 4 dance king zombie? How are we even supposed to fight that?" Qin Shuang has no idea what to do either, so she asks, "What's the plan?" He thinks for a moment, then says, "Kill the lights. Zombies are attracted to light and electricity. Let's turn them off first. Hopefully, the level 4 zombie won't spot us." Qin Shuang receives the order and nods. Right. As soon as she cuts the power, the surroundings are plunged into pitch-black darkness. The two of them hide to the side to observe. Qin Shuang says, "What's happening? I don't see any movement." Han Wu watches the zombies move towards a faint yellow light in the distance and breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, they're heading for Mrs. Salon's place next door. Still, they don't dare take their eyes off the slowly moving Dance King zombie. He smirks confidently. "Use the spell of light. We'll kill the zombies first and steal their points." Hearing this, Qin Shuang agrees. "Got it." As she finishes speaking, she thrusts her hands forward and activates the spell of light, conjuring a golden orb. The orb shoots unexpectedly toward the zombies. After seeing their comrades get obliterated, the night zombies turn around and charge towards her, roaring. Seeing this, the pea shooters activate, firing a barrage of peas at them. The peas strike the zombies, knocking them back. One of the mounted zombies charges straight for Qin Shuang to attack. Just as its attack is about to land, a powerful fist from a level 3 plant slams right into its face. Han Wu stands to the side, arms crossed, looking at the leaderboard. Shu Ti is still holding first place with 232,000 points. Second is Han Wu with 140,200. In third place is Sun Qingnian with 99,000. Seeing that name, he murmurs, "Sun Qingnian. How is his score climbing so fast?" Just as he's wondering, Sun Qingnian's voice comes from behind him. "Haha, transfer student, scared by my speed. Are you?" He turns around to see Sun Qingnian with his hands on Hanasal's shoulders, smiling cheerfully. He thinks to himself, "Damn it, is Sun Qingnian just leeching off someone else?" Meanwhile, the more intelligent zombies use long wooden poles to vault into the air like pole vaulters. Tun Kan Nian seized the opportunity and gave the command, Oaken, sharpshooters, attack. The sharpshooters fired oak seeds from their snouts, which shot like grenades straight at the leaping zombie. Kan Nian roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, more of them. More. Give me more. First place is mine. Hanvu frowned in annoyance at the guy's smug expression, not expecting some leech to pop out of nowhere. Tan Sang just had to rub salt in the wound. What's wrong? You jealous? You envious? Seeing her mocking him, he shot back a devastating remark that made her shut up. If I lose, you'll be the one stuck with that dense idiot. Meanwhile, the dancing zombie king clenched its fist, raising its hand to the sky to use its ultimate skill, summoning technique. As it finished, 2 zombies, one old and one young with yellow hair, appeared. Level 2 backup dancers. The 3 zombies joined forces and slowly advanced into the house. Watching from a distance, Hanvu smirked. Heh, a level 4 zombie has already broken through that leech's defensive line. The dancing zombie king stepped forward, then suddenly stomped on something green and cried out in confusion. Huh? Suddenly, the green thing sprung up, sending the zombie flying. That green thing was a spring bean trap. Hanvu's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in disbelief when he saw the dancing zombie king get knocked flat on its back by a spring bean. What? His mouth hung open as he cursed. Shit. Then, Hanvu pointed forward and commanded, Pea shooters, concentrate your fire. Finish off this dancing zombie king for me. Following his order, they aimed at the dancing zombie king and attacked. They fired a continuous stream of peas, but the dancing zombie king was completely unharmed. The peas just made clinking sounds as they hit its body. Clink, clank, clink. It even smiled smugly with a mocking look. Seeing the situation, Tansong offered an idea. Let's retreat into the house first. The plants here can't stop a level 4 zombie. But Hanvu disagreed, shaking his head. No way. If we retreat, we lose. Then, he began to transform, wings sprouting from his back. He couldn't accept defeat so easily. He declared, I'll go. With that, Hanvu immediately dashed towards the dancing zombie king, his fist ready to strike. The dancing zombie king's smug look didn't last long before it took a punch straight to the face. After the lightning-fast punch, a smoking wound appeared on its face. But Hanvu wasn't satisfied. Gritting his teeth, it barely did anything. Looks like I have to get serious now. With that, Hanvu prepared to fight for real. He crossed his arms over his chest and growled, Taste the power of my venerable idol armor. He then unleashed a flurry of punches into the dancing zombie king's stomach, shouting, Mecha Cannon Fist. The dancing zombie king couldn't withstand the assault and fell backward, the bones in its neck letting out a loud crack. His punch sent it flying straight to the ground, killing it on the spot. The system announced, killed level 4 dancing zombie king, dropped 1 level 4 seed, 1 pair of crocodile leather shoes, 1 collection of reference materials for the black cat dance, plus 500 accumulation points. He rubbed his aching hand and lamented, a level 4 dancing zombie king, is this hard to kill? My hand is about to pop out of its socket, and all I get is 500 lousy points? From a distance, someone was watching his fight through a pair of binoculars. The person smiled faintly and commented, this kid is actually pretty interesting. The one watching him was Diep Lin. She spoke with a hint of regret. It's a shame we can't see the rankings. Beside her was Hangman. He shouted excitedly, let me see, let me see. He grabbed the binoculars to watch the fight and commented, you've got a sharp eye this time. And I can't believe he's teamed up with the goddess of the reserve class. This kid's got guts. He has my style. Hathian, standing to the side, quickly chimed in. Would you stop patting yourself on the back? Do you guys think the junior can find the fruit of wisdom for us? Diep Lin said, well, that depends on how much he explores this zombie town. If he thinks Zombie Town is just a place to plant things and kill zombies for points, then there's a high chance he won't be able to obtain a high-grade resource like the fruit of wisdom. Then she turned, placing her hands on her hips with a bright smile. But right now, I really want to know if he can take first place. Or maybe we should just offer Hangman to Miss Lena for a beating in exchange for viewing privileges. Haha. Just as she finished speaking, Lena appeared from behind and whispered in Diep Lin's ear, My, why do you see me as so violent? Hearing that familiar voice sent a shiver down her spine. Lena stood with her arms crossed, her stunning figure on full display, as she said, I'm very curious to know who you're all betting on. Diep Lin and Hangman stammered, it's Hanvu. Lena smiled in satisfaction and turned to leave. Good. In that case, I'll grant you viewing access. Come with me. They all followed Lena into an office, and the door closed tightly behind them. Lena raised her hand, and a projection screen appeared before them. On the screen was Hanvu's battle. She crossed her arms and told everyone, now you can watch to your heart's content. On the screen, Han Vu was fighting an armored zombie while giving orders. Pea shooters, concentrate your fire and shoot it to death for me. They followed his command, unleashing a continuous volley of shots at the zombie. Seeing this, he leaped high into the air. The peas rained down on the armored zombie. Witnessing such powerful firepower, Diep Lin remarked, Han Vu's pea shooter's firepower is already on par with level 2 plants. Old Hang, it's really no wonder you lost to him. After a pause, she spoke with a hint of confusion. What's going on? Why is a level 3 zombie attacking his territory? Logically, this setup shouldn't be able to attract any zombies level 3 or higher. On the screen, Kan Nien stood behind Han Salant. In front of them was a spring bean trap, knocking back every zombie that charged forward. The crowd clicked their tongues at the sight. This was a bit shameless. It was clear they were just cheesing the system. But who's sponsoring this reserve student? I can't believe he's this strong. Lena crossed her arms and answered, that reserve student's name is Ton Kan Nien. He has no sponsor. Hangman heard this and couldn't believe it. No way. Then how is he so strong? Diep Lin glanced at the screen, saw Kan Nien and Han Salent getting cozy, and gritted her teeth in contempt. What a leech. This batch of reserve students really has all sorts of people. They'd throw away their dignity just for a good score. The system ranking board appeared. In first place was Tu Thiet with 314,000 points. Second was Ton Kan Nien with 213,000 points. And third was Han Vu with 1. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. First place is Tu Thiet? Who is that? And his score is so much higher than Ton Kan Nien in second, and Han Vu in third. Let me see what kind of setup he's running. Inside the match, a fire dragon grass was spewing flames, attacking the horde of zombies. Tu Thiet just stood to the side with his arms crossed, watching and gloating. Ha ha ha, Han Vu, let's see how you're going to beat me now. Diep Lin recognized the fire dragon grass. It seems Tu Thiet is the player sponsored by our mortal enemy, Hoang Thang Quan. Hangman clenched his fists, saying angrily, Hoang Thang Quan caused a bloodbath in Zombie Town before, getting a ton of valuable items. He's probably planning to use this chance. Lena nodded with a cool expression. That's right. Student Tu Thiet and Hoang Thang Quan have a private agreement. Hoang Thang Quan sponsors Tu Thiet, and in return, Tu Thiet gives him 70% of all profits earned from Zombie Town. Hearing this, Diep Lin's group cursed under their breath. Despicable, shameless, scum. Just as they finished, the very person they were cursing appeared out of nowhere. He tilted his chin up and asked, Who are you guys talking about? Hangman frowned, looking behind him and calling out the man's name, Hoang Thang Quan. The moment he arrived, he wanted to make a bet with the three of them, acting as if he'd already won. So, you three also came to watch the reserve students you're sponsoring? Interested in a little wager? Let's see whose sponsored student gets a higher rank. Hangman wasn't so easily baited. He frowned and refused. Do you think we're stupid? We already know that the first-ranked Tu Thiet is the one you're sponsoring. Thang Quan stepped closer, baring his teeth in a provocative grin. So you don't even have the guts to compete? Ah, that's right. A bunch of losers who got into the Imperial Capital Academy, one of the top universities in the Divine Realm civilization. Yet you still have to band together for being students alongside you lot is a disgrace. Hangman couldn't hold back his anger and rushed forward to fight, but Diep Lin stopped him. He yelled, You and I are settling this today, once and for all. Diep Lin calmed him down. Calm down. He's deliberately trying to provoke you in front of Lena. After holding him back, she turned to their opponent and said, We created our club to help some students from poor families gather enough resources. What right do you have to run your mouth? You wanted a bet, didn't you? Fine, let's bet. We'll see whose sponsored student has the better results. Thang Quan shrugged and agreed magnanimously. All right then, the wager is 10 divinity points. Do you dare to accept? Diep Lin's expression darkened. She pursed her lips. Accepted. Why wouldn't I? With that said, Thang Quan turned to leave, tossing over his shoulder. Then we'll have Miss Lena as our witness. Don't even think about backing out when you lose. Only then did Hangman calm down and turn to ask, Diep Lin, Little Lin, are you sure about this? That Tu Thiet he's sponsoring looks pretty strong. Diep Lin replied without a trace of fear. The more people tell me I can't do something, the more determined I am to prove them wrong. But the junior we're sponsoring, Han Vu, is no slouch either. Lena spoke with a confident tone. If student Han Vu is the first to figure out the truth behind Zombie Town, he can win. Daily check-in. Survival Day 2. Cumulative points plus 2,000. Han Vu sprawled on the ground, whining. I can't move anymore. I'm so tired. I feel like I could just pee my pants. Next to him was a pile of food and gold coins. Tansang saw this and spoke up. All right, you worked hard. Just lie there. I'll clean up the battlefield. Tan Sang celebrated inwardly. Thank goodness Han Vu's abilities were retained in this strange realm. Otherwise, we would have failed last night. Han Vu grinned happily, winking flirtatiously. Okay, my dear wife. Hearing him call her wife, Tan Sang stormed over and started kicking him, yelling, "What nonsense are you spouting?" She kicked him relentlessly, making him yelp in pain. Ouch! Isn't this our legally designated relationship in this place? You have to at least play the part. After kicking him, she turned and walked away, leaving him on the ground. She said in a loud voice, "I'm not dealing with you, you rogue." Just then, Kan Nian's voice came from behind, mockingly pointing out how carefree and relaxed he was, still flirting around. He stood behind them with his arms crossed, smirking smugly. "Even if you break your arm, you'll only be in third place, unlike me. Haha." Hearing this, Qin Shuang opened the system interface. Looking at the rankings, she saw that Sun Qingnian was already in second place with 356,000 points, which shocked her. In the lead was Xu Tie with 535,000 points, and in third was Han Yu with 302,000 points. She said worriedly, "What do we do?" That's a gap of over 200,000 points, compared to Xu Ti. Han Yu wasn't worried at all and casually stood up, cupping his hands around his mouth to shout, afraid he wouldn't be heard. "It's fine, I still have a trump card I haven't used, that Sun whatever his name is. Even with a broken arm, I'm still better than him. That prosthetic leg of yours is about to break, isn't it?" Standing behind him, Qin Shuang covered her mouth with a giggle and reminded him, "You're so nasty." Catching the mockery in Han Yu's tone, Qingnian roared in anger, "Han Yu, you just wait. Tonight, I'll have Springhead pay your family a visit." He couldn't care less about his words, and replied casually, whatever you say, as long as you're happy." Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught a red seed on the ground. He exclaimed in confusion, "Huh?" Han Yu suspiciously guessed, "A level 4 seed." The system displayed the seed's information for him. Level 4 Hypno Shroom. Effect. Fires gaseous energy projectiles with sleep-inducing properties. Any zombie hit by the projectile has a certain chance of being controlled by the Hypno Shroom, turning it against its fellow zombies. It also has a brainwashing effect. Any zombie that eats it will be completely brainwashed. The level 4 corn cannon's effect is to fire explosive corn cobs. It can instantly kill a level 3 zombie, and also deals area of effect damage. The moment he heard it was a Hypno Shroom, he crouched down and picked it up joyfully. The Hypno Shroom is awesome. Isn't this just like finding a battle puppet for myself? And the corn cannon is basically a homing bomb, a god-tier item for farming points. Qin Shuang didn't want to hear him ramble, so she started gathering the items on the ground. She piled them into a cart and urged him, "Let's go. Let's head to the loot shop and see if we can buy some higher-level seeds, so you won't have to work so hard." He gave her a thumbs up, about to call her wifey, but remembering her kick, he quickly corrected himself. "You got it, old Qin." Qin Shuang knew what he was about to call her and blushed, huffing coldly. "Humph, keep up." She thought to herself, the name was on the tip of your tongue. Would it kill you to just say it? An hour later, Qin Shuang and Han Yu had sold everything, in the cart. As they walked down the stairs, he lamented, "I thought the illustration book for the level 4 Zombie Dance King's Grekit dance was a treasure, but the shop didn't even accept it." She held a bag of gold, her eyes sparkling as she summarized. A whole night's harvest, traded for 243 gold coins. That's not too bad. The shop owner said the town chief is a collector of melee weapons. Maybe you can trade your flagpole for a good weapon at his place. Hearing her, he replied, "The mistress of the Han residence calls the shots." Qin Shuang frowned, a few red streaks on her cheeks as she asked, "Why not the Qin residence?" Han Yu teased, "No way. If it were the Qin residence, wouldn't I become a live-in son-in-law?" Qin Shuang angrily raised her hand and chased after him, wanting to hit him. "You're dead, Han Yu. You're teasing me again." Han Yu quickly ran away, shouting as he went, "Domestic violence, domestic violence." At the town chief's house, a surprised voice rang out. "What? You want my collectible weapons?" The man looked at the two of them, frowning unhappily. "Your flagpole is indeed a rare piece of equipment. I'm very interested, so trading for a weapon is possible. Go ahead and pick one." Hearing the man, he remained silent, and the atmosphere became awkward. Suddenly, he broke the silence as he felt the aura of a sword, exclaiming, "Huh, it feels like that sword is calling to me." Han Yu walked over and picked up the sword. A stream of red gold energy emanated from it as he said with certainty, "It must be resonating with the black dragon blood in my body." After saying that, he turned around and said, "Town chief, I want it." The man nodded generously, but added a condition. All right, but your flagpole isn't enough for the trade. Do you have anything else to offer? Han Yu immediately pulled some items from his inventory, saying, the Recap dance illustration book and a level 3 seed. These are all the valuable items I have. The town chief shook his head in refusal and stated his demand. The Recap dance illustration book is useless to me. I want 2 level 3 seeds. He felt it wasn't much of a loss and agreed. It's a deal. The man chuckled and gave him a friendly tip. Although the Recap dance illustration book is useless to me, the town's former dance queen, your neighbor Madame Salon, would probably be interested. After that, he slung the sword onto his back, turned, and left, saying expectantly, let's go. Let's pay a visit to Sun Qingnian's sponsor. Just as they walked out, they ran into Shu Ti. Shu Ti and his fire dragon grass were heading their way. Han Yu exclaimed, whoa, so imposing, so grand. Shu Ti walked up and spoke arrogantly. Han Yu, the gap between you and me is only getting wider. You've already dropped to 3rd place. You should just give up now. If you do, I might be merciful and allow you and Qin Shuang to be in the same classroom later on. He paid no mind to his words. With his hands in his pockets, he didn't break his stride, turning his head back to ask Qin Shuang, feigning ignorance, wifey, is this idiot a friend of yours? She glanced over, then shook her head. I don't know him. When Shu Tie heard him call Qin Shuang wifey, he gritted his teeth in anger. What did you just call her? How dare you? I'm going to crush you. Han Vu ignored the guy, whose face was purple with rage. He calmly took Qin Shuang's hand and said nonchalantly, just ignore him. Let's go have some fun. Watching them leave hand in hand, Tu Thiet seethed with hatred, hissing through clenched teeth, I'm not just going to defeat you, I'm going to chop off your damn hand. Han Vu and Qin Shuang arrived at a small house. He knocked on the door and called out, is Mrs. Salon home? The one who stepped out was Kan Nien. He asked with a grin. Well, if it isn't our friend, Han Vu. Mrs. Salon, assuming he was there to demand compensation, immediately went on the defensive. You're the new next-door neighbor. I've already heard from my darling about what happened last night. If you've come to my house demanding compensation for last night's events, you can turn right back around. I, Hannah Salon, will absolutely not compensate you for your own incompetence. Khan also chimed in smugly. Han Vu, don't come here looking for trouble. Han Vu just shook his head. Mrs. Salon, you've misunderstood. I came to admire your legendary grace. The town mayor told me you were once the town's dance queen. Your aura is truly extraordinary, just as he said. I happened upon an item that I believe only you are worthy of possessing. But Hannah Salon, blinded by love, wasn't listening and spoke coldly. Don't think flattering me will make me change the plant layout in my yard. Not a chance. Hearing this, Han Vu took out a book and asked, Mrs. Salon, would this item perhaps change your mind? Hannah Salon seemed curious when she saw the book, but Kan Nien frowned in annoyance and scoffed. Humph, trying to make peace with a tattered old book? Han Vu, are you really that cheap? But then, as if realizing something, Hannah's eyes lit up like she'd struck gold. She gasped, this is the long-lost Dance of the Dance King. Name your price. I don't care if I have to give you my entire fortune. Hearing her excitement, Kan Nien's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. Seeing her expression, he started to scheme. If Han Vu asks Mrs. Salon to kick me out of the house, wouldn't I be completely finished? With that thought, his attitude did a complete 180. He laughed cheerfully and said to Han Vu, my friend, we're classmates. How about it? Han Vu ignored his boot-licking expression, handed the book to Hannah Salon, and said, Mrs. Salon, please, don't be a stranger. Take this and preserve this dance. If I find any related manuals in the future, I'll be sure to send them your way. She happily accepted it, her expression full of remorse. Han, thank you so much. Please, forgive my rudeness from before. From now on, you can just call me Hannah. I'd be delighted to be your close neighbor. After handing over the item, Han Vu and Qin Shuang waved goodbye and left. Hannah Salon cheerfully bid them farewell, adding, come visit whenever you're free. The system panel displayed a notification. Friendly relationship established with town dance queen Hannah Salon. Friendship level, 99. Unlocked Hannah Salon's personal shop, plus 30,000 points. Staring at the number, his jaw dropped, and he stammered, 30,000 points? How many zombies would I have to kill to get that much? Could this be the real key to progressing, beyond just killing zombies? Seeing his expression, Qin Shuang asked curiously, what's wrong? What did you just do? I just got a notification. Established friendly relationship with dance queen Hannah Salon, unlocked her personal shop, and I gained 10,000 points? Hanvu didn't answer. He just crossed his arms, looking at Qin Shuang with a smirk, thinking, it seems that because we're considered a married couple in town, Qin Shuang gets points too. With that thought, he couldn't resist falling back into his old habits of teasing her. It's just what a good husband should do. No need to thank me. This time, he didn't get smacked for it. Qin Shuang just blushed and walked away. You're so shameless. I'm not talking to you anymore. As she walked off, he opened the system panel to see what interesting things Mrs. Salon's shop had to offer. System notification. Mrs. Salon's shop has a level 3 clover seed for 10 friendship points, dance lessons for 20 friendship points, a divine power dance costume for 35 friendship points, and a fruit of wisdom for 90 friendship points. He said happily, the fruit of wisdom. It looks like I can finally complete that senior's quest, but it needs 90 friendship points. I'll wait until after the evaluation is over to buy it. The scene changes, returning to their house. Hanvu stood with his hands on his hips, thinking with satisfaction. Both level 4 seeds have undergone directional mutation. Tonight, I'm going to rake in the points. Just then, a horde of zombies began to attack. Unafraid, he ordered the corn cannon to fire a rocket, creating a yellow orb of energy. The yellow orb shot down towards the ground, creating a massive explosion that sent the zombies flying. Hanvu wondered aloud. Huh? Why aren't there any high-level zombies today? These weaklings aren't going to get me many points. Huh? Suddenly, his eyes caught something in the distance and he frowned. In the distance, Hannah Salon was standing by her gate, waving enthusiastically. Ah, so that's it. Mrs. Salon shouted cheerfully. Han! I'm taking care of these peons as a small, thank you. Hanvu closed his eyes and sighed. Looks like there's no chance to show off my skills tonight. Might as well go check out the town. And with that, he transformed, sprouting 2 wings and soaring into the sky. Observing the situation from above, Hanvu slowly approached the group of zombies, sensing he was about to hit the jackpot. These weren't just zombies, they were walking piles of points. With that thought, he drew his sword and charged forward to attack. With a single swing of his sword, he slashed into the zombie horde, using the Tyrant Dragon Slash technique. His slash cut across a zombie's face, and golden coins appeared on it. Then, Hanvu spun around and flew away. The zombies below gave chase. He thought to himself, time to find some level 4 beasts. These small fries aren't worth the effort. 4 hours later, Hanvu was standing on the rooftop of a tower. He opened the system's leaderboard to check. In first place was Tun Kan Nien with 831,000 points. Second was Tu Thiet with 757,000 points. And third was Han Vu with 723,000 points. He smiled to himself. Good, the point gap has narrowed, but I still need to keep pushing. Daily check-in, day 3 of survival, plus 3,000 points. Han Vu turned around to see a man standing in front of his house. He asked doubtfully, and you are? The young man turned and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Eric Grimm, a resident of this town. I'm the captain of the town guard. Last night, I saw you fighting bravely against the zombies, so I came here today specifically to invite you to join the town guard. He put a hand on his hip and asked, I've only heard of the Silver River Guard. What does the town guard do? Eric Grimm replied, we protect the town, of course. We stand guard at the town's entrances, preventing level 5 and higher zombies from breaking in. Without the protection of the town guard, this zombie town would have been overrun by that powerful zombie army long ago. Hearing this, his heart filled with joy. Level 5 zombies and higher. Damn, that's a high-level fight. If I just kill those things, my points will skyrocket. Thinking this, he said, Captain Eric, please let me join your squad. He happily patted him on the shoulder, saying, the town guard is in great need of ambitious young men like you. Welcome to the town guard. The moment he finished speaking, the system announced, by establishing a friendly relationship with the town guard captain, Eric Grimm. You have unlocked Eric Grimm's personal shop and received 60,000 points, joined the town guard, unlocked the town guard's achievement shop, plus 50,000 points. Then, the leaderboard opened up, and the rankings had changed. The person in first place was now him, with 836,000 points. Second was Tun Kan Nien, with 834,000 points. Third was Tu Thiet with 761,000 points. He stammered in shock. I'm number 1. After recruiting a new member, Eric Grimm turned to leave, waving goodbye with a reminder. Make sure you show up tonight. As he walked in, Tanseng ran over excitedly, wanting to hug him and shouting, Whoa, you're number 1. That's amazing. Tell me how you did it. What huge thing happened to you last night? As she hugged him, he replied, I just... Suddenly, a sound at the door made him glance over. Annoyed, he opened the door and asked, Who is it this early in the morning? A blonde girl with a seductive expression raised a hand to the corner of her mouth and said, Han, you were so powerful last night. Hanvu searched his memory but didn't recognize this person, so he asked, and you are? The girl just leaned forward, continuing to flirt out of nowhere. Seeing you in action last night really got me excited. From behind, Tan Sang stared at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Hanvu, what kind of good deeds were you up to last night? People are already showing up at our door. Hearing Tan Sang say that, Hanvu broke out in a cold sweat. When the girl saw Tan Sang, she cut in, Oh, and who is this? Tan Sang puffed out her chest and introduced herself, though a bit shyly. I'm Hanvu's wife, and who are you? The girl completely ignored Tan Sang's words, leaning in close to him and asking, Han, you're so young, and you're already married? Isn't that stifling? I'm Jessica. If you're willing, Han, I could be your mistress. After saying her piece, Jessica quickly left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to add, Han, see you tonight at the town guard. Seeing Hanvu still waving goodbye to her, Tan Sang's face darkened with a hint of jealousy. Look at you, so reluctant to see her go. When he didn't seem to be listening, Tan Sang angrily pinched his ear and interrogated him. You scumbag. Were you out causing trouble for other girls in the middle of the night? Is that how your points shot up so fast? Are you trying to be a freeloader, like Tan Kan Nien? Hanvu yelped in protest. I didn't do anything. You've got it all wrong. Sis, can't you say something that isn't an accusation? Last night, I was out on the streets fighting monsters for points. Then, the captain of the town guard took a liking to me and invited me to join. The points increased because of the reward for joining the guard. Hearing his explanation, Tan Sang understood and let go, feeling a bit guilty. Well, you didn't say that. Someone shows up praising how strong you are and saying how excited she was, so, of course, I'd get the wrong idea. Freed, he rubbed his ear and exclaimed, Ha, so you were jealous, huh? I'm only doing this to catch up to Tuthiet's points and help you win your bet. Tan Sang quickly denied it. Who's jealous? What you do has nothing to do with me. Hanvu took out a bag of seeds from his inventory and handed it to her. I'm going to the town guard tonight to kill high-level zombies. I'm leaving the yard to you. These are all high-grade seeds. She took his advice and said, Then you have to be extra careful tonight. Protect yourself and don't get. Before she could finish, he turned his head with a cheerful smile, cutting her off to reassure her, Don't worry, I tested the black sword last night. I can instantly kill a level 4 zombie. Nothing will With that, he left. Realizing he had misunderstood her, Tan Sang shouted after him, What I meant was, don't get seduced by some vixen out there. That evening in town, a quiet atmosphere enveloped the area. Han Yu walked leisurely forward, where Jessica's group was waiting. She called out, Han, you're here. As soon as he approached, Jessica jumped on him, wrapping her arms around his and cooing, Han, it's been a few hours. Did you miss me? A muscular young man with 2 large axes on his back crossed his arms and said, Hey Jessica, there you go again. Han is a married man. Then he introduced himself. Han, I'm Johnson, the giant hammer. David, standing beside them with a sword, asked, Brother Han, what's your combat specialty? Hearing this, Han Yu didn't waste words. He transformed, unleashing his power. Then, he spun around, flew up, and turned back to answer, I have a 2-stage transformation. When Jessica saw his transformation, her eyes turned into heart shapes in admiration. He's so amazing, exactly my type. Captain, why don't you let me guide him? I love working with handsome guys. Eric Grimm agreed, replying, All right, Jessica will guide Han tonight. He then looked up at him and said, The battle with the zombies is extremely dangerous. You must follow Jessica's arrangements. Jessica dropped her playful demeanor and pulled out 2 guns, one of fire and one of ice, along with her level 5 plants, shouting, Prepare for battle. Han Yu was shocked, thinking to himself, I can't believe she has 2 level 5 plants, and one is a flame pea shooter, while the other is an ice bone shooter. Johnson also transformed, his entire body bulging with muscle, alongside his fused, level 5 giant walnut companion. As he finished speaking, the muscles in his arms began to swell, and the muscles on his back rippled and bulged. He then transformed into a muscular giant with dark skin. David, meanwhile, held a golden sword in one hand and a green spear in the other. 2 high-level plants appeared beside him as he shouted, Sword Orchid Swordsman, Escort Guard, Fuse. Eric Grimm also transformed. His legs radiated a green aura, and his entire body pulsed with a jade green energy. He announced, The zombies are here. With that, he grimaced and shot straight up into the sky from the ground. Jessica, dual-wielding her pistols, fired continuously, taunting, "Come on, eat this." 3 ferocious zombies were stopped in their tracks as her bullets slammed into their bodies. John's son charged forward from behind, weapon in hand, yelling, "Leave them to me." The hammer in his hand smashed directly onto a zombie's head, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. The zombie's head was completely unharmed. Instead, tentacles sprouted from its head. The tentacles shot out to attack, and he froze, unable to react in time. Eric Green shouted from the side, "John's son, get out of the way." He then launched a blast of green energy at the zombie, roaring, "Die!" David thrust his spear toward another zombie, shouting, "I've got this one over here." Han Yu remained hovering in the air, observing the battle with a low voice. "So this is the top tier, huh? Impressive. I can't fall behind either." With that, he dove down from the sky, punching a zombie straight in the chest and telling himself, "I am Han Yu, the God Slayer." Han Yu drew his sword, and with a single slash, he yelled, "This is the death slash." Suddenly, Jessica's voice warned him from behind, "Be careful." He glanced back in confusion, only to see her rushing towards him from behind. After forcefully pushing him to the ground, Jessica raised her guns to attack, while he was pinned down, groaning in discomfort. "Ugh, I can't breathe. What's going on?" She fired behind them, attacking the zombie. Her shot hit its arm. Jessica explained while keeping an eye on the situation. The durability of a level 5 zombie is many times stronger than a level 4. Even though you injured it, it won't lose any of its attack power. Han Yu finally composed himself and said with a laugh, "Thanks for saving me." She turned to him and replied, "Don't push yourself too hard. For now, just provide support and stick close to me." With that, Jessica, guns in both hands, charged into the zombie horde, firing relentlessly. He also got up and started attacking, and his accumulation points began to skyrocket. Plus 3,000 merit points, plus 3,000 merit points, received a level 4 radiant. 3 hours later, Han Yu's body felt sluggish. He wiped the sweat from his brow and complained, "I'm dead tired." On the other side, the town guard team was still fighting non-stop. He couldn't help but wonder, are they using some kind of stimulant? Seeing his exhausted expression, Jessica laughed teasingly, "Hey there, handsome. The battle's just begun, and you're already tired? Physically speaking, you're not qualified to be my boyfriend." Hearing her words, he thought to himself, if I still had the constitution of a divine being, how could I possibly be this tired? I could fight until morning without any problem. Suddenly, a voice appeared by Han Yu's ear. "Agent, guess who I am? You are brought into a white space, with a blue orb floating next to you. You say, mutation source. You finally have time to visit me." It replies, "I seem to smell the stench of that whining, scorned woman. I just heard someone say, you're not in the best of health," it said in a sarcastic tone. "As my representative, the agent of the mutation source, how can you let some woman tell you what to do? I've decided to grant you an authority, so you can finally stand tall in front of that female creature with the big chest and plump rear." As it finished speaking, iron chains and a lock appeared out of nowhere. The mutation source explained, "This authority is called the gene lock. All right, sit tight. Let's get this show on the road." The moment it finished speaking, the chain snapped, the lock opened, and Han Yu's body felt a surge of power. It was coursing through his body as golden light enveloped everything, and his eyes shot out beams of yellow light. He exclaimed excitedly, "This feels incredible. It's like having endless vitality." The source explained further, "When the gene lock is open, you can cause your body to undergo a temporary mutation by absorbing any powerful biological cells. You're holding a sunflower seed, aren't you? The combination of you and plants is powerful and resilient. If that's the case, I'll give it a try." Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yu swallowed the sunflower seed. The seed was absorbed by his body, and a golden light spread everywhere. He shot upwards, carrying the power of the sunflower. Then, Han Yu spread his arms, creating a golden orb that enveloped his body. The sunflower's light shone directly on the zombies. It burned them, making them scream in agony. Jessica, standing below, covered her eyes from the blinding light and yelled out, "Light is shooting out from that man in every direction." The person next to her, unable to see who it was, exclaimed in awe, "Is that an angel appearing before us?" The members of the town guard took the opportunity to charge forward and attack. Eric Green leaped up and shouted, "Attack with all you've got!" He cut a path straight through the zombies, tearing them to pieces. Suddenly, one zombie charged forward recklessly. It tried to crush Han Yu with its bare hands. Seeing him in danger, Eric Green shouted, "Protect Han Yu! Stop them!" At his command, Johnson rushed forward, but was violently swatted away by the zombie's arm, sending him flying with a pained grunt. Arg! Seeing the dangerous situation, Eric Green yelled, "This is bad. The defense of a level 6 zombie is too strong. Han, get out of there." But Han Yu stood there defiantly, watching the zombie's fist get closer and closer. His eyes blazed like the sun as he smiled provocatively. "Bring it on." The zombie's fist slammed into him, and a burst of light erupted. This light incinerated a large chunk of the zombie's body. It roared in pain. After burning it to a crisp, the golden light on his body slowly faded. Johnson's eyes were wide and his jaw was on the floor as he yelled in disbelief. "We won! Han, you're freaking amazing!" Han Yu was praised by everyone, and the system displayed a notification, established a friendly relationship with the town's residents. Town Guard member Jessica Smith. Unlocked the personal shop of Jessica Smith. Plus 50,000. Established a friendly relationship with town resident Dark Johnson, a member of the Town Guard. Unlocked the personal shop of Dark Johnson and received plus 50,000 points. Established a friendly relationship with David Ham, a member of the Town Guard and a resident of the town. Unlocked the personal shop of David Ham and received plus 50,000 points. Defeated a level 6 zombie and obtained 23,000 merit points. Seeing his joy, the mutation source spoke up. "Well, my representative, how's it feel to have your genes unlocked? Pretty awesome, huh?" He replied excitedly, "Yeah," but it didn't let him celebrate for long. It appeared before him and said solemnly, "Then it's time for me to give you some bad news." Hearing this, Han Yu asked curiously, "Bad news? What else do you want from me? I have nothing left to give you. My divinity was hard enough to come by." It cut him off with a cold snort. "Who'd want that pathetic stuff of yours? So petty. The bad news is that the gene lock has side effects." Hearing that it didn't want his divinity, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "So, you're not trying to extort me, it's just a side effect." But then a thought struck him, and Han Yu's eyes widened as he yelled at it. "Are you kidding me? It has side effects? Why didn't you tell me this sooner? What's going to happen to me? What is it?" The mutation source chuckled placatingly. "Calm down, as the bearer of my supreme, ultimate mutation source. Why are you such a coward? The side effect won't threaten your body." It shrugged and replied, "It's just that you can't use the gene lock again for a while. In your people's terms, it's called a CD, a cooldown. It needs time to recharge." You frowned and said, "You seem to know a lot, don't you? If the only side effect is a cooldown, then that's fine. But how long is my cooldown time? And what are the consequences? What if I don't respect the cooldown time?" It explained it to him. "With your current weak physical condition, you won't be able to use your gene lock ability for 10 days. If you use it frequently, you'll suffer from genetic disorders and mutations, and what was temporary will become permanent. So, how about that, model? So you're the brave representative? Want to give it a shot?" Hearing this, Han Yu frantically waved his hands and shook his head. "No way, no way. I don't want to spend the rest of my life as a giant, round third wheel." Eric Green came up from behind and asked with concern, "Han, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" He turned to him and answered with a bright smile, "I'm totally fine." Jessica kept flirting. Her finger lifted his chin as she said gently, "Handsome boy, that little performance of yours just now completely won me over. You're now qualified to be my lover. How about spending a wonderful night with me?" He blushed and exclaimed, "Huh?" Seeing that he was about to get pounced on, Ju-san spoke up, "Jessica, please stop teasing Han. Are you trying to suck him dry?" "Han, if you're tired, just go get some rest. I can easily handle the remaining level 5 zombies on my own." He didn't refuse their kind offer, smiling as he said, "To be honest, I am feeling a little tired, so the rest of the battle is up to all of you. I'm going to rest in the back for a bit." With that, Han Yu left. As he walked, he looked around, thinking, "For the next 10 days, I won't be able to use my gene lock. I absolutely have to increase my base combat power. Oh, right, isn't there still the guard team's member shop here? Let's go see if there's anything I can buy." Stopping in his tracks, he opened the system's shop interface. He said cheerfully, "Just call me the little pay-to-win overlord." Half an hour later, after browsing for a bit, he looked around and selected the plant fusion art. He smiled. "Hey, the plant fusion art is the perfect substitute to use while my gene lock skill is on cooldown." The mutated Chi Yuan, standing beside him, squinted its eyes and chuckled, "Haha, this pile of trash is enough to make you happy? This so-called plant fusion art is just a superficial trick for grafting life forms together. That's it." Han Yu frowned and glared at it. "This thing cost David and me a whole 70 friendship points. You call it useless, but isn't that just because your gene lock has such a long cooldown?" Hearing this, the creature opened its mouth and laughed heartily. Isn't it just because your pathetic little body is too weak? Believe it or not, with just a few tweaks, I can elevate this plant fusion art to a whole new level. I'll only charge you 2 divinity points. How about it? He raised an eyebrow and refused. No money. Forget it. If you won't give it to me, then we're done here. Seeing that he wasn't willing to pay up, it started to pout. Look at you. You're so cheap. Fine. 1 divinity point then. It can't possibly get any cheaper. In his mind, he scoffed. What? Trying to haggle with me? The bargain king of the Huanbei flea market? You're just some alien from a barbarian land. You've still got a long way to go. But on the outside, he agreed to its demand, pretending he was taking a loss. All right then, it's a deal. Hearing him agree, the creature snapped its fingers. Suddenly, Han Yu's head split right down the middle. Confetti burst out from inside, leaving him completely baffled. Looking at his system panel, he wanted to curse. Holy hell, the improved plant fusion art can fuse 1 to 3 plants, and even has a slot for a level 6 seed. This is incredible. The creature beside him gently reminded, remember, you owe me 1 divinity point. He nodded and replied softly, I won't forget your cut. Han Yu happily took an attribute card and slotted it in. My attribute is Dark. So, the first card slot is for the level 5 Devourer Flower. Daily check-in, Survival Day 4, plus 4,000 points. He crossed his arms, looked up at the leaderboard, and smiled in satisfaction. Ha, my score went up. Qin Shuang is on here too. Looks like I'll be able to beat Xu Tie in less than 2 days. On the leaderboard, first place was Han Yu with 1.4 million points. Second was Sun Qingyan with 1.2 million points. Third was Xu Tie with 986,000 points. And fourth was Qin Shuang with 736,000 points. The scene shifts back to their house. Han Yu walked in and, seeing that Qin Shuang was busy with something, asked, Oh, you're busy? She was sitting on the floor, surrounded by 2 huge bags. She looked up at him and said sarcastically, in a pretty good mood, aren't you? Must have been nice, having a good time with that hot girl. He started to defend himself with a nervous laugh. It wasn't like that at all. Qin Shuang was sorting items to sell. Seeing his share, she tossed it over to him, saying, Here, this is yours, sell it yourself. Han Yu walked over, holding a sword and grinning. I don't need these things anymore. You can just take them. Besides, why are we acting like strangers? We're husband and wife, after all. Hearing this, she turned red with fury, rushed forward, and punched him square on the head, yelling, Sooner or later, I'm going to tear that mouth of yours apart. I said we'd split it evenly, and that's final. I, Qin Shuang, am not some girl who leeches off of others. And I don't need your pity. Hit with the blow, Han Yu cried out in pain and surrendered. All right, I get it. Hearing him finally agree, she let it go and turned to leave. Okay, I'm off to my dance class with Mrs. Shah. You can just rest here by yourself. He clutched his aching head and called after her, Be back early, okay? He thought to himself for a moment, Qin Shuang is actually a really smart woman. She knows how to score points by befriending the residents of the town. She's really got that capitalist pride. 9 days later, the town was peaceful under the warm sunlight. Ping! Han Vu cheerfully appeared. Hey everyone, I'm here. Jessica watched as he casually waved hello. Hello there, handsome. As he got closer, he noticed their expressions were a bit off, and asked, What's wrong with everyone? Why does everyone look so worried? Jessica spoke up to explain, You don't know, handsome. Tonight is the monthly lunar eclipse. The zombie invasion is going to be even more intense. During last month's lunar eclipse, we lost Jasmine, a member of our defense squad, forever. Eric Greem crossed his arms, his face filled with self-blame, and said in a low voice, Jasmine's death is my responsibility. I, Eric Greem, swear that as long as I'm alive tonight, I will never let any of you die before my eyes. Johnson and David said in unison, Captain Eric. Jessica stepped forward and grabbed his hand worriedly. I might not be able to protect you tonight, so promise me, if you're in danger, you'll run away immediately, okay? Hearing her words, he fell into deep thought. I'm currently the weakest member of the town's defense squad. If danger strikes, I'll probably be the first one to die. So, she's worried about me? He then gifted her a radiant smile. I'm a man. I should be the one protecting you. That smile left Jessica mesmerized. She smiled back and reminded him, just take good care of yourself. Han Vu opened his system panel, thinking, in a dangerous moment like this, I need to get to the merit shop and gear up. The screen displayed the shop with its countless items. His current merit points, 95,000. After a shopping spree, his merit points dropped back to 0. He raised his hand and selected the golden dragon grass. After selecting it, A black mark spread across his face. Han Vu thought to himself, the golden dragon grass contains giant dragon genes. It's starting to awaken my black dragon blood. Instantly, his body mutated, doubling his power. Meanwhile, Eric looked up at the changing sky, his expression growing grave. The time has come. Just as he spoke, he looked up to see the sky being devoured, leaving only blackness. Seeing the sun blotted out, the horde of zombies below began to roar wildly. Their emaciated, skeletal bodies began to mutate, transforming them into a horde of hulking, six-packed zombies. Hovering in the air, Eric Green observed the situation and announced, "The zombies have mutated. All of their power levels have increased. Everyone, prepare for a fierce battle." Jessica, gripping her guns with determination, replied, "Roger that, Captain." Johnson simultaneously transformed into a muscular form and nodded. "Understood, Captain." David, clad in armor and holding a spear, stood ready to attack. Han Vu, hovering in the air, said seriously, "Yes, Captain." The mutated zombies roared and charged forward, attacking like a raging storm. Eric Green created a ball of blue energy, launching it at the zombies and shouting, "Stop them." Meanwhile, Jessica riddled a zombie's body with bullets, but it had no effect whatsoever. She continued to unleash a barrage from her dual pistols in every direction, growling, "Take this." But the giant zombie remained completely unharmed. Johnson grabbed onto its arm and shouted, "Captain, Jessica, you two handle ranged attacks. We'll hold it back." From a distance, Han Vu shot forward at incredible speed, thinking, "I can't fall behind." He drew his sword, unleashing his dragon's treasure slash, in a wide arc, across the giant zombie's body. Seeing him, the smaller zombies below immediately charged. Without hesitation, Han Vu used his ultimate skill, Flash Kick, planting his foot squarely in the face of the zombie before him. From behind him, Eric Green praised, "Han, nice work." An hour later, the ground was littered with the bodies of zombies he had slain. Seeing the relentless zombie assault, the captain ordered Jessica to find Mayor Jenniger and ask him to send reinforcements. She immediately took off, shouting over her shoulder as she ran, "Everyone, hang on, wait for me." Elsewhere, a zombie slashed David's shoulder, making him bleed. He cried out in pain, "Arg!" Seeing this, Johnson rushed forward to grapple with the zombie. David cried out worriedly, "Johnson, forget about me." Seeing the two of them in trouble, Eric Green rushed in to help, firing at the zombie. "I'm here, hang in there." Seeing him, Johnson exclaimed, "Captain!" Eric Green gathered his strength and lunged forward, smashing his fist right into the zombie's face. At that critical moment, the system suddenly announced that a 10-day cooldown was over. Han Vu saw this and smiled. Perfect timing. With that, he dashed in front of the three of them and said, "Captain Eric, let me buy you all some time." Eric looked at him with concern and warned, "Han, don't be reckless. If it gets too dangerous, just run." Han Vu turned his head and gave a reassuring smile. "I'm also a member of this town's defense squad. It's my duty to protect the people of this town." With that, he opened the system and selected Ren. After unlocking it, his entire body began to glow with a pale blue energy. Han Vu's body unleashed an immense wave of power. This energy took the form of countless spears, poised and ready to attack, and continued to pierce through the horde of zombies. Seeing this power, Eric Green's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "So strong." A moment later, seeing that all the zombies had fallen to the ground, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. But before he could celebrate, another zombie appeared out of nowhere and charged at him, making him cry out in surprise. "How is there still one over here?" Jessica ran over from a distance, shouting, "Han, hang in there." A group of people followed behind her. She raised her voice, "We're here now." Mayor Schwarzenegger charged forward, yelling, "Press the attack." Behind him, Jessica was also rushing forward with all her might. Suddenly, Eric Green, who was up ahead, warned the two of them. "Everyone, stop. There's a problem up ahead." Mayor Schwarzenegger immediately used his binoculars to observe the situation. He looked around and noticed the fog seemed very thick, assessing with concern. "Something's off about this fog." Eric Green quickly approached him and advised, "Mayor Schwarzenegger, the fog has rolled in. We can see through the darkness, but not through the fog. If you have a suitable plant, take it out as soon as possible." Hearing this, the mayor immediately took a strange seed from his pocket. It was a level 4, wind-dispersing clover seed. Then, he placed it in a pot and began to cultivate it. A second later, the seed burst through the soil, and a clover plant instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. Han was amazed by this sight, thinking to himself, "This thing grows way too fast." Instantly, the wind-dispersing clover transformed into a giant fan, blowing continuously at the zombie. Han also immediately activated his scout's eye. The flower pot began to glow strangely. A system notification appeared. Ceramic flower pot, used for sowing seeds. Can increase the growth speed of seeds planted within it by 100 times. Seeing this, he was incredibly surprised and said, "Whoa, this is a divine artifact." Mayor Schwarzenegger turned to look at him, explaining with a gentle smile. "Han, if you like the flower pot, I can give you a few later. I just heard from Eric that you did an excellent job tonight. When the lunar eclipse ends, I will reward you on behalf of the town." Han was delighted to hear this and replied, "Thank you, Mayor." Immediately after, a system notification popped up that surprised him. Established a friendly relationship with Mayor Schwarzenegger and unlocked his personal shop. Plus, Han opened the system, joyfully looking at the system list. The mayor's shop must have a lot of treasures. This plant is so good, it's practically a wide area attack. I have to get it. The mayor's shop appeared on the screen, and the first thing that caught his eye was a mushroom called the black spore mushroom, capable of releasing tens of millions of spores at once. These spores would be nourished by the death energy from the zombies and rapidly develop into new black spore mushrooms. Immediately after, Han threw this mushroom towards the wind-dispersing clover. Tens of millions of mushroom spores were launched towards the zombies, causing them to scream wildly. He said excitedly, "Just a little more, and I can try a new strategy. Come on." Soon after, Han assessed their situation. The black spore mushrooms have spread quite a bit. It all comes down to this. He stood on high ground and spread his wide wings, his whole body emitting a strange golden light. Han declared, "Black spore mushrooms, become my life form. Begin the life sacrifice." Instantly, the ant-like horde of zombies below was surrounded by a golden light. This stream of golden light immediately detonated the damned zombies. A new notification also appeared on his screen. Choice 1. 1 level 9 wisdom tree seed. Planted in the divine domain, it can maintain the domain's stability and extend the lifespan of the spring clan. After maturing, it can produce wisdom fruit. The wisdom tree has a maturation period of 1,000 years and a growth cycle of 100,000 years. Choice 2. Golden flower pot. Special plant seeds sown within it will achieve immortality. Choice 3. Level 4 Plant Museum. Built in the divine domain, it randomly produces a special plant seed every 24 hours. The probability of a Tier 1 seed is 50%. The probability of a Tier 2 seed is 40%. The probability of a Tier 3 seed is 9%. The probability of a Tier 4 seed is 0.9%. And the probability of a Tier 9 seed is 0.009%. Seeing this, he was speechless and cursed the system. "Damn it, how am I supposed to choose?" He sighed and chose the golden flower pot, saying, "I guess I'll have to pick you." With his directional mutation and the golden flower pot making the plant immortal, the future would hold infinite possibilities. Eventually, even a level 9 seed would be within his reach. At this moment, seeing the zombies return to normal made Eric Greem anxious, and he shouted to warn everyone, "This is bad. The zombies are getting back up." Immediately, Mayor Schwarzenegger, Jessica, and David got into defensive positions. Seeing this, Han thought frantically, "The black spore mushroom's power is ultimately too weak. I have to buy some time to develop them." He looked at the golden pot and said, "Activate directional mutation." With that, he immediately planted the black spore mushroom into the golden flower pot. The system announced, "Favorable mutation is possible. Significantly increases spore ejection volume, increases spore activity, and increases spore growth speed." Hanvu walked up to the mushroom and chuckled, smugly raising his hand to command, "Activate all 3 qualitative mutations at once for me." At this, the 3-leaf clover instantly grew to an immense size, and he clung tightly to its stem, letting out a cry. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk. Tens of millions of mushroom spores spread out towards the zombies. Seeing this, Eric Greem joyfully announced, "The horde's speed is dropping." Hearing that, the townspeople below immediately erupted in cheers. "This is great! It's working! This is great!" Mayor Jenniger looked up at the sky and warned, "The lunar eclipse is entering its final stage. The zombies' counterattack will be especially fierce, so everyone be careful." Suddenly, Hanvu realized something was wrong. As the eclipse peaked, the zombies immediately sprouted horns. They were already powerful, and now they were even stronger, like tigers that had grown wings. Seeing this, Mayor Jenniger immediately signaled behind him, "Everyone, fall back. Concentrate on the entrance." The townspeople saw this and scattered in fear, a panicked chatter filling the air. "Are we going to die? I'm so scared. Hanvu looked at the crowd and thought to himself, asterisk, everyone's morale has plummeted. We can't win this fight like this. I have to get them fired up again. Asterisk. Immediately after, he flew high into the air to rally their spirits. Zombies aren't invincible. We can absolutely win this. Just then, Hanvu circled around a mob of zombie minions, taking them all down in one fell swoop. The townspeople's faces lit up with joy at the sight. They cheered, "Yeah, that was amazing. This is great." Hanvu turned back, looking down happily at the townspeople below and cheered. But suddenly, a strange green tentacle shot out towards him. It instantly wrapped tightly around Hanvu, leaving him completely bewildered, with no idea what was happening. He cried out in shock. Seeing Hanvu in danger, Jessica immediately lunged towards him, yelling, "Han!" Eric Green quickly grabbed her arm, warning, "You'll be running straight to your death if you go in like that. We have to combine our strength into one force before we can move forward." He then stepped forward and declared with conviction, "Han, hang in there. We will absolutely save you." Enraged, Hanvu used his wings to tear apart the tongue coiled around him, roaring, "Get this disgusting thing off of me." He flapped his wings and shot high into the air, giving the zombies below no time to react. Hanvu turned in another direction, calculating the situation. Asterisk. If I fly in the direction I was pulled from, I should get back to town soon, right? Asterisk. Half an hour later, what's going on? Why is every direction wrong? Where in the world is it? Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up. "Hey, you still don't get it, do you? You've been trapped." Surprised, he turned to the origin mutant and asked, "So, do you know a way out of here?" It pondered for a moment before replying, "I am the first super gene of the Shenhe civilization. How could a trivial little scene like this possibly trap me? One divinity point, and you can walk out of here safely, right now." Hearing this, Hanvu's voice grew heavy as he asked, "Do you want a divinity point, or your life? The choice is yours." The origin mutant let out a small, menacing laugh. "In that case, you better pray for your own good fortune. As your super gene, I can give you a piece of sincere, free advice. Don't even think about waiting until dawn to escape, because the moment you stepped into this fog, time stopped for you." He looked around, thinking to himself, asterisk, if what it says is true, then I'm in real trouble. But if north, south, east, and west are all wrong, don't tell me you want— Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he exclaimed internally, asterisk, "Wait a minute." Asterisk. Hanvu then changed direction and flew straight up into the sky, telling himself, asterisk, "I refuse to believe this fog doesn't have a source." Asterisk. A minute later, he was startled to find something unusual up ahead. He wondered, is this a barrier? Hanvu froze, staring at the massive, thick barrier before him. He immediately swung his sword at it, yelling, "Did you really think I was just a sitting duck in a cage?" At that moment, the impact only caused a small crack to appear on the barrier. Hanvu was surprised. He immediately unleashed a flurry of sword strikes against the barrier, yelling, "It's this tough? Let's see how long you can take this." The barrier immediately shattered, a small piece breaking off. Right after that, it began to shatter more and more, sending fragments flying everywhere. Hanvu looked at the scene outside and wondered in astonishment, what is this? What filled his vision was an impossibly enormous, great tree. The origin mutant saw him and spoke in a welcoming tone. "Welcome, Outworlder, to my domain." Hanvu tightened his grip on his sword, thinking defensively. Asterisk. Could it be that this ancient tree is the cause of all this? And more importantly, how does it know I'm an Outworlder? Asterisk. Asterisk. Didn't I already fulfill the requirement by revealing my identity during the Outworld survival simulation assessment? Asterisk. Seeing his defensive posture, it immediately cut in to reassure him. "Outworlder, don't worry, I'm not going to kill you." Hearing this, he asked it, "Then what do you want from me? Why did you bring me here?" It sighed and replied, "Because I need you to do something for me, and that is to save this world." Hanvu was stunned to hear this. He lowered his sword, his voice softening. "You want me to take care of all the zombies, right?" Hearing this, the great tree's voice boomed as if slapping him across the face. "No, I want you to drive every resident of the small town out of here." He immediately sat down before it, thinking, there was a catch to this story. He calmly asked, "Can you explain it to me?" The great tree began to slowly recount its tale. "I am the Tree of Wisdom, a guardian of this secret realm, and I have existed here for tens of thousands of years. This place was very peaceful, until an outsider found this secret realm and claimed it for himself. He sent a large number of his followers here to collect the special seeds that I had nurtured, turning them into a special resource for trade. I had to watch my own children be turned into commodities. How could I possibly bear it? At this, it hesitated for a moment, but then continued its story. But we had lived in peace here for 10,000 years. We had absolutely no fighting strength to resist the invaders. So, my only choice was to seek out the God who governs death and pray for the power of revenge, at the price of pledging servitude to death itself. It then let out a sigh. From that day on, I gained the ability to turn corpses into zombies. An image of a zombie horde appeared, as the great tree continued with a sorrowful tone. After that, the war between humanity and zombies began, dragging on for thousands of years. The number of zombies grew, and humanity was gradually unable to fight back. And so, 30 years ago, I led an all-out assault. I thought I finally had a chance to win, as humanity had retreated to their last small town. But at that critical moment, a powerful warrior appeared, like a comet from the sky. It described the scene of hundreds of zombies being driven back. I don't know what method he used, but he managed to cultivate a fourth-tier plant, the incredibly powerful fire dragon grass. Relying on its immense destructive power, he kept us from being able to attack for a long, long time. Seeing him listening intently, the tree seemed to regain its strength and continued the story of its life. Years later, I realized that mysterious man was likely an otherworlder, because he possessed abilities unlike anyone from the small town. And today, when I launched another all-out assault, I noticed you. You also employ methods that are strikingly similar to his. Hearing this, Han Yu asked in surprise, "So, you want me to betray the town and help you?" The tree immediately made its proposal. "If you are willing to help me, I will give you 10 fruits of wisdom." Han Yu was deep in thought. 10 fruits of wisdom? That's equivalent to 10 divinity points. Seeing him hesitate, the great tree immediately added, "In addition, I will also give you 3 divine corpses. Although they have been dead for thousands of years, their physical bodies are as perfectly preserved as when they were alive." Hearing this, his resolve seemed to waver. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "This is just far too generous." He was immediately torn, 2 lines of thought emerging in his mind. First of all, never mind whether I can actually drive out the humans. But this zombie town is a treasure of the Imperial Capital Academy, and the god behind it is very likely a high-ranking leader of that same academy. If I help the wisdom tree and end up betraying a god, that would be the greatest offense of all. Han Yu immediately turned to leave, stating coldly, "My apologies, but I can't do it." As he walked away, the great tree offered an even more enticing reward. "If you are willing to help me, I can introduce you to the great temple of the death god." Hearing this, Han Yu turned back in shock and asked the great tree, "The temple of the death god?" He thought to himself, "Isn't that the chance to obtain the powerful 5th-tier divinity of death? If I can get my hands on that, I'll become one of the most revered gods." Seeing his reaction, the tree spoke, a hint of joy in its voice. "That's right. Are you willing to accept now?" He considered it, then turned away, explaining hesitantly, "I'll give it a try. But I have one condition. I want to contact my god's domain and bring my followers here. Otherwise, with my strength alone, it's impossible." Hearing this, the great tree seemed to run out of patience. "That's not impossible, but I need you to swear an oath before the death god. If you dare break it, your followers will be tormented by a curse until—" Han Yu was surprised by its attitude, but then he understood. It must be afraid. I'm just like that otherworlder from before, here to conquer its secret realm. But you've still underestimated just how attractive a 5th-tier death divinity is to me. He then raised his hand to make the sign of an oath and chuckled. "I am willing to swear it before the death god." An instant later, a seal appeared on the back of his hand. Han Yu looked at his hand in confusion and said aloud, "Hey, is that it? I'm branded now?" At that moment, the great tree wove its branches together into a small circle. Hundreds of scouting eyes shot forth. He closed his eyes, joyfully basking in the comfortable light, and thinking to himself, "Ah, the beloved aura of my god's domain. I suppose this means I've finally reached the level of—" The great tree spoke softly to him. "All right, Outworlder. I hope you fulfill our agreement soon." Immediately after, it pushed him back down to the mortal realm. "Go on." As he was shoved down, he cried out in shock and panic, "Damn it, you son of a bitch." At that moment, Han Yu landed successfully among the zombies. He looked up at the sky and cursed angrily. "This old tree is so damn rude. It didn't even keep me for a few cups of coffee." Then he sighed and continued, "How do I get the residents of this small town to leave? I'll fly back first and figure it out from there." Immediately after, Han Yu flew back to the previous location to regroup. When Eric Grimm saw him, he said cheerfully, "It's Han. Han is back. Hearing this, Jessica immediately turned to look at him. Right after, Han Yu landed successfully in front of everyone. Jessica ran up and threw her arms around him, exclaiming happily, "Han, it's so good to see you're okay." While he was still blushing, Johnson and Eric Green also ran over joyfully. "Han, you're amazing." Mayor Cho Jeniger also placed a hand on his shoulder, chuckling. "Han, in recognition of your contribution, I will award you the town's Citizen Prize." Han Yu smiled shyly and said, "Oh, it's nothing. You're flattering me, really." Seeing the zombies slowly dissipating in the light, the townspeople cheered with joy. The night of the lunar eclipse is almost over. We've won. Over on this side, the system displayed a notification. 1. Han Yu, 12 million points. 2. Qin Shuang, 8,720,000. 3. Sun Qingnian, 7,920,000 points. 4. Xu Ta, 7,890,000 points. Seeing this, Xu Ta gritted his teeth in anger and said, "What on earth did he do? How could I still not win?" A wicked plan began to form in his mind. "If I can't beat you head on, then don't blame me for stabbing you in the back." Immediately after, Xu Ta carried a large sack of items out of his house. 20 minutes later, he slammed the bag onto a table. Xu Ta looked at the man in front of him and said angrily, "You're the most skilled assassin in this town, right? There are 8,000 gold coins here. I want you to help me kill Han Yu." The assassin nodded slightly and said in a confident tone, "Done. Just wait for the good news." As Xu Ta stepped out of the shop, he was immediately followed by a surveillance drone. The scene changes back to the duo's large mansion. Han Yu observed everything, crossed his arms, and chuckled, "Can't play fair, so you want to resort to backstabbing, huh? If that's how it is, then don't blame me when you get killed by me." Right after, he immediately gave an order to the swarm of Locust Kin outside. "Locust Kin, go get something to eat." Immediately, the swarm of Locust Kin began to destroy all the flowers in the area. Not only did they destroy the flowers, but they also moved on to the trees. With their sharp teeth, the vegetation here was gradually destroyed by them. Qin Shuang went to find Han Yu and asked him in confusion, "Aren't all these locusts your kin? Why did you let them in here? What are you trying to do?" Han Yu looked at her and replied, "It's a secret. If I told you, I'm afraid the only other option would be to kill you." Hearing this, Qin Shuang immediately pinched his ear and scolded angrily, "Ow! You dare talk about killing me? Are you going to tell me or not?" Han Yu cried out in pain, "Ow, ow, that hurts." Suddenly, a commotion outside startled the two of them. Han Yu, get your ass out here." Xu Ta stormed into the house, pointed at him, and shouted, "Don't you dare tell me this has nothing to do with you." Seeing this, Han Yu chuckled and asked, "Yo, young Master Xu, what good deed have I done now?" Right after, the Locust Kin swarmed towards Xu Ta, causing him to immediately duck down and cover himself with his cloak in fear, but he still cursed, "Han Yu, you don't have special plants like I do, so you let these locusts destroy my trees, didn't you? Do you really think you can beat me this way?" Hearing this, Han Yu smiled and explained to him, "Stop talking nonsense. How could my kin possibly get in here? If you're going to sling mud, at least try to make some sense. Besides, I'm not great at math, but 12 million seems a lot higher than a little over 7 million, don't you think? You think you can catch up to me?" Then he playfully pretended to ride a motorcycle. "On that precious motorcycle of yours?" Seeing this, he immediately clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely at him and cursing under his breath. Xu Ti's whole body trembled as he looked at him with eyes full of rage, swearing to himself, "Han Yu, I'll make sure you never see tomorrow's sun." At this time, the town's residents all rushed to the store, angrily telling the owner, "I want pesticide. I want some too. I want to buy some too." The shop owner smiled and explained, "Everyone, the pesticide in the store is really sold out. We will definitely produce more as soon as possible. Please come back tomorrow." Hearing this, an old man looked dejected. "What do we do? The pesticide is gone. My crops are hopeless." Just then, a young man next to him also spoke up. "Somebody say something. My level 4 man-eating flower has been sucked dry." Well, how is anyone supposed to survive tonight? Mayor Jeniger appeared and announced to everyone, "Dear citizens, the town has urgently deployed an evacuation plan. Tonight, the town's church will be opened for residents to take refuge. Please rest there for one night." Han Yu watched the gleeful man and quietly schemed in his head. "While the townspeople are fleeing their homes, I have to let my locusts quickly devour all the remaining special plants. This way, all the special plants will be eaten, and the townspeople will be unable to fight off the zombies. At that point, even if they don't want to, they'll have no choice but to move elsewhere." The scene changes to another area of town. Seeing him approach, Eric Green said in surprise, "Han, you're here? Today's mission is relatively easy. The zombie horde suffered heavy casualties last night, so you can take it easy today." Jessica immediately ran over happily, linked her arm with his, and said, "If you want to hang out, you're always welcome here." Han Yu pointed behind him and said, "In that case, I'll just go wander around and pick up some leftover items." Just then, a scout eye flew over and reported, "Shu Ta and the assassin are preparing to make their move." Hearing this, he quickly strode forward. "Then I'll just find a deserted spot and wait for them." At that moment, Han Yu calmly sat there, watching the two men rapidly running toward him. "You two have finally arrived." He looked up at them. "You kept me waiting for quite a while." Shu Ti angrily turned to the assassin and demanded, "Did you tell him?" The assassin replied with a cold expression, "You can insult my character, but you cannot insult my professionalism." Hearing this, Shu Ti immediately turned to Han Yu and cursed, "Forget it. That's not important. What's important now is that today, you, Han Yu, are going to die here." Han Yu looked at him calmly. "Are you sure you dare to kill me? The university will definitely have a record of this. How will you explain it to the school if you kill me?" He gritted his teeth and stared back. "The town assassin is the one who'll kill you. It has nothing to do with me." The town assassin beside him also spoke up. "Why are you wasting so much time talking to a dead man? I still have to make my move." Immediately after, he got into a stance to attack, using the skill Demon Shadow Vine Lash. A thorny whip grew out and shot straight towards his opponent. Then, he lunged at him, aiming his dagger at that peerlessly handsome face. He shouted, "Demon Shadow Pierce." A flash of light glanced off the dagger, making him exclaim in shock, "What?" Using Golden Dragon transformation, he caused the tip of the dagger to break. He smiled mockingly. "Is this all you get for 8,000 gold coins?" Hearing this, the town assassin immediately turned back in anger and cursed, "Shu Ta, you son of a bitch, did you sell me out?" Shu Ta, equally confused, angrily shouted, "Han Yu, how the hell did you know?" Han Yu looked at the two clueless fools before him, summoned his kin, and said smugly, "Now, it's my turn to make a move." He then turned and commanded, "My children, why don't you entertain our guests?" Seeing this, Shu Ta shouted in panic, "Impossible! How can you summon kin?" Not wanting to waste any more time, he pointed at the town assassin and ordered, "Kill him for me." Hearing the command, all the kin charged at the man in unison, leaving him panicked and in despair. Han Yu slowly walked toward Shu Ta, sword in hand, and growled, "As for you, I'll deal with you personally." Seeing him get closer, Shu Ta screamed in fear, trying to threaten him. You can't kill me. The Academy will definitely record this. If you kill me, how are you going to explain yourself to them?" Hearing that, Han Yu froze in apparent surprise. Then, he broke into a smug grin. "Ah, that's right. In that case, I'll just leave you barely breathing and throw you to the zombies. After the zombies kill you, this will have nothing to do with me, Han Yu." Seeing how bad the situation was, Shu Ta immediately scrambled to his feet and ran for his life, screaming as he fled, "Stay away from me! Don't come over here! Somebody help me!" A second later, Han Yu flew over effortlessly, grabbed him by the collar, and then, with a single move, slammed him to the ground. Shu Ta's face was now swollen as he begged, Stop hitting me. My family won't let you get away with this. Just you wait for the true god's revenge." Han Yu casually lifted him up and smiled. "Fine. The one who doesn't show up is a coward." Right after that, he hurled him towards the horde of zombies waiting outside. Elsewhere, Han Yu was sitting and planning his strategy. He gave an order to his subordinate, Tyranny. "Go and investigate if there's anything left. Not bad. Leave some of the juice for me." Immediately after, he flapped his wings and flew forward, giving instructions. "You guys get some rest. I'm here to take over the shift." Time passed, and the crimson sun began to set. The scene shifts to a high-level meeting in the town. Here, voices overlapped with one another. "It's over. All of my plants are gone. There's basically nothing left at all. How are we supposed to live now?" In the meeting, a dejected Mayor Jenniger sat listening. The townspeople complained, "Mayor, I can't live like this anymore. That's right, the church isn't big enough for all the residents." The mayor, losing his composure a bit, replied, "I know the current situation is very difficult, but," before he could finish, Han Yu cut in, "I have another way." Hearing this, the man asked in surprise, "Han, what is it? Tell me." Han Yu smiled and shared his idea, "We will go to another world." Hearing Han Yu's words, the crowd looked at the mayor in surprise and began to ask, "Can we really go to another world? I couldn't stand living here a moment longer." That's right, with the zombies attacking like this, I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages." Mayor Cho Zeniger was also surprised by what he said. He asked worriedly, "Han, it's not that we don't want to go, but the teleportation gate was destroyed in the war against the zombies. Besides, we don't even know where we would go." Han Yu placed a hand on his chest with a confident smile. He then swore an oath. "My only fear is that you all won't agree to move. If that's the case, then let's do this. Dalong City is perfect for everyone. I have a way to build a new teleportation channel to another world. Just give me some time." Hearing this, the man immediately became overjoyed and exclaimed loudly, "That's great, Han. Just tell me what you need, and I will give you my full support." The scene changes to another vast location, where Han Yu stood before a giant tree and said, "This is the situation. The people of the town have agreed to move. As long as you can restore the teleportation channel, I can find them a place to live." Hearing this, it chuckled and said loudly, "Excellent. I've finally been waiting for this day. Thank you, Outlander. I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. Tonight is the full moon. Just bring them to the entrance of the secret forest." As night fell, the scene shifted to the entrance of the secret forest. Mayor Cho Zeniger and his people arrived, asking in surprise, "Han, will the teleportation gate really appear during the full moon?" Jessica stared blankly at the giant tree and asked, "Everyone, look. Is that the tree of wisdom?" Then, everyone looked where she was pointing. It was a tree with a vast canopy, and the full moon coincidentally hung behind it, casting a strange light that struck everyone's eyes. It really is the tree of wisdom. Immediately after, the teleportation gate activated, and the crowd instantly cheered. "The teleportation gate has appeared." Waiting until everyone had completely stepped through, he waved goodbye to them. "Everyone, may we meet again if fate allows." Hearing this, the people were moved and waved back at him. The mayor, moved to tears, said, "Thank you, Han. You are truly our savior." Jessica also took the opportunity to plant a kiss on his cheek, making him exclaim in surprise, "Huh?" She then quickly covered her mouth, turned away, and said with a blush, "Han, see you again. Please remember me." Right after, the teleportation gate slowly closed before his eyes. Han Yu sighed. It's finally over. This evaluation was really long. In a flash, Miss Lena looked at everyone seriously and spoke. "Dear students, the assessment for the Zombie Secret Realm small town has now concluded." Then, she and everyone else instantly appeared back in the classroom. She looked over the class and said in a stern voice, "First of all, congratulations to all the students who have successfully returned from this survival assessment. 2 students died in the secret realm. I hope that in their next lives, they will have the strength to face the assessment." Hearing this, Han Yu thought to himself, so it's true. Those who die in the secret realm also die in the real world. This kind of assessment is just too cruel. Shu Ti, don't blame me for this. Right after, he was startled to see Shu Ti glaring at him with eyes full of hatred. He was shocked. This guy is still alive? How could he have survived? Miss Lena smiled and announced the results of the battle. "Please be seated. We will now read out the performance results for this class. In first place is Han Yu with 16 million points. In second place is Qin Shuang with 12.03 million points. In third place is Sun Qingyan with 10 million points. At this moment, Shu Tie stood up and announced to everyone, "Ma'am, I accuse Han Yu of cheating." Han Yu turned to the guys next to him and noticed wicked, smug smiles on their faces. Miss Lena asked in surprise, "Student Shu Tie, do you have any proof?" Shu Tie looked at him with a confrontational gaze and slowly recounted. "We saw Han Yu's locust kin in the zombie town, and I also saw him summon a puppet." The 2 guys beside him immediately chimed in. "That's right, I saw it too." She smiled gently. The theme of this lecture was survival simulation in a foreign world, and it did not mention that summoning kin was prohibited. Student Han Yu relied on his own efforts to summon his kin into the secret realm. Part of that is luck, but most of it is a testament to his strength. Hearing this, Shu Ti immediately became enraged, gritted his teeth, and said, "Ma'am, you're covering for Han Yu. I'm going to report this to your superiors." At this, Miss Lena's demeanor instantly became imposing as she stared at him. "Me, who you report this to is your right. However, as your instructor, I have every right to punish you for disrespecting me." Seeing this, he was a bit bewildered. How did her aura suddenly become so oppressive? She then shoved him into a portal, declaring, "As punishment, I'm sending you to the Black Prison for 1 year of hard labor." Hearing this, Tu Teet screamed in despair. "What? I don't want to go." She immediately looked over at Tu Tiet's 2 lackeys, a smile on her face that left them completely baffled. "Does anyone else want to go with our friend Tu Tiet?" Seeing this, one of them stammered in fear. Miss Lena is right. The one next to him also nodded with a meek smile. How could anyone disrespect their teacher like that? He totally deserved it. She then cheerfully continued with her announcement. All right, next up is the awards ceremony. Student Han Yu will receive a jade vase. As for student Qin Shuang, the award ceremony ended. After class, as he was walking down the hallway, a voice called out, "Junior brother Han Yu, over here." Seeing 3 people walking towards him with smiles, he said in surprise, "Senior brother, senior sister, I didn't let you down. I brought back the fruit of wisdom." Hangman smiled at that. "So you got them? How many? 1 or 2? Han Yu thought to himself. Before the assessment ended, I converted all my friendship points into fruits of wisdom, including the ones from the wisdom tree itself. I have a total of 12. I already used 9 of them to get divinity points. Outwardly, he held out his hand, hesitantly. Sorry, this was the best I could do. But 9 divinity points isn't a small number. But before he could finish, Ha Thien gave him a thumbs up. You got 9 of them? Junior brother, you're a beast. Diep Lin also chimed in happily. It's a good thing you got first place, junior brother. Because of that, we won a whole 10 divinity points from Hoang Thong Quan. So, you should just keep those 9 divinity points. For now, come with us, and let's get some spicy food. Haha. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind him. Going out to eat? Are we? You sure know how to enjoy yourselves, don't you? Hong Thong Quan strode forward. You're Han Yu, the bastard who made me lose 10 divinity points, aren't you? Hangman immediately jumped in front of Han Yu to shield him, asking angrily, Hoang Thang Quan, what do you think you're doing? Still not understanding what was happening, he asked, Senior Mon, what's going on? Diep Lin explained with a smirk. Someone's just being a sore loser. Ha Thien stepped forward to explain. His name is Hoang Thong Quan. We've never gotten along with him. He came to provoke us before the assessment started, so we made a bet on whose protege would get first. Junior, you worked hard and helped us win 10 divinity points. Han Yu looked at the guy in front of him and asked in surprise, Senior, I'm curious, who did you bet on? Ha Thien answered with a grin, that kid who uses the fire dragon grass. Hearing this, he let out a sarcastic laugh. You mean, Tu Tiet? Well then, Senior Hoang, you must be blind. Hoang Thong Quan glared at him furiously and shouted, Say that again, if you dare. At that moment, Hangman and the other 2 rushed towards him and laughed defiantly. We can say it 10 times. What are you going to do about it? Seeing the situation wasn't in his favor, Hoang Thong Quan decided that retreating was the best option. As he ran, he turned back to threaten them. You better watch your back. Your next joint training session is combat against the seniors. Cross me, and I'll show you what hell really is. Hangman looked at him and said, Junior, I'm sorry about this. Our bet ended up getting you on Hoang Thang Quan's bad side. During the joint training session, we won't be able to protect you. Hearing this, Han Yu placed a hand on his shoulder and patted it gently. Senior man, it's fine. I've been threatened plenty these past few months. Haven't I still grown up strong and healthy? This course is over, and I've gained quite a lot from it. I'm going to head back and use this chance to improve myself. At this, Diep Lin also spoke up. Junior brother Han Yu, if you need anything, just come find us. Ha Thien nodded slightly. We'll definitely support you. The scene changes to a vast, different place. A voice is heard. Your Majesty, the God King. A demigod seeks an audience. Then, the voice of the God King gives a command. Bring him in. Sitting on his throne, the God King asks, Demigod, for what reason do you seek an audience with me? The man immediately reports, Greetings, Lord God King. This humble one is Zhang Gang. I have come to report a clue related to the Divine River ruins. I have a suspect. Hearing this, he immediately stood up and urged, quickly, if this is true, there will be a generous reward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gang immediately stood up and opened a box. Inside was one of Han Yu's grasshoppers. He reported, Lord God King, this humble one discovered the carcass of this grasshopper within the Divine River ruins. As it happens, I know of a grasshopper god player. His name is Han Yu. I believe this matter is related to him. The God King was surprised to hear this, and asked, Han Yu, what other information do you have on him? Zhang Gang immediately recounted everything from beginning to end. He's a high school student, an orphan. He is now transferred to the Imperial Capital Academy as a reserve student. His current rank is divinity level. Hearing this, the Lord God King immediately flew into a rage. Do you really think some insignificant divinity-level student could enter the Divine River ruins and defeat the 6 demigods I sent? Seeing the Lord God King's furious expression, the man immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed, pleading in terror, "My Lord God King, please quell your anger." At first, this humble one also didn't believe Han Yu could reach the Divine River ruins. But I took a photo of him and investigated the site myself, and I truly found clues proving he was there. He stood there and recounted the entire story. My investigation revealed that Han Yu purchased a batch of radiation ore from a specialty shop. There's a divine power transaction record for it. Furthermore, the inn's divine registry also has his records. At that moment, the Lord God King shot him a threatening glare. "Demigod, you'd better not be trying to deceive me with false information. Otherwise, I will show you absolutely no mercy." Then, he tossed a chest in front of the man and said, "Fine, take your reward and get out." Seeing the chest, Zhang Gang's face lit up as he exclaimed, "Thank you, my Lord God King." The God King then ordered his subordinate, "Take a signal tracker and find this Han Yu for me. I need to confirm whether he's the one who stole my treasure." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. If it really is him, then I'll see to it that he's reduced to nothing but ash. Back on Han Yu's side, he suddenly let out a massive sneeze. Wiping his nose, he sighed. "Guess it's getting cold. For the next class, I've got to prepare and try to level up." Han Yu smiled, looking at the pot in his hands. "This thing Colina gave me really is a treasure. It can bind a special plant seed to this jade flower pot. With every growth cycle, it produces another special plant seed. The cycle length is tied to the plant's rank. The higher the rank, the longer it takes to grow." After using it for the first time, he smiled in satisfaction. This level 6 Ghost Shadow Vine, when combined with the plant fusion technique, can unleash the powerful Ghost Shadow Entanglement ability. "I'll bind the jade flower pot to this level 6 Ghost Shadow." He then looked at the 3 desiccated corpses lying before him and muttered, "These god corpses can be refined into divine flesh and blood energy, which can speed up the creation of a locust lord." Just then, Kalina's call came through, surprising him. "Huh?" He immediately picked up, asking with a hint of confusion, "Kalina?" She immediately got to the point. "Han Yu, I have some rather bad news." Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "Is this about the zombie town in the secret realm?" "Yes," she quickly replied. "The zombie town was gifted to the Imperial Capital Academy by one of its 3 Master God Lords. Master God, Lord Shu Hai. And now, the town has been lost because its coordinates were destroyed. Master Shu investigated and found out you were the one responsible. He's furious right now." Hearing this, Han Yu immediately pointed to himself and stammered nervously, "So, am I going to be expelled?" Kalina smiled and shook her head. "Of course not. What you did wasn't against school regulations. It's just, Master Shu is holding a grudge, so he wants to challenge you to a duel tomorrow. I'll be acting as the referee." Hearing that, he let out a huge sigh of relief. "As long as you're there, Miss Kalina, I'm not worried about him beating me to a pulp." She put her hands on her hips and cleared her throat. "You little rascal, just give it your all when the time comes. Master Shu won't go too hard on you, so don't worry." After hanging up, Han Yu flopped onto his bed and sighed. "Well, what's coming is coming. There's no avoiding it. I'll get a good night's sleep and fight with everything I've got tomorrow." The scene shifts to the next morning at the combat arena. Seeing Han Yu step onto the platform, his 3 seniors began cheering him on with frantic energy. "Just do your best. If you can't win, just surrender quickly." Kalina stepped forward, gesturing to a strange man. "Han Yu, come and greet Master Shu. This is Master God Lord Shu Hai." Han Yu spoke up. "Greetings, Master Shu." Shu Hai addressed him with a serious tone. "Han Yu, since I'm dueling you, I will not use any divine magic. I will only use 1 million of my kinfolk to fight against you. Regardless of whether you win or lose, the matter of you destroying my secret realm will be considered settled. Do you have any objections?" Han Yu smiled at him and replied confidently, "This student wouldn't dare. I will most certainly give it my all, and not disappoint you, Master." Just then, Colina looked up at the system and announced, "All right, let the duel begin. The dueling grounds will be the mausoleum. Both participants may summon their kinfolk." The air grew thick with tension as a fierce battle was about to erupt. Shu Hai reached his hand behind his back, and a blue vortex immediately began to spin with terrifying speed. He commanded, "Come forth." Countless identical figures began to emerge from it, and in moments, Han Yu found himself facing a massive army of wisdom people, their aura overwhelmingly terrifying. On the open field, Shu Hai's army stood in perfect formation. Watching their fearsome advance, Hangmeng couldn't keep his composure. His jaw dropped at the shocking spectacle, and he cried out, "What in the world are these monsters? How can their presence be so powerful?" Xia Tian. He sat with his arms crossed, gleefully watching his opponent's clueless expression with a wide grin. These are Homo sapiens, a subspecies of humans, and an extremely rare species. At the level of a Homo sapien is that of a naturally extraordinary life form, possessing immense intelligence and potential. Once they mature, with just a little effort, they can ascend to become a heroic level entity. Yi Ling sat with her legs crossed, watching the ferocious group, and couldn't help but feel impressed. Even though there were no heroic level entities among them, the fighting spirit they radiated was no less intense than that of any hero. Han Yu's pretty tough, huh? Hearing that, Xiangmeng anxiously gathered all his strength to yell at Han Yu. Bro, just surrender. If you surrender now, you only lose half. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. As long as the mountain is green, what's there to fear? But before he could finish his rant, Shu Hai roared, "Shut up." He stood at the head of the Homo sapiens, facing Han Yu's lone figure. Seeing him still not making a move, Xiangmeng's heart ached as he thought to himself, "I knew it." Han Yu is completely scared stiff. He gave him a profound look and asked, "Student Han Yu, are you not going to summon your familiars?" Just then, Han Yu finally made a move. With a flick of his hand behind him, an army of self-destructing locusts appeared. He exclaimed excitedly, "Let's do this! Who's scared?" Before the blue gate, the Homo sapiens stood solemnly, not flinching an inch as they were surrounded by countless self-destructing locusts overhead. Shu Hai, who was initially a bit disappointed in him, was now witnessing a horrifying sight. He felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Wait, they're transcendent level life forms? And their numbers. They're terrifying. But it didn't stop there. His eyes widened in shock once again at the next appalling image. What? A powerful being materialized before his eyes. It appeared, standing out amidst the swarm of self-destructing locusts. This made Shu Hai realize with a start. It was a spirit lord-level entity. His gaze shifted behind the massive locust swarm. Red-skinned humanoids with unconcealable ferocity on their faces dealt him yet another shock. Are those red dwarves behind the locusts? And their leader is another spirit lord-level entity. Everything Han Yu summoned was monstrous. Even a bull from the Ox Demon tribe was incredibly powerful, its might causing him to panic. Whoa, the Ox Demon tribe too? How is it still times a spirit lord level entity? Following them was another majestic legion, the iron-slicing Swordwind. They appeared at his summons, delivering another shock to Shu Hai. He couldn't help but exclaim, "A spirit lord from the Swordwind tribe. What other familiars do you have? I'm speechless." From the portal with the barrier, a legion of skeletal soldiers marched out in unison, following a skeletal commander. Their aura was not to be underestimated. Shu Hai was completely traumatized by these armies, wondering to himself, the skeleton tribe too? He stared at Han Yu's powerful summons, his mouth agape and his brow furrowed at the sight. There are 5 types of Spirit Lord level entities, and on top of that, a bone controller, the strongest combatant among heroic level life forms. Not even demigods could assemble an army of this scale. Is this kid really just a divine level creature? Xiangmeng, who was just enjoying the show, was also stunned by his powerful summoning ability. He chattered away non-stop to Xia Tian. Damn it, I thought I was just gonna get crushed in the bloody arena match, but now that I think about it, I never even stood a chance. Xia Tian, who was enjoying the spectacle with him, heard this and immediately offered some words of comfort. Have some confidence. Who knows, there probably aren't many first-year students who could create a formation like Han Yu's. Unlike those 2 troublemakers, Ye Ling was focused on watching him fight with a face full of admiration. Thinking about him, she couldn't stop praising him internally. If he can officially enter the Imperial Capital Academy, his rise to the top will be unstoppable. Although the 3 of them had different thoughts, they were all happily cheering him on. Go, little bro, Han Yu. Show them what you're really made of. With the added motivation from Xiangmeng's group, Han Yu's will to fight grew stronger. A single command from him, and his summons would obey. Self-destructing, Locust Army, attack. At their master's command, the Locust Army swiftly flew towards the motionless Homo sapiens. Swordwind, attack. On the other side, the Homo sapien army remained as calm as ever. They simply raised their hands and clasped them together. Together, they began to chant in low voices. From their murmurs, a barrier formed to block the attack. Their attacks were rendered useless against this shield. Seeing that his assault didn't even scratch the enemy, Han Yu panicked and cried out, "What?" After creating a shield to block the Locust Army's attacks, the Homo sapiens immediately began their counterattack. One by one, radiating fireballs were launched, aiming at the creatures hovering in the air. Instantly, those attacks decimated Han Yu's army. causing him to grow anxious and fearful. He couldn't let his side suffer too many losses, so he quickly barked out orders. This is bad. Self-destructing. Locusts, fall back. Magma locusts, move up and provide cover. Immediately, another swarm of locusts appeared, larger and more powerful than the last. They followed their master's orders and carried out their mission. Seeing that his opponent's attacks, no matter how numerous, weren't enough to cause any significant losses to his army, Hua Hai began to grow arrogant. He opened his mouth and yelled, "This level of defense is nowhere near enough to stop the Homo sapiens." Against the orange sky and the desolate wasteland, Hua Hai's army looked even more imposing. With just a single word from him, all the Homo sapiens raised their hands and attacked in unison. From a distance, Han Vu and his tens of thousands of magma locusts were completely stunned to see the interconnected lines of a barrier. He couldn't stop himself from blurting out in shock, "What the hell? Is that a spirit bomb? Has this divine master actually seen Dragon Ball?" Hua Hai then raised his hand. From his palm, a stream of power shot out as he gave the command to fire. As soon as they received the order to attack, his army unleashed a devastating blow, the Annihilation Chi Wave. Han Vu recognized the weakness of his forces and quickly summoned a powerful individual, God Hammer. "I can't let this go on. We have to find a way to break the Homo sapiens turtle shell defense. God Hammer, deploy." Upon receiving the command, God Hammer swiftly lifted its massive hammer and brought it crashing down on the Homo sapiens position. The creature's body hovered in the air as it swung the hammer, a striking red silhouette against the sky. With a ferocious look on its face, God Hammer slammed the weapon down, creating a blindingly massive blast of power. Against the shield-like barrier created by the Homo sapiens, the hammer created a perfect crack. The moment the shield cracked, Han Vu quickly yelled out his command to the army. It worked. Magma locusts, attack. Hearing the order, the locust swarm descended, surrounding the towering humanoid figures. The three onlookers witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. They tried to encourage him. That Han Vu kid might actually pull this off. Seeing his defensive line being breached, Hua Hai wasn't worried in the slightest. He stared calmly at Han Vu and his massive army, muttering to himself, "The game has only just begun." In the vast sky, the large black swarms created by the locust army were surrounding the massive Homo sapiens. Han Vu assessed the current situation, his confidence wavering. Although the locusts are numerous, their combat power is too low. But if I can trade 10,000 for one, and kill even a few Homo sapiens. Because his eyes glanced behind him, the valiant dry bone lord stood there, stirring up a storm in his thoughts. "This is my way out." He gestured with his hand. "Go, dry bone lord." Han Vu's attention then shifted back to the scene of the Homo sapiens fighting back against his locust army. The sight made him sigh repeatedly. These Homo sapiens are so strong. Their autonomous combat skills are all max level. When he realized the advantage was shifting towards the Homo sapiens, he was stunned. His face froze in grim contemplation. "This is bad. Too few Homo sapiens have fallen. I have to increase the locust's attack power, the source of mutation." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, startling him and surprising him with its words. "Your opponent this time is too high level. To avoid being detected, I've temporarily disabled targeted mutation and gene locking. We'll meet again." Hearing these words from the source of mutation, Han Vu flew into an absolute rage. "Hey, are you kidding me? Bullying the weak but fearing the strong. You're pissing me off." He cursed for a while, but got no reply. Feeling like he was about to lose it, he could only sigh in frustration and hope for the best. "Looks like targeted mutation is a lost cause. Little skeleton, you've got to come through for me." One by one, the Drybone Lord defeated each Homo sapiens. He watched it with eager anticipation. "I'm counting on you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the skeletons were immediately bathed in a brilliant, magical light. Hangman was overjoyed seeing Han Vu gradually gaining the upper hand, his heart pounding with admiration. "Here it comes, the ultimate move is coming." Everything seemed to be going according to plan, but unexpectedly, the Drybone Lord stood behind its skeleton soldiers and performed a mysterious. To everyone's shock, a massive explosion erupted right before their eyes. Han Vu was utterly terrified. He cried out in confusion at the horrific sight. "What's going on?" From his high vantage point, Hua Hai spoke with a triumphant sneer, his words cutting straight through Han Vu's thoughts. "Young Han Vu, the advantage of the Wind Spirit tribe is indeed great. Their method of conquest, using war to fuel war, was a nightmare that made all civilizations tremble tens of thousands of years ago." Looking down on the small figure below with the air of a victor, he sneered, "But in the end, that's all just history. Through the research of countless players in the god's domain, there are now innumerable ways to suppress the undead on the true god level. Almost everyone has a trump card that isn't affected by the undead. If you considered that little trick your ace, then you're a fool. The path ahead of you is going to be a rough one. Hearing this, Han Yu had to pause and consider the situation. Everything seemed to signal that his side was about to be wiped out. The locusts' attacks were ineffective, dealing no significant damage. The skeletons couldn't be summoned. The little skeleton and the corpse controller were completely suppressed, and the number of bull demons and rickshaw dwarves wasn't. Even enough to be an appetizer for the Homo evolutus army. Was he really going to have to admit defeat? At that very moment, John T. Swordpeak and the bull demon shaman were fighting every second to defeat the Homo sapiens. The sounds of slaughter echoed continuously as body parts of the Homo sapiens were severed by John T. Swordpeak's sharp blade. The massive and powerful bull demon shaman grabbed the Homo sapiens one by one and slammed them around. It might look like these two were on the verge of victory, but in reality, from his perspective, they were fighting all alone. They were battling thousands of Homo sapiens. Han Yu spoke up worriedly. This is bad. John T. Swordpeak and the bull demon shaman seem to have the upper hand, but they've been surrounded. At this rate, they'll just die from exhaustion. Seeing the situation was no longer stable, Han Yu unleashed his most powerful unit. The Imperial Locustman flew up, bow drawn at its master's command. The Shadow Emperor attacks. It fired an arrow containing immense power. The arrow shot straight into the sky, flying into the bright rays of the sun and drawing the attention of countless Homo sapiens. Immediately after, that one arrow multiplied into a myriad of arrows and changed direction, flying straight towards them. Shadow Arrow Rain. The black arrows carried the properties of dark corrosion and paralysis. The Homo evolutus army that was hit would be afflicted with both corrosion and paralysis. Han Yu watched its overwhelming power and couldn't help but marvel. As expected from a wisdom fruit, it's on a completely different level. The Shadow Emperor only ate a little bit and evolved into this. While they were still struggling with the arrow rain, Zhantai, Swordpeak, and the bull demon shaman joined forces, charging into the Homo sapiens to crush them. The small bodies of the Homo sapiens were sent flying by the two of them, in a truly pathetic state. But even though they were beaten black and blue, they recovered very quickly, and got back up, gathering into a massive crowd. Watching their numbers grow, he became worried. These Homo evolutus recover way too fast. Suddenly, something caught his attention, making him exclaim in surprise. Huh? The black dragon Amphius just did a spectacular flip right above my head. It looked at him with an amused greeting. Your reliable comrade, the great black dragon, is here to help. It arrived with its massive body. With just a flick of its tail, Amphius summoned a whole group of powerful clones. The 10 little strong ones have arrived. This summoning immediately drew comments from the other three. Ye Ling quickly pulled Xia Tian and pointed. Xia Tian, look! It's a black dragon. Pure dragon bloodline. I can't believe our junior, Han Yu, was hiding such a huge trump card. Hangman exclaimed in shock. My god, that's a pure-blooded dragon. In the future, it could ascend to become a monarch-level life form. Hearing this, Xia Tian felt the urge to tease Hangman a bit. Brother man, it's no wonder you lost to him. This remark made him collapse, squatting on the ground and drawing circles to curse him. Looking at the black dragon Amphius before him, Shuhai couldn't help but respect Han Yu. He was a rare talent that truly surprised him. He thought to himself, to have this kind of power while he's still just a preparatory student, his future is truly bright. With that thought, he opened his mouth. Listen here, student Han Yu. However, Shuhai then turned his attention to the 10 little strong ones that Amphius had summoned. He couldn't help but feel a little troubled. Huh? What kind of monsters are these? All these new and strange species appearing before. Shuhai's eyes were a real eye-opener, but in the end, they couldn't just keep fighting like this. After all, he was his student, so he hesitated. His combat power is strong, but his recovery ability is even more terrifying. At this rate, it's uncertain who would win or lose. Finally, he proposed a truce. Student Han Yu, why don't we call a ceasefire? Han Yu looked at the black dragon. Amphius was flying towards Shuhai, ready to attack. He asked doubtfully, a ceasefire? Hearing this, the black dragon Amphius roared in anger. No, Amphius does not agree. Watching this, Hangman couldn't stay calm and shouted, did I hear that right? Lord Shuhai is actually asking for a ceasefire himself? Xia Tian immediately chimed in, hey, could it be that even Lord Shuhai is afraid of our junior, Han Yu? Over here, Ye Ling's eyes lit up as she said excitedly, oh my god, If word of this gets out, wouldn't that make Junior Han Yu? A familiar voice cut in. Make Han Yu what? Lena looked at the kids gossiping and said sternly, you kids don't know anything. If Teacher Shu went all out, Han Yu wouldn't even have a sliver of a chance. Teacher Shu values talent. Ye Ling looked surprised and stammered, Miss Lena. Lena continued with a confident expression. The strength student Han Yu has shown in this battle has been acknowledged by Teacher Shu. He would never let go of such a promising seed. Your junior Han Yu is probably about to shoot straight to the top. At this moment, Shu Hai approached and said, Student Han Yu, my anger has subsided. Continuing to fight will only lead to meaningless sacrifices. Moreover, I intend to give you the remaining Homo evolutus army as a gift. The black dragon Amphius didn't hesitate to show its anger. An angry voice said, don't stop. Keep hitting him. Seeing this, Han Yu quickly turned to it and whispered, shh, stop messing around. Then, he put on a bright smile and asked, Teacher Shu Hai, are you serious? Teacher Shu Hai clasped his hands behind his back and said solemnly, I'll give you the Tome of Kindred, but on one condition. When you officially enroll in the Imperial Capital Academy, you must become. Hearing this, Han Yu was startled and pointed at himself, saying in surprise, huh? Become your time's disciple? Before he could react, Kalina grabbed his shoulder and urged him. What are you waiting for? Hurry and thank Teacher Shu, she quickly emphasized. Teacher Shu Hai is one of the 3 most famous instructors at the Imperial Capital Academy. Not only is he powerful, but his teaching skills are also top-notch. She gave a practical example. Every year, the number of students wanting to become Teacher Shu Hai's apprentice could form a line 500 meters long. Han Yu looked at Kalina with disdain and said in a low voice, only 500 meters? If you assume 2 people per meter, that's only 1,000 people. But hearing his words, she held her head high with pride. That's right. Every year, the Imperial Capital Academy only recruits a maximum of 2,500 people. Seemingly convinced, Han Yu bowed a full 90 degrees and said respectfully, Teacher, I agree to become your student. If necessary, I can perform the discipleship ceremony right now. Teacher Shu Hai then put on a serious face and said in a solemn tone, Good student, I'll take it that you've agreed to my condition. Absorb the remaining 820,000 kindred into your divine domain. Consider it a small gift from me. But as for the discipleship ceremony, we'll deal with that after you've officially joined the Imperial Capital Academy. He raised his head proudly and said, I don't care about the others, but if you want to be my student, you must hold yourself to an extremely high standard. Before you officially enter the Imperial Capital Academy, you must ascend to the level of a perfect demigod. Understood? At this, Han Yu, still in his bowed posture, answered cautiously, Understood. That means your divinity must reach a score of 10 for a divine creature. Then, Teacher Shu Hai's voice turned grave. In addition, you must obtain a clue related to the death godhood from the Grim Reaper. This is another trial. Complete these 2 tasks, and you can officially become my. Immediately after, Xiang Meng's group rushed over and said loudly, Junior Han Yu, congratulations. Before they could celebrate, Teacher Shu Hai put on a serious expression and said, Have you eavesdropped enough? You are not to breathe a single word of what you saw today to anyone, especially not to your own master. Is that clear? Xia Tian replied with a beaming smile. Teacher Shu, you know what our master is like. If he asks, how could we dare not tell him? Understanding his meaning, Teacher Shu Hai tossed 3 gold cards into their hands and snorted. Seeing this, the 3 of them smiled slyly to each other. Xia Tian gave a fawning laugh. Hey, understood. We'll take this secret to our graves. Lena couldn't help but interject when she saw this. You 3 have some serious guts, daring to take advantage of a main god. The scene changes to a building the next morning. Qin Shuang nervously wrung the hem of her dress and said shyly, Han Yu, can you help me with something? She continued with a timid expression. My family wants to arrange a marriage with the Su Tie family, and I'm the poor sacrificial lamb. Hearing her, Han Yu replied in annoyance, What era are we in for them to still be pulling this crap? Did your parents agree to this? At this, Qin Shuang looked sad and recounted, My parents only recently became demigods with godhoods. They can't change my great-grandfather's decision. My great-grandfather is the only true god in our family. His decision is like a divine decree for the entire family. He asked curiously, Who's the marriage partner? Shu Ti? Qin Shuang didn't dare to look up, keeping her head down as she said, Originally, the partner was Shu Tie. But after he failed in class, the marriage partner was changed to Shu Ti's older brother. Hearing this, Han Yu understood and replied, It seems the Shu family is dead set on marrying you. How do you need me to help? As long as it's within my power, I'll do everything I can. Hearing him say that, a weight must have lifted from Qin Shuang's heart. She said, moved, Han Yu, thank you. He turned to look at Qin Shuang with a punchable expression and smirked. Thank me for what? After all, we were husband and wife for a while. Hearing Han Yu's words, Qin Shuang lost her composure, slapping him right across the face and shouting, shut your mouth. Caught by surprise, Han Yu yelped in pain with tears welling in his eyes. Ouch! Surprisingly, he immediately turned back to Qin Shuang, his cheek bright red, and said, see? This is more like the you I know, so stop being so gloomy. If you don't want to go through with it, I'll go back with you, and we'll call off the engagement. His words seemed to have touched her heart. Qin Shuang closed her eyes and let out a sound. Okay. The scene changes to 3 days later, at the Shu family's Qin estate. Amidst a scene of towering buildings under the twilight sun, 2 voices could be heard arguing. You're not some kind of princess, are you? The other person calmly replied, although the Qin estate can't compare to the imperial capital, it's still a major city with a population of 10 million. Just then, a servant walked in and said respectfully, young miss, the master and madam have specifically ordered this old servant to come and greet you. They are waiting in the main house. Seeing Uncle Zhong, Qin Shuang replied politely, thank you for your trouble, Uncle Zhong. Oh, right, this is my friend. When Han Yu was introduced, the man looked surprised. Oh, so you're the young Mrs. classmate. Then you must be one of the teenage geniuses from the Imperial Capital Academy's preparatory class. My apologies. How rude of me. Seeing the man's attitude, Han Yu replied politely, you're too kind, Uncle Zhong. Without further delay, they quickly reminded each other to get in the car and head out. In the car, Qin Shuang sat quietly, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. Noticing her mood, Han Yu, who was sitting beside her, gently patted her back to comfort her. It's okay. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Hearing him say that, Qin Shuang gradually relaxed. Although she couldn't bring herself to smile, she still managed to utter a single word. After driving for a while, they looked out the window. Qin Shuang spoke with a worried expression. We're here. The car stopped in front of a towering iron gate. Deep inside, a brightly lit mansion could be seen, and a loud voice echoed from within. Last year, when the family divided the profits, my wife and I got nothing. And now you want to use my daughter for a marriage alliance? That's not happening. Whoever wants to go through with this marriage alliance can do it themselves. In any case, my daughter is not going. 6th brother. You can't say that. Since she was a child, Shuang has enjoyed the family's resources to get where she is today. She should contribute to the family. Standing behind the large door, the 2 of them could clearly hear the argument inside. 3rd brother. Which of your children didn't enjoy the family's resources from a young age? Why don't I see any of them contributing for once? Your daughter wasted resources pulling strings just to get into the preparatory class of a second-rate university. I think that times girl is a suitable candidate for the marriage alliance. Marrying her off could even save the family some resources. Another person interjected. 6th brother, don't you dare speak such nonsense. Show some respect when you talk to your 3rd brother. Han Yu couldn't help but pass judgment. This family is a complete circus, treating their own children like commodities. Unable to stay calm any longer, Qin Shuang burst inside, shouting, I don't want to marry into that damn Shu family. Inside, a group of bodyguards stood at attention. The man in the red shirt was the Qin family's 3rd uncle, who was sitting imposingly and spoke with an angry voice. How dare you? The adults are talking. How can a junior like you interrupt? Guards, the young miss is tired. Take her to her room to rest. Seeing the situation escalate, a man with glasses spoke up in an attempt to mediate. Little Shuang, as a member of the family, you should contribute to the family. The Shu family also comes from a lineage of true gods and possesses great wealth. After you marry into their family, you certainly won't lack for resources. Hearing 3rd uncle's order, a group of bodyguards rushed towards Qin Shuang. Fortunately, her father quickly ran to block their path, shouting, I'm right here. Let's see who dares to lay a single finger on my daughter. At that moment, 3rd uncle stood up with a cigarette in his hand and said, 6th brother, by spoiling your child, you are actually harming her. Qin Shuang's father, far from listening, showed his displeasure by yelling back, she's my daughter, I'll spoil her if I want to. My daughter is a preparatory student at the Imperial Capital Academy. She has the potential to ascend and become a true god in the future. I will absolutely not allow you people to ruin her future. Hearing him shout, the Qin family's eldest brother pointed a finger straight in his face and said, this is rebellion, absolute rebellion. sixth brother. Do you need the true god ancestor to personally come and beg you before your veins popped on his face as he spoke? Your daughter is outstanding, but right now, she isn't even a demigod. Becoming a true god could take decades, maybe even centuries. Right now, the Qin family only has one true god. And no matter the cost, we must protect this true god. Imagining the scene of being trampled underfoot by other families, he said in terror. If the Qin family no longer has a true god, what do you think those families, who are watching us like, I think you know better than I do, that is a burden you cannot bear. Outside, Han Yu, who had heard everything, asked curiously, Uncle Zhong, what does Qin Shuang's marriage alliance have to do with their only true god? Uncle Zhong sighed and explained. While traveling in an off-world civilization, the Qin family's only true god caused some trouble and was forcibly detained, now awaiting Furthermore, in that civilization, one must be a true god to even have the right to intervene. The Qin family searched and searched, but only the Shu family's true god agreed to help. Hearing the explanation, Han Yu put a hand to his chin and thought to himself, Qin Shuang has a high potential to become a true god in the future. The Shu family wants to use this opportunity to pull Qin Shuang over to their side. What a cunning scheme. Wait a minute. A true god. Isn't that idiot Yuan Zhong a true god? With that thought, he took out his phone to contact Yuan Zhong. On the other end, Yuan Zhong was sipping bubble tea while talking on the phone. Are you short on divinity again? Han Yu shook his head and replied, No. This time, I'm calling to ask for a favor. I need you to go to an off-world civilization and rescue a true god-level, God's domain player who has been imprisoned by a true god from that nation. The specific location is, before he could finish, Yuan Zhong quickly cut him off. I've heard of that off-world civilization before. I also know that their true god is very strong. He's just a little bit weaker than me. His face instantly lit up as he replied, Does that mean you agree to this? The man on the other end didn't answer but said, First, tell me what your fee is. If it's too low, I'm not going. After that, Han Yu walked out, thinking to himself, the price to hire a true god is, of course, not cheap. If he let the Qin family pay this colossal fee, it would surely cause them to have issues with Qin Shuang. If you're going to help someone, you might as well go all the way. With that thought, how many holy relic prisms do you think is enough for my appearance fee? Hearing his question, Yuan Zhong smirked and said, Simple. Repairing my divine spear cost me a total of 30,000 holy relic prisms. So this time, let's just lock in the price at 30,000 holy relic prisms. Alright, it's a deal. 30,000 holy relic prisms in exchange for rescuing a true god. I'll send you the coordinates to come and sign the contract. Inside the living room, the third uncle was still yelling angrily at Qin Shuang. Shuang, you can't be so selfish. Suddenly, a voice drew the attention of everyone in the room. Wait, Han Yu strode in confidently. Seeing him, the third uncle angrily scolded. Who are you, kid? Why are you in the main house of the Qin family? Guards, throw him out for me. Sensing he was in danger, Qin Shuang stood in front of him and shouted, He's my classmate. He's here to help me. Hearing her, the man with glasses immediately showed his displeasure. Your classmate is here to help you? To me, he looks more like your little boyfriend from school. No wonder you refused the marriage alliance with the Z family. Hearing this, she didn't hesitate to retort. Uncle, you're lying. The eldest uncle chimed in with an admonishing tone. Shuang, you are the descendant of a true god. If you're looking for a man, you must find one from a family of equal standing. Kid, let me ask you, does your family have a true god? Not wanting them to argue any further, Han Yu quickly replied, In my family, it's just me. No true gods, not even a demigod. I do have a few bottles of cheap perfume though. Hearing these words, Qin Shuang couldn't help but blurt out, Nonsense. Seeing him say this, the eldest uncle also spoke up with contempt. A family without even a true god? What do they have to support you? If you marry him, wouldn't you be eating dirt every day? This divine power storage card has 500 million. It's enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Take this divine power and stay away from Shuang. Seeing the golden card in the old man's hand, Han Yu seemed to be swayed and said with a polite smile, Alright, if that's the case then, this 500 million divine power will be the capital I use to hire a true god to rescue the Qin family's grand elder. Seeing his demeanor, the eldest uncle turned to Qin Shuang and said, Shuang, 500 million divine power is enough to see the true face of a man. Did you hear that? He even said he wants to use this 500 million divine power to hire a true god. Wait. Use 500 million divine power to hire a true god? At this point, the man with the glasses couldn't keep his composure and spoke with a mocking tone. 500 million divine power to hire a true god. Are you kidding me? Do you think true gods are like cheap vegetables on the side of the road that you can just hire whenever you want? I think this kid is deliberately trying to delay us from rescuing the true god. Seeming to find Han Yu untrustworthy, Qin Shuang's father, despite not agreeing with the others, still offered a word of caution. Although this young man is willing to stand up for Shuanger, tell your friend. Before he could finish, Qin Shuang interrupted. If Han Yu says he can use 500 million divine power to hire a true god, then he definitely can. I believe him. Seeing his niece's stubbornness, the eldest uncle became furious and spoke in a challenging tone. Kid, since you said you can use 500 million divine power to hire a true god, then do it. Let me see how you use 500 million divine power to hire the true god from the Zai family. Sensing the contempt from the people opposite him, Han Yu replied with a firm voice. Who said I wanted to hire the Z family's true god? Besides the Z family's true god, are there no other The eldest uncle lost his cool and yelled at him. I think you're just here to cause trouble. Take the divine power and get the hell out. If I wasn't being considerate of you being Shuanger's classmate, I would've. As if sensing a strange change, the third uncle cut in. Big brother, wait. The eldest uncle was shocked to realize this was the pressure of a true god. Not keeping everyone waiting, Han Yu spoke up. The person I've invited is another powerful true god. It seems he has arrived. Not believing his eyes, the third uncle said, That's right, it must be. The Qin family has stood for so many years. With our master in trouble, how could there not be a few true gods coming to help? The man with the glasses next to him chimed in. Not to be outdone, kid, once that true god arrives, your lies will be exposed. Losing his patience, Han Yu replied with an annoyed tone. Right. You guys are always right, okay? Just wait until he gets here, and you can go ask him yourselves. At that moment, Yuan Zhong was already standing far away, silently observing everything. The true god, Yuan Zhong, hovered in the air, silently observing everything. When he landed, the crowd immediately rushed out. As he ran, the eldest uncle of the Qin family said urgently, We welcome you, true god. It must be. Did you hear that our ancestor was in trouble and came all this way specifically to help us? Yuan Zhong looked at the old man with zero respect and said, A demigod? Not even worth mentioning. Hearing this, the old man flinched and turned away, stammering, this. Meanwhile, Han Yu stood to the side, covering his mouth to hide a mocking smile. Not wasting any more time, Yuan Zhong spoke up and asked, Who is Han Yu? Watching the three from a distance, Qin Shuang's father was confused, thinking to himself, Could it be that this revered true god is the one my dear Shuang invited? Nearby, the third and fifth elders asked in unison, How on earth does a little punk like him have the power to summon a true god? Hearing his name called, he put on a worried expression and said, That's me. Yuan Zhong looked surprised. Oh, is that so? With that, he pointed at Han Yu's face, thinking, So it's times brat. How can a mere demigod who hasn't even reached the level of a divine being? How could I possibly call someone like, times him, times my brother? Then he asked aloud, Are you really the Han Yu I've been talking to? Han Yu cried out in mock surprise. To prove his identity, he took out an item and said with a smile, Who else could it be? Old Yuan, you should recognize this sacred origin relic, right? With his identity confirmed, Yuan Zhong placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I never expected you to be so young. At this, Han Yu cheerfully replied, Hey, you look pretty young yourself. Stepping into the living room and looking at the people before him, Yuan Zhong asked, Are all these people your family? Han Yu glanced at the Qin family head and said, No, I have no relationship with them at all. Seeing his glance, the old man instantly realized what was happening and thought to himself, Damn it. Immediately, the man shamelessly turned to Qin Shuang's father, Old Sixth. That kid, young brother Han Yu, is your daughter's classmate that she brought home. You have to convince him to help the Qin family. The third elder chimed in. That's right, sixth brother. As members of the Qin family, we share in glory and in hardship. This isn't the time to hold on to petty grievances and cause trouble for the family. The fifth elder of the Qin family also tried his best to persuade him. Sixth brother, think about it. If this true god takes action, your daughter won't have to be married off to the Shu family. Isn't that exactly what you want? At a loss for words, he looked at his daughter, who was also looking at the three of them with a confused expression. Qin Shuang's father approached her and said, My daughter, I never knew you had such a good eye for people. The partner you found is even more capable than anyone in our family. You absolutely must seize this opportunity. If your grandfather can be saved, you will be the family's greatest hero. Then we'll see who dares to use your marriage as a bargaining chip again." Hearing this, Qin Shuang lowered her head, blushing with embarrassment, and replied, "Dad, what are you talking about? We're not in that kind of relationship." Seeing his daughter blush so red, he laughed heartily and continued, "It's only a matter of time. You think I don't know your personality? If you weren't interested in that boy, why would you have brought him home? Besides, he's not bad looking at all. Go on, go talk to him." Looking over at Han Yu, Qin Shuang hesitated. Han Yu. Before she could say more, Han Yu turned and called out, "Qin Shuang, come over here. He's just agreed to help me rescue the Qin family's true god. Go tell your family. Have them bring all the relevant information and keepsakes related to the Qin family's true god, and he'll set out immediately." At this, Qin Shuang asked, "That fast? What about the payment? Is it really 500 million divine power points?" Before she could finish, Han Yu covered Qin Shuang's mouth and said, "Don't worry about the payment. Just do as I say." She was confused, thinking to herself, how could 500 million divine power points possibly be enough? Han Yu must have covered the rest of the cost himself. He's so good to me. On the other side, Yuan Zhong turned to the Qin family head and said, "Don't forget what you promised me." The old man quickly replied, "Ah, of course not. How could I forget?" A moment later, Yuan Zhong left. Han Yu raised a hand and shouted, "Don't worry, old Yuan." Nearby, the 3 Qin family members were beaming. The family head said, "Young brother Han Yu, you've worked hard. Are you hungry yet?" The third elder also said warmly, "Brother Han Yu, since you're visiting the Qin family, let me give you a tour." Hearing this, he pulled Qin Shuang closer and said, "If Qin Shuang hadn't asked me, I wouldn't be here. So, she's the one who's worked hard. You all should be thanking her." From a distance, Qin Shuang's father watched Han Yu and said proudly, "Good, very good. This kid is outstanding. Ahaha." The scene changes to 2 days later at the Imperial Capital Academy. In the hallway, Shu Tie was blocking other students and asking, "Have any of you seen Han Yu and Qin Shuang?" The person on the left spoke up. "They weren't at the sports field." And the person on the right added with a frightened expression, "And we didn't see them in the cafeteria either." Hearing this, he cursed angrily. "Damn it, it's been 2 days. How have those two not shown up yet? They must have gone to the Qin family together. I won't let them get away with this." The scene shifts to the Shu family fortress, where an angry voice boomed, "Grandmother, I'm certain that the Qin Shuang is definitely bringing that brat Han Yu back to the Qin family. What they're doing is a complete slap in the face to our Shu family." Old ancestor Shu and his 2 sons were burning with fury. The woman his son was supposed to marry was with another man. What if word of this gets out? "Shu Tie, Shu Gang, you two will come with me to the Qin family's estate." The 2 of them gritted their teeth and acknowledged, "Yes, father." Shu Tie thought to himself, "Han Yu, you're a dead man this time." Meanwhile, Han Yu and Qin Shuang were meditating and cultivating. Glancing over at Qin Shuang, he thought to himself, 500 million divine power in exchange for a total of 130,000 will be kept by the core, and the remaining 73,000 will upgrade my law of gluttony to level 4. Looks like I'll have a heroic locust army soon. Noticing something strange, Qin Shuang glanced over at him. Han Yu's face was filled with excitement, and he even laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha," Qin Shuang asked, confused. "What are you thinking about that's making you drool all over the place?" Suddenly, Uncle Zhong ran towards them in a panic, shouting, "We're in danger, big trouble." Seeing his panicked expression, Qin Shuang asked worriedly, "Uncle Zhong, what happened?" Uncle Zhong immediately replied, "The true god of the Shu family is here with Shu Gang and Shu Tie. The 6th master told me to come warn you two to run away, quickly." Inside the house, a man's voice was heard. "According to the formation's warning, they'll be here in less than a dozen minutes." The Shu family's true god had no reason to suddenly announce a visit to the Qin estate. It's highly likely because of the marriage alliance. Qin Shuang's father spoke up angrily. "Our old ancestor already has a true god coming to his rescue. We don't need to honor this marriage alliance anymore." Hearing this, the first elder of the Qin family sighed and slowly explained, "6th brother, you're thinking too simply. The Shu family's true god is no pushover. If he finds out the real situation, won't he just use it as an excuse to put our Qin family in its place? To stir up our Qin family until the heavens and earth tremble?" Hearing this, Qin Shuang's father immediately turned to him in anger. "Then let's not tell them the real situation and just keep delaying. Delay until old ancestor returns." The third elder also looked at him and said, "Easier said than done. Do you think the Shu family's true god is an idiot? His coming here in person means he's surely planned for everything." The 5th elder sighed at this point and said slowly, "Right now, Our family has no true god to watch over us. If the Shu family's true god really wants this marriage alliance, it's best we agree with him. Otherwise, once a true god gets angry, the entire population of over 10 million in our Qin estate will face a catastrophe. Qin Shuang's father immediately placed a hand on his chest and declared to everyone, "Nonsense. If we agree to his demands, how am I supposed to face my son-in-law? Don't you all forget, it was the true god friend invited by my son-in-law who went to rescue our old ancestor. He is the true benefactor of our Qin family." The third elder immediately berated him. "That was just a last resort. Sixth brother, are you really going to let your daughter drag down the entire Qin estate?" Immediately after, he pointed a finger at the man's face and yelled, "Third brother, I've had enough of you." "What do you mean, dragged down by my daughter? Explain yourself." Hearing this, the first elder scolded both of them. "You two are both fathers yourselves. Can't you act more mature?" He slowly revealed his idea to everyone. "We can't afford to offend either side. So, let's hold a martial arts tournament to choose the groom. Let the two sides fight it out. Whoever wins gets Qin Shuang." The three men were instantly bewildered by the suggestion. Her father said furiously, "Are you treating little Shuang like some kind of commodity?" The fifth elder gave a thumbs up in approval. "I think first brother's idea is excellent. That way, the Qin family offends no one." The third elder also chimed in. "Sixth brother, stop hesitating. This is the only way to protect the Qin family right now." Just then, a solemn voice boomed out, startling the entire group. "Descendants of the Qin family, why has no one come out to welcome this true god?" The first elder led the group out to greet him. "Old Ancestor Shu, your grand presence brings radiance to our humble home." Old Ancestor Shu barked his order at everyone. "Cut the nonsense. This true god is here this time to arrange the wedding for my grandson. Before I depart to rescue your family's true god, hurry up and call that girl Qin Shuang out here." The first elder stepped forward and said to him, "Old Ancestor Shu, the girl's friend has already invited a true god to rescue our own. I hope Old Ancestor Shu can be lenient and give the girl a way out." Hearing this, he became utterly enraged and roared, "A mere demigod dares to act so insolently towards this true god? Do you think this true god doesn't have a temper?" A massive burst of light appeared, possessing an incredibly terrifying power. Seeing his fury, the first elder and the others immediately knelt and begged, "Please, Old Ancestor Shu, retract your divine power." Suddenly, Qin Shuang ran in, yelling, "Stop, don't destroy my home." Shu Ti pointed towards Han Yu, who was running over, and said, "Brother, that's Han Yu." Shu Gang nodded. "Good. He won't live past today." Then, Old Ancestor Shu slowly walked up to Qin Shuang and issued a challenge. "Little girl, if you want this true god to spare the Qin family, you will obediently go through with the marry my grandson. This true god will not treat his own family poorly." Hearing this, she immediately cursed back. "Who would want to marry your grandson? Keep dreaming." Third elder rushed to stop her, then turned and said, "Sixth elder, talk some sense into your daughter. Don't anger Ancestor Shu any longer." The first elder also spoke up meekly. "Ancestor Shu, please don't be angry. The girl is young and foolish. When our family's ancestor returns, we will definitely teach her a lesson." Ancestor Shu glared at Han Yu and said angrily, "Is this the Qin family's benefactor you were talking about? You brat, you're the one who came to ruin the union between our two families. If you don't give this true god an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here alive." He calmly explained, "I'm just here to help a classmate. I don't need to explain myself to the true god of the Shu family. Is there a rule in the god's domain civilization that forbids others from helping the Qin family?" Immediately after, Shu Ti berated him. "Han Yu, you've got some nerve, disrespecting my grandfather like that." Hearing this, Han Yu laughed and replied, "I said something fair, and that's disrespectful to your grandfather? Is the true god of the Shu family that petty?" Shu Gong glared at him furiously and continued to curse. "Han Yu, is it? If you're smart, you'll leave now, and the Shu family can pretend this never happened. But if you insist on staying, I'll take it as a provocation against the Shu family." He smiled, looking straight into the other's eyes, not only unafraid, but speaking casually. "So, what if I provoke the Shu family? I'm not going anywhere." He immediately channeled power into 2 fingers, preparing to charge at him. Brave words. "Then today, you'll die right here." Just then, Qin Shuang's father jumped in to intervene. "Wait, you two." Ancestor Shu blocked him and said, "This is a battle where my grandson is defending the honor of the Shu family. The Qin family had better think carefully before deciding whether or not to interfere." At that moment, he dashed towards Han Yu at high speed, activating his divine power, which surprised him. His next move was to open a portal towards him, laughing smugly. Is your god's domain still an undeveloped wilderness? How primitive. Hundreds of soulless suits of armor appeared right in front of him. Kin name, steel-clad soldier. Kin rank, transcendent creature. Kin talent, steel armor, divine power. Kin ability, creation magic, steel. Can freely reshape its own. Seeing this, he fell into deep thought, formulating his own plan. The steel-clad soldiers have thick, sturdy iron armor, and they can reshape themselves at will. A perfect union of offense and defense, much stronger than Shu Tie's iron skin people. Shu Gong stood there, spread his arms wide, and shouted the command, "Steel-clad soldiers, crush every last outsider you see for me." At that moment, Han Yu instantly summoned his locust kin and challenged, "Bring it on." The two sides clashed in a ferocious battle. Just then, a locust kin dashed forward, attacking a steel-clad soldier. It drew its sword and charged straight in. The steel-clad soldier hastily jumped aside, dodging the blade. Another locust kin seized the opportunity, leaping up and stomping down hard on the other steel-clad soldier. Shu Gang glared at him angrily and gritted his teeth. "I underestimated you, but no matter how strong you are, you'll be limited by this move." He raised his hand and roared, "Divine steel-clad soldier, deploy." A colossal arm appeared on the scene. Immediately after, Shu Gong looked at Han Yu with a smug smile. He had summoned the divine steel-clad soldier. The gaze of this divine steel-clad soldier was incredibly fierce as it charged toward the swarm of locust kin, sword in hand. He was stunned and bewildered by this sight. A single slash from the divine steel-clad soldier sent one of the locust kin's arms flying. Seeing this, Han Yu's jaw dropped in complete disbelief. That was a locust lord, a high-tier unit that ate the fruit of wisdom. It has limitless potential. Seeing Han Yu's reaction, Shu Gang burst out laughing smugly. It's clearly a lord-class lifeform, yet it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Locust kin are nothing but trash. Just then, a mysterious smile appeared on his face as he spoke. "Locusts are weak, you say? All right then, I'll show you the true terror of the locusts." Activating directed mutation. At that moment, the swarm of locust kin instantly transformed into a different shape. Seeing this, Shu Gong cried out in alarm. "What?" Han Yu pointed forward, ordering a full-scale assault for the giant locust kin. He then pointed forward and yelled, "Mutated locusts, charge." Upon hearing his command, they immediately surged forward. Seeing that the situation was turning sour, he immediately gave an order, "Retract offensive weapons. Form the steel-clad body shield." At that moment, the divine steel-clad soldier retracted its sword, which then transformed into a colossal shield as the giant blade disassembled and reformed. Han Yu laughed smugly at the sight. "This is just the beginning of the counterattack. The real show is yet to come." He spoke softly, and instantly, thanks to the activation of the source of mutation, the swarm of locusts underwent a directed mutation into locust kin. Next, the locust kin swung their weapons, landing a powerful blow on the divine steel-clad soldier, causing him to cry out in confusion. Why? How could the armored god soldier's defense possibly be broken? Hey, now it was his turn to laugh smugly at his opponent. "Tell me, loud and clear, is Jojo still weak?" Seeing Shu Gang's silence, Han Yu pressed on. "No answer? Then, let me show you what real power looks like." He tossed a handful of crystal cores to the one-armed locust man and commanded, "Here are 1,000 poison attribute cores. Go, get your revenge." A moment later, a green aura enveloped its body. It was the manifestation of pure energy. Instantly, the locust man's severed arm regenerated. The creature stared in bewilderment as a system notification appeared. Acquired ability: potent corrosive poison. With its arm restored, the locust man charged at the armored god soldier to exact its revenge. It unleashed a powerful attack, but it was blocked by a protective shield. However, the shield began to slowly corrode away. Shu Gang watched in horror, screaming, "Damn it, what the hell is that thing? Retreat, fall back to the divine domain." Han Yu just smiled at him. "My domain, you think you can just come and go as you please?" Seeing that cold smile, Shu Gong felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you want?" His panic grew as he saw the figures standing behind Han Yu, the four great overlords. Shu Gong fell flat on his butt and scrambled backward, stammering, "How can there be monsters like this?" Just then, the gate to the divine domain began to warp. The black dragon, Anpheus, emerged before Shu Gong, causing him to tremble and repeat his last words. "How can there be monsters like this?" Meanwhile, the ox demon overlord, Saemon, was tearing through his forces with gusto, while another overlord laid waste to the battlefield with equal ferocity. The skeleton lord stood impassively, commanding his soulless skeletons and summoning legions of skull knights. Shugang clutched his head in terror and screamed, "I give up. I give up. I'll leave your divine domain. Just stop." Han Yu glared at him, his voice dripping with fury. "Oh, so your invasion is over now, is it? Good, because now, it's my turn. All familiars, invade Shugang's divine domain." Shugang glanced over his shoulder, a wave of panic washing over him. "This is bad. I can't wait. If I don't stop his familiars, my own divine domain will be overrun." Gritting his teeth, he made a painful decision. He raised his hand and roared, "Close the portal, now." The gateway began to slowly seal itself shut, but in the chaos, a few of Han Yu's locusts slipped through into Shugang's divine domain, completely unnoticed. His remaining armored god soldiers fled back through the gate. Seeing this, Shugang finally let out a sigh of relief, but suddenly, the portal right in front of him began to open again, shocking him. "What?" Han Yu slowly stepped through and explained, "I have a few low-level locusts. They aren't powerful, but they can build a bridge between divine domains. As long as even one of them is on your side, you can't sever the connection. So just sit back and watch as I devour your divine domain, piece by piece." He immediately dropped to his knees in utter defeat. "End this. I've lost. Just take your familiars and leave my domain." Han Yu stood over him, hands on his hips. "You're the one who invaded my domain. It's only fair that I return the favor. The Legion of the Wise has already invaded Shugang's divine domain." Hearing this, Shugang whipped around, his face contorted with rage. "Han Yu, I demand you withdraw your familiars from my domain. I'm already swallowing my pride here. Don't you forget, my grandfather is waiting outside. He's a true god. You may be a genius, but do you really think you can stand against a true god?" Han Yu replied, his voice laced with scorn. "Do you take me for a fool? The second I sever our connection, you'll have your grandfather obliterate me with his divine might, won't you? You are my bargaining chip. As long as you're in my hands, your grandfather won't dare to touch me." Shugang's tone immediately shifted back to begging. "Spare me. I swear I won't let my grandfather come after you." Han Yu raised a finger to his lips. "Shh, don't speak. My locusts are currently searching for your divine domain's core." A triumphant smile spread across Han Yu's face. "Ah, found it." By now, an hour had passed. Outside, old ancestor Shu paced back and forth. Why is it taking so long? Did something go wrong? Growing impatient, he decided to check the virtual monitor. The third elder turned to the first. "Big brother, let's watch too." A moment later, the entire group stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The scene on the monitor showed Shugang suspended helplessly in midair, his face a mask of misery, as his armored god soldiers were dragged off by swarms of locusts. The third elder exclaimed, a hint of glee in his voice. "What in the world is happening?" The first elder explained, "Shugang's divine domain core is now in Little Han's hands." On the screen, a single locust man stood with one foot propped victoriously on Shugang's domain core. Shugang, the old ancestor's phantom projection, appeared inside the domain, roaring with fury. "You brat, Little Han, release this true god's grandson's domain core at once." Han Yu turned to look at the projection in mock surprise. "Are you threatening me? I don't like that one bit," and opened his mouth to summon his kin. Immediately after, he looked at them and gave the order, "Speed up and wipe out those armored divine soldiers." The old man immediately looked at him and cursed angrily. "What the hell will it take for you to spare Shugang?" Han Yu raised his hands in front of him and smiled at the old man. "True god of the Shu family, I think you're mistaken. The question we should be discussing now is what times I times need to do to get times you times, to let times me times go." Old ancestor Shu immediately clenched his jaw. He silently swore in his heart, "Fine, you little brat. The moment Shugang is free, I'll torture you for 3 days and 3 nights before I finally kill you." Suddenly, Han Yu felt the aura of a true god descending. Seeing this, he was instantly overjoyed. He announced, "My reinforcements are here, and there's another true god. It seems old ancestor Qin is back too." The members of the Qin family looked at the screen and immediately cheered. The old ancestor has returned. The head of the Qin family raised his hand in a salute and asked with a smile, "Old ancestor Shu, today is a joyous day celebrating my ancestor's return. The Qin family will be holding a grand feast. Why don't you stay for a few drinks?" Old ancestor Shu was reluctant, but still replied, "There's no need." The scene shifts back inside the god domain, where the old man urged impatiently, "Han Yu, you little punk, the true god you were waiting for has arrived. So, why haven't you released my grandson's god domain core yet? Hearing this, Han Yu let out a laugh. He replied, I'll wait until my friends are by my side before I let go. After all, who knows if someone might pull a dirty trick and use their divine might to kill me while my guard is down? His reinforcements appeared before him in an instant and spoke. They assured him, I'm back. No one can touch you while I'm here. Seeing him, Han Yu thought in surprise, he's back? This meant that outside, the Qin family's true god had also returned. He smiled at old ancestor Shu. Then he said, Poison Emperor, order all your kin to leave the god domain core. Follow me and retreat. Immediately after, he dispelled his god domain. Shu Gang angrily strode forward and declared, Han Yu, I'll remember you the next time we meet. Only one of us will walk away alive. Hearing that, Han Yu just laughed. You'd better focus on finding a way to restore the numbers of your iron-armored soldiers. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to fight me. Seeing Shu Gang still running his mouth at a time like this, old ancestor Shu slapped him hard across the face and roared, Shut your mouth. Haven't you embarrassed us? Enough? Let's go. Seeing them flee, old ancestor Qin furiously cursed. You old coward, how dare you bully a descendant of my Qin family while I was in trouble? My Qin family will draw a clear line with your Shu family from now on. The marriage alliance between Shuang'er and the Shu family is never to be mentioned again. At that moment, the members of the Qin family stood there, looking up at the 3 generations of the Shu family as they fled for their lives. Old ancestor Qin handed an item to Han Yu and said with a smile, Young friend Han Yu, this time, we were fortunate to have you step up, and for the great god Yuan to intervene. Please accept these resources as a token of our gratitude. Han Yu looked in surprise at the object in his hand. It was a primordial stone, capable of helping any life form revert its bloodline. It could regress a bloodline back to its primordial ancestor. He frowned, anxiously thinking about his locusts. Wouldn't this be able to turn my locusts into the most ferocious form in their history? That would be terrifying. 3 days later, a voice called out, Junior Han Yu, we're here to give you some intel. Xiatian's group happily called out to Han Yu. Over here, he smiled and walked towards the 3 of them. Senior Meng, Senior Xia Tian, Senior Ye Ling. What's the good news? Hang Meng happily announced to him. The next subject is about to begin. Huang Shengjun is definitely going to target you. This is a detailed intelligence file on Huang Shengjun that we prepared for you. Xia Tian also chimed in. I hate to admit it, but he's truly the top student among us, first years. You have to be careful. Han Yu looked at the book, recalled the goblins, and said with bewilderment, his main kin are just ordinary goblins. To be able to lead goblins to his current level of achievement, he's a true super genius. Yeling smiled and praised him. Junior Han Yu, you led your ordinary locust kin to where you are now. Aren't you even more amazing? Why would you be afraid of him? Hearing this, Shatian nodded in agreement. That's right. He only has a few hundred lord-level life forms, 3 monarch-level ones, and 3 high-level godly posts. That's all. Nothing to be afraid of. Han Yu was stunned and asked the 3, and that's not times, something to worry about? The other 3 could only play dumb and pretend he hadn't said anything. The scene then changes to a warm and spacious place, which was Han Yu's home. He sat cross-legged, concentrating on his cultivation, thinking to himself, it's certain. Huang Shengjun will target my 3 locust lords for slaughter. No, I can't afford to lose a single one of them. I could use the super regeneration ability, which consumed a large amount of radiation crystals when I created that cockroach kin before, but that would only protect the locust lords to actually fight back. But Huang Thongquan's attack still wasn't enough. He then looked over at the mushroom he had been cultivating. The Black Death mushroom had been incredibly useful in defeating the zombie army before. If it could still deal massive area of effect damage, he would be much safer. He immediately opened the system's search function. After looking for a moment, he lit up with joy. Found it. Moments later, as the item appeared in his hand, the system announced that the order was successful. He then began to fuse his new purchase with the Black Death mushroom. The scene shifts to a hallway in the Imperial Capital Academy. Miss Lena cheerfully pointed at the board and slowly addressed everyone. Students, this next subject will test your anti-invasion capabilities. The second-year students will be your proctors. They are only permitted to use the strength they had 1 year ago against you. Those of you who can successfully defend your god's domain from the upperclassmen's invasion will receive a reward. As for those who fail to repel the invasion, that what awaits you is a grueling journey through the Black Prison. So be prepared. The upperclassmen's invasion is about to begin. At that moment, a large pillar of light appeared in front of Han Yu. He slowly stepped into the strange light. Inside, someone was already waiting for him. Huang Thangquan looked at him with a smug smile. I told you, Han Yu. In this exam, I'm going to show you what hell really is. Without giving him a chance to react, he immediately bellowed, Kill. Han Yu's eyes widened in surprise as he assessed the situation. Damn, this formation is insane. He recognized the goblins in front of him as a close-range combat unit, then glanced in another direction. Ranks of goblins were arrayed in neat lines, grinning maliciously at him. These were the ranged physical combat units. Then, Han Yu looked towards the red goblins' superhuman life forms, the flame goblin phalanx. Next were the fierce-looking blue goblins, also superhuman life forms, the icebone goblin phalanx. Two goblin chieftains charged forward, sitting casually atop two massive wolves. He immediately identified them as Lord-level life forms. Han Yu charged towards the goblins and shouted, If that's how it is, then my Locust Legion will form up too. He stood there, spreading his arms wide as he commanded, Locust Legion, assemble by unit type. Following his command came his Locust Army, comprised of squads of normal locusts, sky demon bugs, abyssal bugs, shadow curse bugs, primordial locusts, and appearing last of all. Seeing this spectacle, Huang Thangquan was a bit bewildered, thinking, to have leveled up this far with such a trash-tier race. He's definitely got some skill. I have to take this seriously. I can't afford a humiliating defeat. He immediately turned and gave an order to the Icebone and Flame Goblin formations. The moment he shouted the attack order, thousands of projectiles shot towards Han Yu. The locusts were immediately hit by these projectiles. Seeing this, he thought worriedly, trying to overwhelm me with sheer force right from the start? It's not that easy. He then began to command the battle. Abyssal bugs form a defensive line. Sky demon bugs and shadow curse bugs circle around the first goblin formation and ambush the ranged units in the rear. Instantly, his minions moved into formation as commanded. The goblins at the front fired their crossbows at the locusts. Seeing the situation turning against him, Huang Thangquan yelled, First formation, melee units, fall back and defend. Han Yu immediately smirked. In your dreams, primordial locusts, battle. The locusts immediately targeted the goblins and attacked. Han Yu ran forward and shouted, Sky demon bugs, shadow curse bugs, use this chance to wipe out the ranged goblin nest. His opponent's face darkened as he stared fiercely at him. You think I'm on the same level as Hangman and Hatin? Then I'll show you my true power. Huang Thangquan pointed forward and roared. Formations 3 and 4. Switch to fire magic mode. Concentrate your fire. As he spoke, countless projectiles flew toward Han Yu. Seeing cracks appear on his defensive barrier, he thought in alarm, this is bad. The barrier is about to break. But Thangquan didn't stop there, continuing to command the assault. A massive explosion ripped through the ground as he yelled, Formations 3 and 4, continue firing. The locusts outside the barrier were hit by Thangquan's projectiles. He spread his arms, laughing smugly. Now I'll show Han Yu the price for offending me before. Goblin lords, to battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the two goblin lords appeared, swinging their weapons into Han Yu's locust army as he commanded, Destroy the enemy's locust lord. Han Yu observed the situation, analyzing his battle plan. The goblin formation has two lords holding it down, so my hero-level locusts won't be able to deal any damage. If I send them out now, won't that just put me at a disadvantage? With that in mind, he commanded, Locust Lord, draw the goblin lords away. Obeying Han Yu, the Locust Lord turned and flew off at high speed, with the two Goblin Lords in hot pursuit. Seeing the Goblin Lord fall for his trap, Han Yu seized the opportunity, charged forward, and commanded, Locust Army, carrying the Black Death Mushroom spores, go and infect the Goblin for The Black Death Mushrooms silently received the command from the air, and countless infectious spores fell from it, sticking to the Goblin Lords. A black mushroom sprouted on the head of one of the Goblin Lords. Seeing this, Thangquan's eyes widened, and he cried out in shock. What is this? Han Yu stood with a smirk on his face, watching the Goblin Lords pluck the black mushrooms off themselves. He celebrated inwardly, the time is right. Now, we just have to sit back and enjoy the show. In less than a second, a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the Goblin Lord's formation. He screamed in alarm. What kind of attack is this? The goblins also stared around, dumbfounded, as the smoke cleared. When Thangquan saw the smoke dissipate and the goblins completely unharmed, he burst out laughing. Ha ha, is this the kind of spell you're using? Is that all the attack power it has? Are you trying to scratch an itch for my goblins? Han Yu calmly explained his technique to Thong Quan. This is called a continuous regeneration blast, and it will keep exploding over and over. Plus, its power gets a little stronger each time. How many rounds do you think your goblins can withstand? As soon as he finished speaking, another deafening explosion roared. One by one, the goblins started collapsing, clutching their limbs and screaming in agony. Realizing he'd been tricked, he furiously cursed at Han Yu. "You bastard!" Then, he raised his hand, creating a stream of green energy that shot towards the goblins as he yelled, "Divine Wood!" The energy he released enveloped the goblins to heal them. It was an area of effect healing blessing. Seeing his locusts benefiting from the spell without fear, Han Yu laughed gleefully. "Aha, so Senior Hoang Thong Quan was an ally after all." Thang Quan frowned. "Did you get scared, stupid? For everyone you blow up, I'll heal one. Let's see who gives up first." Before he could finish his sentence, another explosion went off in the middle of the goblin formation. He stood there, dumbfounded, looking at the bodies of his goblins scattered everywhere. The losses were devastating. He couldn't believe what was happening. Thong Quan's eyes were wide with shock. "This is impossible. Didn't you say its power only increases a little bit each time?" Han Yu scratched his head and chuckled. "That was the case at first, but combined with your superb divine arts, Senior, it seems you've helped my bombs evolve." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and asked, "What?" Seeing a goblin with a massive black mushroom growing on its head staring wide-eyed at him, Thang Quan cried out in shock. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Han Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, chin in his hand, and winked as he pretended to offer advice. "This isn't looking good. Based on its current evolutionary rate, the next explosion might just wipe out your entire army, Senior." Thong Quan frowned, sweating. He thought this special class was supposed to be a chance for prospective students to show off their strength. "If I fail here, will I ever be able to hold my head high again? I can't lose, even if I have to use all my trump cards." With that thought, Thong Quan confidently said, "Junior Han Yu, I have to admit, you're very strong, but you're still not enough to take me on." Han Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh? You still have some tricks up your sleeve, Senior?" Suddenly, a divine aura appeared from the ground. The War God's Art Legion, which improves fighting will and enhances physical abilities, and reduces the perception of pain. Thang Quan held 2 fingers in front of him as a purple light emanated from them, and he muttered, "War God Art." The goblins' eyes flashed with fire as they bared their fangs and claws, ready to annihilate the enemy, and they absorb 25% of the damage they deal to heal themselves. Any excess healing will be converted into a boosted state. Their body's mobility will also increase proportionally. He continued, holding his 2 fingers forward and shouting, "Earth God Art." As he spoke, a barrier of light formed around each goblin, providing a damage-absorbing shield for protection. It absorbs the power of the earth and continuously heals their wounds. Seeing this, Thang Quan sighed, wiped his sweat, and said, "All right, now it's my turn." The poison mushrooms on the goblins' heads fell off on their own. Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. My ultimate move was countered just like that. A sword appeared in the hands of each goblin. They raised their swords high and shouted, "The goblin god has blessed us. Comrades, follow me and wipe out these locusts." With that, they all charged forward at once, yelling, "Kill for the glory of our god." On the other side, Han Yu raised his hand forward. He ordered his locusts to attack. The locust army fought with their lives on the line. Elsewhere, Lena was still staring intently at the observation screen. She was watching the battle with the other teachers. She asked, "Teachers, do you have any suggestions on how to grade the prospective students?" The bald teacher spoke up in support of Tan Song. The golden-crowned thunder sparrow, a lord-tier lifeform cultivated by student Tan Song, has immense training value. She is qualified to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. Disagreeing with him, the female teacher with glasses shrugged and supported Tu Thiet. Student Tu Thiet's iron golem is also excellent. I heard he also has a brother who possesses the even rarer armored steel kin. Perhaps we can persuade student Tu Thiet and pull his brother into the academy as well. Imperial Capital. A teacher in a brown coat stroked his chin and said, "Student Tun Kan Nian's Hu tribe units have average combat power but possess very high intelligence. I heard he's also planning to major in logistics. A truly promising talent." Miss Lena suddenly brought up Han Vu. What does everyone think of student Han Vu? The group of teachers all focused on the monitor, watching the battle between Hong Thong Quan and Han Vu. The female teacher with glasses said, "This is a classic example of a failed battle. I don't think student Han Vu has what it takes yet." The bald teacher shook his head, disagreeing. "I'm not so sure. Student Hoang Thong Quan is the top student of the first years. Forcing him to go all out within the permitted rules is enough to prove student Hanvu's capabilities. Lena crossed her arms in front of her, frowning as she reminded them, "Don't forget, student Hanvu still has 5 powerful units he hasn't deployed. To be able to fight like this, using only his key locust units. It's a glorious defeat. Give him a high grade." As soon as she finished, the group nodded, their voices echoing in the room. "Agreed, concur, I agree as well." On the battlefield, an enraged Hoang Thang Quan pointed at Hanvu and screamed, "Goblin army, kill the enemy lord." Suddenly, thunder cracked across the sky, signaling the end of the match. The two wondered in confusion. "It's over?" Miss Lena's announcement rang out, leaving them stunned. "This assessment is now over." Hearing this, Thang Quan gritted his teeth, cursing internally. "Damn it, I was just one step away. I brought 100 million goblins this time, and now only 50 million are left alive. I lost several hero goblins, and even one of my lords. But that kid's lords are all still alive. This was a huge loss." Lena stood at the podium before the students. She smiled and announced, "Students who failed to meet the standard in this assessment will be expelled from the academy. We will now announce your grades one by one. Those with outstanding performance will receive a chance to personally participate in the extra-dimensional war." She tapped the board. "The students with outstanding performance are Tan Sang, Tu Kiet, Ton Kan Nien, Tien Lila, and Nugu Fuang." Hanvu sat below, feeling dejected. "My grade this time is definitely going to be terrible. Am I going to get expelled? After all, I lost so badly." Next to him, Tu Thiet, with his hands in his pockets and his nose in the air, mocked him. "Hanvu, is that all you've got?" Tan Sang offered a comforting smile. "It's okay. Everyone saw what you're capable of. Besides, your opponent was Senior Hoang Thang Quan." Tu Thiet crossed his arms and smirked smugly. "A loss is a loss. What's there to talk about?" But Miss Lena's next words made his jaw drop. "And Hanvu, everyone, let's congratulate our 6 students who received an excellent grade." Hearing this, Tu Thiet's face looked like he'd just been punched. Humph-ing unwillingly, Tu Thiet raised his hand and said, "Excuse me, miss, I have a question." Lena raised an eyebrow. "What is it, student Tu Thiet?" Tu Thiet pointed towards Hanvu and asked, "I'd like to ask what the grading criteria for this course was. How can someone who was defeated by a senior still receive an outstanding grade?" Miss Lena smiled and explained, "The grades for all students in this class were the result of a joint evaluation by myself and several official instructors from the Imperial Capital Academy. Although student Hanvu was defeated in his battle against student Hoangthang Quan, his performance earned the praise of every single teacher. For that reason, the teachers unanimously agreed to give student Hanvu an excellent grade." Then, her gaze turned murderous as she stared at him. "Student Tu Thiet, are you satisfied with this answer?" The hairs on the back of Tu Thiet's neck stood up as he shook his head. "I have no further objections, miss." Satisfied, Miss Lena slammed her hand on the desk. "If that's the case, then the grades are final. The 6 students who received an excellent grade have 1 day to prepare. In 1 day, the Imperial Capital Academy will take you to an extra-dimensional plane. You will engage in a real extra-dimensional war." With that, she turned and left, slamming the door shut. The slam from before had shattered the desk into pieces. Tu Thiet broke out in a cold sweat. "Miss Lena is terrifying. That desk was made from a 10,000-year-old ancient tree." The guy sitting next to him shivered, as expected of the goddess of war who specializes in invasions. He shot up from his seat and left with a cold snort. "Hanvu, don't celebrate too soon. We'll see about this." Ton Kan Nien ran over, sidling up with a grin. "Hey brother, let me give you a little piece of gossip. It seems Tu Thiet and Senior Hoangthang Quan are teaming up to figure out how to deal with you. You'd better watch your back." Then he also turned, waving goodbye. "I've got to go find my rich senior girlfriend. Good luck." Tan Sang, standing nearby, cleared her throat. "Are you jealous? Then you should go find one too." Hearing this, Hanvu turned his head and pouted. "The thing I despise most are freeloaders like that, who don't rely on themselves." With her hands on her hips, Tan Sang glanced at him. "Right." Hoang Thang Quan peeked his head through the door and waved. "Junior Hanvu, let's take a break." In a temple somewhere, a voice spoke out. "Among the extra-dimensional civilizations that the Imperial Capital Academy is currently invading, there are 3 that are suitable for reserve students to participate in." "Ha," Teen said. "They are the Runic Civilization, the Totem Civilization, and the Biochemical Civilization. There are some things we can't tell you, but we have this for you." Deep Lin handed him. Han Yu explained, inside these 3 brocade pouches is information on 3 different civilizations, along with a few support items. But wait until after you've entered the civilization to open them. Han Yu took the 3 brocade pouches, thinking to himself, if I want to officially join Master God Shu Hai's sect, achieving the rank of perfect demigod is the absolute minimum requirement. I have to perform well in this extra-dimensional war trial and improve myself. Meanwhile, Ye Ling's group cheered with pom-poms. Go, our junior Han Yu, you can do it. A day later, Lena gave 2 bracelets to Han Yu and Ye Ling, explaining, these are God's domain login devices. They allow prospective students who are still just divine creatures to connect to the God's domain. Everyone else is already waiting on the rooftop. Let's get going. After that, the group quickly moved to the starship. Just like that, the starship flew through a wormhole and out into the cosmos. The ship continued on its journey. As Han Yu looked out from inside the ship's cabin, the system suddenly announced, the extra-dimensional war has officially begun. The starship came to a stop in a desolate wasteland. Han Yu stood on a large rock, surveying the area, before taking out a brocade pouch and muttering, let's see what my seniors gave me. Suddenly, 2 of the brocade pouches in his hand turned to dust, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief. What the hell? They just vanished? There's only one left? Curious, Han Yu opened the remaining red brocade pouch, whispering, let's see what's actually inside this thing. As soon as he opened it, he saw a scroll and several runes. He took out the scroll and read it. It said, this plane is located in a region under the rule of the Rune civilization. Runes are the source of all power in this plane. The records of the Rune civilization state that there are a total of 26 fundamental runes in the world. When these runes are arranged in combinations, they create billions of possibilities. Among these billions of possibilities, combinations that can produce a stable effect are known as the rune language. A powerful rune language can even possess the might to alter the heavens and the earth. After reading the explanation, Han Yu took the runes from the pouch. According to the explanation, the 10 cards stored a type of energy called planar origin. This was an energy source that could enhance the will of a plane. The more planar origin one possessed, the higher the grade of life forms that would be born during the extra-dimensional war. Planar origin is also the consumable used to communicate with the most common way to obtain planar origin is to hunt the life forms on this plane and extract it from them. After a moment of thought, he brandished the runes. All right then, time for the 5 cockroaches to take the stage. Han Yu's eyes turned cold. The slaughter begins. An hour later, he was sitting on the ground, laughing bitterly. 1 hour, and I've only gathered 0.5 units of planar origin. How am I supposed to fight with this? Looks like I need to increase my numbers. Seeing the remaining rune cards he had, Han Yu immediately unleashed them, summoning a swarm of locusts. I still have 5 cards to summon 50 primordial locusts. He observed the area at the bottom of the cliff, locked onto his target, and yelled, my children, attack. Following his command, the locust army flew straight down and overran the encampment. Elsewhere, Shu Tie was holding a box, saying with satisfaction, Senior Huang Shengun really has a lot of good stuff. The energy of this rusted iron demon has already surpassed that of an overlord-level life form. It'll definitely be enough to kill Han Yu. He took a small plastic bag from his pocket, which contained a single black hair. According to Senior Huang Shengun, all I have to do is put Han Yu's hair inside, and the rusted iron demon will be able to lock onto Han Yu and eliminate him. Shu Ti immediately dropped the hair into the box. After it was inside, a purple film covered the box, startling him. Shu Ti handed the box to his subordinate and ordered, go smash that ceramic jar. At his word, the man took it and smashed it on the ground. The box shattered, and thick smoke billowed out. From within the purple smoke, a giant goblin-like creature emerged. The demon had been born. Seeing Shu Tie's subordinate before it, the demon tore him apart with its bare hands, causing Shu Tie to exclaim with excitement, so brutal. Han Yu, your end has come. Ignoring Shu Tie's rambling, the demon turned and quickly departed. It roared, the grudge of being imprisoned for 1,000 years must be washed away with blood. On the other side of the field, Han Yu had successfully fought off a pack of wolves, holding 10 of their essence units in his hand. He closed his eyes and thought, it's time to improve myself, unlock Black Dragon transformation. He then took out another rune, using 5 more units to summon the 5 cockroaches. The roster is complete. Now, the 10 cockroaches take the stage. As he finished speaking, a pair of giant wolf legs slammed onto the ground, followed by the appearance of a red-eyed wolf with a mark on its forehead. Han Yu commanded, 10 cockroaches, charge. In the middle of the forest, a terrifying roar echoed. The Wolf King's cave was a vast cavern inside a rocky mountain. Inside, there was a scroll, a fang, and 4 stones with symbols on them. Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What's—" Han Yu curiously picked them up to examine them, his jaw dropping. "No way. It's the rune language." Han Yu sat on the ground and began to arrange the stones he had just collected, laying out each rune character he'd found. System announcement. Rune of Savagery, low grade. When applied to the body, increases strength by 10%, defense by 20%, and wound recovery speed by 20%. When applied to a bladed weapon, 20% chance to inflict a bleeding effect, increases attack speed by 15%, and grants 10% lifesteal. After getting everything in order, Han Yu ripped off his shirt. Feeling the changes within his body, he thought to himself, "The savagery is empowering my body." He tried channeling his internal energy and felt a distinct difference, his primal energy surging. Suddenly, a noise from outside made Han Yu frown. "What's going on?" He immediately transformed into a dragon and charged out. As soon as he landed, Han Yu summoned his subordinate. A cat suddenly appeared and pounced directly on Xiao Qiang, attacking him. It screeched, "Meow." Using its sharp claws, it slashed Han Yu's subordinate in two with its skill, 8-piece shredder. Han Yu's brow furrowed. A cat demon, a lord-level life form. He ordered his horde of Xiaoqiang minions, following him to charge and kill it. The cat demon was fearless, leaping in and tearing the Xiaoqiangs to pieces with its severing cross-slash. Even Han Yu was hit by the attack, but to the creature's astonishment, his leg grew back instantly. The cat demon gnashed its teeth, glaring at him. It swung its claws towards Han Yu, screeching in anger. "Meow!" Suddenly, Han Yu's aura surged. He growled. Perfect timing. The cat demon swung its claws at Han Yu with its fastest speed. It shrieked, "Meow!" Han Yu clenched his fists, his eyes glowing as a red aura flared around him after activating Black Dragon transformation. Before its claws could even touch him, he planted a fist right in its face. Han Yu's punch sent it flying, killing it instantly. System announcement. Successfully killed a Lord-level lifeform. Received 2 units of planar essence. Hearing the system announcement, he smirked. "Excellent. Now I can summon the skeleton horde here. With enough power, I might even be able to ascend to demigod rank in the outer realm." 3 days later, a buzzing JoJo flew by Han Yu's ear with a reminder. There's a fire essence mine cave up ahead. Standing at the front, he gave orders to his grand army. "Army, move out. Target, the cave." With that, he quickly departed. As he reached the cave entrance, a purple aura drifted out from within. Han Yu stopped in his tracks, thinking, "Something's not right. I can sense a human presence in the cave. Could someone have discovered this place before me?" He then cautiously observed before heading inside. Suddenly, a heat wave blasted him, catching him completely off guard. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So hot." Before the heat wave had even dissipated, a fire-scale lion appeared. Han Yu was alarmed. This is bad. He immediately transformed into a dragon, his body radiating a red aura as he roared, "Come on, you lion, come get some." Just as the fire-scale lion was about to charge him, it suddenly screeched to a halt, leaving him confused. It turned out there was a girl behind it, pulling its tail and making it break out in a cold sweat. The girl gave a sharp tug, causing the fire-scale lion immense pain. Then she yelled, "Where do you think you're going?" It was terrified and wanted to flee, but it couldn't. It roared, as if telling her to stay away. Seeing her, Han Yu asked suspiciously, "Are you Niu Feng?" Niu Feng ignored him, refusing to let go of the fire-scale lion's tail, even as it burst into tears. "This is my turf. Get the hell out." Hearing this, he wasn't scared at all. In fact, he even provoked her. "Let's not even discuss whether this is your territory or not. Even if it is, if I want to take it, I'll take it. Do you even have the right to say no?" Provoked, Niu Feng let go of the lion on the ground and shot directly towards Han Yu. She roared, "I've been too nice to you, haven't I? If you won't get lost, then you can die here." Han Yu stood his ground. A green aura emanated from his body. Death's great might. Plant fusion. Ghost shadow vine. Plant fusion. Vines began to sprout from Han Yu's body. Niu Feng frowned, too stunned to hold back her exclamation. "What kind of skill is this?" He drew his sword and replied, "The one that's going to take your life." Niu Feng gritted her teeth and threw a punch, aiming right where he stood. But Han Yu had already vanished using Ghost Shadow Flash. Her punch missed, slamming into the ground. Niu Feng's eyes widened in shock, not expecting him to dodge her attack. In an instant, Han Yu was standing behind her. He said, "Next time, I'll aim for your neck." Hearing his words, she looked up, eyes wide and silent, with cold sweat beading on her face. After a long silence, Niu Fang turned her head and conceded. You win. I'm no match for you. The fire flame lion in this cave is yours. Han Yu sheathed his black sword. What would I need that fire flame lion for? It's just a lord-level life form. Killing it wouldn't yield much. Plainer essence anyway. I want the entire fire essence mine. She thought for a moment, then stood up and nodded. Fine. Then this fire flame lion is mine. We can cooperate from now on. Han Yu turned to leave, waving his hand and commanding, Skeleton Clan, get in here and start mining the fire essence stones. Suddenly, the sky filled with dark clouds as demonic energy invaded, and a stream of dark aura shot out from the cave entrance. Niu Fang frowned, turning to ask, Is this also one of your familiars? Are you still in the mood to joke? I'm so scared I'm about to piss my pants. A pair of red clawed feet appeared. It was the Theat 2 demon. In its hand, it held a... The skull-faced creature didn't waste a second. As soon as it saw Han Yu, it swung its staff to attack, roaring, the stench of an enemy. Anu will wash away this shame with your blood. Seeing this, he grew in size and activated his skills, Golden Dragon Claw and Plant Fusion. The two dragons behind him opened their mouths and charged forward. Their golden dragon's breath sent the demon flying. Seeing its attack completely nullified, the Iron Rust demon laughed coldly in anger. Ha! Golden Dragon Break. Supermassive Iron Rust Offensive. In that instant, its pants were torn to shreds. Not to be outdone, Han Yu used his ghostly shadow flash skill. Beside him, Niu Fang thrust his hands forward, chanting, Great Fireball, Iron Rust Dissolution. Han Yu frowned, deep in thought. It seemed the fire attribute could suppress this demon. With this in mind, he summoned the Divine Hammer of the Red Furnace Dwarves. He used a burning talisman on the origin card, and it appeared. It was the Red Furnace Dwarf. Han Yu pointed forward and commanded, Divine Hammer, smash that pathetic demon to a pulp. The Divine Hammer frowned, his eyes cold as he replied, As you command, great deity. With that, the weapon in his hand began to radiate a purple aura as he readied his attack. The Iron Rust demon scoffed coldly, firing diamond-shaped projectiles at the Divine Hammer and screaming, You insignificant little lackey, die. Multiple snakes sprouted from the Divine Hammer's back. They lunged forward with mouths agape, intercepting the Iron Rust demon's attack. The Iron Rust demon had no time to block, and the snakes tore half of its body to shreds. It was only then that it began to panic and beg for its life. No, stop, don't hit me anymore. The Divine Hammer completely ignored its pleas, raising his hammer high and bringing it crashing down along with the snakes. The hammer crashed down, creating a huge explosion and a cloud of dust that obscured the view. Standing on the sidelines, Han Yu cheered excitedly. Don't leave it any chance to survive. Keep hitting it. Hearing his master's encouragement, the Divine Hammer excitedly swung his hammer forward again. Han Yu covered his eyes and winced. Yikes. My God, that's brutal. The Iron Rust demon now lay completely flattened on the ground. It could only watch as the hammer slowly descended upon it once more. Han Yu signaled to stop, then walked over, putting his hands on his hips and staring down at the Iron Rust demon's soul. The soul trembled on the ground. Zhou Cho, who was standing nearby, commented, The demon's soul is still here. Han Yu nodded. This guy is surprisingly tough to kill. If I let it live, it might come seeking revenge against me in the future. Han Yu gave it a cold stare. Then I'll just let the bone controller devour your soul. The demon immediately began begging for its life. It quickly pleaded, Anu admits defeat. I am willing to become your slave. I only ask that the great deity spare Anu's soul. He crouched down, pointing at its soul form. His next words made the Iron Rust demon break out in a cold sweat. I don't trust you, not unless you sign a contract with me. It stammered, Anu, I will do it. Seeing it agree, Han Yu quickly opened the system interface. All right, I'll draft the contract now. A slave contract. Contractors, Han Yu and the Iron Rust demon. Niu Fang watched from the side, completely impressed. Wow, you're even more treacherous than the most fearsome merchant. He pointed a finger at the Iron Rust demon, and a stream of blue light flowed into its soul, sealing the contract. Han Yu stared intently at it and asked, By the way, what are your abilities? The creature, terrified, answered without a moment's hesitation. My lord, Anu is a rust blood demon. I can transform my body into rust, and I can also cause metal objects and even living creatures to rust. Han Yu began to walk away. Sounds impressive, but there are tons of players in the god's domain with fire abilities. Fire completely counters you, which means your weakness is way too glaring. Seeing that he was about to leave, it hurriedly cried out, If my master doesn't find me lacking, Anu can become your weapon. Anu's rust blood can corrode any weapon on contact. Han Yu stopped in his tracks, looking pleased as he thought it over. Now that has potential. Do as you've proposed. Hearing its master's approval, the demon breathed an internal sigh of relief. As he said that, he took out his sword and thrust it into the soul. The spirit immediately flowed into the blade. Han Yu happily slung the sword over his shoulder. It seemed his combat power had just multiplied several times over, greatly increasing his chances of ascending to the rank of a perfect demigod. Next up, I need to slaughter as many as I can to increase my planar essence and expand the size of my legion. The scene shifts to several days later in a vast forest. In a clearing, a figure in a green cloak hid stealthily in a corner, watching in utter amazement. My God! Is that a legion of the undead? The figure in the green cloak exclaimed, stunned by the vast number of undead soldiers. An undead legion of this size. There must be 500,000 of them. I have to report this to the city lord immediately. With that thought, the figure in green hurriedly departed, heading back to the city to make his report. The city lord of Lingdong listened to her subordinate's update. She slammed her fist on the arm of her throne in anger, demanding, "What did you just say? A legion of the undead numbering 500,000? Not daring to lie, the subordinate trembled and broke into a sweat, quickly bowing his head. Yes, my lady city lord, the undead legion has appeared. They've been spotted in the region just a few dozen miles away from us." Hearing the certainty in her subordinate's voice, the city lord of Lingdong fell into deep thought. My city guard numbers less than 50,000. Even if we include all the available mercenaries, we can only muster 100,000 soldiers. If that 500,000 strong undead legion decides to attack our city, we're doomed. This was a complete disaster. The man's face turned pale as he scowled and gave an order. Guards, immediately send word to the surrounding cities for reinforcements. A subordinate hurriedly accepted the order and left. Yes, my lord. A day later, on the city wall, a subordinate came to report. My lord, the reinforcements from the other cities have arrived. We have 300,000 city guards and mercenaries. In addition, the church has also dispatched 50,000 clerics. The city lord stood on the wall and shouted with joy, "Excellent! The clerics can suppress the undead. This time, aren't those things completely screwed? Guards, mercenaries, and clerics of the church. We are about to face a battle for our very survival. We must swear to fight the undead legion to the death." Below, the soldiers cheered in unison. Protect our homeland. Repel the enemy. The lord, clad in a full suit of armor, rode his horse. With a heroic gesture, he raised his hand and led the charge. The Grand Army, advance, annihilate the undead legion. Meanwhile, Han Yu and Niu Fang were sitting under a tree. A messenger locust arrived to report. Report. A human army of 350,000 is approaching us. Hearing this, Han Yu seemed excited and said loudly, "Oh, they want to pick a fight with me?" Niu Fang turned in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" He stood up, cracked his knuckles, and said with a grin, "My scout just reported that a huge human army wants to come and wipe us out. So, want to go big and farm some more planar essence?" Niu Fang frowned. "You want to use me as a tool? You think I'm that stupid?" Han Yu ignored her and approached the human army alone. He was lying prone on the ground, observing when he heard a rustling sound. He glanced to his side and was surprised to see Niu Fang imitating him. "Huh? Didn't you say you didn't want to get involved?" She raised an eyebrow. "I came because I felt like it. There's no reason. My hands were just getting itchy. It's not like I wanted to help you." Han Yu let out a huge grin and patted Niu Fang's head like a master petting a puppy. "I like your feisty side." Annoyed, she slapped his hand away and snapped, "Don't you dare touch me. They're almost here." In the distance, a legion of cavalry kicked up a massive cloud of dust. They advanced in perfect formation. Sensing the time was right, Han Yu suddenly stood up and roared. "Skeleton army, ambush!" Seeing the ambush, a soldier frantically shouted out orders. "Defensive formation, defensive formation." The remaining soldiers' faces went pale as they cried out in terror, "We're being ambushed. Oh God, I want to go home." From the distance, skulls and sharp-clawed hands charged forward. The skeleton army clashed with the soldiers. The skeleton army, controlled by the necromancer, slashed wildly. The general of Lingdong City saw that the situation was dire. He scowled and bellowed, "Clerics, purify them." Following his command, the clerics unleashed a green energy. The energy enveloped the skeleton army, and they were devoured by its power. Seeing the unfavorable turn, Han Yu cried out, "This is bad. The clerics are suppressing my skeleton soldiers. I have to take them out first." Niu Fang shot forward from behind at top speed. She dashed past Han Yu. Seeing this, he also transformed, his voice filled with excitement. Oh? I'm not gonna lose to you. She charged towards the group of clerics who were emitting the green energy, directly knocking them down. Then, Han Yu also unleashed a slash, cutting them in half. The two stood back to back. He shouted the command, "All troops, charge!" Hearing the order, the skeleton army immediately launched an all-out assault on the human legion. A soldier, completely out of breath, rushed to report to the city lord. So flustered, he was stuttering. My lord, we've been routed. The undead legion has." Hearing the news, the city lord rushed to the city's parapet to see the situation for himself. Seeing his own soldiers being slaughtered, the city lord shouted in desperation, "It's over. We're doomed. All troops, retreat." A few hours later, Han Yu looked exhausted and said, 350,000 skeleton soldiers for just a few thousand planar essence. What a waste. In stark contrast to him, Niu Fang cupped her cheeks and replied blissfully, "We're rich. This time, we're really rich." Han Yu immediately burst her bubble. "You're so easily impressed. There are runes among the spoils. Let's divide them." He opened the system panel to check. Low-level giant strength. Applies to the body. Effect. Increases muscle power. Strength increases by 40%. Applies to mace-type equipment. Effect. Adds shatter effect. Low-level raging fire. Applies to the body. Effect. Grants mastery of a fire-type magic. Fire attribute resistance increases by 20%, and fire attribute affinity increases by 15%. Applies to staff-type equipment. Effect. Adds the raging fireball skill. The power of fire-type magic increases by 20%. Applies to armor-type equipment. Effect. Adds the raging fire shield skill. Damage from fire-type magic is reduced by 30%. Mid-level Aegis. Applies to armor-type equipment. Effect. Adds the Aegis light shield skill. Armor durability increases by 50%. He rubbed his chin, thinking, I still have 4 empty slots for runes. These are too low level for me. I'll save them for my subordinates. Standing beside him, she looked through the options and chose Raging Fire. I want this one. After she selected Raging Fire, Niu Fang's body was enveloped in a red light. She said joyfully, I'm one step closer to becoming a monarch-level life form. We're one step closer. Han Wu, thank you. Hearing this, Han Wu winked and replied cheerfully, Don't mention it. Niu Fang put his hands on his hips and thought with a smirk, Humph, this kid. I think Qin Shuang likes him. Meanwhile, in a grand castle, a voice rang out in disbelief. Are you telling me the truth? The king, sitting on his throne, gripped the armrests tightly, his face drenched in sweat. The undead army has attacked Lingdong City? The soldier below nodded firmly and replied, The report is accurate. Not only Lingdong City, but the 4 surrounding cities have also been annihilated. The undead army's numbers have reached nearly 10 million. Hearing the soldier's report, the king shot to his feet and bellowed, Summon the archbishop and the rulers of the elf, minotaur, and werewolf kingdoms. In the conference hall, the king convened with his court officials. As they discussed their strategy, they exclaimed in shock, The undead army is that audacious? The werewolf seated beside them offered his opinion, We must unite to fight them. My werewolf army is already in formation, ready for the enemy. The elf queen nodded and said, As is my elf army. The king frowned and replied, Then the allied forces of our 4 nations and the holy army of the church will join together to encircle and annihilate these undead. In the princess's chambers, she and Sun Qingnian were intimately entangled. Straddling him, the princess said, My father is planning to ally with the clergy, the elves, the minotaurs, and the werewolves to subjugate the skeleton army. Qingnian opened his eyes, his lips brushing against her chest as inside his mind, he was already formulating a plan to defeat Han Wu. The invaders controlling the skeletons. Who else could it be but Han Wu? Oh, Han Wu, after just a few days of invading, you've already become a force so great, you truly are worthy of being the rival I acknowledge. Qingnian stared ahead, his gaze lowered in deep thought. After spending so much time by the princess's side, I've finally found a clue to ascending to demigod status. In the divine domain civilization, becoming a demigod only requires meeting the divinity requirements. But in the outer world, you must also satisfy the requirements of the current civilization. He had always wanted to ascend to demigod to defeat Han Wu. In this rune civilization, ascending to demigod requires possessing a special grade rune spell. But there was one thing he always found difficult. Even the royal family had never truly obtained this rune spell, which just goes to show how hard it is to get. Qingnian thought to himself, Han Wu, I am planning to cooperate with you. I'll provide the clues. You deploy your army to coordinate with me, and we might just be able to get our hands on that special grade rune spell. Therefore, nothing can happen to you. I have to find a way to keep you safe from the allied forces." Noticing he was lost in thought, the princess said with annoyance, "I'm talking to you. What are you spacing out about? That elf queen is coming to see my father tomorrow." The princess's words snapped him back to reality. Composing himself, he flashed a charming smile. "The queen couldn't possibly be as beautiful as you." Qingnian's hand roamed restlessly over the princess's waist as he thought to himself, "Perfect. The queen. We're saved. There isn't a woman alive I can't handle." He immediately rolled over, pinning the princess beneath him. She purred, "You're so naughty." The scene shifts back to Hanwu, where a messenger dragonfly leaves him completely dumbfounded. "Huh? An alliance of 4 nations and a church is coming to get me?" Niu Fang placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "What's there to be afraid of? You've got so many skeletons." He didn't think so, shaking his head. "Numbers won't do any good. Their individual power is too weak. Against a rigorously trained allied army, they'll most likely be utterly crushed." Hanwu rubbed his chin and sighed. "This is going to be a real problem." The origin of mutation appeared with a smug grin. "See, my lord? When things get tough, it's always up to me to solve your problems." Hanwu wasn't in the mood for small talk and asked, "Do you have a good plan?" Seizing the opportunity, it made its demand. "I have a great plan, but you have to pay me first. 1 divinity point." Hanwu wanted to curse it out. Asterisk. Asking for payment before even revealing the plan? Besides demanding divinity points from me, what else do you— With that in mind, he said out loud, "You have to tell me your plan first. Otherwise, how would I know if it's worth a divinity point?" It chuckled and said, "Actually, I've heard about this rune civilization. I know a rune spell that can greatly accelerate mutation." Hanwu asked urgently, "What kind of rune spell? Spit it out." Since the origin of mutation's idea sounded reasonable, Hanwu reluctantly handed over a divinity point. It happily accepted it amidst his frustration. "Thank you for your patronage. 1 divinity point." After receiving it, it leaned in close and whispered into Hanwu's ear. After listening, he crossed his arms and smirked. "Interesting. In that case, let's give it a try." He thought to himself, asterisk, "I guess that divinity point wasn't a complete." Niu Fang, seeing Hanwu's expression change constantly, asked curiously, "Why does your expression keep changing like that? Have you figured out a solution?" He turned to her with a dark glint in his eyes and smiled. "Just you wait and see." Meanwhile, with the human army, faced with a legion of skeletons and a sky filled with a locust swarm, their leader gave the order, "Attack." But the locusts and the skeletons were on the same side, both under Hanyu's command. At his word, the human army's soldiers thrust their swords straight into the locusts. Seeing how easily they were defeated, they cheered in celebration. "We're done. That was great." But as the locusts' bodies were sliced open, their blood splattered, spreading the spores of the Black Death fungus onto the soldiers. The soldiers saw the blood splash onto them, followed by a black aura, and then a black mushroom sprouted on their bodies as they screamed in shock. What in the world is happening? A curious soldier reached out and plucked the mushroom off, and then his entire body suddenly erupted in a burst of red and black energy, his face turning pale with terror. The skeleton army stared at them with blood-red eyes. Seeing this, the human soldiers' faces went white with fear. A moment later, the soldiers lay dead all over the ground. Han Yu and Niu Feng walked over, and Han Yu remarked, "That really took no effort at all. The spores of this Black Death fungus are truly effective. Killing these guys was effortless." Han Yu smiled happily. "It was worth it. Even though I spent tens of thousands of units of divine power." The origin mutant standing beside him proudly explained, "The spores of the Black Death fungus can transform into a virus. Combined with runic incantations, they can accelerate and prolong using the language of runes. Intermediate plague," he said, picking up a mushroom and muttering something. He then applied it to his own body, effectively becoming the plague's host. Now, every cell in his body carries the plague virus through its metabolic process. With that matter settled, Han Yu coldly commanded the next battle. At his command, the skeleton army immediately attacked the soldiers. Arrows rained down, and the soldiers died at Han Yu's hands, unable to fight back. With the help of the plague rune, it only took Han Yu 3 days to defeat the allied forces, successfully capturing 10 surrounding cities. Among the skeleton army, 5 special heroic undead even emerged. The king ground his teeth in fury. "Do any of you have a solution? If this continues, my kingdom will be destroyed." He offered his own idea. "Right now, our only option is a truce to negotiate," the werewolf sighed. "A truce for negotiations is indeed our only choice now." The king was perplexed. But who do we negotiate with? We've been fighting this skeleton army for so long, yet we've never even met their leader. Suddenly, a commotion was heard outside. The doors opened, and in walked Qing Nian, the princess, and the elf queen. As soon as Qing Nian entered, he said, "Your Majesty, how about you entrust these negotiations to me?" The werewolf looked at Qing Nian with doubt. This boy had never even been on a battlefield, yet he wanted to negotiate with the mastermind behind the skeleton army. The king looked at his fair complexion with contempt. "Just some pretty boy. This is no place for you." Qing Nian didn't get angry. Instead, he just smiled with confidence. The princess stepped forward and said, "Father, I believe he is more than capable of handling this." Seeing the princess take his side, he spoke with renewed confidence. "Your Majesty, surely you don't distrust your own daughter." The elf queen spoke with great faith in Qing Nian. "I can attest that he is smarter than anyone else present here. Both I and the human princess agree to let him try." Only then did the king relent, saying, "Since we have no other options anyway, we might as well let him give it a shot." In the territory of the skeleton army, the king entrusted the critical task of negotiation to him. Qing Nian went alone to the skeleton army's territory and saw Han Yu sitting not far away. Han Yu sensed a pair of eyes on him and turned around, exclaiming, "It's really you?" He leaped down beside him, throwing an arm over his shoulder and asking, "How did you end up in the outer world, too?" Qing Nian smiled and replied, "That's a long story. Let's save it for another time. For now, I'm representing the 4 kingdoms and 1 church allied forces. I've come to negotiate a ceasefire with you." Han Yu raised an eyebrow and said, "You got involved with them?" "A ceasefire is possible, but it depends on the price they're willing to pay." He nodded in response. "Of course, name your price." Han Yu winked. "Gold and jewels are a given. I also want the language of runes, not the common kind, but the most precious type. And on top of that, I need a 5-figure number of rune stones." Qing Nian rubbed his fingers together, negotiating. "All right then, the human king will compensate you with 20 languages of runes, one of which must be high level, along with 200,000 rune stones." He thought to himself, "The princess has been with me for so long and has given me crucial information. I have to show her some respect." As he thought this, Qing Nian's eyes, as for the elves, the werewolves, the fishmen, and the church, they will all pay double. It turned out he was playing both sides, not only sleeping with the princess, but also with the elf queen. Qing Nian thought, "Now that I've been in the queen's bed, I can't let her lose out too much. All of this will be divided evenly later." Han Yu happily slung an arm around his shoulder. "All right, thanks for making the trip. I won't let you leave empty-handed." Qing Nian smiled and said, "Don't be such a stranger. The whole reason I integrated with humanity was to find a path to becoming a demigod in this runic civilization. And now, I've finally found a lead." As he spoke, he leaned in close to Han Yu's ear. "Just find the ancient god relics." Hearing the plan, Han Yu nodded. "All right, let's work together." Seeing the deal was struck, Qing Nian got ready to leave. "I'll head back first and inform them of the conditions. Once we've dealt with their problem, we'll meet again." Han Yu nodded in agreement. "All right. And tell them this. If they refuse to pay up, I have no problem leading my monster army to grind their city to dust and turn every last one of them into my immortal." Back at the king's castle, the Minotaur heard his report on the negotiations and said, "We don't have that many high-level runic scripts. How are we supposed to compensate them?" Qing Nian just smirked, raising an eyebrow. "If we don't have high-level runic scripts, we'll use information on the ancient god relics instead. And if that's not enough, we can always trade some divinity." The elf queen, sitting beside him, draped an arm over his shoulder. "The elves' compensation is more than I expected. So why are the humans paying so little?" Qing Nian replied, "Because so many humans have already been turned into spirit monsters. I'm sure the queen wouldn't want the same fate for the elves." To his left, the princess was leaning against him intimately. "My father said he has no objections. He'll agree to whatever you decide." She looked at him seductively and asked, "Did the negotiations go well? I didn't let you down, so shouldn't the princess reward me?" She blushed and replied shyly, "Of course, I have to." Before she could finish her sentence, the door was suddenly thrown open. The one who entered was the God King. He roared with fury. "This is blatant robbery, and you all agreed to it so easily? The theocracy of justice will never bow down to some wind spirit creature." Hearing this, Qing Nian just shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Suit yourself." The Minotaur and the Wolfman had the same thought. Just let the theocracy fight one more battle. If they actually win, we won't have to pay anything. We can just destroy their army together. If they lose, down below the main city, At the Port of Light, the Skeleton Legion was in formation, ready to attack. Standing on the city walls, the God King frowned, thinking back to the previous coalition battle. Even though they had sent a large number of holy priests, they hadn't even touched the theocracy's core forces. Now I've summoned all of my elite holy priests for this holy war, along with my 3 elite legions. The commanders of these legions have power bordering on that of a demigod and have never known defeat. Before this, the two sides had clashed. This battle is the key to the theocracy's survival. Victory and defeat are still uncertain. Meanwhile, inside Hanyu's quarters, light crystals were sprouting from the walls. He looked around. All the buildings here were constructed from light crystals, filling the entire place with the power of light, which was incredibly effective at suppressing the undead. Wearing a black cloak, he observed the human soldiers. He thought to himself, the Pope really did provide me with intel on their elite legions ahead of schedule. Hanyu clicked his tongue, thinking, their combat strength is astounding. He rubbed his chin, musing, right now, the Port of Light is like a solid block of steel. Good thing I only surrounded the city. To take the city, I first need to find a crack in its armor. So, how should I deal with the Port of Light? He then took out a purple crystal from within his robes. That's it. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanyu put the crystal in his mouth and swallowed it. Instantly, green vines erupted from the ground. This was the ability, Gene Unlock. Hanyu closed his eyes, and a ghost vine materialized before him, surrounded by pulsing roots. He immediately grabbed it, thinking, let's give this a try. Gripping it tightly, Hanyu swung his arm back. Ghost vine! He opened his palm and looked at the ghost vine with satisfaction. Excellent. The ghost vine is even better than I expected. Hanyu leaped forward, whipping out the thorn-covered ghost vine. Time to go play with those holy priests. The holy priests heard the noise and spun around. Who's there? Stop! He raised his sword to the sky, the ghost vine writhing behind him. Without saying a word, he swung both his sword and the ghost vine at the priests. The 2 holy priests were caught completely off guard, standing there stunned, about to get hit. One of them was pierced through the wrist by the ghost vine. A black aura instantly began pouring from the wound. Seeing his comrade injured, the other one yelled, "Quick, purify it!" The wounded man clutched his arm, shaking his head in terror. No, it's useless. The soldiers noticed the major commotion and rushed over, only to see the injured holy priest. They roared, "Get him!" Another soldier, showing no fear of death, leaped high into the air, swinging a spear at Hanyu with immense force. "Let's see you run from this." The axe blade sliced through the air towards him, but Hanyu stood perfectly still, making no move to block it. But just as the axe was about to land, his figure vanished. It slammed into the ground, shattering the pavement. The soldier was stunned. He thought in confusion. It was a direct hit, so how? Before the soldier could even react, Hanyu appeared at his side and slashed his sword across the man's stomach. The soldier took the full blow to his gut. He clutched the wound tightly, then used all his strength to leap backward. At the same time, the man swung the spear in his hand toward him, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it! Once again, the axe blade on the spear shot toward Hanyu. He stood still, merely glancing at the soldier from the corner of his eye. Before anyone realized it, his figure was no longer in front of the soldier, but had reappeared behind him. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Hanyu raised his sword and delivered a fatal slash to the man's back. The soldier collapsed to the ground, his hands still clutching the wound on his stomach, as Hanyu turned around. Hanyu turned to look at the remaining soldier and smirked. "Only your left." The soldier stood his ground, showing no fear even after his comrade was just cut down. A golden aura radiated from the soldier's body, enveloping him. Seeing the golden light, Hanyu immediately recognized it as holy light and screamed internally, "This is bad." Seeing Hanyu distracted, the 2 clerics behind him raised their hands toward him. They created an energy barrier. "We've got our chance. Get him." Hanyu spun around and charged straight at the 2 clerics. Without hesitating, he swung his sword, severing both their heads. "I might not be able to deal with him, but you think I can't handle the likes of you?" But before he could leave, the soldier with the holy aura charged forward to attack, with 2 more clerics behind him. After an unknown amount of time, a purple aura rose from the building next door, and on the ground lay the countless corpses of the clerics. Hanyu stood satisfied on a ghost shadow vine, thinking it was time, and then ordered his skeleton army to attack the city. The skeleton army advanced. Following the order, the skeleton army spread out, a purple aura radiating from them. A stream of blue light shot through the skeletons, incinerating them, while another was devoured from the inside by the invading purple energy. In the battle at the Port of Light, over 2 million clerics fell, and 3 ace legions suffered heavy losses. The number of skeleton soldiers also dropped sharply. 15 million skeletons were gone forever. Seeing his army's severe losses, the Pope was distraught. How did this happen? The losses are too devastating. He reflected, blaming himself. Was I wrong? If I had agreed to compensation in the beginning, would the Holy See have avoided such heavy losses? What should I do now? The Pope opened his eyes, his brow furrowed and slick with sweat. Continue to resist? Or surrender? A voice came from outside the door. Your Holiness, I can help you repel the skeleton army. Startled, the Pope turned and asked, Who's there? The visitor was none other than Shu Tie, Han Yu's mortal enemy. Meanwhile, outside on the battlefield, everything was a desolate ruin as the clerics rushed to heal each other. From out of nowhere, a group of skeleton giants suddenly launched a raid, causing the soldiers to shout out warnings in panic. The skeleton soldiers are back again. Han Yu's face darkened as he commanded in a grim voice, Attack! Obeying the command, the skeleton giants immediately surged forward in a massive horde. The two armies clashed. The royal army was clearly at a disadvantage, getting sent to the afterlife by the skeletons in a single blow. Just then, the figure of the Pope suddenly appeared. You lowly undead, he boomed, his voice boosting morale and calming his people, while issuing a warning to Han Yu and his skeleton giants. Halt your filthy steps. Retreat from the port of light, and you may yet live. Otherwise, the gods will descend with a righteous judgment. The skeletons were suddenly stunned, feeling a vague sense of unease. Immediately after, specks of magical power began to fall slowly from the sky. From within the orbs of light, iron soldiers slowly stepped out. They marched forward aggressively, each step shaking the very ground. The mighty holy army will crush these pathetic undead with the iron fist of justice. Han Yu was stunned, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Iron soldiers. He gritted his teeth and looked around, filled with suspicion. Since when did Shu Tie team up with the Pope? In a hidden corner, the Pope stood silently, observing the situation. The iron soldiers were incredibly brutal, rushing forward and using their overwhelming strength to snap the skeletons' necks. The clerics quickly regained their morale, ferociously summoning their power and chanting, Kill them, crush these wretched undead, avenge our fallen brothers. The justice of the gods has come, long live our God. Han Yu's face turned grim. He held up a piece of stone in his hand and commanded in a cold voice, Skeleton giants, mobilize. Instantly, fragments of purple energy rained down from the sky. These fragments gradually coalesced, forming a colossal giant that radiated an intense killing aura. At the same time, from the other side, something suddenly shot past, and a hazy, ethereal energy gradually took shape. Wherever it passed, the iron soldiers shattered into pieces. The giant iron soldier reacted in a flash, lunging forward to seize the upper hand. It slammed a punch right into the giant's chest. The Pope watched intently and continued to give orders. Shu Tie, keep releasing the iron soldiers. No matter how much planar essence you need, the Holy See will provide it. He was still carefully watching the battle through a communication orb. Shu Tie was ecstatic, grinning from ear to ear as he immediately nodded in agreement. Deal. As soon as he spoke, another legion of iron soldiers appeared in the sky. Just a few minutes earlier, inside the Pope's office, Tu Tiet confidently greeted him and proposed a partnership. My strategy can counter the army, but I need your planar essence in exchange. The Pope narrowed his eyes in suspicion. And why should I trust you? Tu Tiet smirked slyly and persuaded him, I can let you try before you buy. It's your call. Han Yu will definitely lead his legion to attack again tomorrow. The decision is yours. Back in the present, the Pope's forces had gained the upper hand thanks to the powerful assistance of the Iron Men. The clerics immediately began hunting down and slaughtering the skeletons. Han Yu saw that the situation was looking grim. Continuing like this is not an option. We'll retreat for now and deal with breaching the pontificate later. With that thought, he yelled, Retreat! The skeleton legion successfully retreated. Deep within the forest, Gu Fuang approached from behind and curiously asked for his thoughts. Port Quang Min is now completely sealed off by those iron men. What's your next move? Han Yu gritted his teeth in furious regret. Tu Tiet, I should have eliminated that bastard long ago. The woman beside him frowned, seriously reminding him of the critical situation. Forget about him for now. The merfolk and the werewolves, seeing the pontificate has the upper hand, have started sucking up to the Pope again. They've even declared they'll fight alongside the pontificate to subjugate our legion. He shook his head slightly, his voice cold as if he'd expected it all. Fairweather friends are no threat. When the time comes, I'll deal with them all at once. Just then, a skeleton scout approached with a report. The human king has sent an envoy. He wishes to see you, my lord. Han Yu's face darkened. He nodded, signaling for the envoy to enter, while remaining wary and analytical. Are the humans trying to fish in troubled waters at a time like this? The young man walked in calmly and was the first to speak. The king asked me to tell you that he accepts all previous demands for compensation. He only asks that you no longer wage war on human territory. Han Yu let out a satisfied laugh. He's smarter than he looks. Very well, his wish is granted. The young man slung an arm around his shoulder and asked curiously, "So, what's the plan for the pontificate?" Han Yu glanced at him with a meaningful, calculating smile. "First, I'll let the Pope enjoy his victory for a few days. I'm going to take care of his little minions first." The young man smirked, eagerly volunteering. "And take care of some personal matters while I'm at it. I'll go with you. I've found a divine relic. After we're done, let's go get it together." In the days that followed, the skeleton army was always ready. Han Yu led his remnant forces, now with reinforcements, to launch continuous attacks across the werewolf kingdom. Those brain-dead wolves were, of course, no match for him, and they fell in short order. The battle raged for 5 days and 5 nights. The werewolves were utterly defeated, having no way to counter the resurrection and infection caused by the Black Death fungus. And in the end, all 12 million elite werewolves became part of the Legion. Under Han Yu's command of the all-out assault, a small nation was instantly wiped off the map. The werewolf kingdom was annihilated. The Minotaur kingdom witnessed the tragic fate of their neighbors. Terrified, they no longer dared to rely on the pontificate and immediately surrendered to the Legion. Han Yu stood arrogantly with his hands in his pockets, exuding an aura of cool dominance as he sneered. "Scared now? It's too late. Unless you agree to double the compensation you otherwise, I'll raise your Minotaur kingdom to the ground as well." The Minotaur leader knelt obediently, nodding his agreement without daring to utter a single protest. "I agree. I agree to everything. I only beg for you to spare my life." Inwardly, the leader was seething with bitter regret. We never should have supported the pontificate alongside the werewolves. The werewolves were exterminated, and the pontificate just stood by and watched. Damn them. After dealing with those trivial matters, Han Yu returned to the main event. He stood silently and motionlessly inside a magic formation. He crossed his arms, deep in thought, surrounded by a blindingly bright magic circle. Although all 10 of these high-level runic incantations were precious, my body has its limits. I have to choose the most useful ones. After a moment of consideration, he excitedly pointed towards a few of the runes. "These are the ones." Han Yu opened his palm, feeling an abundant, warm power slowly flow into his body. Runic incantation, high-level emperor, affects the body, granting the emperor's skill and aura. The power of all skills is increased by 100%. And runic incantation, high-level war maniac, affects the body. Unlocks the passive skill, War Maniac. The more creatures you kill, the more your physical strength increases, with a maximum limit of 1000%. Then came Runic Incantation, High-Level Blood Essence, which affects the eyes. Upon seeing the color red, all physical attributes are increased. The maximum limit is 500%. And finally, Runic Incantation, High-Level Nature, affects the body. Unlocks the skill, Voice of All Things, allowing conscious communication with any living creature. His body was enveloped by an endless energy and lifted into the air. Han Yu reveled in the refreshing, exhilarating sensation. High-level runes are on a whole different level. Right now, I feel like my entire body is overflowing with power. He smirked, bent his knees, and shot into the sky, issuing a stern command. We returned to Port Quang Minh to avenge our defeat. The entire assembled skeleton legion roared with fighting spirit. Awaiting orders, they immediately stood ready. He narrowed his eyes in fury, a cold glint in them as he made a silent vow. "Tu Tia, this time, I swear I won't let you get away with this." Later, at Bright Harbor, Han Yu led his troops forward. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately shouted, "Halt!" Qing Nian, walking beside him, was also shocked. Impossible. There isn't a single person left alive. Who could be so vicious? Han Yu stepped forward to examine the wounds on a dead clergyman lying nearby. Looking at the fist marks on the corpse, he noted, "It looks like they were beaten to death with bare hands." The gears in their minds turned. They exchanged a look, both arriving at the same answer, the Iron Man. Just then, a weak, intermittent voice suddenly called out, "Bin, Duang, Duang, Ho." Startled, Han Yu looked around, following the source of the voice. He was horrified to find the Pope lying near death in a massive pool of his own blood. Han Yu rushed over, urgently asking, "Where is Tu Tiet?" Recalling the horrific scene of his betrayal and the slaughter at Bright Harbor, the Pope trembled as he answered, "He's gone. He gritted his teeth and hissed. He drained the congregation's planar core and let the Iron Man slaughter all of the clergy. I want revenge. Qing Nian shot the Pope a disgusted glare. He scoffed. Aren't you the one who let the wolf into your own home? The Pope no longer had the strength to argue. In the next second, the Pope's eyes rolled back, and with a final spurt of blood, he stopped breathing. Han Yu looked at him and sighed, figuring out the answer for himself. No wonder the congregation didn't react when I was fighting the werewolves. Turns out Tu Tiet had already wiped them all out. Qing Nian couldn't care less. He casually crossed his arms and clicked his tongue, urging him on. All right, forget about them. Let's hurry up and find the divine relic. This place is a complete wasteland now. He chuckled, trying to hold him back. We'll go right now. But we have to take these light crystal ores with us. It'd be a shame to leave them behind. After collecting their loot, they quickly ventured deeper into the forest. The vegetation here was lush and imposing. Han Yu spoke up with a warning. Who knows how many traps an ancient divine relic like this might have? We need to scout ahead first. Before long, they successfully found the location. A mystical, hazy purple aura appeared in the middle of the air. Qing Nian nodded and explained. I had the foxkin mark the problematic spots. Just avoid the signs when you see them, and we'll be fine. The guiding arrows all pointed in one direction, deeper into the increasingly gloomy forest. As they followed the final arrow, a chilling breeze sent a shiver down their spines. Suddenly, a giant monster appeared out of nowhere, catching them both completely off guard. Watch out! The situation was incredibly tense. Han Yu and Qing Nian were now facing a hideous monster. Without a word, it swung its heavy iron arm in a devastating attack. Luckily, Han Yu's reflexes were sharp enough to dodge to the side just in time. Without missing a beat, Han Yu immediately cast a spell to counterattack. Rune language. High-tier Emperor. It affects the human body, granting the skill Overlord's Presence, increasing the power of all held skills by 100%. The moment that energy flared up, it took the monster's entire body seemed to have been drained of its life force as it knelt respectfully at his feet. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yu grabbed his companion and made a run for it. However, Qing Nian was thrilled, looking back at the monster and praising Han Yu loudly. That Overlord's presence is insane. The rune language has fused with you perfectly. Han Yu was exasperated and reminded him, cut the chatter, we need to go now. A short while later, the two reached a path with a series of steps leading underground. Here, they encountered several other giant monsters, which immediately took a wary, aggressive stance. Han Yu looked at them with a frown and muttered to himself, more of them. He was then forced to cast another rune. Rune language. High-tier nature. It affects the body, granting the passive skill to communicate telepathically with all forms of life. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to communicate with them. We're only here for a trial. We won't cause any destruction. Now move. The monsters roared in defiance. Out of options, he launched himself into the air and shouted, you want to do this the hard way? Huh? Then don't blame me. Han Yu aimed a punch straight at the monster's chest, right where its core was. Caught off guard, the monster was instantly logged out, falling backward. Han Yu's voice was cold as he transformed, growing larger and roaring a warning. Who else wants some? The words barely left his lips before Han Yu shot forward at blinding speed, delivering a knockout blow to the second monster's chest, stunning it completely. Seeing an intruder brazenly take down two of their members, the remaining monsters growled and advanced in unison, ready to take him out. Hearing their ear-splitting roars and seeing the excited, thrilled look on Han Yu's face, Qing Nian was speechless. He sighed and raised an eyebrow, reminding him, all right, that's enough. Han Yu hadn't had his fill of fun yet, but considering the bigger picture, he waved his hand and summoned them. Skeleton soldiers. A troop of bone soldiers immediately rose from the ground, awaiting his command. Qing Nian also joined the fun, snapping his fingers to summon his army of foxkin. Wasting no time, the skeleton soldiers and foxkin joined forces. They quickly charged into battle, holding back the horde of monsters. Taking advantage of the distraction, Han Yu and Qing Nian hurried down the stairs. He nervously glanced back at the fierce battle, letting out a silent sigh of relief. Damn, lucky I dragged him along with me. Otherwise, I would have been the one to die here. Down below in the secret realm, countless vortexes of light filled a massive stone cave. They hovered above protruding stalagmites. The moment Khan Neem saw them, he shouted excitedly, "This is the place, the trial area." Passing the challenge not only lets you ascend to demigod, but also grants you a corresponding special runic inscription. Just then, they heard the resounding clash of battle from behind, getting closer and closer. The monsters must be closing in. Han Vu, dazed, looked around, thinking, well, there's no way back now. Guess I'll have to risk it. Kan Neem had already shot off in one direction. Reaching a blue rune, he leaped towards it eagerly. This one seems like a good fit for me. Before entering, he didn't forget to look back and give Han Vu a kind reminder. You be careful too. Watching him vanish like a gust of wind, Han Vu's face fell in helplessness. He sure took off fast. He looked around for a moment. Then he too walked towards a vortex, choosing a rune for himself. I'll pick this one. As soon as he stepped inside, what hit his eyes was the desolate, barren landscape of an arid land, with nothing but wind and high mountains. The system kindly reminded Han Vu, famine zone. You must constantly eat food to survive. The moment it finished, his stomach started to rumble. Han Vu deadpanned. No wonder it's called the famine zone. I just got here, and I'm already starving. Good thing I'm connected to the godly domain. I have an endless supply of food. Seeing that the system wasn't giving him a quest and the signal was getting weaker and weaker, he frowned in confusion. Why isn't anything happening? No way. Could my connection to the godly domain have been severed? Just as he was lost in worried confusion, Han Vu suddenly sensed something appear. Some uninvited guests. He jolted, on high alert. What is that? Turning his head, he was horrified to realize that the grotesque, bony monsters were starved corpses, undead creatures. In life, they were humans who starved to death. The trial taker must resist the attacks from the starved corpses, while ensuring they do not starve to death themselves. Han Vu gritted his teeth, his face darkening. Damn it. So here, these things are both the enemy and the food. To survive, I have to eat human flesh? The starved corpses growled, circling him, preparing to attack all at once. One starved corpse suddenly charged forward to strike first, but unexpectedly, Han Vu saw it coming. He summoned a skeleton soldier to block it, while simultaneously taking the creature down in an instant. While the two sides were locked in fierce combat, Han Vu took out a seed and planted it in this land. In a short time, a sapling sprouted. A few seconds later, it burst from the ground, growing vigorously into a giant plant, a deathly flower, all dragon grass, and ghost shadow vine. Han Vu sat at the center, letting the plant's branches protect him. He frowned, calculating his next move. I can kill people, but I will absolutely not eat human flesh. First, I'll use these 3 types of plants to absorb nutrients from the ground to keep me alive. Then, I'll let the skeleton soldiers fight off the starved corpses to protect me. He watched as the horde of starved corpses grew larger. Their bodies swayed as they growled, wanting to attack and devour him whole. He sighed, slowly closing his eyes and telling himself, this is a last resort, but I'll have to put my body into a state of hibernation. He did his best to reduce his energy consumption. I just need to survive for 30 days to win. At the same time, the king's city had fallen into ruin, with smoke and dust rising from everywhere. The army of Iron Men had brutally occupied the place. The inside of the palace was no better, with everything destroyed. Corpses were scattered everywhere. Toothiet stood on the throne, arrogantly and triumphantly shouting, the human king's city will also belong to me. From the church to the human kingdom, and even the country of the bull men, all have been raised by my Iron Men. Thinking about the other side, the kingdom of the Elf Queen was also casting a spell, creating a barrier to desperately defend their kingdom. He sneered, mocking them internally. The Elf Kingdom can hold out for a while, relying on that barrier, but they won't last long. Suddenly, one of Toothiet's Iron Men dragged Nu Fuang before him. Toothiet walked down, smiling mockingly. He reached out to touch her face and uttered a threat. What an unexpected prize. I never thought you'd run to the bull-headed people's country, even wanting to be their queen. Well, isn't this great? You've fallen right into my hands. Nu Fuang angrily cut him off, shouting loudly, I spit on you. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. Just wait until Han Vu returns. He caressed her soft cheek and laughed coldly, replying with confidence, he's not coming back. Don't think I don't know. Kan Neem took him to find an ancient divine ruin. You either die in that place or barely escape with your skin peeled off. He couldn't even defeat my iron demon, and you think he can come out of there alive? Dream on. With that, Toothiet turned to leave and ordered the iron demon, lock her in the dungeon. Nu Fuang struggled and screamed. She cursed him. You will not have a good end. A moment later, another person came in to report the situation to him. Tian Lele has cornered Tan Song in a valley, just as you instructed, my lord. Remembering Qian Lei's arrogant, devil-may-care attitude, Shu Tie let out a satisfied chuckle and praised her. Well done. Although Qian Lei's eyes light up at the sight of money, once she gets paid, she does her job properly. He thought of Qin Shuang's graceful figure and muttered to himself smugly, Qin Shuang, don't even think about escaping from my grasp this time. The scene changes to a peaceful forest, where a massive explosion suddenly erupts. Upon getting closer, they discovered the Iron Beast Demon Legion fighting against Qian Lei's troops. Qin Shuang witnessed this scene, stunned and confused. Why are Shu Tie's Iron Men here? And why are they fighting Qian Lei? After thinking it over, she nodded, hopefully. This is good. It's best if both he and Qian Lei suffer heavy losses, then I can make my escape. A second later, another huge explosion rocked the battlefield. The sounds of battle rang out incessantly, but after a short while, everything fell into an eerie silence. Not even a single breath could be heard. She was bewildered and surprised. Why is there no sound at all? As she was wondering what happened, Qin Shuang heard someone call her name. Classmate Qin Shuang, so you really are here. The person who arrived was Shu Tie, pretending to be kind as he smiled and approached. I received news that Qian Lei wanted to ambush you, so I rushed over here. I'm glad you're okay. I've already chased her off. Out of politeness, she gave a perfunctory reply. Thank you. Shu Tie moved closer and spoke in a familiar tone. Classmate Qin Shuang, you're being too formal. It was nothing, really. Seeing through his ill intentions, Qin Shuang dodged him and quickly walked towards her giant bird, giving the order, let's go. Shu Tie frowned and immediately asked with curiosity, Classmate Qin Shuang, you want to leave? He stepped closer to Qin Shuang, smiled, and gently made an offer. Why don't you stay here and cooperate with me? We can fight against the native forces of this talisman civilization together, and we can split the rewards 50-50. In reality, Shu Tie was thinking with a cold smirk, I spent a fortune to put on this elaborate show with Qian Lei. How could I possibly let you go? Before meeting Qin Shuang, Shu Tie had sought out Qian Lei. The two negotiated a deal, and she loudly demanded her payment. I did as you asked, and forced Qin Shuang into the valley. Now, pay me the rest of what you owe. Shu Tie praised her, but then forced Qian Lei to help him with one more thing. Well done, but you still have to help me finish one more act to get the rest of your payment. She frowned suspiciously. What act? He replied curtly, getting defeated by my army of Iron Men. Qian Lei agitatedly pointed at him and protested. Are you kidding me? I summoned a legion of 2 million giant stone men, and it consumed a massive amount of planar essence. There's no way you can just tell me to be defeated, and I'll do it. Shu Tie nonchalantly threatened her with his military might. Perhaps I could bring my 30 million strong Iron Man army here to negotiate with you. Annoyed, Qian Lei had no choice but to concede. At least leave me with 500,000 giant stone men. Also, you have to double the remaining payment. She was calculating in her mind. I can't afford to turn against him. My giant stone men might be strong, but his Iron Men have the advantage in numbers. If I break things off with him, not only will I not get the money, but I won't have a single stone man left. Having achieved his goal, he smiled with satisfaction. All right, no problem. Back in the present, Qin Shuang firmly refused his help. Classmate Shu, I appreciate your kind intentions. I have my own business to attend to, so let's part ways here. Just as she turned to leave, Shu Tie called out loudly, Isn't the business you want to do finding Han Yu? Let me tell you, Han Yu is dead, and it was my Iron Beast demons who killed him. Qin Shuang wasn't easily fooled and turned back to retort. Han Yu's abilities are very powerful. Your Iron Beast demons are not necessarily a match for him, not to mention he also has his Skeleton Legion for protection. Before she could finish her sentence, Shu Tie impatiently cut her off. That pathetic Skeleton Legion couldn't withstand a single blow from my army of Iron Men. Annoyed and unwilling to argue with him any longer, she shouted, I'm done talking to you. Goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, before she could do anything, she heard a loud noise. Qin Shuang turned to look, shocked to see the Iron Beast demons restraining her giant bird. Qin Shuang furiously turned to confront him. Shu Tie, what is the meaning of this? He dropped the pretense, smirking as he forced the issue. The meaning? Naturally, it means I want you to stay with me. Let me tell you, I'm the strongest one here now. You will do exactly as I say, otherwise, you won't even make it out of this valley. Shu Tie grabbed Qin Shuang by the throat, lifting her entire body off the ground with one hand, and taunted her smugly, let's see you run now. At that moment, she was so scared she started crying out his name, Han Yu, save me, save me. Hearing this, he frantically called out her name, Qin Shuang. Han Yu woke up with such a start that he let out a sigh of relief when he realized it was just a dream. So it was a dream. I've been in seclusion for so long, I wonder how Qin Shuang is doing. Then, upon seeing his own emaciated hand, he froze in complete astonishment. Han Yu couldn't believe his eyes. He looked himself over again and again, wondering in confusion how he had become so skinny. As he grumbled to himself, Han Yu was distracted by the sounds of his hungry corpses and skeleton soldiers fighting. He pushed himself up and slowly rose to his feet, causing the horde of corpses. Seeing that both sides had taken heavy losses, Han Yu smirked. 30 days went by fast. After 30 grueling days, he had successfully obtained the special Emperor Grade Rune of Gluttony, an ability that allowed its host to control the digestive powers of any living being. Han Yu looked at the rune in his hand with satisfaction. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to absorb the special Emperor Grade Rune of Gluttony. Inside Han Yu's consciousness, the special Emperor Grade Rune of Gluttony began to merge completely, forming a small vortex in his spiritual mind. A few seconds later, feeling the abundant energy restore his body to peak condition, Han Yu wondered excitedly, "Have I reached the demigod realm?" What's more, the path to the outside world had finally opened up. Han Yu turned around and spotted the exit. Worried about Qin Shuang, he immediately decided to get out first and figure things out later. Han Yu led the way, with his army of skeleton soldiers following close behind. The moment he stepped out, the rune's secret realm sealed shut. Han Yu took a deep breath, eager to test out his new power. Let's see what kind of breakthrough I've had after leveling up. At Han Yu's command, the system quickly responded. Name, Han Yu, origin of, mutation. Level, Outer Domain Demigod, Tier 3, Super Gene Warrior. Talent, Divine Rebellious Son of Heaven. Divine Ability, Directional Mutation, Life Sacrifice. Unique, Gene Lock, Emperor of Gluttony. Skills, Extreme Force / Shadow Bind, Tyrant Dragon / Black Dragon Transformation, Instant Stab, Plant Fusion Art, Emperor's Aura. Divinity, 9 points. After reaching 10 points, upgrade to Perfect Demigod in the Divine Domain is possible. Divine Power, 39,700,000. Self-generated Divine Power, over 322,274,000. Divine Power from other sources. Faith Power, 49,080,000. Core Level, 10. Sacred Artifacts, Law of Gluttony, Level 4, Sealed. Philosopher's Stone, Level 2. Shadow Nail, Level 2. Poison Thread, Level 1. Han Yu rubbed his head dejectedly. Leveling up to demigod, and all I got was one new divine ability? What a ripoff. Thankfully, his origin of mutation had advanced to Level 2, granting him the gene lock. He quickly composed himself, letting out a sigh. Oh well, at least I'm an outer domain demigod now. Once I get back and absorb all the divinity points, I'll become a perfect demigod. That'll be awesome. Just as he finished his thought, a portal suddenly opened above his head. Before Han Yu could figure out what was happening, Qing Nian fell out of it. Not only that, but he managed to time his fall perfectly, crashing right on top of him. Han Yu stared blankly at the dazed and delirious man, who kept boasting, I finally became a demigod. He kindly helped him by tossing Qing Nian back into the portal and saying, Is it really that big a deal? You're completely drained. All right, get some sleep. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from near the exit. Startled, Han Yu shot to his feet, looking towards the sound. He suspected that another battle was taking place outside. It turned out to be the sound of Qian Li Li's soldiers fighting the gatekeeper monster. Following the noise, he ran outside and was stunned to see her. Han Yu called out in confusion, Why are you here? Knowing about his relationship with Qin Shuang, Qian Li immediately smiled and got down to business. You have a good relationship with Qin Shuang, don't you? I have some news about her. News that could mean her life or death. Are you interested? It'll cost you 100,000 units of planar origin. Hearing this, Han Yu didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately took out 100,000 units of planar origin and transferred it to her, urging impatiently, Hurry up. Seeing how quickly he paid, Qian Li silently kicked herself. Damn, this kid pays fast. If I'd known, I would have asked for more. But she was true to her word, revealing the truth to Han Yu. Qin Shuang is trapped in a valley by Shu Ti. I'm afraid she can't get out, he roared in panic. What? His heart ablaze with anxiety, Han Yu instantly summoned his wings. In just a few seconds, he transformed into his beastman form to go rescue Qin Shuang. Han Yu shot towards the valley like a rocket, shouting non-stop, Qin Shuang, Qin Shuang, Qin Shuang. Soon, he arrived, slowly landing on a mountain peak. Han Yu scanned the area and decided to use his divine power to locate her aura, thinking to himself, I'll try to sense her presence first. But after a long moment, he still couldn't detect anything. Han Yu gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, I can't find her aura. In this desperate moment, something suddenly shot past him from behind, putting him on high alert. Han Yu whipped around and immediately recognized the golden crown thunder rock. He was shocked to see its feathers scattered in the air. Down below, on the rocky mountain, the thunder rock was being suppressed and captured by Shu Ti's iron puppets. Without a second thought, Han Yu spread his wings and dove down, activating a seal. A rune symbol glowed on his abdomen, the high-grade rune of the Emperor's influence. The incredible force of the wind from Han Yu's wings blasted the iron puppets, nearly knocking them off their feet. He gritted his teeth in frustration, preparing to unleash another attack. He might as well test out the new ability he just got. Instantly, an overwhelming power shot towards it. The new divine ability, Ji Huang, completely suppressed the Iron Man, forcing it to kneel on the ground. The Thunder Rock seized the chance while the Iron Men were distracted by Han Yu's attack, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it broke free. The Thunder Rock's joy didn't last 3 seconds before it was startled by an immense power approaching from below. It whipped its head around in alarm to check. To its surprise, it was Han Yu. He leaped forward and latched onto its tail. He commanded urgently, "Stop looking around. Take me to Qin Shuang, now. We're running out of time." The Thunder Rock understood and lowered itself, letting him climb on. Carrying him on its back, it immediately soared into the sky. At the same time, deep within the vast forest, a small cave was hidden from view. Inside, Shu Tie could no longer hold back and made his move. He violently tore off her outer clothes. Qin Shuang struggled with all her might, screaming, "Let me go!" Shu Tie flashed a disgusting smirk, his hands slowly moving lower, about to go further. He even taunted her loudly, "Let's see who's going to save you now." Exhausted and powerless, Qin Shuang couldn't fight back. Fortunately, at that crucial moment, Han Yu arrived just in time. Gritting his teeth, he kicked a large rock straight at him. The rock smashed right into Shu Tie's head. He had no time to react, his little party ruined. Furious, Shu Tie clutched his head and spun around, yelling, "What the hell was that? Who dares to ambush me?" When he saw Han Yu standing there, completely unharmed, his eyes widened in shock. "How can it be you? You're not dead." Han Yu completely ignored his words. The sight before him made the blood rush to his head. His fury erupting, he charged forward and sent a punch straight into Shu Tie's face, reminding him in a cold voice, "Even if you die, I won't." Shu Tie took the full force of the blow, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, his hateful gaze shooting daggers at Han Yu. "Han Yu, I swear I'm going to kill you today." Han Yu raised an eyebrow and smirked, looking down on Shu Tie with contempt. "Oh, really?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Yu secretly activated his skill. The new divine ability, Ji Huang. A sigil appeared above Shu Tie's head. A second later, Shu Tie felt something strange. He clutched his stomach, trembling and groaning. "So hungry. I'm so hungry. Why am I so damn hungry?" He gritted his teeth and glared at Han Yu, demanding, "Was this your doing?" Han Yu had no time to waste on his nonsense. He followed up with another blow to his stomach. Unable to bear the excruciating pain, Shu Tie collapsed to his knees, vomiting like a fountain. When he came to his senses, he asked fearfully, "You've become a demigod?" Han Yu coldly summoned a red sword, deliberately letting him know the situation. "Your Iron Beast demon men couldn't kill me. Instead, they've become my slaves." As he spoke, he unleashed a killing blow, the sharp blade flashing towards him, before Shu Tie's terrified eyes. You should also get a taste of the agony of being corroded by rust. What followed was a spray of fresh blood. After dealing with Shu Tie, Han Yu rushed over to help up the weakened Qin Shuang. "Qin Shuang, I'm here." She gave a bitter smile, reassuring him awkwardly, I'm okay." Han Yu fixed her clothes and then carried her out princess style. Outside, the Thunder Rock was still waiting at the cave entrance, while Shu Tie's Iron Men were in a state of chaos. He frowned, looking at the Iron Men with cold disgust. Shu Tie is dead. His familiars can no longer sense his presence, so no one can control them. With that settled, Han Yu turned and leaped onto the Thunder Rock's back, commanding, "Let's go." On the Thunder Rock's back, Han Yu held Qin Shuang and asked worriedly, "Are you feeling better now?" She nodded weakly and replied, "Much better. Have you really become a demigod?" Hearing this, he gave her a thumbs up and joked with a laugh. "Guaranteed, authentic, or your money back." Qin Shuang played along cheerfully. "That's great." Then, Han Yu stroked her hair, his gaze gentle as he said, "I know the location of some ancient divine ruins. We can gather more planar essence, and once you have enough familiars, you can level up too." Qin Shuang agreed, then asked with concern, The 4 nations and the 1 sect were destroyed by Shu Ti, leaving only the Elf Kingdom barely hanging on. Where are we going to find planar essence? To him, this was a simple matter. Han Yu smirked confidently and reassured her, "We can take a trip to the uninhabited barren lands and try our luck." A short while later, the Thunder Rock carried them over a mountain filled with purple rock formations. The moment he saw it, he exclaimed excitedly, "Iron ore! We can use the decomposer to break down the refined iron stones." Suddenly, a loud noise caught both of their attentions. Qin Shuang warned him anxiously, "Listen. At the foot of the mountain, a giant bear is roaring and attacking us with sonic waves." Seeing it only made Han Yu more enthusiastic. He snapped his fingers smugly. "Well, isn't that some planar essence right there?" A moment later, he was about to dive down. "Wait here for me." But she quickly stopped him. "Don't go risking your life alone." As she finished speaking, Qin Shuang smiled and snapped her fingers. Asterisk snap. Asterisk. Instantly, other birds from the surrounding area flew towards them. The majestic Thunder Rock took the lead, bravely diving down first. The other birds followed in succession. It nimbly dodged and managed to land a few scratches, tearing up the bear's face as it struggled to defend itself. From the thick mist of the nearby forest, countless pairs of eyes appeared. Immediately after, a horde of skeleton soldiers appeared, swarming the bears. One bear was infected by the poisonous fungus, and a second later, its eyes turned completely white as it let out a roar. The bear suddenly swayed, its wound-riddled body moving towards another of its kind. Without a word, it bit down hard on the other's shoulder, and then all hell broke loose. Just like that, it bit all the other bears, one by one. "Why the hell are you all fighting each other?" System report. A total of 0.003 units of planar origin have been absorbed. Seeing the favorable results, Han Yu high-fived Tan Shuang, celebrating their perfect teamwork. Then, the Thunder Rock slowly landed. They stepped onto the ground, followed by their legion of skeletons. He gently bumped his forehead against hers and reminded her, "Let's rest here for a while to gather enough planar origin." Tan Shuang blushed and nodded at Han Yu. "Okay." Just like that, time flew by. 10 days later, the dwarf army was hard at work collecting iron ore. Tan Shuang nervously pushed away the spoonful of porridge Han Yu was feeding her, suggesting, "It's been 10 days, and we've collected a good amount of planar origin. I want to go to the ancient god's ruins." But he just smiled warmly, ready to continue feeding her to calm her down. "There's no rush. Your wounds just healed. You need to rest properly." Just then, Kan Nian suddenly jumped out of a spatial rift, startling them both. He stretched satisfyingly and yelled, "Man, that was a great nap." Tan Shuang shyly greeted him. "Student Tan, long time no see." However, Kan Nian didn't respond at all. He frowned, his blonde head whipping around as he sized them up. "What the hell? Where is this? How did you two meet up?" Han Yu looked at him expressionlessly, thinking bitterly to himself. Asterisk. Of all the times to wake up, he had to pick right now to be a third wheel. Asterisk. Han Yu scowled and fired a sarcastic remark that hit him like a bolt from the blue. "You have time to worry about us? Your Jade Princess was killed by Tu Thiet, and the Elf Queen is on death's door." Hearing this, he jumped in shock and asked again, stunned, "What did you say?" Left with no choice, Han Yu briefly and glossed over the recent events. Kan Nian erupted in fury, cursing angrily, "That bastard Tu Thiet. I was only asleep for a few days, and he's already wrecked the 4 kingdoms and 1 sect. A pity for my princess." The two of them watched the rich display of inner monologue on his face, utterly speechless. After his rant, he turned and hurried away. "The princess can't be saved, so I have to go save the Elf Queen. We did sleep together, after all. See ya." With that, he leaped away. In a flash, he was gone, without a trace. After witnessing this, Tan Shuang sighed. "I didn't expect Kan Nian to be so devoted." He nonchalantly cut her off. "Looks to me like he's just horny for everyone. Forget about him. You should rest for a few more days." At that moment, Tan Shuang suddenly remembered something and looked at him with worry. "You killed Tu Thiet. When we get back to the academy, the Tu family will definitely come after you." Han Yu had expected as much, but he didn't care. "Even if I didn't kill Tu Thiet, do you think the Tu family would have spared me? The pressure from them is nothing. I'm just worried if the Imperial Capital Academy will discipline me." Speak of the devil. Lena suddenly appeared, her tone sharp as she gave an order. "Student Han Yu, Student Tan Shuang, return to the academy immediately. Something important has come up." Tan Shuang quickly glanced at him reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm here." Meanwhile, back at the academy, Tu Thiet's father slammed his fist on the table, then angrily pointed at Lena and roared, "I want that Han brat to pay for my son's life with his own." His mother sat nearby, sobbing her heart out. To Thiet? On the other side, Han Yu was patting Tan Shuang's shoulder comfortingly. Your wounds have just healed. Now isn't the time for a trial. Don't force yourself just to help me. I'm not afraid of the two family. Tan Shuang smiled resolutely. Who said it was for you? Ever since before I officially became a student at the Imperial Capital Academy, ascending to a demigod has always been my dream. Han Yu looked at her radiant face, and the words of refusal caught in his throat. Seeing this, Tan Shuang playfully placed her finger on Han Yu's lips to silence him. Don't worry, you've already told me all about the maps and intel inside the ruins. I can definitely pass. Helpless against her, Han Yu could only agree. Okay, I'll wait for you. Tan Shuang ran to the spatial exit, calling back. Let's go back to the academy together after this. Once she was completely gone, Han Yu, with a tone that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts doting, gave an order. Have the skeleton soldiers protect her. Following his command, they immediately rushed towards the time-space portal. Time flew by in a flash. A month later, he was still standing patiently in front of the spatial passage. But his heart was burning with anxiety, and he couldn't stay still. It's been a whole month. Why hasn't she come out yet? Han Yu quickly analyzed the situation. There was no news from the skeleton soldiers he sent in, either. He feared she was in danger, but the deadline had long since passed. Without a second thought, Han Yu immediately stepped through the portal. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. The moment Han Yu entered, he saw countless massive monsters lying in wait, yet he wasn't the least bit afraid. Han Vu instantly transformed into a demon and commanded coldly, "Get out of my way." Immediately, a giant dragon appeared. Its immense and powerful pressure descended, causing the monsters from before to tremble and kneel. Then, he quickly flew up high to find Tan Sung. Just then, Han Vu saw an orb in the sky. He touched it, realizing with frustration that the gate to this trial was sealed and couldn't be opened from the outside. However, if it won't open, I'll just break it. So Han Vu resorted to brute force, smashing powerfully into the orb. A second later, he was knocked back. Han Vu muttered in annoyance and doubt. Could it be that someone who has already passed can't enter again? He had no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique, combining all 3 of his seals to attack it. 3 strikes were fired simultaneously. High-grade Emperor, high-grade Battle Frenzy, high-grade Crimson. Han Vu launched all 3 skills at the orb. Unable to withstand the assault, a small crack appeared on its surface. He finally succeeded in getting inside, but before Han Vu now were countless gates of different colors. He was stumped and confused. Which one did Tan Sang choose? Han Vu realized he was getting agitated. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and thought, calm down. I just need to find which trial gate has the strongest trace of Tan Sang's aura. Just as he was about to use his divine sense to investigate, a gate high above suddenly flashed. At that moment, Tan Sang slid out from that very gate. Seeing that she was safe, Han Vu couldn't hold back his joy and shouted, Tan Sang! He quickly stretched out his arms to catch her, ensuring a safe landing. Tan Sang snapped back to her senses in his arms. Han Vu happily asked, Are you okay? Are you hurt? Unfortunately, Han Vu tripped on a rock on the ground. He lost his balance, and both of them came crashing down. When they steadied themselves, the scene was enough to make anyone's nose bleed. Han Vu was still holding Tan Sang protectively, but their lips were pressed against each other. She became flustered, and hurriedly pushed him away. Let go of me. Han Vu, his face beet red, scratched his head. Yeah. Then, she excitedly summoned her seal to show him, Look, I finally leveled up. A special grade lightning seal. It affects the human body effectively. All lightning type skills now have 500% increased power. And I've comprehended the lightning domain. Han Vu praised her in kind. Your energy now feels like it's about to break through the Lord life form and reach the monarch life form. Suddenly, Lena called. Her voice was serious as she demanded, Han Vu, the school requires you to return immediately. That was all she could say before the signal cut out. Tan Sang stood up, worriedly took Han Vu's hand, and said with determination, I'm going with you. Elsewhere in the academy, 3 unfriendly-looking people were standing in front of a teleportation gate. The moment he saw movement, the principal gritted his teeth and shouted, Arrest Han Vu immediately. Emanating a serious and powerful aura, Tan Sang and Han Vu stepped out of the portal. Tan Sang quickly stood in front of Han Vu to explain, Principal, it was Shu Tie who tried to do something despicable to me. That's why Han Vu took action. Shu Tie's father, of course, didn't believe it. He roared in protest. Nonsense. His mother also questioned angrily, On what grounds are you defending this brat? Tan Sang walked up to the principal and insisted resolutely, Sir, you can read my memories. I assure you, I am not making this up. The principal nodded in agreement and immediately used his ability to look into her memories. Short, vivid clips appeared, clearly showing the scene where Shu-Ti subdued Tansung, followed by Hanvu's appearance and how he dealt with him. Shu-Ti's parents still refused to believe it. Impossible. This is impossible. The principal waved his hand, signaling the guards to dismiss them. Take them away for now. He turned to the boy and warned sternly, Hanvu, although you were eager to save someone, you used excessive force. As punishment, you are suspended from school, effective immediately. Until the college entrance exams, the boy muttered in wonder. Is that all? Tansung, however, was anxious. Suspension is a very severe punishment. Hanvu laughed heartily to reassure her. It's fine. I was about to ask for some time off anyway to focus on absorbing divinity. That way, I can also level up to a demigod in the God's domain civilization. 15 days later, before leaving the school, he went to an ancient statue. He bowed his head and reported, Student Hanvu, reporting the completion of divinity absorption. My personal divinity has reached a full 10 points. I request to ascend to a perfect demigod in the God's domain civilization. As soon as he finished speaking, the statue suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. A diamond-shaped golden beam emerged from the statue's third eye. The energy surrounding it was incredibly pure and powerful. That crystal flew into his body, and he was immediately enveloped in power. Hanvu was ecstatic. It's divine light. My request has been granted. The divine light contained energy that could change heaven and earth. If it could temper his body, it could also nurture all things in his God's domain. This would push his God's domain to achieve greater potential. He jumped to his feet in wonder. Did I just level up? Hanvu tried to sense it. He rejoiced at his new power model. This aura, it seems I won't need to use the Black Dragon transformation anymore. My abilities can now reach the level of a monarch life form. Suddenly, another gloomy light flashed, startling him and putting him on guard. What is this? Model. A new information panel appeared. Name Hanyu, the origin of mutation. Rank. Demigod, Level 2, Super Gene Warrior. Talents, Divine, Unique, The Chosen One, and Rebellious. Divine abilities, Directed Mutation, Unique, Life Sacrifice. Skills, Giant Force Slash, Shadow Infusion, Violent Dragon Slash, Black Dragon Transformation, Piercing Art, Plant Fusion, Overlord's Aura, Rebellious Divine Sense, Level 5 Divine Sense, Divine Art Awakening, and Soul Devouring Eye. Life's blessing allows him to bestow life upon his kin, using his divine power to increase their lifespan. The unique fusion ability lets him consume divine power to merge any compatible objects. Hanyu realized that after ascending to demigod, his new rebellious divine sense had awakened the soul-devouring eye. What he was seeing was the free-floating soul energy in the space around him. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Fusion. Is this my divine ability? He then decided to test fusing all his powers. Shadow Infusion, Black Dragon Transformation, Plant Fusion, and even his Overlord's Aura. The distinct auras of each power surrounding Hanyu slowly drew closer, merging together to create a brand new power. Hanyu took on a new form, sprouting horns, wings, and a tail. He tested it by swinging his arm, unleashing a beam of energy. The terrifying power tore through the air, and in the next second, a huge chunk of the wall was obliterated. Hanyu observed with satisfaction. As expected, the power after fusion was extraordinary. He decided to call this move Black Dragon Form. He reverted to his original form and summoned a statue Emperor Bug for an experiment. My skills can be fused. So what about my kin? Let's see. A black aura enveloped the creature, and after a flash of light, a transformation occurred. Hanyu looked at the colossal monster before him and clicked his tongue in approval. Incredible. It's reached the level of a hero-class life form. This could definitely kill a hero-class life form from the Ox Demon tribe in an instant. He was pleased. His evaluation was correct. He had gotten much stronger. However, fusion still required a ton of divine power. That little experiment just cost him several million He looked at his energy reserves gleefully as a few fire crystals materialized in his hand. That's right. The fire crystals could be condensed and fused into a single, brilliant red crystal. Hanyu did the math. One fire crystal could be sold for 1.6 million divine power points. If he fused one per day, in a year, he could earn hundreds of millions in divine power, enough to exchange for 1 point of divinity. He laughed, ecstatic with excitement. I've found another way to make money in the future. Just keep fusing. Keep fusing. A few days later, at the academy gate, a guard was firmly stopping someone. If you're not a teacher or a student of this academy, you can't enter. The The person being blocked was Hu Hai. He grumbled under his breath, displeased. Hey, you people, I'm a true god, you know, but whatever. This is the Imperial Capital Academy. They have true gods, lord gods, and even god kings here. Acting rashly won't do me any good, he thought to himself. The signal's response frequency is this fast. It means I'm getting closer to the thief who stole the god king's treasure. Hu Hai wondered, could this Han Yu at the academy really be the thief the god king is looking for? I have to find a way to get inside. Just as he was stuck, the enraged shouts of ZTA's father echoed from inside the academy as he stormed out, cursing. What kind of damn academy is this? Protecting a murderer, his mother was sobbing. That little brat Han Yu, I'll never forgive you. An idea suddenly struck Hu Hai. He approached them with a mysterious smile. Excuse me, could you two help me with something? I'm willing to pay a handsome fee. My target is also Han Yu. Later, in the reception room, they had somehow managed to get back inside. ZTA's parents were causing a scene again. That monster Han killed his own classmate. Isn't he afraid of retribution? Lena stated bluntly. The cause of ZTA's death has already been clearly investigated. Persisting like this won't do you any good. From a corner of the room, Hu Hai secretly activated a device and aimed it at Han Yu. Strong waves of energy immediately reacted from Han Yu's body. Hu Hai smiled, satisfied, just as he'd predicted. So he really is the thief who stole the God King's treasure. If I bring him back, the God King will surely reward me handsomely. However, how do I get him out of this place? ZTA's father shouted belligerently. Han Yu, you won't die a peaceful death. His mother added venomously. You bastard. Lena frowned in annoyance and warned them. The academy is not a place for you to cause a disturbance. Please leave immediately. Suddenly, Hu Hai readily complied. He stepped forward and pulled the two back. All right, let's go. As soon as the door closed, ZTA's father anxiously asked, Lord, true God, we brought you in here just as you wished. Are we just going to let that Han Yu brat off the hook so easily? Hu Hai promised confidently, just leave Han Yu to me. I will give you both a satisfactory result. Just don't interfere. The couple knew there was no point in pushing their luck and could only sulk. They left in a fury. Hu Hai stayed behind, secretly continuing to eavesdrop. Inside, Lena was comforting Han Yu. Han Yu, you don't need to pay any attention to what they said. She smiled reassuringly at him. Su Tie's death was his own fault for not knowing his limits. You did nothing wrong by killing him. Of course, this didn't affect Han Yu, but he nodded along to put her mind at ease. Teacher Lena, don't worry, they can't get to me. In fact, this only motivates me to become even stronger. Lena laughed in satisfaction. Now that's my student. You're a perfect demigod now. Next, you need to focus on how to obtain divine consciousness, and also on the Imperial Capital Academy's assessment. If you don't pass, you'll be forced to drop out. She then materialized a golden insignia and handed it to him, explaining, I have a ticket to the Outer Realm Ancient Battlefield. You can go there. Try your luck. Get used to the competitive demigod atmosphere first. It'll be good for your future. Han Yu gratefully accepted it, his spirit soaring as he vowed, I definitely won't let you down. Outside, Hu Hai had heard everything. He smirked and muttered, the Outer Realm Ancient Battlefield. Interesting. He secretly watched as Han Yu left the room. He thought to himself, well then, I'll see you in there. On his way back, Han Yu suddenly realized, wait, each ticket is good for 2 people. It'd be a waste for me to go alone. So who did he call? After a few rings, the call connected, and Tian Wen's face appeared. He smiled and asked, Han Yu, my boy, how's life at the Imperial Capital Academy? He excitedly announced, Teacher Tian, I've ascended to the rank of perfect demigod. Han Yu then took the opportunity to invite him. I'd like to team up and explore the Outer Realm Ancient Battlefield. If you're free. Tian Wen, both surprised. The Ancient Demigod Battlefield. You're already that strong? I'm in. I'll definitely go. Han Yu nodded and told him the time and place to meet. Let's meet at the Imperial Capital's teleportation station at 8 a.m. tomorrow. A while later at Han Yu's house, he was considering what to pack for the trip. I have to leave tomorrow. I should pick a few useful holy relics. Finally, he picked out a few items. All right, you guys will do. His choices included the rank 4 Tyrannical Art Law Seal, the rank 2 Petrifying Touch, the rank 4 Doppelganger Scripture, and the rank 4 Thunderflame Burst Pellet. Han Yu's face filled with determination as he promised himself, this time, I have to succeed. Suddenly, he thought of Qin Shuang and felt a bit conflicted. This trip will probably take several months, and it's about time for her to go into seclusion to absorb her divinity. Night had fallen when a knock came at Qin Shuang's door. She hurried to open it, and seeing who was there, she asked in surprise, "What are you doing here? Come in. Quick." Han Yu declined. "That's okay. I'm heading to the Outer Realm ancient battlefield tomorrow to train. I came to say goodbye. I was worried you'd already be in seclusion and I wouldn't get to see you." She looked surprised and disappointed. "So soon?" He scratched his head, unable to look her in the eye. "By the time I get back, you'll probably have already finished your ascension. I'll see you then. I should get going." But suddenly, Qin Shuang grabbed his hand and asked, "Take a walk with me." And so, a moment later, the two of them were walking side by side under the streetlights near her home. Qin Shuang smiled and broke the silence. "It's a good thing I'm not starting my seclusion until tomorrow. Otherwise, I would have missed your goodbye." Han Yu chuckled and joked, "I guess you could say our hearts are connected, huh?" She didn't answer, instead asking about his situation with a worried look. "The ancient battlefield is very dangerous. Are you fully prepared?" Still uneasy, Qin Shuang summoned a holy relic and handed it to him. "This nether seal has its limitations, but it should be useful for you. Take it." It was, in fact, the rank 4 holy relic, the nether seal. When equipped in the divine domain's core, it allows a core clansman to transform into a spirit form right before death, but it only works on those below the hero life form rank. A glint appeared in Han Yu's eyes, as an idea suddenly struck him. The nether seal. My rebellious divine consciousness needs to devour souls through the eye of retribution divine art to level up. The more soul energy I absorb, the faster my level will increase. This thing is perfect. Han Yu accepted it with a grateful smile. "Thank you." At this, Qin Shuang suddenly grew emotional and hugged him tightly, regretfully reminding him again, "I can't go with you this time. You have to be careful." This time, Han Yu took the lead. Gently holding her shoulders, he suddenly leaned down and gave her a soft, passionate, and unexpected kiss. He kissed her, and to his surprise, this time Qin Shuang didn't resist at all. In fact, she leaned into it, deepening the kiss. Han Yu's heart exploded with joy. She didn't reject me. That kiss was an unspoken confirmation of their relationship, and he was over the moon. He hugged her one last time, reluctant to let go. Blushing, Han Yu gazed deeply at Qin Shuang and said, "Wait for me to come back." Her face turned crimson, but she still remembered to remind him, "You have to be careful." The next morning, Han Yu arrived at the meeting point to see old Tian. "Teacher Tian, you're early." The old man chuckled politely and urged him on. "I couldn't sleep, so I came to wait for you. Let's get going." Then, they both bit their fingers at the same time, dripping their blood onto the golden insignias to summon the guiding portal. As the blood dripped, the emblem immediately flared to life. A stream of deep red spiritual energy rippled around it. Then that energy gradually amplified, forming a vortex, the entrance gate. The two took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Let's go." As soon as they stepped through the gate, Han Yu and Tian Wen were teleported to the ancient battlefield. The moment their feet touched the ground, a guard was already waiting to receive them. "Gentlemen, this will be your temporary residence." He gave a brief explanation and then promptly left. "If you need anything in the future, you can find us. We will do our best to assist you." The moment Han Yu saw the dilapidated tent, he was so furious he could have flipped a table. "These living conditions are just too harsh. You're fobbing me off with a torn-up tent?" While he was angrily protesting, the guard just gave a knowing smile, turned his back, and walked away, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Han Yu quickly tried calling out a few times, "Hey, hey, give us a different one." In contrast to him, the mad teacher seemed much calmer. He patted Han Yu's shoulder and advised, "Don't be so rash. Let's check the situation inside the tent first." And so, the two nervously lifted the tent flap to inspect the inside, but to their surprise, what greeted them was a vast, spacious area, fully equipped with all the modern comforts. At this point, he was utterly flabbergasted. So, he nodded and reluctantly accepted it. "It's a completely different world inside. I guess we can make do for now." Suddenly, he noticed a guidebook placed right in the middle of the room. The two approached it to read and gather information, but reading it sent a mind-blowing shock through Han Yu. What the hell? It turns out this tent can block the scanning ability of the ancient battlefield's will. The arena here allows for the summoning of kin, but the tournament in the arena restricts the number of summons. He angrily and impatiently tossed the book back where he found it, a look of disgust on his face. Who are they trying to mess with? Han Yu worriedly thought to himself, "My entire strategy up to this point has been to win with numbers. If the quantity is limited, how am I supposed to fight?" Teacher Tian suddenly thought of something. He smiled at Han Yu and reminded him, "Wait, hold on. Didn't the guidebook say we can link to the tent's operating system? Let's check it out first before deciding anything." Hearing that, he also opened the system to take a look, and sure enough, several options appeared inside. Choose the number of summoned kin, 500,000 elite lifeform locusts, or 50,000 heroic lifeform locusts, or 5 locust lords, 3 million skeleton soldiers, or 300 elite soldiers, or 3,000 knights, or 3 skeleton lords, 1 swordwind tribe lord, or 1 intelligent robot tribe lord. After a moment of careful consideration, he finally decided to go with the largest quantity. The mad teacher had also finished making his choice. He snapped his fingers, and a swarm of spirit rabbits appeared. The system displayed another notification. Only core kin can be summoned inside the tent beforehand. Core kin on the battlefield cannot have their numbers replenished in time. Attention! Various fragments of divine sense are generated on the ancient battlefield. The rarer they are, the higher their value. Identical fragments of divine sense can be combined into a complete divine sense. Divine sense can be exchanged for other types of divine sense fragments or for materials to upgrade the tent. After getting a general understanding, Han Yu's will to fight ignited, eager to get started on missions. If we collect divine sense, we can upgrade this canvas tent. Come on, let's go to the battlefield and find some more divine sense fragments. The two quickly left the tent and headed out to the battlefield, where the mad teacher began to briefly explain the divine sense shards. Before coming here, I researched the divine sense fragments of the ancient battlefield. They are generated by spirits that roam the battlefield. You can only obtain fragments of divine sense. Spirits are also divided into many types. The difference is the halo of light they stand on. The white halo is the lowest level and can only produce level 1 divine sense fragments. Blue ones are level 2. The final piece of information he provided was very useful. The strongest are the spirits standing on a red halo, which can produce level 5 divine sense fragments. Just as he finished speaking, Han Yu was suddenly startled by a sound. He cautiously signaled for the teacher to be quiet, and then they silently hid behind a large rock together. Han Yu smiled happily as he looked in a certain direction. "Teacher, look over there." As he looked up, he saw a flash of light. Unexpectedly, right in front of them now was a spirit standing on a white light. Its aura completely different from the red one Teacher Tian had mentioned. Tianwen was overjoyed to have encountered an ancient. He carefully assessed it. Although it's a white halo, judging by its brightness, it's likely a fairly skilled one among the low-level spirits. Han Yu eagerly unleashed the spirit beast he had chosen back in the tent. "Dark Emperor, go test your strength against it." The moment he finished speaking, a giant insect appeared. Receiving his command, it spread its wings and charged forward, attacking the ancient spirit ahead with immense force. Moving so fast that only a streak of dark energy, the armored warrior seemed to have sensed the sneak attack. Just as the dark energy approached, he seized the opportunity, deflecting the blow with a swift, light, and precise move. After that blow, one of the Dark Emperor's claws was sliced clean off. It immediately flew into a rage, flailing its legs wildly as it unleashed another attack. Unexpectedly, the dark spiritual energy it shot out seemed to have a mind of its own. A portion of the dark energy fragments was knocked to the ground, but they immediately took root beneath it, then silently rose up to become binding tendrils. But by the time the armored knight realized what was happening, it was too late. Black, tendril-like vines clamped down, pinning his every move. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Emperor lunged forward with a ferocious strike. Its sharp attack instantly pierced a hole through the knight's chest, completely shattering his spirit soul. The knight's brows furrowed in pain as his body began to transform. From that gaping hole, he dissolved into level 1 soul essences that floated in midair. Teacher Diane was so overjoyed, he couldn't help but leap up from his hiding spot. He marveled in excitement. "Amazing. Quick, collect the divinity fragments. Even though they're only level 1 fragments, there are 8 of them. That's a pretty good haul." Han Yu walked over and gently picked up a level 1 soul essence. Examining it closely, he wondered with fascination, so this is the divinity that resides within them? Even though they're just level 1 fragments, getting 8 of them is a decent haul. Diane Wen was ecstatic that their very first outing had yielded such good results. He launched into a lecture. The valiant divinity, although only level 1, carries a very useful divine art. Because of that, its value is higher than other divinity fragments. It can probably be exchanged for level 2 resources, making it worth double the usual fragments. Seeing how knowledgeable the teacher was, Han Yu grinned as if he'd struck gold. "Teacher Dian Wen, I really made the right choice teaming up with you. With you here, my harvests will surely be greater." Just then, a squad of Dark Emperors flew back. They quickly reported in, and he smirked, having found his next unlucky prey. They reported a new target. Before the two of them was a whole herd of divine spirit beasts, cornered by the Dark Emperors. But Han Yu couldn't care less about the items they would drop. They were all low-level trash. The haul definitely won't be as good as that god from before. So, shall we go? Before he could finish, Dian Wen decisively stopped him. Absolutely not. Meat is meat, we don't pass it up. Hearing his point, Han Yu thought it made sense. He smirked and summoned the Dark Emperor again. All right then, let's wipe them all out. Dian Wen also summoned his rabbit spirit to join the fray. The Dark Emperor, burning with eagerness to serve its master, let out a roar and fired a sonic blast. After a fierce battle, the sound of massive explosions and clashes rang out endlessly. Han Yu and Dian Wen had finally succeeded in annihilating the army of spirit beasts. Divinity fragments floated everywhere in the sky, but the benefits they offered were insignificant. Dian Wen looked over and estimated that the dozen or so gods had only yielded about 30 fragments. Even with a few 2-star divinity fragments, it wasn't much. Han Yu was a bit dejected. At this rate, when would he ever collect enough for a high-level divinity fragment? Suddenly, a Dark Emperor flew over and landed on his shoulder to report something. Dian Wen asked curiously, "Another discovery?" Han Yu shook his head, his expression turning serious as he scanned their surroundings and informed him concisely. "At the 30-degree angle behind you to the right, there are 2 people staring at us. They're most likely after our divinity fragments. What should we do now?" Han Yu's expression suddenly turned sharp. He let out a cold, defiant laugh. "If anyone dares to try and rob us, I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget." The stalkers trailing behind them remained blissfully unaware of the approaching danger, smugly continuing their pursuit. "Boss, those 2 have so few summons. You can tell they're total noobs. They'll be easy to bully." His fat companion spoke up, stopping him. "Right now, they've only killed about a dozen low-level gods. Their haul isn't much. Let's keep following them. We'll wait until they're fattened up." Then the skinny guy next to him praised him with a grin. "Boss, you're the man." "That's a great idea." But Teacher Dion was extremely worried. He didn't want to get tangled up with these desperate robbers, so he suggested, "Han Yu, maybe we should head back to camp first and deal with the divinity fragments we have." Han Yu just smiled casually, slinging an arm over his shoulder to reassure him. "Teacher Dian, don't worry, just trust me. The Dark Emperors will keep me updated on what those 2 are doing." Seeing Han Yu's confidence, Dian Wen felt a bit more at ease. He nodded in agreement. "All right then." He could only hold his head and think to himself, "I'm a teacher, yet I'm the one being encouraged by a student." Before he could even collect his thoughts, Han Yu had already dispatched a Dark Emperor to continue scouting for information. After a period of silence, they continued their trek through the desert. The Dark Emperor returned with some very interesting news. The moment Han Yu heard it, his spirits lifted, and he cheerfully informed Dian Wen. They've found a god standing on a purple halo of light. Hearing this, Dian Wen couldn't hide his excitement. "Purple! That means we can get at least a level 3 divinity fragment." The 2 of them immediately set off. "If we work together, our chances of winning are high. Let's go." When they arrived, they were greeted by a scene of thick dust and smoke. On the ground lay a person who was heavily wounded. It was unclear if they were dead or alive. But the purple halo god still stood there, proud and unscathed. Han Yu and Dian Wen, hiding in ambush, assessed the situation to figure out a plan. Looks like it just went through a fierce battle. They couldn't help but marvel at its power. All the familiars that died at its hands were at the lord level of life forms. "It seems this guy is a master of the wind element. When the time comes, my teacher's rabbit men can pin it down. If you and he seriously strategize to eliminate the armored warrior, we can wear it down in a battle of attrition. I'll use my familiar's cloning and self-destructing lightning fire abilities. Your teacher can command his familiars to continuously fire carrot missiles to exhaust it to death." But contrary to the old man, Han Yu was brimming with confidence. He sneered inwardly. Asterisk, "Just this thing? It's not worth me wasting so much time." Asterisk, the old man asked again with concern. "So, do you have a plan?" But before he could finish asking, Han Yu had already transformed into his demonic form and shot into the sky. He charged straight towards the armored warrior without hesitation, shouting triumphantly, "I'll take it on directly." The armored warrior spotted its enemy. It raised its fan warily, preparing for battle. Powerful streams of spiritual energy from the air converged into the fan in its hand. Han Yu was completely unfazed. He calmly flew right in front of the armored warrior and immediately unleashed a skill to reduce its combat capabilities. Burn! The armored warrior was stunned. Before it could even figure out what was happening, it had been sealed. A swirling vortex appeared in front of its body. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yu summoned a divine sword into his hand and slashed straight down with all his might. A massive wave of power shot towards the armored warrior. Instantly, it felt an immense pressure crushing its body. It couldn't hold on, and numerous fragments of its divine consciousness scattered. Two stalkers standing in the distance happened to pick up a few small pieces. They were overjoyed. These are Tier 3 divine function shards. We've struck gold. Back on the scene, Han Yu had already collected all the remaining divine consciousness fragments. The skinny guy watched as Han Yu and Tianwen exchanged some words. Even though they got what they wanted, greed took over. There were 8 of them in their group, but the other one was more clear-headed. He immediately tried to stop his companion. Forget it. After seeing him in action, it's obvious we're no match for him. The fat one knew when to quit. He quickly turned to persuade his friend. Scavenging some Tier 3 divine function shards is already a huge win. Let's get out of here. But before they could leave, a dark shadow loomed over them. When had Han Yu appeared so ominously? He blocked their path, his eyes filled with killing intent as he snorted coldly. "You've got some nerve. You dare to take my things?" The arrogant underling shouted back in anger. "Who took your stuff? This is the ancient battlefield. Any divine function shards on the ground are finders, keepers. Whoever picks them up gets to keep them. Do you have any proof that these Tier 3 divine function shards belong to you?" Han Yu sneered, calling them reckless fools. He didn't bother to argue and directly unleashed a giant dragon slash right where the man stood. Their defenses shattered instantly before Han Yu's overwhelming power. The tyrannical force rushed towards them at lightning speed. The two were frozen in place, unable to dodge. The very next second, they were taken out in a single blow, sliced into pieces. Divine function shards began to fall out from their bodies, and he pulled all of them towards himself. Han Yu caught them with a look of contempt. "With this little power, you dared to steal my spoils?" Tianwen approached him from a distance. He began the process of fusing the divine function shards. Once finished, Tianwen turned to him gleefully and said, "If we sell these to the garrison, we can upgrade our tent." The scene then shifts to the military encampment. A space-time vortex appeared in midair. Luo Tian stepped out, his voice dripping with flattery, practically praising him to the heavens. "Brother Zhang, you're incredible. You even managed to get your hands on a rare resource like a ticket to the ancient battlefield." Zhang Gang chuckled with false modesty. A mere ticket to the ancient battlefield? It's nothing worth mentioning. But inwardly, he was extremely smug and delighted. Asterisk. Ever since I reported to the God King, I've received so many resources as rewards. Asterisk. Suddenly, the two of them stopped short, sensing something. It turned out that not far away, Han Yu was chatting happily with Tianwen. "These divine function shards can upgrade the tent to a 2-kilometer radius. Let's go. We need to find more shards. Let's upgrade to an even bigger one." Just as the two of them turned around, they came face to face with Luo Tian and Zhang Gang. Both sides were so surprised they froze. Tianwen quickly composed himself and greeted them with a polite smile. "Brother Zhang, Teacher Liu, I never expected to run into you two here." Luo Tian, however, didn't seem pleased at all, snorting with visible annoyance. Zhang Gang, on the other hand, put on a warm smile and returned the greeting meaningfully. "Teacher Tian, running into you, and your student here is truly my good fortune." As he spoke, his eyes darted towards Han Yu with a subtle warning. "Young Han Yu, ever since we parted ways at the Shenhe ruins, I've had quite a hard time looking for you." Han Yu gave a faint smile, deciding to play dumb until the very end. "I'm not sure what Mr. Zhang is talking about." Han Yu frowned, wondering to himself how this man discovered he had been to the Shenhe ruins. Asterisk. "Back then, I was clearly wearing the mask Tianwen gave me and was on high alert. However, he probably... Asterisk. Asterisk. Doesn't have any concrete evidence. Asterisk." Seeing him lost in thought, Zhang Gang chuckled and continued the conversation for him. But Han Yu, your progress is nothing short of spectacular. I remember you're the same age as my son, but he had now reached the demigod level. Even so, he was seething with rage on the inside, pitying his own foolish son. With a shattered divine domain, he was doomed to live an ordinary life. After exchanging a few brief greetings, Tianwen spoke up politely. "Mr. Zhang, Teacher Liu, Han Yu and I have something to attend to, so we can't chat any longer. Let's say our goodbyes here." He secretly glanced at them, worried. "We need to go now. Any more talking and a fight will break out." Seeing that the other two had no objections, Tianwen hurriedly pulled Han Yu away. Over here, after waiting for them to get some distance, Luo Tian finally spoke. His voice was filled with frustration. "Brother Zhang, are you just going to let that brat walk away so easily? He's the one responsible for crippling your son." Zhang Gang calmly snorted in disdain. "What's the rush? As long as he doesn't leave the ancient battlefield, we'll run into him again." After saying that, he lazily turned and left. Only Luo Tian glanced back at Han Yu's retreating figure with a smug smile. "He's right. Once our camp is upgraded, we'll use our kin to crush them. I refuse to believe a newly promoted demigod can be all that powerful." Meanwhile, as soon as Tian Wen returned to their tent, he began to warn him worriedly. "Zhang Gang and Luo Tian have also arrived at the ancient battlefield. They're definitely going to look for trouble with us. You've just become a demigod, and you don't have any divine skills yet. You can't beat Zhang Gang, so we should lay low and leave early." Han Yu frowned, clearly annoyed. "Teacher Tian, why are you hyping them up while putting us down? We got here earlier than them, so if anything, we should have the advantage." "I don't think he's that strong," he sighed and explained in a low voice. "That's because you know too little about Zhang Gang. Before I arrived, I heard a rumor. Recently, Zhang Gang received backing from a major figure and managed to raise a monarch-level life form." He patted the boy's shoulder and advised earnestly, "You have the Imperial Capital Academy's assessment coming up. Preserving your strength should be your top priority right now." But he was adamant, refusing to give up this rare opportunity. "Teacher Tian, you know better than I do how rare this chance to enter the ancient battlefield is. I won't abandon this chance just because of some guy named Zhang Gang. I hope you can understand." Tian Wen was so angry he wanted to flip a table, shouting in frustration, "Why is this kid so stubborn? I'm only doing this for his own good." Han Yu replied heroically while cheekily turning to run off. "That's why getting stronger as fast as possible is the only thing that matters." It seemed he already had his own plan to deal with Zhang Gang. In just a few short days, Han Yu used his soul-devouring eye to upgrade his rebellious divine job. He was now in a new form. After 6 consecutive operations, Han Yu's rebellious divine job finally filled its experience bar and leveled up. His face showed clear satisfaction as he assessed his gains, having awakened a powerful rebellious divine skill once more. He now had 2 choices. Option 1, the rebellious divine skill, Sword of Rebellion. Through the powerful weapon summoned by this divine skill, physical damage can be converted into magic damage. At the same time, it can also convert magic damage into physical damage and can be fused with other rare type weapons. Fixed effect. Option 2, the rebellious divine skill, Dual Pistols of Rebellion, a powerful weapon summoned by a divine skill. It can convert ranged physical damage into ranged magic damage, and at the same time, it can also convert ranged damage into ranged physical damage. It can be fused with gun-type weapons. Fixed effect. Han Yu held the sword in his hand, a look of utter confusion on his face. "Wait a minute, why do I have to choose one of the 2? He wondered to himself, realizing he had to consider this carefully. Should my future path be that of a warrior or a gunslinger? After zoning out for a moment, Han Yu smiled with determination, having made up his mind. Han Yu raised the sword in his hand, deciding to test out the Sword of Rebellion. "I have many sword-related abilities, and my favorite weapon is a great sword. Of course, the Sword of Rebellion is the best fit. And this sword was no ordinary item. It was a sword meant to enhance close combat skills, and it could even change its form." He gently ran his fingers over the blade, playfully inspecting the sword with fascination. "So that's how it works. The more kin souls I absorb, the more its shape will change." With his business concluded, he stood up and pushed aside the tent flap. Han Yu strode out majestically, shouldering his new weapon. He excitedly channeled energy into the sword to test a basic strike. A single, sharp slash sent the tree in front of him crashing down. Han Yu stared at the result, dumbfounded and confused. He walked closer to inspect it. "I didn't use any attributes with that last swing. So why did this happen?" He decided to strike again to verify his theory, and the sword in Han Yu's hand began to glow with a dazzling energy. He quickly swung it at a nearby tree. The trunk was instantly and cleanly sliced through. He was startled and bewildered. "I used a corrosion effect on that swing, so why was it useless?" This made him frown with concern. He was determined to get to the bottom of this. This time, Han Yu unleashed a strike towards the ground, and the spot where the blade landed immediately shattered, leaving a cloud of shattered stone in its wake. He was shocked and amazed to discover the shattering effect of a heavy weapon. Why would it appear on the Sword of Rebellion? Hanvu raised the sword to inspect it. It clearly possessed the dark attribute, but it wasn't behaving as it should. It didn't display the usual effects of the dark attribute. As expected of the Sword of Rebellion, it was truly rebellious. Suddenly, he smiled as an idea struck him. If he used this to deceive people, every trick would be a guaranteed success. From behind, Tianwen approached and happily announced, "Hanvu, I've sold those divinities. We can upgrade our camp now." He walked over, startled by the ruined landscape, and asked with concern, "Hanvu, what were you doing?" The boy smiled and replied, "I evolved a very interesting divine art, and it suits me perfectly." Hanvu then quietly explained everything. "It doesn't work like it's supposed to. It's like this." Tianwen's jaw dropped in amazement. "It can do that?" Hanvu confidently slung the sword over his shoulder and declared, "If Zhang Gang dares to mess with me, I'll take him down." Tianwen, still uneasy, gently reminded him, "You should be careful." But Hanvu didn't pay him much mind. He urged excitedly, "Let's go, Teacher Tian. Let's see how our camp's upgrade turned out." His teacher could only look on with a helpless, exasperated sigh. Later, at their new camp, a notification appeared. "Congratulations on upgrading the camp. The battleground area has been increased to 4 square kilometers." He stepped inside, admiring the new, comfortable furnishings. Hanvu said with delight, 4 square kilometers. This is great. Now I can summon even more familiars." The teacher nodded in agreement. "Let's make the most of our time." After that, both of them entered a state of focused training. He focused all his energy on maximizing the power of the rebellion sword. After several days of training, Hanvu's experience for his rebellious divinity accumulated quickly. As for Tianwen, he also acquired a Lord-class lifeform with incredible. The two of them were overjoyed, but little did they know, Hu Hai had secretly appeared. He had been silently trailing Hanvu, secretly plotting. "This Hanvu guy is definitely the thief who stole Lord God King's treasure. This time, I must bring him before the God King." Behind him, a spatial gate opened. Someone was coming. It was Shu Tie's parents. As soon as they appeared, they eagerly questioned him. "Lord True God, do you really have a way to kill that brat, Hanvu?" Hu Hai frowned in annoyance and replied, "If I could bring you two here, then of course I can help you get revenge for Shu Tie." Hearing this firm confirmation, the man calmed down. "Good." Unexpectedly, another spatial gate opened a moment later. The next to arrive were Zhang Gang and Luo Tian. Upon seeing him, Luo Tian greeted him joyfully. "Lord True God, you're finally here," he eagerly asked. "We've been monitoring that brat Hanvu for a long time. When do we make our move?" Hu Hai replied slowly, in a serious tone. "No rush. Get familiar with the environment first." Inwardly, he cursed and spat. "Me, a mighty true god, teaming up with these 4 demigods, just to deal with some freshly leveled punk. What a waste. However, since it's an order from the Lord God King, I have no choice but to obey." The more he thought, the more certain Hu Hai was of victory, and he smirked smugly. "Hanvu, you're dead for sure this time." In the following days, Hanvu and Tianwen's group continued to diligently hunt gods, who were all surrounded and cornered by the Dark Emperor. Upon receiving the command, the evolved Dark Emperor, with its red wings, and Tianwen's army of rabbit spirits, charged straight at the god from opposite sides. In just a moment, their target could no longer hold out. The god's divine image shattered, filling the air with dust and smoke. Its body dissipated, slowly forming a stream of spirit energy that hovered in midair. It was then gradually absorbed into Hanvu's palm. He smiled with satisfaction, looking at the flame in his hand. "After the camp upgrade, the number of familiars I can summon has increased. Their combat power is stronger, and leveling up, the rebellious divinity is easier too." Tianwen clasped the spirit energy to absorb it, then smiled and praised him. "The energy form you upgraded yesterday is working really well." Tianwen clenched his fist, feeling exhilarated. "To think that in just a few short days, you've already mastered 3 divine arts." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, revealing 2 figures behind them. Hanvu narrowed his eyes and sneered a greeting. "So, you two have arrived as well?" The moment Shu Tie's parents saw him, their faces twisted with hatred. Their eyes burned with resentment. Without a word, Hanvu immediately seized the opportunity, raising his sword and leaping forward, thinking to himself, "They're definitely here for revenge. No need for words. Striking first gives me the advantage." Shu Tie's father pressed his lips together and instantly took a defensive stance. He summoned a blue glowing sword from thin air. He gripped the hilt tightly, bracing himself to block the boy's attack. The two were locked in a fierce struggle. His blade gradually lost ground, unable to withstand the destructive power of the Sword of Rebellion, and it began to shatter. Cracks began to appear. Shu Tie's father roared in fury. "You little brat! You killed my son and destroyed my divine weapon. I'm going to chop you into 1,000,000 pieces." Hanvu taunted with a smirk. "Well then, I'll be sending you two to meet your son, model." He leaped up, transforming in an instant. Dark, purple skin and sharp wings sprouted, a body of pure energy. The sovereign life form has gained strength. Toothiet's parents gritted their teeth in fear as the same thought flashed through both their minds. He's just a kid, barely a demigod, yet he's already unlocked the power of a sovereign life form. We have to kill him, otherwise, the future consequences will be unimaginable. The man roared his command, summoning a legion of iron men that immediately charged toward the boy. Kill him, Hanvu scoffed, spinning to dodge. He casually shook his hands, warming up and preparing to strike. Dien Van anxiously bit his lip, quickly summoning a horde of rabbit spirits and ordering, "Go and help." Thiet's parents simultaneously summoned their talismans. A dark green orb of magic appeared, and hundreds of iron men merged into a single, colossal being. Hanvu smirked, waving his hand to summon a Dark Emperor familiar. Obeying the command, the Dark Emperor immediately charged the Iron Giant, attacking it, but the Iron Giant simply swung its sword once, shattering the beast's armor. The familiar's body was riddled with holes as it broke apart. Thiet's parents laughed with malicious glee. Such an arrogant brat. Hanvu narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. This was all going according to his plan. Suddenly, from the sky above, countless other Dark Emperors appeared and took flight. Before the Iron Giant knew what was happening, it was brought down. Its entire body froze and trembled, then slowly disintegrated. Furious, Thiet's parents rushed toward him for a direct attack. Die! He curled his lip into a smirk, his body easily maneuvering to dodge. And in a flash, Hanvu had somehow circled behind them. He struck Thiet's father squarely on the back of the neck. A loud thud echoed as Thiet's father was taken down. Thiet's mother's eyes widened in fury as she charged at him like a madwoman. Dien Van coordinated his attack, appearing from behind to block her path, conveniently stabbing her with a knife. Hanvu, be careful. Thiet's mother lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Hanvu flew over, smiling gratefully. Teacher Dien, thank you so much. Suddenly sensing something, his face paled. He gritted his teeth and looked at the boy with worried urgency. Get out of here, now! But it was too late. In the distance, the figures of Trong Quang and Lac Thien appeared, riding their beasts. Trying to run? Do you really think you can escape? Dien Van frowned, his guard raised to the maximum. What do you people want now? Looking at the charred bodies scattered around them, Lac Thien sneered as his expression darkened. Teacher Dean, Hanvu, it seems your powers have grown quite quickly these past few days. To think you could kill 2 demigods without a scratch. The still warm corpses of Thiet's parents lay on the ground. Hanvu pursed his lips, his eyes narrowing in thought. Their spring clan has a lot of members, and their stamina is high, but my familiars and Teacher Dien's have already taken some damage. Fighting now would not be to our advantage. Seeing the boy lost in thought, the teacher grew tense, thinking, we have to save who we can. Dien Van carefully turned to the boy to suggest a plan. The enemy is strong, and we are weak. In a moment, I will risk my life and use my clan's power to create an opening. You just need to charge out and fly high into the sky. They won't be able to do anything to you then. Hanvu frowned, looking at him, deeply moved. Teacher, to protect me, you're willing to risk your own life. The teacher's voice was low and firm as he reminded him, don't talk nonsense. I'll only have one chance to strike. You have to seize it. Hanvu placed a hand on his shoulder, holding his teacher's hand reassuringly. Teacher Dien, the situation isn't so dire that you have to sacrifice yourself to protect me. I can handle the current situation. Trust me. Just be careful. The corners of Lac Thien's mouth curled up even higher as he taunted them with excitement. You can handle this? What exactly can you handle? Our 40 million strong spring clan against you battered remnants? This will be too easy. Trong Quang put on a righteous, gentlemanly air. He added smugly, Teacher Dien, our goal on this trip is to capture Hanvu. If you don't want to get involved, I won't make things difficult for you. Dien Van stated with stern determination. As a teacher, I can never watch my student die before my eyes. That is my principle as an educator. Lac Thien's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with malice as he warned. Dien Van, do you think you're some kind of saint? Wait until your clan is completely wiped out. Let's see if you're still in the mood to talk about principles then. Trong Quang scoffed, deliberately emphasizing his words. Teacher Dien, we could have been friends, but if you don't know how to appreciate an opportunity, then don't blame me. As the command was given, the wolves bared their sharp teeth and advanced. Wolf cavalry, forward! Dien Van spun around and summoned his rabbit spirits. Attack with bombs. The rabbits immediately executed their spinning move at high speed. They became like spinning tops in the air. The ferocious wolves snarled, raising their claws. The rabbits were swiped at and vanished into nothingness. Tian Van pressed his lips together, shutting his eyes tightly, unable to watch. He was heartbroken. They're such cute rabbits. How could anyone kill the rabbits? Han Vu frowned, pulling out a magical leaf and putting it in his mouth. The sword in his hand began to transform, its sharp tip twisting and contorting, enveloped in a green dark. At the same time, a massive tree began to rise behind him. The mutated sword of rebellion. The scythe of the lonely soul. He roared out a challenge. Bring it. With an ice-cold, emotionless expression, Han Yu unleashed a series of sharp, decisive strikes at the pack of wolves. Countless beasts were wounded by the attacks, crying out as they slowly vanished. Vines began to sprout from the bodies of the fallen creatures. Meanwhile, a thorny tree extended its branches, blocking a pack of pouncing wolves. Zhang Gong ground his teeth in disgust. He had to admit, this damn kid had way too many tricks. He ordered the largest blue-furred wolf to strike. With crimson eyes, it ferociously tore the sovereign wolf rider's vines to shreds. Just then, Han Yu shot up from behind it. He smirked to himself. Yu fell for it. Blood sprayed into the air as Han Yu, wielding his axe, launched his attack. Baring his teeth in a triumphant sneer, he eyed his opponent. Han Yu raised his weapon and shot towards Zhang Gang and Luo Tian. Die. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Gang pulled out a fan-shaped jade artifact. At the same moment, Han Yu's scythe came crashing down. A massive explosion rocked the very ground. In the aftershock of that final, devastating blow, the jade stone in Zhang Gong's hand dissolved into nothing. He gasped for air, breathing a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the protective talisman granted to him by the Divine King. But just as he let his guard down, a spray of crimson blood suddenly shot into the air. Zhang Gang watched in horror as Luo Tian's head was severed from his body. He collapsed next to him, dead before his eyes could even close. How? Suddenly, Han Yu's arm began to tremble, startling him. He spun around, a sense of dread washing over him as he realized it. The time limit on his phantom vine shackles was up. Tian Wen, who was nearby, yelled urgently, "Run, now!" Zhang Gang's voice was a low growl of fury. "After killing so many of my wolf riders, you think you can just run away?" Radiating pure killing intent, the valiant Wolf King, its body as massive as a mountain, stepped forward. He gave a cold command. "Fenrir, stop them." The massive wolf swung its claws towards them, sending both of them flying. At that very moment, the vines covering his body faded into thin air. Han Yu squeezed his eyes shut as he plummeted to the ground. "It hurts. It hurts so damn much. It's over. The shackle's time limit is up. I can't use it again for the next 10 days. Dark circles hung under his eyes as his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He struggled to push himself up. Master Tian, Master, are you all right?" But the sight that met his eyes was Tian Wen, lying motionless on the ground. The massive wolf snatched both of them up in its jaws and presented them to Zhang Gang. Zhang Gang ground his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred as he stared at Han Yu, his mind racing. "If I don't kill this kid right now, I might never get another chance." Just at that critical moment, Hu Hai suddenly materialized in midair. "Zhang Gang, what do you think you're doing? Didn't I tell you to take him alive?" Zhang Gang broke out in a cold sweat and hastily explained, "Lord True God, it's a misunderstanding. I was just preparing to bring him to see you." Hu Hai sneered, hoisting Han Yu up. He then added, "Go see the Divine King later to claim your reward." Hearing this, Zhang Gang's spirits lifted. "Thank you, Lord True God, for this opportunity." He glanced over at Tian Wen, a smirk playing on his lips as a thought crossed his mind. Killing this demigod here, that would have its own rewards too. Trembling, Han Yu used the last of his strength to conjure a sharp spike, pressing it against his own throat in warning. "If you kill my master, I'll self-destruct on the spot." Zhang Gang's brow furrowed in anger, his voice dripping with contempt. "In that pathetic state? You think you still have the strength to self-destruct?" Han Yu ground his teeth and stared straight at Hu Hai. "If I die, you'll have nothing to report, will you?" As the words left his lips, his body began to sway, and a strange green aura started to emanate from him, the divine art of self-collapse. Startled, Hu Hai yelled, "Don't touch him, we are leaving, immediately." Zhang Gang clenched his fists and turned away, filled with bitter frustration. "I won't kill you, but whether you live or die from here on out is entirely up to fate." Hu Hai grabbed Han Yu by the wrist, pulling him toward a spatial gate. "We're returning to see His Majesty, the Divine King, at once." Zhang Gang pointed at Han Yu being dragged unceremoniously across the ground and asked with a malicious tone, "Lord True God, it will take us days to teleport back. Are you really going to lug that brat around the entire time? Huhai smirked. You little brat. I've already sealed all of your powers. Stop struggling. It's pointless. With that, he tossed Hanyu into the dark purple portal. The moment he was through, the vortex swirled shut and disappeared. A short while later, in an unfamiliar space, the purple portal materialized in the air, dropped him onto the ground, and vanished. Huhai's sneering voice echoed around him. Just stay put in my divine domain. My kin will take very good care of you. His body racked with pain, Hanyu struggled to sit up. Before him stood a towering creature with the head of a tiger and the body of a man. Startled, Hanyu instinctively moved to cast a spell. But then, he froze. To his horror, he felt nothing. Hanyu's face went pale, his expression twisting in anguish. All of his skills, they were sealed. I can't use any of my powers. No wonder that bastard was so confident locking me in his domain. I'm completely powerless. Suddenly, a bowl of water was held out in front of him, leaving Hanyu stunned. As the creature offered him the bowl, he cautiously shook his head, his mind racing. So, his kin are tigers. I need to be careful. What do I do now? He shook his head again, refusing the offer. I'm not drinking it. Without a word, the tiger creature brutally grabbed his collar. It violently forced the water down his throat as Hanyu struggled with all his might, but it was no use. I told you, I'm not drinking it. The figure of Huhai suddenly appeared in midair, reminding him with obvious displeasure. This tiger man can neither hear nor speak. I'm not going to hurt you, so just behave. Annoyed, Hanyu wiped his mouth. So, he's deaf and mute. How cautious of them. Suddenly, the variant origin appeared out of nowhere. Floating above his head, it smugly asked, Host, do you require assistance? Hanyu's eyes widened in joyous relief upon seeing it. You've got to be kidding me. You little brat, you weren't sealed away, it just giggled. Host, if you let me absorb your stored divinity, I can upgrade and help you restore your power to escape this place. He pursed his lips into a smirk, thinking to himself, that's right, I still have divinity. At this point, I have no choice but to gamble everything. It asked excitedly, shall I begin the absorption then? He telepathically urged it on. We can't speak out loud or we'll be discovered. Just do it, and do it fast. He recalled Zhonggang's words. Lord True God, in just 3 more days, you will be able to meet the great God King. What kind of reward do you think he'll give us? Hanyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, there are only 3 days left. Can you actually do this or not? The variant origin began to change color, surging within his body. Sitting on the sands of the god's domain, Hanyu stretched and wondered what kind of transformation was coming. The variant origin cheerfully announced, Host, I have successfully helped you evolve. You are now a level 3 genetic warrior of the Divine River civilization. Instead of celebrating, he immediately asked, what are the benefits? It explained in detail. The new ability from this evolution is called gene combination. It allows you to synthesize various types of genes. You can alter a target structure without affecting their original genes. The flood of information left Hanyu wondering how he was supposed to use this thing. Suddenly, a beastly hand offered him a steamed bun. Though a bit startled, Hanyu managed to force a smile at the tiger man. Reporting my status, I'm being fed and watered. Suddenly, he grabbed the tiger's hand, an idea sparking in his mind. That's it. Hanyu flipped the tiger's hand back and forth, examining it closely despite its slight resistance. He smirked slyly. Just as I thought, my physical stats have increased. Even with this seal on me, my strength is now on par with a hero-level life form. Suddenly, the tiger let out a loud roar, alerting its comrades. A white-striped tiger and his underlings appeared, striding forward menacingly. He snarled a warning. You'd better behave. Hanyu took the opportunity to grab his fist, measuring its strength. He rejoiced internally, a superhuman life form, perfect for a little experiment. He then shouted, Activate gene combination. The top of the orange tiger's head began to transform. Under the influence of spiritual energy, 2 lumps started sprouting from its scalp. In the end, the orange tiger had a brand new pair of ears, while the white-striped tiger found himself missing his own. He frantically touched his head. Where did my ears go? Meanwhile, the orange tiger realized he could hear the sounds around him. Is this an illusion? I think I can hear something. Hanyu smiled and explained, Thank you for giving me water and offering me that steamed bun. Consider these ears a thank you gift. Suddenly, the orange tiger dropped to his knees before him, showing his absolute devotion. This act sparked an idea in Hanyu's mind. Other people's followers can become my believers. Does that mean I can convert more of them, lead an assault on the heart of this god's domain, and escape? Having lost his ears, the white-striped tiger flew into a rage. "Give them back to me!" Han Yu quickly spotted his aggressive move. Han Yu coldly spun around and kicked the white-striped tiger in the stomach, then glanced at the other minions who were about to charge. He commanded the orange tiger, "Come here." Though confused, it obediently extended its hand. Han Yu grabbed it and began channeling his power. On one side, he fought off the others. On the other, the orange tiger was reforged into a superhuman life form. An old green tiger roared in fury. He pointed a finger at Han Yu and bellowed, "He is an evil god, a blasphemer who disrespects the deities. Seize him." Hearing this, Han Yu simply scoffed. The orange tiger bravely stood in front of him and roared, "Anyone who tries to harm my god will die." Without a moment's hesitation, it began to unleash its new power on the other tigers. Naturally, the others were no match for it. After wiping them all out, the orange tiger knelt and pleaded, "My god, please, accept me as your follower." Han Yu placed a hand on its shoulder and stated his condition. "Very well, but you must help me escape this place. First, tell me where the center of the god's domain is." Although the orange tiger wanted to help, there was a problem. "I can lead you there, my lord, but the center is guarded by extremely powerful masters." Han Yu wasn't too concerned. He simply told him to find it first, and they'd figure out the rest later. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept through, and several sharp swords appeared out of thin air. It was accompanied by a theatrical voice. "Well now, these two are quite interesting." A burly, muscular tiger man stepped forward and ordered his underlings, "Seize them." The thugs roared and charged at Han Yu and the orange tiger, but as they closed in, the pair split up and moved with blinding speed. One by one, their weapons were shattered and rendered useless, and soon, some of the thugs were lying beaten and bleeding on the ground. Terrified by the display, one of them quickly dropped to his knees and begged, "My lord, please spare our lives." The other underlings quickly bowed their heads in reverence. "We will all follow your command." Han Yu then used the light of faith and issued a warning. "As my believers, you must be obedient. Otherwise, I won't show mercy to any of you." They all shouted in unison, loudly pledging their allegiance. Han Yu thought to himself, "Oh well, I'm short on people right now. I'll just take them in for the time being." After that, Han Yu expanded his recruitment of followers, ramped up the modifications, and delved deep into every corner of Huhai's god's domain. Finally, he got a lead on the whereabouts of the domain's core. Hucam reported the situation. "My lord, we've learned that the core of the god's domain is hidden in the forbidden grounds outside the Tigerkin royal city. It's protected by dozens of monarch-level life forms and over 100 lord-level life forms. No one is allowed near it, and anyone discovered is killed on sight." He frowned slightly, calculating, "Is that so? That complicates things. With so many powerful experts, a direct infiltration would surely be detected. Unless, bring me some birds and ground rats immediately. It's time for some gene splicing." The scene shifts to the Tigerkin royal city, where Han Yu arrives, flying with his gene-spliced tigers. Han Yu had secretly implanted the genes of ground rats and birds into the Tigerkin, allowing them to burrow and fly. This way, they wouldn't be easily discovered. Hucam, carrying him to the location, reported, "My lord, the domain's core is directly below." At the top of the tower, 3 tigerkin sat surrounding a glowing green stone. Han Yu observed them and made a judgment. Those 3 are at least at the monarch level. This is going to be tricky. Hucam offered an idea. "My lord, tomorrow the Tigerkin royal city will hold its annual life celebration ceremony. At that time, the Tigerkin king will offer tribute to their deity. The guardians of the forbidden grounds will likely attend the ceremony as well." Since he hadn't recovered his full strength yet, he had no choice but to agree. "Good. Tomorrow, we'll act as the situation demands." The next day came quickly. Han Yu stood amidst some rocky outcrops, observing, when his eyes suddenly began to glow. He activated his divine eye for a clearer view. There's still 1 guard left. Still, getting rid of 2 opponents is a huge help. Han Yu pointed and commanded the tiger forces under him, "Dive down, aim for the domain core, and smash it." He then leaped onto Hucam's back to approach the target. But because there were so many of them flying in the sky during the day, the guarding tiger spotted their reflected shadows. He looked up and shouted an alarm, "Trespassers, in the forbidden grounds, die." Beams of light shot from the guard's eyes, slicing through several pairs of wings. To prevent further casualties, Han Yu directed, "Dodge to the left." Hucam carried him to a position above the stone. Han Yu instructed, "Keep him busy. I'm going to find the god's domain core." Immediately after, the 2 of them split up. Hucam stayed behind to confront the tiger guard. Han Yu felt power surging in his hands and grew inwardly excited. It's time for these hands, spliced with ground rat genes, to show their stuff. The enraged guard roared, "Stop!" But he ignored him, pressing his hands against the ground near the stone to probe it. Where exactly is the core? On the other side, Cam was still fiercely holding back the tiger guard. Han Yu grew a bit anxious. "I have to hurry. I'm afraid Cam can't hold out much longer." The power from the ground rat genes plunged even deeper. Suddenly, he jolted as an idea flashed in his mind. Found it! And with that, Han Yu yanked his hand back, clenching it into a fist. Go! The light in Han Yu's hand transformed into a jet-black claw. He straightened up, raised his hand high, and swiped down forcefully. That power pierced straight through the ground below, striking the core of the god's domain. However, only a few cracks appeared on the surface of the green stone. Han Yu's expression grew tense. "I already used gene modification to fuse it with the sharpest tiger claw. Why is it still not enough?" Suddenly, the entire Tigerkin royal city began to tremble violently. Huhai also sensed it, and hurriedly opened a portal to the god's domain, storming through and shouting, "What are you trying to pull now?" His face was filled with astonishment. How did this guy manage to find this place? No wonder I felt the core of my god's domain vibrating. Unsure what he had just realized, Han Yu flinched for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing as if something truly amusing had just occurred. Seeing him like this, Huhai was bewildered, not understanding what was happening as he watched the green stone being slashed by the black energy. Han Yu still hadn't stopped laughing. "I never expected this. Have you come to help me?" At that moment, Huhai also realized the problem. Rage boiled within him. "No, this can't be happening. He borrowed my power just now." As the stone exploded into countless fragments, he secretly calculated. "Although the domain's core is shattered, I can escape. But if I leave right now, I'll be teleported to Huhai's location. With this seal on me, I can't deal with him and Zhonggang. I'd better find a safe place first." Han Yu turned and climbed back onto Cam's back. "You've worked hard. Thanks for buying me time." Suddenly, he remembered something important. That's right. Isn't today the day the Tigerkin offer up a divine artifact? I'll steal it first and figure out the rest later. Besides, with a divine artifact in hand, escaping will be easier. The scene shifts to where the Tiger King is presenting a pair of boots to the God King. Wind-treading flowers, a 4-star divine artifact. Effect 1. Wind treading allows the user to walk on wind as if it were solid ground. Effect 2. Swift movement increases movement speed and reduces stamina consumption. Effect 3. Divine Art Go comes with the Wind Movement Art, summoning gales to ride upon. Accompanying Divine Art, Summon Wind Rock. Can summon one Wind Rock. The Wind Rock will absolutely obey the commands of its master. The Storm Eagle's power is directly fueled by the amount of divine energy its host pours into it. Seizing the moment he was distracted, the boy lunged forward and snatched the boots, enraging him. "You insolent thief! How dare you steal a treasure meant for the gods? Take them off now, and I might leave your corpse in one piece." Han Yu glanced at them contemptuously. "With just you guys?" A drop of crimson blood fell directly onto the boot in his hand. He then slipped it on, and the shoe began to emit a golden aura. Thanks to his newfound ability to float, Han Yu turned and fled. Seeing this, Huhai prepared to give chase, wondering just how far the boy thought he could run. His face was tense, his teeth clenched. "Can't fight them. Forget it. This is the only way." Suddenly, the sky tore open, and massive bolts of lightning struck down. Blood Crystal Fighting Arena. Han Yu chuckled smugly. The permanent coordinates of the Blood Crystal Fighting Arena really are something else. It can teleport you back from anywhere. A system report appeared. "Dear Heir, you have just received a challenge from another demigod heir, Huo Feng. Do you wish to accept? Rejecting 3 times or losing a challenge will result in the stripping of your status as an heir to the Blood Crystal Fighting Arena." He decisively rejected it. There was still a seal on his body, making it impossible to open his divine domain or use his abilities and skills. So what do I do now? The system repeated itself once more. "Dear Heir, you have just received a challenge from another demigod heir. Bai Bing, do you wish to accept?" He shouted in frustration. "Reject!" But there was still one last time. "Dear Heir, you have just received a challenge from another demigod heir. Anye, do you wish to accept?" Han Yu's face paled as he cried out in despair. "Are you done yet? Was that 3 times already? Damn it, this is no different from forcing me to my death." He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I guess I'll just have to risk it all." In the arena, a black and red aura slowly materialized. A girl with an edgy look walked forward and introduced herself. "I am Anye. What is your title?" Seeing her appearance, he felt a bit disdainful. Just a little brat who still smells of milk dares to challenge me? But on the surface, he still answered properly. The Emperor. Hearing this, she put on an innocent face and released a few red bats, declaring, "Emperor, go die." This scene piqued Han Yu's interest. Damn, it's the first time I've met someone just like me. Such a show-off. An Yi giggled. Scared, aren't you? This is my true power. If you don't want your clan to be sucked dry by my bats, then withdraw from the match now. Save me the time. Sensing the distance was just right, he smirked and activated his wind-stepping shoes. In a flash, Han Yu had surprisingly appeared behind Anye, a cheap trick. You're the one who should withdraw. Han Yu circled behind his opponent, and Ye spun around and kicked him hard. Han Yu crashed into the wall, creating a large crater. She gloated. This big sister here specializes in this. Trying to fight me in close combat? You're just asking for death. He thought quickly. A sneak attack won't work on her. My only option is to target those bats on her body. So many bats are swarming me. This is getting a bit tricky. Han Yu immediately used his transformation ability. Gene. Combination. Activate. Without hesitation, he bit the transformed bat, and Ye's face turned pale. Is he insane? Instantly, Han Yu's power began to return. Only then did she realize the grave danger. You're absorbing the bat's power, she chanted an incantation, and a blood-red aura enveloped her. A silver-haired man appeared. Summon, Eternal Blood Clan, a life-form overlord. He opened his crimson eyes, revealing sharp fangs. The vampire bound Han Yu, absorbing the blood from his body. I can't break free. He's draining my blood. He bared his own sharp fangs and immediately bit into the vampire's neck. If he can drain me, what's stopping me from draining him? At the same time, he instantly activated his power. Gene combination. The vampire collapsed, its body disintegrating into pieces. Han Yu turned to look at Anye smugly. Now, what will you use to deal with me? She commanded her swarm of bats. Attack him. Drain him dry. Each bat transformed into a blood demon like the one before, charging at him in unison. An Yi smiled sinisterly. Let's see you run now. The blazing red aura around Han Yu fluctuated violently before shrinking and disappearing completely. Suddenly, a different kind of power began to radiate from him. He flashed a victorious smile and looked down at her, and Ye's face went deathly pale with fear. She immediately surrendered. I forfeit. Han Yu didn't say a word and deliberately lunged forward, finally stopping right in front of her. At least you know your place. And Ye was puzzled. Are you a high school student? Han Yu replied as if it were obvious. A high school student. Oh, that's right. The college entrance exams should be over by now, right? And Ye nodded. That's right. It's been 10 days. He was utterly shocked. I'm screwed. I was so focused on the ancient battlefield with Hu Hai that I missed the entrance exams, and I didn't even take the final exam for the Imperial Capital Academy's preparatory class either. He hastily teleported away. I'm definitely getting expelled for this. The academy has probably already struck my name from the list. And Ye shouted after him, I'll definitely beat you next time. At the Imperial Capital Academy, Han Yu was stopped at the front gate. Stop right there. Who are you? He hastily explains. I'm a preparatory student from the Imperial Capital Academy, here to find Colina. The man was skeptical. A preparatory student for the new semester? Don't think I'll let you in, just because you know Colina's name. Suddenly, someone called out to Han Yu from behind. Qing Nian rushed out. Han Yu, where have you been these past few days? Do you have any idea? We've been looking for you like crazy. Han Yu didn't have time to answer. I have something urgent. I need to see Colina. But I can't get in right now. Qing Nian opened a teleportation gate. That's simple. I'll take you straight to Colina's office. Han Yu was grateful. Thank you. He didn't forget to add, oh, right, we have to let Qin Shuang know. In the office, Han Yu recounted what happened to Lina. On the ancient battlefield, Hu Hai and Zhang Geng kidnapped me. I barely managed to escape, but the seal on my body still hasn't been removed. Lina slammed the table in anger. How dare they bully a student from the Imperial Capital Academy? Rest assured, you don't need to worry about this anymore. The academy will get justice for you. She added, as for the seal on you, it was left by a true god. Even though I am also a true god, I can't remove it. We'll need to find Teacher Shu Hai for help. Han Yu complied. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Lina immediately contacted Shu Hai. Teacher, Shu Hai, your student Han Yu is in need of your help. A teleportation gate materialized in mid-air. Shu Hai stepped through the portal, gradually appearing before them. He began, young man, you've suffered. Shu Hai encouraged Han Yu. To return safely, while your God's domain player authority was completely sealed, is truly a miracle. I will personally go see the headmaster to discuss your case. I will absolutely get justice for you. Lena chimed in. That's right. Because of this, he missed the final assessment for the Imperial Capital Academy. We have to find a way for him to return to study at the academy. Shu Hai said, seriously. The academy also has to abide by certain regulations. We must do our utmost to maintain fairness and integrity. With your strength and potential, you are certainly on par with any official student of the Imperial Capital. However, you are the only one who didn't participate in the university entrance exam or the academy's final assessment. Procedurally, it can't be approved, but rest assured, you are the student I value the most. I will definitely do everything in my power to help you. Han Yu's face lit up. Thank you, sir. He patted him on the back. We're family. There's no need for such formalities. First, I'll help you restore your God's domain player authority. As for what to do next, we'll have to wait for an announcement. Han Yu was astonished. I can feel it. I can connect to my God's domain again. Lena laughed and explained, that one palm strike cost teacher Shu Hai 300 million divine power points. He just chuckled lightly. Hurry back to your God's domain and check on it. You haven't been back in a long time, so there must be many things waiting for you to handle. Han Yu expressed his thanks and left. Yes. Thank you, sir, ma'am. The scene shifts to the God's domain, where a horde of monsters are fighting chaotically. Han Yu looked at the scene before him, confused. Huh? Wait, why are these guys fighting each other? He wondered suspiciously. Where is my locust clan? From behind him, thousands of locusts flew over, every single one of them looking weak. Han Yu couldn't believe his eyes. No way. How are there more and more of them, yet they keep getting weaker and weaker? You can't even tell they're heroic life forms. He immediately got to work, quickly sacrificing the useless ones and keeping only those that were useful. After the purge, only a few remained, and he still didn't find them very reliable. Are these few the only transcendent grade ones left? Suddenly, the fighting monsters seemed to sense his arrival. They all knelt down in unison. We welcome the return of our God. The system presented a choice for the power to be gained from the sacrifice. 1. Ice Emperor, an Emperor-grade life form possessing the level 1 divine title, Freeze. 2. 50 divinity points. 3. The level 5 divine title, Destruction. Han Yu immediately chose the third option. What he lacked most right now were divine titles, so of course he'd pick this one. He looked at his new acquisition with satisfaction. Once I've maxed out my Rebellion divine title, I'll be able to absorb the Destruction divine title. The Destruction divine title. I also have the introduction token for the Death divine title. I'll go look for that at the same time. Suddenly, a tremor came from the palace that housed the gods. Han Yu was startled. What was that? Who dares to damage my God's domain core? He immediately went to stop it. Don't you dare damage the God's domain core. A black dragon let out a threatening roar. A withered bone, a monarch-grade life form, stood before the God's domain core. Arriving on the scene, Han Yu frowned and yelled, I have never mistreated you. Why do you want to destroy my God's domain core? The withered bone lord's eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie light. I want to destroy my God's core. My God only needs me. There's no need to recruit other races. Seeing its crazed expression, Han Yu froze. What the hell is going on? Han Yu immediately used his will to open a spatial gate, and threw it through. Whatever the reason, you can no longer stay in my God's domain. I won't kill you. Go to Duo Long City. And so, the withered bone lord fell through the spatial gate, which slowly closed after it was done. Afterward, he turned back and stared thoughtfully at his God's domain core for a long time. Han Yu closed his eyes, channeling the pulsating green energy in his hand. I was too trusting of my subordinates before, which is why this happened. I need to increase the defensive measures for the godly domain. A moment later, that stream of energy enveloped the dimly glowing core of the godly domain, gradually spreading out to cover the entire massive city. The moment his subordinates saw him, they scrambled to kneel on the ground, shouting in unison, We swear our undying loyalty to you, my lord. We will never betray you. Teacher Tianwen's gentle face suddenly appeared in his mind, making Han Yu tense up. The matter of the godly domain is settled for now. But Teacher Tianwen and my people are still on the ancient battlefield. I can't just leave them there. As if reading his thoughts, the sword within his sea of consciousness suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of energy, as if calling out to its master. Back at the school, Han Yu had just teleported in and immediately started to speak. Colina, I need your... But before he could finish, he froze in utter shock. It turned out Qin Shuang was also in the room. Hearing his voice, she turned around cheerfully. "You're finally back." Qin Shuang threw her arms around Han Yu, rambling. "Qing Nian told me you were back, so I rushed right over. Kalina told me everything that happened. You have no idea how worried I was." Han Yu chuckled, quickly reassuring her. All right, I'm back now, aren't I?" Forced to watch this blatant display of affection from the two students, Kalina couldn't help but clear her throat pointedly. The two of them, blushing with embarrassment, quickly let go of each other. At that moment, oh, right. I heard from a friend that teacher Luo Tian was the culprit and that he's gone now. Han Yu wasn't surprised, pretending to rub his head to change the subject. "That's right. Do you still have a ticket to the ancient battlefield? I want to bring teacher Tian Wen out." Hearing this, Qin Shuang clutched his shirt worriedly, insisting, "This time, I'm definitely going with you." Faced with her determined gaze, the two of them eventually traveled to the ancient battlefield together. The moment they arrived at the tent, Han Yu hurriedly pulled back the flap and called out, "Teacher Tian." Hearing no answer, he quickly stepped inside to look around before speaking. "Looks like teacher Tian Wen never came back here. The ancient battlefield has no resources other than godhood fragments, and it even blocks players from using their divine power. No one can survive here for long." Han Yu immediately summoned a swarm of locusts and ordered them to find any news of teacher Tian Wen. At that exact moment, a pillar of light erupted from somewhere on the battlefield. He instantly sensed it and blurted out, "It's the resonance from the slash-thorn sword. Let's go check it out." Standing beside him, Qin Shuang quickly pointed the way. "I think the signal is coming from underground." Soon, the two arrived at the signal's source. Han Yu anxiously ordered the locusts to investigate. Obeying his command, they swarmed into the hole in the ground. Only then did the two of them slowly approach the deep, dark pit. After confirming there was nothing unusual, they carefully made their way inside. After walking for a short distance, they came across a brightly glowing golden door. He stepped forward and carefully tried to push the door, but it didn't budge an inch. "The spatial power is too intense. My slash-thorn sword and my other subordinates must be trapped behind." Just as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful torrent of golden energy burst forth from within the door. Seeing this, Qin Shuang panicked and rushed forward, warning him, "Be careful, let me handle this." Then, she immediately activated her ability, her pupils flashing with a strange light. A beam of light shot from Qin Shuang's eyes, violently colliding with the energy from the door and completely shattering it. Seeing that the energy had completely vanished, she carefully placed her hand on the door and gave it a gentle push. In just a moment, it swung open before their eyes. The two of them stepped inside, not noticing the door behind them slowly swinging shut. Very quickly, it was completely sealed. From the darkness, a giant pincer and a sharp, swinging tail suddenly appeared. In an instant, a horde of monsters rushed out and surrounded them, causing both to yell out in alarm, "Watch out!" Powerful attacks were immediately unleashed, sending the entire swarm of monsters to their graves. At the same time, godhood fragments suddenly began to fall. Following that, more monsters started crawling out from the ground, making Qin Shuang whisper nervously, "Something's not right here." Han Yu stood protectively in front of Qin Shuang, his expression serious as he assessed the situation. It's like they're intentionally throwing their lives away. She then noticed the sealed entrance and warned in a panic, "The gate is completely gone. We have no way back." His eyes widened and he clenched his fists, analyzing the situation angrily. "They're trying to wear us down. We can't connect to the godly domain from in here, and we have no supplies. If this keeps up, we'll starve to death." Qin Shuang immediately summoned a thunder sparrow, reminding him, "Let's check our surroundings first." With that, they both leaped onto its back, leaving the dazed monsters below. After confirming the situation was stable, she directed the thunder sparrow to fly forward. Gazing at the vast wasteland, Hanvu muttered nervously, "We've been flying for so long, and there's nothing here but desert. Are we really trapped here?" Just as he felt hopeless, a sudden surge of energy reached him. He instantly recognized the familiar sensation and quickly exclaimed, "It's the resonance of the Tromthich Kim Fong. It's near." It didn't take long for Loi Tuok to carry the two to a spot where a bizarre dark figure was already waiting. Not far from it was a group of clansmen in a battle stance. Without hesitation, Hanvu leaped down, unleashing a palm strike while shouting, "Let me help you take that head on." It was instantly shattered, leaving only fragments of divine consciousness that fell into his hands. Tromthich Kim Fong cried out in excitement, "True God, my lord, you've returned." Hanvu immediately asked, "Have you seen teacher Dian Wen?" Kneeling on the ground, he began to explain, "We were always acting together. We killed many gods, but 3 days ago, a giant sand god appeared. They took teacher Dian Wen. and we couldn't rescue him in time. An image of the sand gods who captured Dian flashed in his mind. He quickly reassured him, "It's all right. Do you remember which direction they took, Teacher Dian? Lead me to him." Tramthik Kiamfong stood up, pointing in one direction, as he reported seriously. They went that way. Following his direction, they soon arrived at a city made of sand. Upon arrival, the two immediately jumped off Loituk. They quickly hid behind a rock, silently assessing the situation. There were many sand giants, so Teacher Dian was, as they spoke, a cactus suddenly stirred and rose up from the pile of sand. In an instant, it grew eyes and a mouth, became gigantic, and flew towards them. Without giving them a moment to think, it released countless sharp thorns. Seeing this, Hanvu quickly pulled Qin Shuang towards him and used a spell to block the attack. Be careful, but their numbers were far greater than that, causing her to whisper in alarm, "There are more and more of them." But he wasn't afraid. Instead, a scornful smile spread across his face. "Trying to outnumber me?" As he spoke, Hanvu waved his hand, summoning a swarm of locusts that flew out to attack the cacti. One side had its wings torn to shreds by the sharp thorns, while the other was riddled with holes. After dealing with the cacti, he ordered the locusts to scout the situation inside. Meanwhile, Hanvu used his shared vision ability to see everything the locusts saw. Looking at the giant wolf ahead, he frowned and thought to himself, "There's also a werewolf-like guy in the city. The other creatures are terrified of him." Not long after, the familiar figure of Dian Wen, tied to a stone pillar, suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hanvu's brow furrowed as he growled in alarm. "This is bad." Seeing his strange reaction, Qin Shuang quickly asked, "What's wrong?" He explained loudly, his voice tense. "It looks like they're planning to use Teacher Dian Wen as a sacrifice. We're out of time. I'm going to save Teacher Dian Wen now. You provide support for us." Caught off guard, she could only stare wide-eyed at Hanvu's departing back. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "There are too many unknown factors in the city. I can't let Qin Shuang take this risk." Hanvu decisively ordered the locust swarm, "Level this city." Receiving the order, they flew around the city, wreaking havoc. But just a few seconds later, a large number of birds appeared. They wasted no time diving straight towards the locusts, devouring them. Seeing the locusts' natural counter, his expression immediately changed as he muttered under his breath. Then, just when he thought all hope was lost, Loi Tuok unexpectedly flew in and a Qin Shuang, sitting on its back, appeared before Hanvu's eyes. "You're not getting rid of me that easily, you know." Qin Shuang's sudden appearance, poking Hanvu in the chest. Then she wagged her finger reproachfully. "I told you I would save Teacher Dian Wen with you. Why did you go back on your word?" Hearing this, he placed Qin Shuang's hand on his chest, leaned in close, and said in a deep, warm voice, "All right, then let's go together." At that moment, up in the sky, Loi Tuok was slashed. Down below, Hanvu's locusts had taken care of one of them. But in return, on another front, several locusts were being attacked by a sand giant, unable to fight back. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Tramthi Kiamfong swung his sword from behind and destroyed it. The sand giant quickly turned into an ordinary pile of sand. After observing the situation, he noticed that the number of attacking wolf packs was growing larger and larger. The fewer wolves left at the sacrificial altar, the greater the chance of saving Teacher Dian Wen. Hanvu tossed a green seed into his mouth, and immediately after, he activated his gene lock as his body began to radiate a brilliant light. Now, Hanvu was the ultimate monarch lifeform, Black Dragon King transformation, blood-sucking domain. As soon as he transformed, he rushed forward. "Teacher Dian Wen, I'm here to save you." With that, Hanvu leaped into the middle of the wolf pack. The thorny vines quickly inflated like a balloon, defending against the attacks of the demonic beasts. But he didn't stop there. He directly used Ghost Shadow Slash, controlling the vines to attack the wolf pack. Before long, they were completely decimated. After dealing with the wolves, Hanvu landed on the ground, gradually retracting his vines. He approached Professor Dian Van. He decisively unleashed a swipe that shattered the chains. Freed from his bonds, the professor still couldn't believe it, blurting out, "Am I dreaming?" Hanvu wrapped his tail around Dian Van to calm him down. "Professor Dian Van, you were having a nightmare. I came to wake you up." With that, he immediately flew towards Tansong, holding out his hand for her to take. "We've rescued him. Time to bail." Tansang took Hanvu's hand. Now holding both of them, he used the wings on his back to escape the dangerous citadel. Once they reached a safe place, Hanvu immediately sat down and channeled his healing energy into the professor. She walked over worriedly and asked, "Professor Dian Van, how are you?" Dian Van smiled and replied softly, "Don't worry. I've recovered a lot. It's great that you two have ascended to demigod status. Hearing this, Tansung happily shared, I was only able to become a demigod thanks to Hanvu, but we still need to figure out how to get out of this godforsaken place. The professor continued grimly. While I was captured, I overheard the group of gods mention that their king possesses a space-traversing mirror, which can help gods leave this hidden realm. I believe that must be the only way to get out of here. From behind, Hanvu frowned anxiously and blurted out, that group of gods stood on the highest grade red halo. Just how strong is their king? At that moment, a look of worry also, if we stay here any longer, the familiars we worked so hard to train will all die here. Dianvan didn't answer, instead pulling out a pouch and saying in a low voice, my familiars were all killed. I can no longer help you. These are the divinities and divinity fragments I've acquired here over the years. Perhaps they'll be of use to you. Hanvu took the pouch, then waved his hand, summoning countless divinity fragments of his own, and said with a smile, we've collected a few ourselves. Professor, let's figure out a way to leave this place. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered a reminder. With so many fragments, we still can't form a complete divinity. And since we're in this hidden realm, we can't even sell them. Our own divinity can't absorb much more right now. Hanvu smiled and suggested, let's try using my fusion ability to combine them. Without another word, he began the process. The divinity fragments gradually converged in the center, creating a beautiful scene that made Tansang's eyes widen in amazement. It didn't take long before a 5th grade divinity appeared in the palm of Hanvu's hand. Witnessing this, Dianvan exclaimed in shock. A 5th grade divinity. I can't believe you actually created one. It's incredible. Hanvu laughed and confidently proposed, I'll fuse some divinities suitable for us as quickly as possible. Then we'll go find that mirror. Filled with hope, they both replied in unison. 2 days later, the 3 of them returned to the Bangcat Citadel, with their familiars following behind. Before they could even do anything, the giant, Cat, charged out, using his massive body to intimidate them. But Tansong wasn't scared at all. She leaped into the air with a bright expression. Time to test the power of my new divinity. Tansong quickly drew a scepter, new divinity, thunderbolt spear, 3 fiery phoenixes soared above. As a giant column of black smoke began to form a human shape, Hanvu warned, don't fire the thunderbolt spears just yet. The giant god has a regeneration ability. Throwing all those thunderbolt spears at once won't do anything. Tansang's face turned serious. Then what should I do? I'll go first to soften him up. Then I'll use my rebellion divine art to add some special ingredients. Hanvu then commanded, all right, throw them. They whizzed through the air, piercing a large hole through the center of the smoke creature. A massive torrent of water suddenly poured out, splashing across the fine sand. The smoke creature dissipated as his magic faded. Next up was a pack of gray wolves, their eyes glowing red as they bared their fangs menacingly. Several of them lunged at the group at once. Dianvan stepped forward to take the lead. Leave them to me. He manifested sharp thorns that shot up from the ground, impaling the wolves and lifting them into the air. Tansang seized the opportunity for a sneak attack. Myriad thunderclaps. Lightning immediately crackled, striking the exact spot where the thorns were. Red sparks flashed and then vanished. She turned to Hanvu happily and said, thank goodness for the new divinity you made. From now on, we won't have to be afraid of them anymore. Suddenly, a strange noise drew their attention. A fierce vortex of sand and black smoke swirled, gradually forming a humanoid creature. He was none other than the great Emperor Mahiet. Tansong was terrified, but still quite curious. What the hell is that? From high above, the great Emperor Mahit spotted the 3 small figures in the sand. Suddenly, swarms of winged insects and birds began dropping rocks on them. Hanvu transformed to protect his teacher and classmate. Get behind me. Hurry. He drew his weapons, ready for the fight ahead. Energy body, rebellion divine art, blade of rebellion, soul-reaping scythe. The great Emperor Mahiet said nothing, but still drew his weapon and launched it towards Hanvu. He grimaced, bracing for the impact. Both weapons were equally powerful. Giant dragon slash. Seeing the dangerous situation, Qin Shuang grew worried. But Han Yu stood tall, defiantly taking every block of sand that flew at him. The creature smirked slyly. No human has ever withstood my attack. However, the demon scorpion emperor attacked with its tail. Han Yu gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. He was surrounded by everything from swarms of bees to boulders. He quickly scanned his surroundings for an opening, then instantly unleashed Phantom Flash. The creature was stunned by Han Yu's ability, shocked that he managed to dodge. Instantly, Han Yu and the demon scorpion emperor attacked each other again. But this time, the power he released was slightly superior. The creature broke out in a cold sweat, shocked. Before it could even react, its body was sliced apart. Even without its head, the body still thrashed about wildly. One of its legs almost harmed Qin Shuang. The three of them reminded each other. It has no eyes. It can't see. Everyone, charge. Simultaneously, all three of their skills appeared. Tian Wen's thorns, Han Yu's blade, and Qin Shuang's lightning. Seeing this, the demon scorpion emperor was terrified, and its body parts finally began to disintegrate. He and she celebrated joyfully. It's over. However, looking into the distance, Han Yu noticed a few wolves were still around. Be careful, we still have this group. Seeing someone watching them, the two remaining wolves fled for their lives in terror. Tian Wen asked him, should we chase them? Han Yu shook his head. Just let them go. There are too many. We won't catch them anyway. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees in extreme pain. Qin Shuang asked worriedly, what's wrong? Han Yu forced a smile to reassure her. I'm fine. I just used too much divine power earlier, so I'm a bit tired. You and teacher go check those divinity fragments. See if any are usable. Qin Shuang immediately brought out the fragments to examine them. Level 5 Divinity, Golden Spear. Level 5 Divinity, Emperor. Level 5 Divinity, Starburst. Level 5 Divinity, Demon Lord. She called out in surprise. Han Yu, we found a treasure. Quick, look at this, he asked Qin Shuang. You like long spears, don't you? She eagerly nodded. Han Yu generously gave it to her right away. It's a good fit. A spear is great for bringing out the advantages of the lightning attribute, so it's yours. Qin Shuang was surprised and overjoyed. Are you really giving it to me? It's a divine weapon, a holy relic, and a divinity. If you fuse with it, your power will definitely skyrocket. Han Yu smiled confidently. I have the Sword of Rebellion. By absorbing the souls of other races, I can already unlock many different types of weapons. He moved closer to Tian Wen and respectfully offered him an item. Teacher, this Starburst divinity seems like a good match for you. He accepted it with a radiant smile. Thank you. The three of them then headed towards the ancient city before them, entering to find the mirror at the altar. When they arrived, the scene was completely desolate. Han Yu began to channel his internal energy. He struck the center of the altar's courtyard, creating a massive hole. Everyone, get ready to enter. They found an ancient mirror, and Han Yu immediately ordered his insect minions to scout ahead. Everyone watched as his butterfly passed right through the mirror's surface. Qin Shuang gasped in alarm. There's something wrong with this mirror. Han Yu comforted her. It's not a big deal. The thread of faith is still here, so we're safe. He stepped onto the mirror's surface, and the three of them jumped down together. Time to return to the main world. Just as expected, they were back at their school. They were finally back. A cold voice rang out. Han Yu, I sense your presence. Come to my office immediately. There is something I need to discuss with you. He scratched his head awkwardly and bowed to bid farewell to Tian Wen. Miss Lena seems to be in a real hurry. The teacher reminded his student, you'd better go. I'm going to get some rest as well. The scene changes to Han Yu in Lena's room. She informed him, regarding your kidnapping by the true god, Hu Hai, the school has completed its investigation. The true martial god king who backs him has offered a verbal apology and sent this as compensation. Hearing the word gift, he immediately perked up. A gift from a god king. Now this is something to look forward to. Han Yu carefully observed the two golden cards. Isn't that the bankrupt god king who invested 100 billion units of divine power to create a mutant beast farm, only to lose everything? He was incredibly excited. Wow, he's going all out, giving me a whole divine domain. But as he looked closely at the other card, Han Yu noticed something different. Qin Shuang, standing beside him, asked worriedly, what is it? The card depicted an unconscious man with a purple divinity fragment hovering just above him. This is? Lena frowned slightly at Han Yu. The God King said that since Hu Hai imprisoned you without authorization, he must be severely punished. Han Yu frowned and commented, Hu Hai's entire life was truly worthless. He dedicated half his life to serving that God King, and in the end, all he got was a half-hearted apology. How ironic. He carefully examined the talismans in his hand. Could it be that this divine domain is actually Hu Hai's? Lena warned him sternly. A complete corpse of a true god is extremely precious. You absolutely must not waste it. Han Yu complied. Yes, ma'am. Miss, I was just expressing my thoughts. Qin Shuang gently nudged him. This complete true god's corpse. Can you refine it? Han Yu turned and asked, Miss Lena, I'll have to ask for your guidance. How can I use this complete true god's corpse without wasting it? Lena touched his forehead. Kiddo, are you really trying to pull a fast one on your teacher? I'll show you one way. Take this complete corpse of a true god and refine it into an avatar of the same level as you. If you're willing to invest resources into it, the avatar will level up as well. Han Yu was overjoyed. I'm willing. Of course, I'm willing. Thank you, Miss Lena. She conjured a magic scroll titled The Apology of the True Martial God King. This means the kidnapping incident is officially over. However, the Academy's leadership still hasn't decided whether or not you'll be allowed to enroll. That's because some of the teachers are quite displeased that you've caused such a major incident before you've even officially enrolled. Han Yu reached out and took the magic scroll. He clutched it tightly in his hand, a wide grin spreading across his face. Miss Lena, I'll use my own strength to prove to everyone who doubts me that they were wrong. You just wait and see what I'm capable of. Lena twirled a lock of hair, her eyes curving into a smile. I have faith in you. Now, go on and refine that avatar. I'll be waiting for good news. Han Yu and Tan Sung made their way to a large, desolate building. She asked with concern, Are you really going to live here? Han Yu replied optimistically, Well, the Academy hasn't accepted me yet, so of course I can't stay in the dorms. But don't worry, once I create this avatar, everything will be sorted out. Tan Sung ruffled his hair. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Han Yu promised she wouldn't have to wait long. The magic scroll unfurled, and Han Yu's soul felt like it was being pulled into the space within. He reached out his hand, touching the flow of magic in front of him. A figure, identical to Han Yu, stood with its eyes shut tight. Han Yu extended his finger and began the refinement process. Once the process was complete, the figure bowed respectfully, acknowledging him as its master. A pleased Han Yu decided to give it a name. From now on, you'll be called Han Wen. You'll be the scholar to my warrior. Now, let's see a little of what you can do. Basic information on Han Wen. Level: True God. Divine talent: Wind, Forest, Fire, Mountain. Physique: Physical attributes double with divine abilities. Windwalk increases movement speed. Forest Guard summons protective wooden armor. Fire Strike unleashes a flame-based attack. Mountain Collapse unleashes the power of a collapsing mountain range. Divinity points: 42. Divine class: Martial Dao Summoner. Tiger Man Specialist. Combat style: Heart of True Martial Arts. Skills: Flash Kick, Roundhouse Kick, Fierce Tiger Fist, Mountain Breaker Strike, with 187 expandable skills in total. Divine Might Progression: 40% with a maximum of 100%. Han Yu was absolutely ecstatic, as expected of a true god. It actually has 42 divinity points. And look at all these skills. His hand formed a technique which he then transferred to Han Wen. Here, let me help you fuse some of those skills and your divine class. After receiving the input, its body went rigid. The existing abilities were then fused into 2 new skill levels. Divine Martial Kick, a kick capable of shattering anything and everything. Martial God's Shield Strike. Among all the martial arts in the world, only unparalleled speed cannot be broken. The Divine Wood Summoning fused into Summon Holy Agent, Chaos Messenger, Lost Butterfly. 2 holy agents appeared in a flash. They were the Chaos Saints, from the Elemental Giant race. Level: Emperor Tier Life Form. Talent: Chaotic Power, a fusion of the 4 elements: Wind, Forest, Fire, and Earth. Skills: Gale, Level 5. Sea of Trees, Level 5. Blazing Flames, Level 5. Earthquake, Level 5. Chaotic Barrage, Level 6. The Divine Arts fused into True Tiger God of War. Its effect transforms the target into the True Tiger God of War state. Physical constitution is significantly improved, bodily control is permanently increased, and the user comprehends at least 1 new martial arts skill. Han Yu grinned in delight and quickly ordered, Go on, use the True Tiger God of War ability on me now. Expressionless, the avatar began to cast the ability with its hands. Han Yu smirked wickedly. The ability was cast successfully. He comprehended 2 new skills, Shattering Claw and Piercing Claw. Excited, he commanded, Now, attack me. Han Wen transformed into a massive beast, and the 2 rushed to attack one another. Han Yu unleashed an attack without hesitation, but then he stopped. He ordered Han Wen, All right, stand down. The avatar ceased all movement and began to heal. Han Yu thought to himself with satisfaction, With this skill cast on myself, I won't even need to activate my Black Dragon King transformation to easily handle Emperor Tier life forms in the future. He held a shimmering card in his hand. The avatar's refinement is complete. Now, it's time for this God's Domain fragment. However, I already destroyed the domain's core. so it's not that useful anymore. He stroked his chin, his thoughts turning to the monsters. But there are still quite a few tiger men inside who can provide a decent amount of faith power. Han Yu held out a green card and commanded, "Transform into who